Chapter 1: A Hollow Beginning. In a barren desert stretching as far as the eye could see in virtually every direction except up, there was one lone feature that looked very out of place. It was a majestic palace with protective walls around it. It was clearly fit for a king, but the one who sat on the throne was a ruler most would bow out of fear more than true loyalty. That ruler was a man named Sasuke Aizen, once known as one of the most powerful Shinigami of the realms. He was a man who had great plans for himself, ones that did not involve being a mere subordinate within the system of the Soul Society, even if he was a high-ranking subordinate. Hence why he was now dwelling in the realm where lost souls go, those that the Shinigami tend to overlook in their line of work. At the moment Aizen was sitting on his throne watching a projection of another world, and what he witnessed intrigued him. He was looking into a town, one where like the Seraiti there seemed to be a system and culture built upon warfare, claiming it existed for the good of those that were afraid to defend themselves. Aizen doubted the sincerity of that claim, but he was skeptical by nature. In this town, a large mob of ordinary people was currently chasing a small blonde child, one that couldn't be older than 6 years old, yet somehow was able to outrun them all. Either the child had good legs or the adults were toying with him. It sure didn't sound like the latter was the case, as the people in the mob kept shouting the word demon at the boy among other nasty slurs. What is it about this boy they find so interesting? Aizen asked himself, feeling confused. Aizen was definitely not what most people would call morally proper, but he wasn't so immoral as to believe a group of adults chasing down a child with weapons in hand was something to overlook. If the adults had a reason, he wanted to know what that reason was. He focused more on the boy, and at mere glancing there was absolutely nothing threatening about him. He looked about as dangerous as the lieutenant of Squad 11 of Soul Society. But there was one thing Aizen could perceive, an immense amount of spiritual pressure. Far beyond what he knew to be normal. In addition to that spiritual pressure emanating from the boy, Aizen sensed something even stronger sealed away underneath, like pressure within pressure, so to speak. That's something I've never seen before. Kuretsuchi would love to get his pasty hands on this child. Aizen thought to himself, then got a wicked grin. Maybe I should beat him to it. He then rose from his throne. Jin, Toussaint. Two men appeared in the room, one a normal-looking man with a snake-like expression and the other wearing a visor over his eyes. What is it, Aizen-sama? Jin asked, grinning his unnerving grin as usual. This boy here, I can sense a lot of power within him, yet I can't identify it. I want you to bring him here. I want to see if he can be trained by the Espada. Aizen said as he looked back at the image and saw that the boy had tripped and was about to be beaten by the mob. Better get him right now. As you wish, Aizen-sama. Toussaint said as he and Jin turned and left. Aizen now had a wide smile on his face. Somewhere in Konoha, Naruto was on the ground trying to back away from the mob. The people in the mob were wielding only knives and sticks, but, unfortunately for Naruto, that was all the mob needed. Now we will vanquish this demon from our land, the leader of the mob proudly declared as the rest of the mob cheered in approval. I'm not a demon. Why are you doing this? Naruto asked as the mob closed in on him. Now we get our revenge, the leader said, ignoring the boy's words as he brought his knife down at the boy's body. Naruto closed his eyes as he prepared to meet his end, but fortunately for him in the shinobi world, it never came. Shoot to kill, Shinso. An unfamiliar voice said. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that a very long sword had pierced the leader in the chest, and unless he was mistaken it had pierced another person too. He turned to see its wielder. It was a man with white hair, squinty eyes, and a wide smile. The sword he sported that had saved Naruto's life was a ridiculously impractical length, but it allowed him to reach the members of the mob from a safe distance. The white-haired man stood next to a dark-skinned man with purple hair and some sort of silver visor on his eyes. Naruto could still see that the man's eyes had no pupils, however, giving the impression that he was blind or somehow connected to the Hyuga clan. Given his complexion and the fact Naruto didn't know what the Hyuga clan was, he was assuming the former. Wow, what the? Naruto stuttered as the two men walked closer to him. My, that was a close one. The white-haired man said. Who are you and why did you save the demon? One of the people in the mob asked as the white-haired man looked at him in confusion. The majority of the mob had backed away now, but none of it had left yet. Huh, demon, you mean this kid here on the pavement crying his eyes out? If so, your eyes are even worse than Toussaint's and he's blind. The white-haired man said as the dark-skinned man, Toussaint, just looked towards him with a scowl. If you're here to help the demon, then you'll die with him. Another member of the mob said as they charged at Naruto and the two strangers. The white-haired man quickly grabbed Naruto and leapt back while Toussaint jumped into the air. Suzumushi Nishiki, Benihiko, Toussaint said as he made a counterclockwise circle around him with his sword. When he had finished, multiple blades came out of nowhere along the path then rained down on the mob. The entire mob was skewered in an instant, with only a few members dying instantly and others dying slowly. A couple would manage to survive if they got medical attention that night, but they would forever bear scars. Naruto was amazed by such a technique and wished to learn a similar way to defend himself. "What do you want with me?" Naruto nervously asked as the white-haired man gently put him down. "Let's start with introductions first. I am Jin Ichimaru, and this is Konami Tusen. We came from a place called Hueco Mundo and we're here to take you back with us to be trained." Jin replied as Naruto just looked at him, shocked at the news. "Train me? Why?" Naruto asked, wondering why anyone would want to train him. Usually when people thought of training and Naruto in the same sentence, it resulted in him being desired for target practice. "Because our master Aizen believes that you can be incredibly strong, stronger than the strongest person you'll ever know, and now that we're closer, I can sense that you do indeed have much strength hidden deep within you, begging to be cultivated and nourished," Tosen said. He had sensed Naruto's strength the moment he laid eyes on him, so to speak. "If I say yes, will I be leaving forever?" Naruto asked. While he may have disliked like the villagers, Naruto still had friends in the village. Jin smiled, certain that the mere fact the boy asked that meant he had all but decided and just wanted confirmation his choice was the right one. "It all depends on what Aizen-sama has planned. Will you come with us, please?" he asked while extending his hand, which after only a moment's hesitation Naruto took. Before they could depart, however, they were stopped by the arrival of the third Hokage and a few Anbu Black Ops members. "Hold it right there. Get away from Naruto this instant," the Hokage commanded as his Anbu prepared to attack the two strangers while some tried to save the still surviving members of the mob. "I'm afraid we can't do that. We are taking Naruto to a place to be trained so he can stand up to the nutjobs, like these fools, in your village. And before you think that we're kidnapping him, you should know that he chose to come with us on his own accord," Jin said as the Hokage looked at him in shock. "What? Naruto, is this true?" the Hokage asked, and to his surprise Naruto just nodded. "Don't worry, Naruto will return. Just not for a while," Jin said with a smile. Sarutobi did not look placated. "Well, regardless, it does not matter if Naruto approves this or not. He is but a child that does not know what is best for him and thus cannot make such a decision. I demand you release him and cooperate while we take you into custody. You claim you on the other hand know what is best for this child compared to him or us," Tusen challenged. "How can you claim that if your security is so lax you do not even show up to this injustice until it's the mob who is attacked instead of the innocent child?" "Very suspicious," Jin taunted. "You have a lot of nerve accusing me of what I think you are," Sarutobi replied. "Only if we're wrong," Jin stated. "I just find it strange that a man who does not even live in this country let alone this village can provide better security to this child than you yourself can. While we promise Naruto will return, I suggest you use these upcoming years to give him a reason to want to stay. Because we will know how this village reacts to his arrival, and we will react according." Before any shinobi could act, the two Shinigami then turned around and opened a garganta and walked through it, with Naruto in tow, before the portal slammed shut. The shinobi looked at it dumbfounded, trying to make sense of what they just witnessed. "Everyone, we are to tell no one of what just happened," Sarutobi ordered. "Hokage-sama, why did you not fight them?" one of the Anbu asked. "Because I've had enough experience in debates to know that here the argument was already over and not in my favor," the old man answered. "Besides, just one man was willing and able to slaughter complete strangers to save that child and he was blind. Do you think they would have done any different if I made any move to counter them?" "But what if they don't bring the boy back?" the Anbu asked. Sarutobi sighed. "Then there's nothing we can do and life will go on. All we can do is pray Naruto will be safe and come back to us, but as our ally rather than enemy." "Be safe, Naruto," Sarutobi added to himself as he and his Anbu disappeared, wondering what would happen when Naruto came back. Would he still love Konoha? Or would Konoha give him reason to hate instead? Aizen's throne room, Las Noches, Hueco Mundo. Naruto looked in awe at the massive castle fortress he was now inside. Jin and Tosen led him into a huge room, the throne room from what Naruto could tell, where a man was seated on a throne on the opposite side of the room. The man had a white outfit on and had brown slicked back hair. "Welcome, Naruto. I am Sasuke Aizen, the one who sent Jin and Tosen to retrieve you," Aizen said as Jin and Tosen brought Naruto closer, and once the boy was close he decided to get up off his throne and walk to meet his newest acquisition. Naruto bowed respectfully to the man, feeling it was the only polite thing to do. "Are you going to be the one training me?" Aizen smiled gently at him. "No, I will have you trained by the Espada, the 10 best warriors of my army. And if things work out, maybe other members will provide some lessons too." Naruto was surprised to hear that he was going to have at least 10 different teachers. The opening of a huge door startled the young blonde, from which 10 figures stepped out. The first guy was big and muscular with a tan and a ponytail. Another guy was wearing a helmet covering his entire head with a popped collar covering the rest of his head. There was man with pink hair, glasses, and a thin body, who looked like he had 1,000 thoughts at once. The only dark-skinned member was bald with some spikes on his head and a forlorn expression. The guy next to him had a jaw fragment attached on the right side of his face as well as blue hair. There was another gangly guy whose outfit made him look like a giant spoon with a huge misshape inside behind him. The palest member had green eyes, black hair, and teal-colored marks that looked like tears. The only woman in the group had blonde hair, blue eyes, and had her face covered but exposed a good portion of her torso. There was an old man who had one eye closed and was wearing some sort of crown. The final member had a lazy look in his eyes and brown hair. "Is that them? The 10 guys you called S?" Naruto asked as he looked back at Aizen, unable to pronounce the foreign word. "Yes, that is them, but introductions and training can wait until tomorrow. Why don't you go with Jin to your new room?" Aizen said. Naruto nodded in reply and began walking with Jin before he suddenly stopped. "Hey, I have a quick question. Will I be able to go home when my training is done?" Naruto asked while Aizen still smiled at him. "Yes, you are free to go when your training in Las Noches is done. What you do then when you get there, well, that's up to you," Aizen said as Naruto smiled and left. "Are you really going to let him leave?" Tosen asked as Aizen turned to look at him. "Yes, of course. Pardon me Aizen-sama, but if that is your plan, then why are you training him in the first place?" Aizen silently chuckled. "It's called long-term planning Tosen. You see, after we've taken the Soul Society and the Ryoka world, we will take over his world too, but with him as the main weapon," Aizen said to his subordinate as he sprouted a wide smile. "What does his world have that you want?" Tosen asked, not seeing the benefit of conquering a third world. "Something that if in fact real, will make my Zanpakuto look like a toy," Aizen answered, then went back to his throne to signify that was the end of the discussion. If only he knew what would happen in the future. 7 years later. Naruto sat atop a tower in Hueco Mundo staring out at the massive desert touching every horizon he could see. No longer did he wear a plain civilian outfit, now he sported a white jacket over a black shirt, black pants, and sandals. In a way he could pass for an inverted color scheme Shinigami, the image complete with his own Zanpakuto at his hip, which was held in a black hilt with red wrappings around it and a red, round, spiral-patterned tsuba looking like the crest of the Uzumaki clan. "Ready or not Konoha, here come Naruto Uzumaki," the boy said to himself, as if imagining Konoha not the desert was there to hear him. Next time Departure and Return. Chapter 2 Departure and Return. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto Bleach. Las Noches, Hueco Mundo. Having enough of the scenery, Naruto entered the center of Las Noches and decided to head to his room one last time. There was no telling when he'd be back and frankly it was what he thought of as his home. Not that old apartment he couldn't even picture in his head anymore. When he got there he saw some clothes he had never seen before on his bed, with a note attached to the top by a piece of scotch tape. "Dear Naruto. I thought you might like some new clothes considering you're leaving soon. This should be appropriate for your big return to make an impression while be suitable for your new vocation. Enjoy. Signed. Aizen." Naruto smiled at the note and put on the clothes. There was a shirt similar to Grimmjow's, but it had short sleeves instead of the long sleeves that the sixth espada rolled up and the inside was lined with mesh armor sewn in, buffered by another thin layer so he didn't feel the links directly against his skin. The pants were white and baggy with black trim and had the same arrangement of mesh armor inside. His sandals were Espada edition sandals, and he had white forearm gauntlets on his arms that had skulls in the middle of the forearm itself. A pair of shoulder armor pads with a similar design completed the ensemble. Once dressed, Naruto took a look at himself in the mirror. A bit much for a new genin, but perfect for someone to not underestimate. Done admiring himself, Naruto walked to Aizen's throne room expecting to see the ruler of Las Noches, but found that the Shinigami captain was not at his throne. Am I too early? He asked both himself and anyone that might be in the room he hadn't sensed. He got no answer. Rather than going out and looking for him, Naruto decided to wait for him. He was in no hurry to get back to the world this place had taken him from, and he wanted to at least talk one last time with the Espada while he had the chance. Speaking of the Espada, a blue-haired one named Grimmjow had just walked into the throne room in a casual stroll. "How are you, Grimmjow-sama?" Naruto asked as one of his many teachers looked at him with his usual grin. "Bored as hell. What are you doing?" Grimmjow asked as he took a seat next to Naruto. "Just waiting for Aizen-sama. I need to discuss my departure with him," Naruto said as Grimmjow looked at him with a surprised expression. "Is it time already?" Grimmjow asked, to which Naruto nodded in reply. Yeah, it's been a while since I began my training. If my math is correct, it should be 7 years since then in my world. I'm nervous, but excited at the same time, Naruto said as he sported his trademark grin. I like that look in your eye, Grimmjow said with a smile. Naruto gave a small chuckle in response. I'm just pumped as all. There are some people I've been dying to see. Oh, you mean like a girl? Grimmjow asked in a mocking tone and a sleazy expression on his face. Naruto, not surprisingly, got steamed at him. Shut up Grimmjow-sama. This only made the Espada laugh, as if to say, I knew it. I thought I heard some sort of commotion. Another person said. Naruto immediately recognized that voice thanks to its lazy tone. So you actually decided to wake up, Stark-sama. Naruto said as the laziest Espada just looked at him with remnants of sleep still present in his eyes. The whiskered blonde was convinced that before he became a hollow Stark was a member of the Nara clan. I had no choice since Lillinette kept waking me up while you two started making noise over here, Stark said as he cleaned his ears. Well, that's a great way to say farewell, Stark, Grimmjow said. Stark was confused by Grimmjow's comment, but he finally understood after a minute or so. So today's the day, huh? Yep, time for me to head back and cause a little trouble. Though I still have to consult Aizen-sama, so I'm waiting for him to return, Naruto said. Stark nodded in reply before he sat next to Naruto. Then wait no longer, a familiar voice said. Naruto, Grimmjow, and Stark turned around to see that Aizen had returned. Accompanying Aizen were the remaining Espada, their uniquely assigned subordinates known as Fracciones, and Naruto's own 2 Fracciones, all who came to see the young boy off. While not a hollow in any sense of the word, let alone an Espada, Aizen decided to give his young pupil his own set of subordinates who were both his bodyguards and his best friends. He knew Naruto would need both once the hidden village showed just how thrilled it was to have him back. These 2 non-Espada Arancars were called Tararan and Django. Tararan looked like a teenage girl, about as old as Naruto assumed Ayame Ichiraku was now, who had long green hair, quartz pink eyes, and a face that looked surprising young compared to her rather mature figure. Covering that mature figure was just a crimson tank top with orange rim on the shoulders and bottom, a black skirt with white vertical stripes, and some knee-high boots. Like all Arancars, she had a piece of a hollow mask attached to her head, in her case it was in the form of a headband. Django looked like a teenage boy, younger than Tararan but older than Naruto himself. He had brown medium-length hair, black eyes, and a face that could be serious as hell one moment or completely unserious the next. His outfit was a simple dark green shirt with long sleeves, beige pants, and gray boots. His hollow mask fragment was larger than Tararan's, covering the majority of his face in fact. The only part exposed was his mouth, and if someone from Konoha saw it they'd say his mask was the exact opposite of Kakashi's. Both of them had swords equipped, but Tararan's was small like a dagger with a pink hilt and a black-colored blade, kept strapped to her thigh, while Django's was a normal-sized katana with a black hilt and a sickly pale-colored blade kept at waist. All Arancars in Las Noches had numbers assigned to them, telling others their strength compared to others, with the Espada being the ones who bore the numbers 1 through 10. The lower your number, the stronger you were, in theory at least, but of course there were ways to circumvent this if one was smart enough. Tararan and Django were the 28th and 29th numeros class Arancars, respectively. Tararan's number was stamped on her thigh, covered up by her dagger to keep it a surprise, and Django's number was stamped on the back of his right shoulder, usually covered by his shirt anyway. Oh, so you were gathering the rest of the guys to see me off? Naruto said while smiling at Aizen and the Arankar. Yes, I thought that everyone that worked with you should be here to wish you luck. Grimmjow arched an eyebrow. So you gave up on looking for me and Stark before deciding to do it? Call it taking a chance on the possibility you two were already with him, Aizen said, showing his usual smile then returning his focus to the young boy. Naruto Uzumaki, I have given you everything Konohagakure would have deprived you of and then some. You have done well to meet my expectations, and I completely sure that the people that fight you in the future should pray for luck if they want to survive. Got that right, Naruto exclaimed, making a few Espada and Fraccione smile with him. Aizen just nodded for a moment, then continued. When you go back, you will draw attention to yourself no matter what. Too much attention given your future vocation, and little of it being the positive kind right away. You know what to do, right? Naruto nodded, having already been warned to not expect the warmest of welcomes and what to do in any given approach Konoha attempted. Then make us proud and get stronger, Naruto. Other than that, all that's left to say is goodbye. Aizen said, then extended his hand to Naruto, who took it. For now at least, Naruto added. Good luck, Gaki, Noitra said while grinning. Are we coming with you, Naruto-sama? Tararan asked while giving a hopeful yet sad look at him. No, you should remain here in Hueco Mundo for now. I will, however, call when I need your assistance. Naruto said as the two Arrancar bowed. If that's what you wish, Naruto-sama. Django said, giving a weak smile. It won't be long, I just worry that showing up with new people that seem too strong it will send the wrong message. Naruto reassured. Tararan and Django smiled, glad to see he wasn't doubting them. Not wanting to make the goodbye longer than it had to be, Naruto opened up a garganta and stepped through it. He took one last glance back at his teachers before it closed completely. Take care of yourselves, and thanks for everything. Naruto thought to himself as the Espada disappeared from sight. Main gate, Konohagakure. Izumo and Kotetsu were at the entrance to Konoha, bored as usual. They had been there the whole morning, taking check of everyone that had passed in and out of Konoha. And there weren't that many to begin with, this was a ninja village after all, people didn't just come and go all the time every day. Though they hoped it was nothing bad, Izumo and Kotetsu wished that something interesting would happen. They got their wish when a black portal opened up in the air above them. What in the name of Kami is that? Izumo asked as he and Kotetsu just looked at the portal with a little scared look. I'm not sure, but it doesn't look friendly. Kotetsu said, about to go get back up before he was stopped by Izumo grabbing his arm. Wait, there's someone inside. Izumo said while pointing at a figure that appeared within the center of the portal. No way. That's. Kotetsu said as he stared at the person inside the portal. The person he saw inside of the portal was none other than Naruto, who then stepped out of the portal and floated gently to the ground. Naruto walked to the gate and nodded to the two guards as they stared wide-eyed at him. Yo, Naruto said casually as he walked into the village towards the Hokage Tower. Izumo and Kotetsu just stared with open mouths and then looked back at each other. Have we been drinking today? Izumo asked. Not a drop, Kotetsu answered. Then clearly we need to. I'm not going to argue with that. Hokage's office, the academy. A few minutes later. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was dealing with the one threat that no cage of any village had been able to get rid of. Paperwork. The stack in front of him was huge in height as the old man tried to make it smaller with every sheet signed. The sad part was that the stack was going to be at the same level tomorrow, if it didn't get bigger. Even sadder was sometimes he wasn't even sure where all of it came from, it was like paper knew how to reproduce. As he was going through some more documents, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Long time no see, old man. A somewhat familiar voice said, one that made the Hokage look up with wide eyes. Standing in the doorway was Naruto, smiling at one of the few people that treated him with kindness. The Sandaime had tried to have Naruto be seen as a hero, as per the Yondaime's instructions, but it fell on mostly deaf ears. Apparently the public felt the Yondaime was all the hero they needed, so there was no more admiration left to give to Naruto. The few people who did listen tried to at least adopt the poor kid, but the civilian council, in their arrogance and complete hatred of the boy, shot them all down, often threatening any who asked. The shinobi council couldn't get involved mainly because no one from the clans tried to adopt the boy, claiming it would have led to a civil war between them if one clan could claim authority over the Jinchuriki. When the Hokage told the councils that Jin and Tosen had taken Naruto, the civilian council was happy to be rid of the so-called demon child. The shinobi council, however, was not so cheerful. When the Sandaime assured them, in secret, that Naruto would return one day, they got a little bit happy. Unlike the civilian council, the members of the shinobi council did not hold any real hatred towards Naruto, as they knew the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha was not Naruto's fault. But they didn't like him enough to defend him more than they had to, often claiming they had enough of their own problems to deal with. Now, after 7 years, Naruto has returned, and Sarutobi could easily sense a definitive change in the boy, though he couldn't identify what that change was beyond natural growth. Welcome home, Naruto, the Sandaime said as he got up and gave the blonde a big hug. Thanks, old man, though I doubt I'll get the same warm welcome from most people. How've you been? Still dealing with paperwork, Naruto said. The Sandaime frowned in response to that comment, as he was well aware that the child was mocking him in his torment. Unfortunately, yes, I am unable to escape this torture until I find a successor and retire again. Hopefully this time it will last, he said, going back to his desk and motioning Naruto to sit. However, the boy waved it off. I'm not here to talk long, I just wanted to say hi and get back to the academy. Though they can't really teach me anything there, I figured this way I can establish a credible reason for becoming a ninja that no one can argue against. Naruto said, to which the Sandaime nodded. Hold on a sec, I almost forgot. Sarutobi said, snapping his fingers as the thought hit him. He opened a drawer. This will let you go through the graduation process without having to going through all the teachings over again, so you can graduate with people your own age. he explained, having taken out a piece of paper and writing down a note that he then gave to Naruto. "Thanks, old man," Naruto said before taking the note and waving goodbye to the man who was like a grandfather to him before leaving. Academy classroom. "Don't forget that the graduation exam is tomorrow, so everyone study hard and sharpen your skills tonight," Boruto announced to the class. Everyone was excited about finally graduating, having worked hard, for the most part, to become ninja. Some of the students had decided to become ninja to gain power, some were there to achieve glory, and some were just there only because their parents forced them to go. And tomorrow they'd get the chance to finally start the dangerous journey to the goal they sought. The opening of the door stopped the chattering amongst the students. The figure that stepped in made the guys look shocked and the girls get blushes on their faces and few with nosebleeds. The one thing everyone had in common was no one knew who he was. "Excuse me, you are?" Boruto asked politely, not recognizing the boy at all. Naruto gave a mock salute to the scarred teacher. "This should tell you everything you need to know." He then gave him the note from the Hokage. Boruto took it and looked it over. "This is strange, but no doubt genuine. This kid is supposed to be judged solely on the standard graduation exam. Well, I better just roll with it and wait to ask Hokage-sama himself about it." Finished, he nodded at Naruto in understanding and motioned for him to take a seat. A certain Uchiha was looking at Naruto with a frown. The fact that this new guy walked in here like he owned the place felt like an attack on the Uchiha's pride. Only He was allowed to walk around like he owned the place. "Class, our new student, or returning student as I'm told, is Naruto Uzumaki. He has been away for some time getting select training but now he's back and will be participating in the graduation exam with the rest of you," Boruto said. Some of the students were shocked by this revelation while others, including a certain pink-haired girl, were very upset. "Boruto-sensei, that's not fair. Why does that blonde baka get to take the exam when he hasn't even been here? If anything he should go back to kindergarten," Sakura screeched. Because she had done this in close proximity to Naruto, almost as if it were intended that way, he had to clean his ears to make sure that the pink banshee didn't deafen him. Because Naruto has been training for the past 7 years in another place. His training makes him more than qualified to take the exam. Or are you going to call Hokage-sama's judgment into question? Boruto said as Sakura gave one last angry look at Naruto before she went back to her seat. "Naruto-kun, I knew it was you," Hinata thought as she now recognized him, her being the only one in the room that remembered him well enough to. Even Iruka had forgotten so much about the boy that he wasn't even aware he was the Jinchuriki. Naruto sensed the white-eyed girl looking at him, and turned to look back at her. Hinata immediately tuned her head with an eep sound, embarrassed at having been spotted in return. Naruto called no further attention to this and simply sat down. Hours later. After a long day for Naruto, the bell rung dismissing the students to return home. "Now I need to figure out where I go," he thought to himself, vacating the classroom. But before he could think of an answer, he was stopped when he felt someone's killer intent directed at him. It was barely worth his acknowledgement, having been exposed to inhuman amounts of spiritual pressure for 7 years, but he wondered who would bother attempting to stare him down like this. So he turned around, only to see Sasuke Uchiha, giving him an ugly look. "What do you want?" Naruto politely asked him, but included a hint of annoyance in his tone. He was not in the mood for a fight with someone right now, as it would have been a waste of his time. "I just want you to remember your place. I'm the top student in my class, so don't you think that I'll let you pass this exam, you dead last," Sasuke said in an incredibly threatening tone, like he was practically ordering Naruto to disappear again. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You say that like you believe whether or not I pass is actually your choice. Just don't go thinking you're better than me," Sasuke warned, sounding like a coiled cobra ready to strike. Naruto took this in, and surprised Sasuke by grinning. "You're afraid of me?" "What?" Sasuke asked, too blindsided by the accusation to feel offended. "I've done nothing today that can be considered a threat to you, and yet here you are demanding I lose on purpose to you in tomorrow's test so you can get the top score. You don't know what I can do, and that scares you. You're afraid of what I can do, or you're afraid you'll be humiliated by me getting a better score than you. Either way, you're afraid of me." Now the Uchiha was truly pissed, and trying to radiate enough killing intent that it should affect the building too. But Naruto just yawned in a taunting reply. He had fought against beings with more power than anyone in this world could shake a stick at. The self-proclaimed Avenger standing before him was by comparison little more than a cockroach. Not even worth taking seriously. "You finished trying to stare me down yet? I gotta go get something to eat. Be nice to have real food again," Naruto commented, then turned around. "Don't you turn your back on me," the Uchiha yelled as he threw a punch at the back of the Uzumaki's head. However, Sasuke's attack failed when his target disappeared into thin air. What the hell? Sasuke looked around for Naruto but couldn't find him, until the whiskered blonde reappeared behind the Sasuke, his sword pressed against the Uchiha's neck. I'm not gonna fight you today, Sasuke. I'll save that for tomorrow, just be ready to be beaten by a dead last, in the meantime. Naruto said, then once again disappeared, leaving the Uchiha enraged at this humiliation. Chapter 3: A Secret Revealed. Konoha. When Naruto reminded the Hokage that he would need a residence, he was certainly not expecting to be given the same place he lived in prior to his time in Hueco Mundo. He stalled on entering, half expecting the interior to be reduced to little more than a breeding ground for dust and mold. So Naruto was quite surprised to find his apartment completely untouched. He thought for sure that some of the crazy villagers would have come here to ransack the room and then burn it down, yet here it was, nothing out of place and only a light amount of dust. Like he had only been gone for 7 days instead of 7 years. But of course that was not the case, Naruto confirmed earlier by checking multiple calendars. He had truly been gone from Konoha for 7 years. And if the calendars didn't convince him, the inside of his fridge and pantry sure did. Everything inside was expired and smelled like not only something had died but the mold on it had died too by now. He could not open the windows to air out the place fast enough. Okay, I definitely have to buy some groceries. But I can wait. Tonight I want something I can't shop for, he thought. He left his apartment and headed to the one location he had missed since he left Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen. He walked into the stand and sat down at what used to be his usual spot all those years ago. Now that he was back, it was going to stay being his usual spot. Memories of all the times he had come here to enjoy a good bowl of ramen flooded his mind as he anticipated tasting the finest ramen in all of the shinobi world. Hello and welcome to Ikira Naruto. Is that you? A teenage brunette girl in a waiter chef outfit asked when she came out to greet the customer. If it isn't, then someone's doing a very good job impersonating me, he joked. Dad, come here and see this, Ayame said as she went outside and hugged Naruto. Her father came out from the kitchen at the mention of Naruto's name. Well, it's good to see you again, Naruto. I'll be honest, I thought I wasn't going to ever see you again, Chuki said, as Ayame pulled away from Naruto and went back inside. You know I can't be parted from your ramen forever. I'd come back from the afterlife for it. In fact, you could say I did. The blonde joked, flashing his trademark smile at them. One bowl of pork ramen. Just one, both Chuki and Ayame said together. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I want to savor this. Not cram it down my throat. The two chefs smiled and nodded, and in no time gave him his order. This one is on the house, Naruto, as a token of our missing you. But sadly only this one is free. We do run a business after all. Yeah, and if you gave me every bowl for free tonight you'd be out of business. The whiskered blonde jest. He broke apart the chopsticks and slowly slurped up the first bit of ramen, resulting in a sigh of happiness. Still as good as it was the last time. Maybe even better. In Hueco Mundo, Naruto was given a set limit on what to eat, mainly because the realm had nothing for a living person to get nutrition from, and thus hollows had to get him food from other worlds. Which they couldn't do regularly, so often they stocked up and Naruto had to pace himself to make it last. As for something to drink, tea was provided by Aizen. Most of the time, and other than that he had just water. Which was good considered most of Hueco Mundo was a desert. After eating and paying for more ramen, Naruto decided to head back to the apartment and rest up for tomorrow, promising to see the Ichirakus again soon. I wonder how best to unveil what I've learned tomorrow, he asked himself as he laid in bed, staring at the ceiling. The thoughts of all the shocked faces brought a smile to his face. Not too much, nothing that will appear as inhuman or something they can't comprehend. That will only make them say, the demon is doing something. But if that Uchiha is afraid of me, he's not the only one, so why not give them a reason to be afraid? Tomorrow everyone will learn that I'm the top guy now, Naruto said to himself before he fell asleep. The next day, Naruto woke up and put back on his outfit before he walked out the door. As he made his way to the academy he noticed that he was still getting ugly looks from some of the villagers. Yes, someone recognized me and felt it was their civic duty to tell everyone I was back. Whoever it was really needs to get a hobby. The looks didn't improve when he got to the academy. Some of the parents saw Naruto only as a monster that the Yondaime merely weakened so they could finish off. The idea that Kyuubi couldn't do anything while inside his cage never crossed their minds. It actually sickened Naruto to know that despite all the praise they give their Hokage, at the end of the day they don't trust him at all. Eventually these stares will change, Naruto thought to reassure himself. Not everyone stared at him with hatred in their eyes, there were some friendly faces in the mix. Those looks came from the families of Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, whom Naruto had spent a small amount of time with before he left for Las Noches. though by now he had forgotten them. It had been 7 years and they were 5 years old back then. Few people have memories good enough to recall that much detail. A few minutes later Naruto made his way into the classroom and took his seat. He looked to his left and saw Sasuke, who was still seething after what happened yesterday. "I'm going to embarrass you in front of the entire class, you loser," Sasuke hissed to himself as he ignored the usual screeching from his arriving fangirls. Sakura, one of these fangirls, decided to get on Sasuke's good side by pushing Naruto around. "You might as well quit, baka. Sasuke-kun is the best and you can't compete with him. For all we know, your training didn't help you at all, so why don't you just leave before you end up embarrassing yourself?" The Pinkett basically demanded, said as she hit Naruto in the back of the head. Which was a very bad idea. Naruto's face was planted to his desk as a result. Even though Naruto did hit the desk pretty hard, it didn't break since Sakura didn't have that kind of strength yet. Plus it wasn't the desk she was hoping to break. Naruto looked up from his desk, straightened his back, took a deep breath, and stood up. A few moments later, Iruka was very excited to see how his students fared in the tests. He had trained them well and silently wished the best of luck to them. He was even more excited, though, to see how powerful Naruto had become, because with him there was a great element of surprise to come. Thanks to Jin and Tosen getting involved, Iruka never got a real chance to look out for Naruto or do much of anything. And he had to admit for a time he suspected the boy was influenced by the Kyuubi, but with his long absence it became harder and harder to really think about Naruto, and eventually he didn't think at all anymore. Seeing him now, all he could say was it was hard to believe that the Kyuubi had enough patience to wait 12 years to do anything, so it was reasonable that Naruto was uninfluenced. But just to be sure, Iruka had consulted the Hokage about the situation, in an attempt to understand if the boy was really fit to take the graduation test and nothing else. Sarutobi had seen this coming and knew just what to say. "I understand your concern, Yumino-san, and in all honesty I worry about how much Naruto has changed in his absence. But change is natural with age, and so rather than try and hold on to who Naruto used to be or be paranoid over what he may become, I believe we should learn to understand and bond with who he now is. The fact that he wishes to become a ninja and be on a genin team shows he still loves this village and wants to bond with people in it, and that is something to nurture, not fear." A smile on his face from those words, Iruka opened the door and stood in front of the class. "Good morning, class. Before we start, I just wanted to say I'm proud of all of you for making it this far, and I think the Okami. Sakura, what happened to your face?" he yelled as he looked over at a bruised Sakura. After Sakura had smacked Naruto, Naruto simply smirked and punched her in her face, causing her to hit the floor hard, and he was using only 1.5% of his strength. After Sakura didn't move for a while, Naruto picked her up and sat her in her desk before he proceeded to gently shake her until she regained consciousness. When Sakura came to, however, the pain of Naruto's attack hit her so fast that she would have screamed in pain if Naruto hadn't covered her mouth with his hand. After he whispered something in her ear, he removed his hand. Sakura decided to stay quiet until Iruka came in. Sakura now looked at Naruto, who looked back at her, allowing Iruka to make the connection. He decided not to say anything about it, however, as he figured Sakura probably said or did something that was stupid enough to force Naruto to respond like this. Naruto punched her in the face and she fell on the floor. A random student from the class said to the Chunin, conveniently leaving out the fact that Sakura started it all. "Is that so? We'll about this after talk after the exams, Naruto," Iruka said as Naruto gave a nod in understanding. "Everyone, we're going to start with the jutsu tests. You each one at a time will perform 3 simple jutsu to show how well you've learned to use chakra. They will be the transformation, substitution, and clone jutsu. Line up please." The students rushed to form a line, the most eager ones trying to get to the front to show off their skills first, while others felt they could wait. Sasuke went to the front, with his fangirls determined to be close to him for that purpose alone, not to show their skills early on. Iruka-sensei," Naruto calmly called out, and gave the Chunin a piece of paper. Iruka took it and looked it over. "Ah, I see. All right then. What's that supposed to be? Some excuse to get out of embarrassing himself?" Sakura asked in an accusing way. "No, Naruto's been excused from having to do the clone jutsu of the test," Iruka answered. "He's got a, as it says here, medical condition that results in his chakra coils being very overactive and thus affecting his control." "Huh, I knew all that so-called training you were getting away from here was useless," Sakura gleefully declared to the blonde boy, mouth hurting in the process, but it was worth it to undermine the boy who apparently bothered Sasuke. "Actually Sakura, that's the only thing in this test that requires high levels of chakra control. Most of the time you can get away with not having it. So it's not exactly the most mandatory part of the test. Besides, last year one of the passing students had no chakra at all to use, and yet he's still a genin. Naruto's sort of the opposite here, too much chakra to use with precision. Too much, Sasuke repeated, not liking the sound of that. How much does he have? That's not really any of your business now, is it? Iruka challenged. Now worry about your own ability to pass then someone else's, okay. Sasuke relented and proceeded, and over the course of the hour everyone else did. When it was Naruto's turn everyone wanted to see how well he did, some out of mere curiosity and some hoping to see him fail miserably. The latter group was terribly disappointed. After that came a small written test allowing them to have time to recover their spent chakra. Naruto wasn't worried about this, as even though Aizen and the Espada never really prioritized academic accomplishments, they did want him smart instead of just strong, and so they provided him with books detailing his own world he'd need to read. The final test would be almost everyone's favorite, the combat skills portion, where the students would spar with each other to showcase their fighting skills. The first match was Choji Akamichi vs Kiba Inuzuka, and it ended unusually quickly thanks to Choji getting behind a charging Kiba and pinning him down, essentially sitting on him until the Chunin instructor called it in his favor. When Kiba walked away it looked like his back needed to be popped. The next match was between two civilians and both used the same kind of taijutsu, one Naruto concluded was a standard of the academy. Weird, this place should teach more than one taijutsu style, both to show diversity in what to expect as ninja and to make it less predictable for any enemy familiar with it. Genin need an element of surprise to survive. After that was Sakura Haruno against Shikamaru Nara, the latter looking like he didn't want to be there, but to his credit he didn't back down. Once called, Sakura charged at Shikamaru like she wanted to end it quickly, and he waited for just the right moment to quickly position his right elbow to hit her in her already sore face. The Pinkett collapsed screaming and Shikamaru just watched, knowing any apology during the match was more than pointless. He was declared the winner and Sakura went to the nurse. In the next match, Hinata Hyuga was paired against Ino Yamanaka. The platinum blonde might have actually won had she kept her distance, but she must have forgotten or ignored anything she ever heard about the Jukin and pretty much doomed herself by getting close to the white-eyed girl. After the match ended and she in a show of good faith reversed the damage she had inflicted, Hinata looked over at Naruto to see if he watched her. Naruto looked back at her and gave her a smile and nod, causing Hinata to blush on the outside and to jump up and down in her mind. When the girl went to sit down back where she first was, she was stopped by someone speaking to her. "Good job there, that was the best taijutsu I've seen all day," Naruto complimented. The white-eyed girl smiled and blushed. "Oh, I'm not that good. Compared to what I've seen you're great," the whiskered blonde claimed. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki by the way, in case you didn't catch it," he added to be polite. There was no reason to be rude. "Thank you, I'm Hinata Hyuga," she politely introduced back. "Want to sit here?" Naruto offered, gesturing to an empty spot beside him. "You won't want to keep standing there." Not really having a reason to say no, Hinata complied and sat down, refusing to call attention to the looks she was getting for it. "Thank you again." "No problem. By the way, I was wondering something, Hinata. Each time you did something today you looked to me when you're done. Was I just imagining that?" His tone was simply curious, not forceful or accusing. For a moment Hinata did not know how to answer. "Well, to be honest, I was hoping to make a good impression." At his curious but confused look she continued. "I'm one of the low-ranked members of this class, and with me being from a clan everyone in class treats it as something shameful. I was hoping if I did good you at least wouldn't look down on me too." While not the entire truth, it was a portion she was willing to say to him. He surprised her by smiling. "Don't worry about it, I've never been one to prioritize titles." After a few other fights it was time for Sasuke and Naruto's little spar, something that Naruto was certain was in no way chosen at random. Someone wanted to see these two fight, and while there was clearly no shortage of that given the girls cheering for the Uchiha, Naruto was certain it was someone in a position of authority who made the choice. It had to be Iruka, and I doubt he wants to see one of us crush the other for kicks. No, he's trying to test me and he must be certain Sasuke is the closest thing to a match or challenge he has available to offer. Naruto deduced, walking out into the little grass area where the spar would take place. Before the match could be started, Naruto unsheathed his Zanpakuto and stuck it in the ground. To the others, this was a simple thing since it was a taijutsu match after all, no weapons or jutsu allowed beyond dujutsu. However, to those who knew him in Las Noches, this had a deeper motive. It meant that he would fight the opponent in question, but still saw him as a waste of his time. "I'm gonna crush you loser, and prove that you are what we all know you as. A nobody," Sasuke said, getting screams of approval from the fangirls and a raised eyebrow from Naruto. "Don't get cocky, Sasuke. In case you haven't noticed, you're the only one who seems to think I'm in last place. The teachers here have said absolutely nothing in regards to my standing compared to others here. It doesn't matter, if I say you're a nobody then you're a nobody. Is that so? Naruto mockingly replied, with an appropriate smile. Well then, why don't I make your victory a little bit easier, oh great Uchiha? As usual, Sasuke was quick to frown. And how do plan to you do that? Naruto held up one arm and put it behind his back. I will give you an advantage. One hand. No, one finger is all I will use for this spar. Does that sound good to you? Or do I have to fight with my eyes closed too? Naruto said smirking, while the Uchiha just frowned. Naruto closed his free hand into a fist, save for his index finger. Iruka said anything before Sasuke could. Naruto, don't mock your opponent this way. There's no honor in defeating someone with so much of a handicap. Consider this moment a test of Sasuke's character then Iruka-sensei. A test to see what he values more, how he wins or if he wins. Something you probably should include in your tests next time you have a class. Naruto added. Do what you want, you'll still lose no matter what. Sasuke said as he readied himself for a fight. Naruto shrugged. Just remember, you were given a chance to make your defeat look less humiliating. Ready, begin, Iruka said. Sasuke made the first move when he charged at Naruto. His opening move was a right hook but this was dodged by Naruto sidestepping the punch. Not really surprised, Sasuke then tried a body kick, which Naruto easily evaded. Now Sasuke was getting annoyed, especially since his opponent was just dodging and doing a good job of it. He kept using attack after attack, but nothing connected. Then, it happened. Sasuke finally managed to hit Naruto in the chin with an uppercut. Everyone held their breath, thinking the Uchiha had finally won the fight. But as soon as the thought came it went away because Naruto was clearly unfazed by the blow. He stood there, same as always, and even chuckling, which then turned into all-out laughter. Are you serious? That's it. I gotta say, I knew you were weaker than what I'm used to fighting, but by my standards this is beyond pathetic. Naruto said as he looked at the Uchiha. Why you? Sasuke snarled, just before Naruto placed his finger on Sasuke's chest. Before Sasuke could react, Naruto used his one finger to push the dark-haired boy back, applying enough force to send him flying back to the academy building. When Sasuke crashed, the amount of force Naruto had used caused him to go right through the wall, leaving a noticeable hole. The fangirls immediately crowded the now unconscious Uchiha while Naruto picked up his sword, sheathed it and walked away with a wide smile. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka announced. As the whiskered was about to go back inside to await the official total results, and thus receive his headband, Iruka stopped him, away from the other students. Naruto, about earlier, I'm sure Sakura did something or said something stupid, it wouldn't be the first time. But please have better control over your attacks from now on, that goes for this little display as well. Iruka said as he got a nod from Naruto. Don't worry, that was just so she knew not to hit me again. If she decides it was just a fluke, well, as far as I know I have as much right to defend myself as she does to antagonize me. As for Sasuke, I actually held back. A lot. I don't think you want to see me give 100% in a fight, ever. Pray you don't have to. Naruto said with a grin as he walked back to the academy, leaving the scarred Chunin hoping that was just normal student hype. The school day ended and as expected Naruto passed and was given his Hitai 8. He asked if he could have a white one, but was denied, told blue was all they had and he'd have to customize it himself if he wished. Despite the angry looks from some of the villagers who were picking up their children, Naruto was more than satisfied with becoming a full-fledged shinobi of Konoha. Before he went on his way home he saw the only person he had truly interacted with, Hinata, being greeted by what he could only assume was her father. Hey Hinata, congratulations on becoming a shinobi. Naruto said, coming up to her. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata said with a blush while her father, Hiyashi, just smiled at the two. Congratulations to you too, I hope that you and my daughter will do great things for Konoha. Hiyashi added, as Naruto nodded in response. We will. I've gotta go now, so I'll see you around, Hinata. Naruto said, walking away as Hinata waved goodbye. Hiyashi simply looked at the young Naruto. I don't know what you did for her, but I thank you for it, though she still has a long way to go, you helped her gain some confidence in herself. Naruto made his way back to his apartment and found a note pinned to the door when he arrived. Naruto, I want to congratulate you on becoming a shinobi. I have something I wanted to talk to you about, think of it as a reward for becoming a shinobi. Meet me at the Hokage Tower after reading this note. Signed. The third Hokage. Naruto then used a flash step to get to the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi was waiting for him outside at the top of the tower, smoking his usual pipe, he nearly dropped his pipe in shock when Naruto appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. "You got here fast. How'd you do that?" Sarutobi asked, surprised by how fast the boy could move. "It's a technique called a flash step, it's one of the things I learned at Las Noches. Easy to learn but difficult to master. Anyways, what did you want to talk to me about?" Naruto asked. "Naruto, have you ever wondered about who your parents might be?" Sarutobi asked, getting a raised eyebrow from the boy. "Sometimes. I always thought that my parents died during the Kyuubi's attack. After I earned the Kyuubi's trust I tried asking him about my parents to see if he knew but he's been very reluctant to tell me," Naruto said while taking note of the fact that Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock. "How did you find out about the Kyuubi?" Sarutobi asked as he had made it clear that it was forbidden to mention the Kyuubi's presence within Naruto to the boy. "Aizen, the man who helped train me, told me." Naruto calmly, to which Hiruzen did a facepalm. He had forgotten that he had not mentioned this rule to the two men who had taken Naruto with them 7 years ago. "I see. Well, your parents did die during the Kyuubi attack, but your father is the one who sealed the Kyuubi in you, to protect the village," Sarutobi said as he saw that Naruto was looking at him as if he had two heads. "That's impossible. That would mean that my dad is," Naruto said before Sarutobi finished the sentence for him. "The Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze," Sarutobi said. Naruto's face was suddenly painted with feelings of shock, then happiness, and then anger, which Sarutobi had expected. "To an extent. My own father sealed the Kyuubi inside me," Naruto said as he clenched his fists. "I thought you might react that way, but you have to understand that he had faith that you would one day be able to control it, which you have. And I can promise you that your father truly did care about and would not have done it if he didn't have a good reason to." Sarutobi said. He placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. This revelation helped Naruto calm down. "That makes sense, and I guess being the son of the Yondaime makes up for it," Naruto said. Sarutobi smiled at seeing how much Naruto had matured since he left. "I have something I want to show you. Follow me," Sarutobi said before leading Naruto out of the Hokage Tower. He led him to the Namikaze estate, which was located about a half a mile outside of Konoha. The place was, needless to say, enormous, as it was twice as big as the Hyuga estate. Naruto saw that the place was surrounded by a barrier, with a blood seal on the front door keeping it intact. "Go ahead, release the seal," Sarutobi said, to which Naruto looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Naruto placed his hand on the seal, which quickly deactivated the barrier. Naruto was a little bit shocked that it worked. "So is this place mine now?" Naruto asked, to which Sarutobi nodded. "Yes, but let's not move in yet. It's best for us to make sure that everyone knows you're the son of the fourth before getting comfortable in your birthright," Sarutobi explained. Naruto nodded in agreement. "That sounds fair to me. Thanks for showing me this, old man." He then hugged the old cage. "I knew you were strong enough to know the truth now," Sarutobi said as he broke off the hug and walked back to the tower. "I hope you're watching me, Dad, because your son is about to become the greatest shinobi of all time." Naruto as he looked one last time at the estate before reactivating the barrier. Chapter 4 Teams and Problems. Disclaimer, still applies. Academy Classroom, Konohagakure. Naruto was a bit anxious today. And for good reason. Today was the day where he would get put into a genin team. He just hoped he didn't get put into a group of morons, primarily Sasuke and Sakura, if at all possible. He especially hoped he didn't get the both of them. Okami, he prayed that he didn't have those two. He had to admit he didn't really know anyone from that class well enough to specifically want them as teammates. Hinata was so far the only one he actually had a conversation with. Shino Aburame was silent and kept to himself, so he was unlikely to give Naruto any trouble. Shikamaru, while a bit annoying, learned from the spar that with Naruto it was a good idea to be on good terms with. Haruka came into the classroom a few minutes later to address the class, thus disrupting the whiskered blonde's train of thought. "Welcome, class. First off, I would like to congratulate all of you for passing and becoming genin. As you know, this means that you will now be put into teams of 3 under a Junin sensei and will carry out missions with them. Now, for the team assigning. Team 1 will be," Haruka said as he announced several teams. This continued until he got to Team 7. Team 7 will be Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto right away just put his head down in anger, ignoring the pink-haired girl cheering like she won the lottery. "Kami-sama, you have cruel sense of humor," Naruto thought to himself, then raised his head to look at Sasuke and Sakura, seeing that they weren't too happy about being with him either. The rest of the teams were announced, and were soon picked up by their respective senseis. 2 hours later, Team 7 still was waiting for a sensei that had yet to show up. and Naruto was getting pretty tired of waiting for a sensei that, to be perfectly blunt, probably couldn't teach him much. People far more powerful than anyone in Konoha, or the entire shinobi planet for that matter, had trained him personally. And even if he ignored the power levels, Naruto had a greater concern. He suspected his squad leader would probably favor the Uchiha and spoil the little punk with jutsus like they were candy. Naruto had to drown out these thoughts as they were making him sick to his stomach. If nothing else, he was interested in seeing just how he fared against a Jonin. Where is he? He couldn't have gotten lost, could he? Sakura asked as she wondered what was taking their squad leader so long. Sakura, it's bad enough that I am stuck on the same team as you, please don't make things worse by annoying me with your useless blabber. Naruto said as Sakura made an angry look in response. What did you say, you ignorant ba? Sakura said before Naruto gave her one of those, remember what I can do to you, looks, silencing her. HMPH. Sasuke said as he was annoyed at both his teammates and wished he didn't have to wait around with them. The classroom door opened a couple of hours later to reveal a man with gray hair, a mask that covered half of his face, a standard Jonin outfit, and a headband that covered one of his eyes. He walked in and briefly observed the three genin. Okay, you three are with me. Come outside so we can talk a little. The man said as the young ninja got up and followed him outside. Okay, now I'm going to ask you guys to introduce yourselves for us all. Say things like what you like, what you hate, and what you dream about for the future. I'll start off. I'm Kakashi Hatake. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislike. My dreams for the future. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. Kakashi said while Naruto and the others had anime sweat drops on their heads. Well, that was informative. Naruto dryly thought to himself. Okay now, blonde kid, tells us a little bit about you. Kakashi back as Naruto regained his focus and straightened out his back. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen and hanging around with my friends. I don't really hate anything, but I don't approve of bad attitudes or giant egos. My dream is right now no one's business, but I can say becoming Hokage does sound good to me. Naruto said as Kakashi nodded at the son of his late sensei. He's certainly gotten much more powerful than even I am. Kakashi thought to himself, having taken note of Naruto's immense power. Your turn, he said to Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like. She giggled instead of speak specifically. Well, the person I like. Again she giggled instead of answer, but her eyes lingered on Sasuke. I hate Naruto and anyone who doesn't like Sasuke-kun. My dream is to get what I want out of life. Sakura said while annoying both Naruto and Kakashi in the process. Oh perfect, a fangirl. Kakashi thought, trying to avoid rolling his eyes at his new student. Your turn, he told Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything or anyone. What I have is not a dream, because dreams are just fantasies and what I want will be made reality. I'm going to kill a certain someone, then restore the Uchiha in my image. Sakura began to look worried after hearing this, while Naruto just shook his head as if he were just disappointed. Revenge, the one thing that will make anyone a pain in the ass. The young blonde thought to himself as he looked at Sasuke. Kakashi looked at Naruto's expression and realized that whatever thoughts he had probably matched his own thoughts about what Sasuke just said. Okay then, now that that's out of the way, there's only one thing left. Tomorrow I'm going to give you guys a little exercise, the same one I used with other genin wannabes assigned to me in the past. What do you mean sensei? We just graduated, Sakura pointed out. That was just part 1 of the graduation process. I'm in charge of part 2 for the 3 of you. And you should note that so far none of the potential teams that were tested by me managed to pass. Kakashi clarified. Sakura looked nervous, Sasuke looked unimpressed yet cautious, and Naruto looked like this was nothing new to him. The silver-haired Junin took note of their reactions to see how much faith they had in themselves. So get some rest and meet me at training ground 7 at 6 AM. I would also advise that you don't eat anything in the morning if I were you. Kakashi said before he left, leaving his students to their thoughts about his advice. Sakura was worried, wondering what there was left to test her on. Sasuke wasn't worried about his performance, but he did get the feeling that whether or not he passed would be based on the performance of the other two. Which to him was greatly unfair. Naruto, on the other hand, was not fazed by Kakashi's warning in the slightest, as he already knew that Kakashi was bluffing. You might have these other two fooled, but you'll soon find that I'm much sharper than that. Naruto thought as he headed back to his apartment. Neither of his teammates stopped him, as neither really wanted him around in the first place. Next morning, Naruto woke up early and ate a plentiful breakfast before he made his way to the assigned training ground, which wasn't that hard to find given how the academy made sure each student had a map of them. He came to a stop by a couple of wooden posts often used for target practice. There was also a diamond-shaped polished black stone that Naruto presumed was a monument of a short. Hero's Memorial Stone, so the greatest of Konoha's heroes will never be forgotten. Naruto thought, reading the inscription on it, then numerous names. Seems like a weird place to put a monument. Sakura and Sasuke showed up a few seconds later, their stomachs growling from not having eaten yet. In Sakura's case, she hadn't even eaten dinner last night to be sure, despite her parents urging for otherwise. Pathetic. Naruto mentally chuckled. They actually thought starving themselves was a good idea. Where is he? Sasuke asked. Naruto shrugged. No idea, I haven't sensed him yet. Sensed? You're a sensor type? Sakura asked. A precise explanation would be too difficult to explain, so let's make it easier on all of us and go with yes I am. Naruto replied, confusing the two. Luckily they didn't press the matter. After a couple of hours and the three getting really impatient, Kakashi finally showed up. Good morning he started, only to be silenced by a kunai going past his head. He did not see throne. Being late once is an accident, but twice is no accident. Naruto, arm outstretched to show he threw it, told the older man in a tone that was clearly warning. You baka, you can't attack a Junin like that. Sakura fumed. It's not an attack if I miss on purpose. The whiskered blonde calmly replied, no hint of apology detected. Kakashi sweated a minor bit, getting the message from his potential student loud and clear. Though he was sure Naruto was bluffing more than anything, the fact that the boy could attack him like that showed bluffing was not he could do. Now that I'm here, we can start the test that will truly prove your worthiness to become genin. He stated to regain their attention. This exercise will be a simple one, all you have to do is take one of these two bells from me. He held up two bells that looked like the kind pet cats played with. The two who succeed in taking a bell will pass the test, while the one who doesn't will be tied to one of those posts there. That's it, and here I was thinking that this would be a little bit challenging. Naruto said while popping his neck. I thought that we would be fighting or something. Sasuke said while Sakura nodded in agreement. Honestly, she had been hoping for something more in her comfort zone, like answering some more questions. You may think this is too simple, but I haven't told you this next part. I've been nice enough to provide food for you three. Kakashi added, showing them a stack of 3 bentos, making Sasuke and Sakura feel even hungrier. These are if you pass. So the one of you that doesn't get one of the bells won't get any food, period. That's why you didn't want us to eat this morning. Sakura said, surprised, before Naruto gave a slow clap. And the light finally turns on. Naruto said sarcastically, getting an angry glance from the potential kunoichi. Getting back to what I was saying, going hungry like that pales in comparison to what I'm about to tell you next. So try to not freak out when you hear it. Kakashi advised. Sasuke's eyes widened a bit when he heard this while Sakura gulped. The tension in the air grew as Kakashi waited a few seconds before he continued. The two who get a bell will continue on to do another exercise, while the one who failed to get a bell will not only fail the test. He or she will be sent back to the academy immediately. This, too simple, test is actually an extremely difficult post-academy exam with a failure rate of over 66%. In other words, out of the 27 graduates this year, only 9 will be chosen to become genin. Kakashi declared, taking a moment to mentally enjoy the reactions from Sasuke and Sakura before he saw that Naruto wasn't even fazed in the least. I see. That's very clever, Kakashi. If it wasn't for my time training at Las Noches, I wouldn't have figured out what you really want from us. Too bad these two haven't figured it out yet, that's going to affect my chances of passing. Naruto thought to himself. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at his unconcerned student. He either thinks that he's already strong enough to beat me, or however unlikely it is, he's actually figured out what the true purpose of this test really is. Shaking off these thoughts, Kakashi refocused his attention to the 3 graduates. Alright, you 3, I want you guys to use whatever means you have to take these bells, and that includes the use of any ninja tools and jutsus. If you have to, be prepared to kill me. You won't get the bells any other way. Understood? Kakashi asked, and the genin nodded in agreement. It's time to see how I fare. Naruto thought as he readied himself for battle. Ready, go, Kakashi declared, placing an egg timer on a post and setting it for 1 hour. Right away Sakura and Sasuke scattered, but Naruto stayed put, crossing his arms. I have no intention of hiding and waiting. Honestly, I don't even know why they just did. Frankly, they could have at least tried to get the bells when you were right there in front of them. Maybe I overestimated him, Kakashi thought, suddenly thinking Naruto was a bit full of himself. Maybe they know they have better odds of succeeding if they catch me off guard, so they hid to do so. Naruto laughed. Oh please, catch you off guard. You're a Junin and they're not even genin yet. You've had years of experience to get where you are, and all they've done is work in controlled environments with Chunin ordered to go easy on them. If you really could be caught off guard by them, then there's no way the Hokage would consider you worthy of being a sensei to a genin squad. Hiding in a bush, Sakura heard this and lightly frowned. He's dissing us, but at the same time I have to admit he has a point. So what can Sasuke-kun and I do to pass? So what are you going to do then? Kakashi asked. I'm going to see right now how I compare with one of what Konoha considers the best it has to offer. Naruto said, cracking a smile as Kakashi readied himself. I admit I've actually wanted to see what you can do as well. The cycloptic Junin said while pulling out an orange book from one of his pouches. What are you doing? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at his sensei. Finding out what happens at the end, Kakashi said as he saw Naruto face foe. The whiskered blonde got up, with the Junin making no attempt to keep him down, and almost right away Naruto disappearing in a flash step. What the? Kakashi asked himself before some new shade made him look up and see Naruto above him, coming down with one leg raised vertically in the air. Hollow leg drop. Naruto yelled as he brought his leg down on Kakashi, causing a huge crater in the process. Holy crap. Sasuke and Sakura thought to themselves, with their jaws dropped, as they witnessed the immense power Naruto had just displayed. He could have done that while fighting me, Sasuke noted, hiding in a tree. When the dust settled, Naruto stood over a log that was broken in half. A substitution jutsu. This guy is quick on his feet, Naruto said as he looked around for his sensei. I have to admit I wasn't expecting that. I guess I won't be able to fight and read a book at the same time with him on my heels. Kakashi thought out loud as he hid in a tree from his student. With that he put his book back into its pouch. How in the name of Kami-sama did you get so strong, baka? Sakura asked as she and Sasuke came out of hiding and walked to Naruto. Years of intense training not based on a thirst for revenge, Naruto said, having clearly directed the second part of his comment at Sasuke. Are you saying that my way is wrong? That I shouldn't punish the man responsible for my clan's destruction? Sasuke asked, offended, while Naruto just shook his head. You just don't get it. Sasuke just huffed and began to walk away. Whatever, I'm gonna go find him and get my bell. He then disappeared, leaving Naruto and Sakura by themselves. Sasuke-kun will definitely get a bell. He'll also help me get one too so we can be together. Sakura said with certainty, to which Naruto just rolled his eyes. First, no one asked. Second, why don't you try getting one yourself rather than be dependent on him doing the work for you? He chided. Not wanting to hear it, Sakura swung a fist to get him to shut up, but he caught her arm and held it in a tight grip, making her wince. Alright, I'm sorry, she hissed through gritted teeth, trying to withstand the pain. Naruto released her and she rubbed her hurt arm. That idiot won't get a bell with the kind of attitude he showed. Even if he did manage to beat Kakashi, he still wouldn't get a bell. Sakura looked confused. What do you mean? This is what I mean, Naruto declared with a smile, holding up both bells. Sakura's eyes widened. What? When did you get those? When I disappeared, I snatched the bells quickly and then moved above Kakashi. I'm actually surprised he didn't notice, he said while Sakura's eyes sparkled at the bells. So I guess I have to beat you to get the bells. Let's do this, Sakura getting ready only to get laughed at by Naruto. As much as I would love to show you what really happens when I'm on the giving end of hitting someone, you're still my teammate, Naruto said to Sakura as he tossed her a bell and started to walk off. Wait, why did you just give it to me so willingly? I wouldn't if the situation was reversed, Sakura asked. Naruto turned his head around and looked at her. Because I'm not you, and you'll need it more than me, he said before flash stepping away, leaving Sakura lost in thought. Naruto searched around for Sasuke. He expected to see him fighting Kakashi, but he found something else. Sasuke was neck deep in the ground, having been put there because of Kakashi. Naruto had to fight the urge to snicker at the prodigies situation. So I guess you didn't get a bell, huh? Naruto said. This got him Sasuke's attention, as well as a frown. I almost had him. What do you want, loser? Sasuke asked, while Naruto stood a few inches from his face. Your goal to get revenge for your clan isn't going to get you anywhere, Naruto replied. Sasuke was shocked at what Naruto just said. I have to avenge my clan. What do you know about it? Sasuke hissed while Naruto just looked at him with a calm and collected expression. I don't know what it's like to lose your whole clan, but if you continue to go down this path of revenge, in the end you'll have nothing. Let's say you succeed in this, once it's done then what will you do? Naruto asked as Sasuke simply smirked at him. Here's my answer, loser, Sasuke said before proceeded to spit on Naruto's sandals. Oh well, can't say I didn't try. You don't deserve this, but I really don't care. Naruto said as he dropped the second bell in front of Sasuke. When did you get that? Sasuke asked, but Naruto just stepped away again without responding. Naruto landed on a tree, where a certain masked, orange book reading Jonin was sitting on a branch. Kakashi put his book away and started to slowly clap. I'm impressed that you were able to get those bells in such a short time. Kakashi said as Naruto sat down on the tree branch. You should have at least attempted to use your Sharingan, though. It would have at least made things more interesting. Naruto said to Kakashi before taking a moment to mentally smirk at the Jonin's reaction. How did he? Never mind, I don't even want to know. Kakashi thought to himself as he regained his composure. Anyways, I'm just surprised that you didn't stop me or try to get the bells back. Naruto said as Kakashi sat down next to him. I wanted to see what you would do with them. So, why did you give those two the bells? Kakashi asked while Naruto thought back at his time in Las Noches. Flashback. Somewhere within Las Noches, Hueco Mundo. You really think that you can take me on? A Frashën named Apache asked, enraged that her fellow Frashën Mila Rose would even try to take her on. Heck yeah I could, you unicorn weakling. Mila Rose said as she got face to face with Apache. You two fighting all the time is so childish and trivial. Sun, the third member of this Frashën trio, said, getting angry looks from the other two as a result. What did you just say? Apache asked, getting even madder because of the comment. Naruto, meanwhile, watched as the three Frashën members fought amongst themselves from the top of a nearby tower. He saw Tia Haribel, one of the 10 Espada and the only woman among them, walking behind him. Why do they constantly fight amongst themselves, Haribel-sama? They have to work together as a team with you and the rest of the Arrancar, but all they do is fight each other. Naruto questioned while Haribel walked up to him on his right side. You're right, they do fight amongst themselves a lot, but they still work together because of their loyalty to me. Loyalty to a common cause is the key for any team to work together for a united goal. You don't need to be best friends with your comrades as long as you all fight for the same thing with conviction. Haribel proclaimed. The young boy looked impressed and smiled. Thanks Haribel-sama, you're really wise. The Espada grinned under her high collar. Of course I am. End flashback. Konoha training grounds. Let's just say that I had a good teacher that taught me that teamwork isn't based on friendship but loyalty to a higher purpose. These two aren't my friends and I doubt they want that to change, but we can agree we're loyal to Konoha, so that's a start. Naruto stated, followed by Kakashi nodding at him. Well, the timer should be going off any moment now. You should probably go off somewhere or else all. Kakashi started, but Naruto took off before he was done. A few seconds later, the timer went off and everyone made their way back to the hero's memorial stone. I won your little game. Sasuke stated smugly, showing off his bell. Me too. Sakura happily exclaimed, showing her own. Sasuke-kun and I are going to be a team together. She was too caught up in her excited squeal to hear him groan. Good job you two. Kakashi congratulated. You two can eat now. Naruto, since you don't have a bell you have to be tied to the log. Naruto frowned. You never said anything about being tied up. How else do I make sure you don't eat? Kakashi teased. He's still testing us. If keeping me from eating was truly the objective here he'd just eat it himself. Either that or he's afraid I'll take it from him like the bells. But since he's letting these two think they've passed he must be planning something. Naruto thought. Deciding to see this through, the young blonde willingly went over and let himself be tied up. Satisfied the boy was restrained, Kakashi looked to Sasuke and Sakura. You two have not passed the test. Sakura blanched. But sensei you were helped by Naruto and only have the bells because he was being generous. You did not earn them of your own merits. And yet you came up to me announcing your victory as if you did. You have yet to convince me you deserve to be official genin. So I'm going to give you one last chance. Go ahead and eat, then we can try this again. But do not give anything to Naruto nor untie him. I'll be away so you can think of what to do this time. With that the Junin departed in a whirlwind of leaves, leaving the three bentos behind. I still don't understand why you helped us, Naruto. Sakura said, taking a bento and giving it to Sasuke who accepted, while Naruto just stared off towards the sky. It doesn't matter if you understand my reasons or not. Though I don't like it, you guys are my teammates, so I have to help you. Naruto said while Sasuke scoffed at him while he ate. You're an idiot who doesn't know how to take advantage of an opportunity. That's all there is to it. Sasuke said while eating his lunch in front of him in an unsuccessful attempt to irritate Naruto. He stopped when, to his amazement, he saw Sakura raising her lunch to Naruto. Naruto was equally surprised by this move. Don't think that this means that I like you or anything, but you did help me. This is just a way for me to thank you. Sakura explained. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thanked Kami-sama. For a moment I thought you were trying to make me fall for you or something. The pinkett gave him a dirty look. Do you want to eat or what? You'll have to untie me or feed it to my mouth. I can't do it myself right now after all. Naruto reminded her. Sakura, while undoubtedly annoyed, understood the message. Fine, here. She groaned before taking a little bit of the rice with her chopsticks and holding it to Naruto's mouth. The moment Naruto swallowed the rice, there was a huge boom. Kakashi appeared a split second later with an angry expression on his face. Didn't I tell you not to feed him? Sakura looked scared out of her mind while Naruto had a serious look in his eyes. Was JJ just giving him some of my LL lunch since he helped me get ABB Bell? Is this true, Naruto? Kakashi asked, though he already knew the truth. Yep, Naruto replied while Sasuke just looked at him with anger, fearing now all three were going to be punished. Well, if that's the case, Kakashi said in an angry tone. Just as Sasuke and Sakura began to brace themselves for the worst, Kakashi suddenly smiled at them, though it was hidden behind his mask. Quote, You pass, he said cheerfully while getting shocked looks from the two that weren't tied up. We passed, Sakura said before proceeding to jump up with joy after Kakashi's statement sunk in. Well, that was a good act you put on there, sensei. Naruto said. For a moment even I was a bit scared by him. Didn't think a human could do that after so much time around hollows. That just makes this more interesting. What do you mean we pass? Sasuke asked, still unsure what was going on. This test was not about your strengths, skills, or intelligence, this was all about teamwork and how well you three could work together. You're genin, you're not going to do any solo work for a long time. Like it or not, you're going to be trained in a group and as a group. Naruto was the only one who realized this, though it was Sakura's actions that sealed the deal. You actually did nothing to help this team pass Sasuke, Kakashi said as he untied Naruto, making Sasuke frown. I figured as much, but why so much deception? If the goal was teamwork, why not have a bell for each of us? Naruto asked, to which Kakashi responded by pointing at the memorial stone behind him. It's something that a close friend of mine taught me. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who betray their teammates are worse than scum, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded in understanding. So this test was designed to see if the people partaking in it were able to place their team over the rules. Not the best way he could do this test, but not the worst either. So what now? Sakura asked. Now, Team 7 starts missions tomorrow, Kakashi said as he gave the genin a thumbs up. Finally, we can get down to business, Naruto thought as he left Kakashi and his teammates and headed home. Chapter 5: A Mission on Waves. Disclaimer: I thought I owned Naruto for a bit, but it turns out it was just gas. Mission Assignment Room, Hokage Tower, Konoha. Team 7 had been around for a month under Kakashi's leadership, and in that time they had been working primarily on numerous D-ranked missions, all of which felt like community service rather than real ninja training. To both Naruto and Sasuke, it was a major waste of their skills. In Naruto's case no forget that, all of these missions didn't even require the use of his Zanpakuto. I knew when I came to Konoha I couldn't expect too much at the very beginning, but I still expecting something worth my time. Naruto groaned as Team 7 went to the cage tower, having just completed a mission to retrieve a lost cat. One that acted like it wanted to stay lost. This is the 10th time we've done this mission. If I had to do it one more time I'm. Settle down, Naruto, I know it's annoying but D-rank missions are a necessary part of the village's economy, Kakashi said, trying to cut off his student's anger before it led to something worse than talking. Sensei, I'm serious. This has been 10 times and we're not even the only ones who did this lousy mission. The daimyo's wife only comes by once a week, so this cat gets lost more than once a day. Clearly this woman doesn't give a crap about her cat, so why bother bringing it back? Unless she gets some kind of sick kick out of making us do this over and over again. While Sasuke and Sakura didn't want to condone his words, they had to admit they too had lost all patience for this mission long ago, and were seriously tempted to say the pay wasn't worth it anymore. Just bring it back, and next time we'll let another team handle the cat when it runs off, Kakashi advised. Or we can show the kind of teamwork and loyalty to our fellow ninja like you always say we should, and get rid of this cat so they don't have to suffer in our place, Naruto suggested. Not an option, Naruto, Kakashi said, now taking the cat himself to prevent any of his students from getting ideas. So your words about teamwork and helping others has loopholes to it. I'll keep that in mind from now on, sensei, Naruto said quietly, but he knew everyone heard him. He's going to be a hard one to teach, Kakashi thought. But testing his limits can be a good thing if nurtured the correct way. Upon returning the runaway cat, the daimyo's wife crushed it with a hug and paid the Hokage before she left. This wasn't the first time Team 7 had seen this, and while Naruto felt a little sorry for the annoying feline, he was tempted to tell the royal woman to go get her own pet next time. Once the daimyo's wife left the room, Naruto decided to voice his frustration. "Old man, this pile of crap that you call missions is not what I thought I was going to be doing when I graduated. Cat chasing, dog walking, weed pulling. If anything, this feels like doing chores. I understand that these aren't the most ideal missions, but they are essential to the village's financial survival." The Sandaime said, only to receive a frustrated sigh from Naruto and his teammates. "Is that like a scripted answer or something?" Kakashi-sensei said the exact same thing. "Can you at least tell us why ninja do these instead of civilians?" Naruto criticized. "Well, for starters, these missions are kept easy so you don't exhaust yourself doing them and training in the same day. You need income as much as you need training." Naruto slammed his hands on the desk. "Damn it, we're not talking about money here. I need something I actually give a crap about. Can't you give me a mission that might allow me to actually put some of my training to use?" The whiskered blonde was getting a little edgy over the fact that he hadn't been able to use what he had learned during his training in Las Noches outside of practice sessions with the rest of his team, and even then he couldn't use his full power. Otherwise he risked accidentally killing one of them. "Well, there is this one C-ranked mission that I have here. A bridge builder from Land of Waves needs a team to escort him back home so that he can finish a bridge," the Sandaime said, taking out a piece of paper from a folder to look over the details. "Sounds better than walking a dog or pulling out some old woman's weeds," Sasuke said. Like Naruto, he was almost at his wit's end with all the ridiculous missions. He was having more fun sparring with his teammates, and while he didn't want to admit it, he was getting a sort of challenge and trying to coax Naruto to show him more than the blonde was willing to show. So far he had yet to succeed, but Sasuke was nothing if not persistent. "Okay then, bring out the client," Sarutobi ordered as two chunin near the door of the room went to retrieve the bridge builder. The client was an old man holding onto a hollow gourd containing alcohol, and despite the time of day he was already drinking. "What is this? I pay ya guys to jibe me top protection and ya give me a cyclops, an emo-looking kid, and a girl who look like she wants people to look at her. Shouldn't ninja be, I dunno, not like this?" Naturally this earned him some ugly looks from Sasuke and Sakura, while getting a snicker from Naruto. "Got anything to say about me?" Naruto asked, curious about what this guy could come up with for him. "Nice outfit," the bridge builder said, giving Naruto a thumbs up. Naruto chuckled at this, which Sakura and Sasuke got even more steamed. "Mr. Tazuna, you only had enough money for a low-rank escort detail. Besides, you said bandits and highwaymen were the only people that might come after you on your way home, so I think that you are in good hands," Sarutobi explained while smiling at Tazuna, who just rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. The Sandaime's comments, and Tazuna's reaction to that comment, caused multiple alarms to ring out in Naruto's mind. Why would he expect top protection if he's only worried about a bunch of thugs? Unless he's got reason to believe a real threat is after him, or he's just got a demeaning personality to begin with, he wouldn't be picky about who's escorting him. If he's hiding something, then this might just make things interesting. Naruto thought to himself, choosing not to voice his suspicions. "Shall we go then, Mr. Tazuna?" Kakashi asked Tazuna, who gave the Junin a sigh before nodding. "Las noches, Hueco Mundo." "So, our little protege is about to have his first real taste of ninja work," Jin commented as he and Aizen watched the meeting via a holographic projector. "Yes, but the problem is the kind of first tastes these ninja have is so subpar," Aizen said, sounding disapproving. "Even new Shinigami at least are expected to encounter any kind or number of hollows on their first and field job. New ninja, usually the only threats they encounter are back sheer accident. Pity, he needs a real challenge if he's ever to be properly tested. We can't wait for an accident to present itself." Aizen smirked. "Oh Jin, what makes you think I'm waiting?" Jin looked to his fellow former Gote captain. "Oh Aizen, did I say that's what you were doing? Frankly, it would surprise me if you didn't have something in mind to make this experience more challenging." "Then I'm one step ahead of you Jin. I've already had a touch in this mission. Why do you think the Hokage wasn't more hesitant to give Naruto a mission? And do you really think it was just chance he happened to have a C-ranked mission on hand that would take Naruto out of the village for at least a week?" Jin silently chuckled. "Now that's the kind of thing I expect of you Aizen. This should be a good experience for Naruto. And for his team too, if they survive, that is." Main gates, Konohagakure. After being sent home to get some supplies, Kakashi told his students to get in preparation for a journey away from the village. The three genin reunited at the main gate of Konoha. Naruto had his Zanpakuto with him, even the Hokage wouldn't have been able to make him leave it behind this time. Everyone ready? Kakashi asked. His students nodded. Alright, take a diamond formation around Tazuna, I'll take the rear point. This way it will be hard for anything to get to him without having to go through us. Tazuna and his shinobi escort left the Konoha and headed out to the land of waves a few minutes later. Up ahead there was only forest and dirt road, a sight that held much familiarity to most of Team 7, though to Naruto it was completely alien. In Hawako Mundo, what few forests around contained giant wild hollows. For the majority of the walk Sasuke didn't say much. Sakura tried to get his attention, and Kakashi rolled his eyes at Sakura's advances while Tazuna drank the rest of his drink. Naruto, on the other hand, was thinking the Espada and his fracciones. I wonder how Django and Tararan are doing. It feels rather lonely without them or the other Espada. Sure, eventually I'll see them since I could easily call for them whenever I please, but there's no need for that just yet. I'd rather not call them just to keep me company. Aizen-sensei might not like that. Wait, is that a puddle on the road? Normally such a sight was nothing out of the ordinary, if it had rained recently. But it hadn't rained anywhere near Konoha for well over a month. Naruto smirked at this, one of his unique senses immediately telling him everything he needed to know about this puddle. I could tell the others, but then I'd have to explain how I know, and right now I want to keep that my secret. With that in mind, the young blonde walked past the puddle as casual as ever, only to turn around sharply and, with a kunai in his left hand, stab the puddle of water in the center. Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura looked at Naruto as if he was crazy until blood pooled out of puddle and two masked figures jumped out. Glad I wasn't the only one who noticed that, Kakashi thought to himself as he brought out a kunai. You little brat, how'd you find out? One of the ambushers, a guy wearing a sort of breathing mask, asked as he brought out his hand sporting a clawed glove, which was chained to the clawed glove of his mask-wearing counterpart. Next time you should transform into something more convincing than a puddle of water when it hasn't rained here in over a month. Naruto said as he put away his kunai and unsheathed his Zanpakuto. So the kitty has a sword. Let's see if you can actually use that thing. The other assailant said as he and his partner charged at Naruto with their claws ready to strike. Sasuke, Sakura, protect the bridge builder. Kakashi said, moving to give Naruto a hand. Sasuke was a little reluctant to do that but had decided, wisely, not to get on Kakashi's bad side while Sakura, on the other hand, had no problem staying out of the fight. Naruto blocked one of the attackers with his special weapon, while the other one tried to attack from behind, only to be cut off by Kakashi. Naruto spun around and kicked the assailant with a jump over Kakashi's head. When the victim was sent flying, Kakashi cut the chain connecting him to his partner. The chain would have limited the enemy's mobility, but surely breaking it would hurt their coordination. Naruto then returned to the one he had previously blocked, who used the severed chain and wrapped it around the blonde's ankle. Undaunted, Naruto kicked the man in the throat with his free foot and pressed him into the ground, knocking him out cold. With that one assailant unconscious, Naruto turned his attention to the other one, only to find that Kakashi had already tied him up to a tree. You know I could have taken them both, Naruto said, a little disappointed that Kakashi had stepped in during the battle. I know, but where's the fun in letting my students do all the fighting? The silver-haired Junin rhetorically asked, giving his pupil an eye smile. Anyways, why don't we find out who this guy is? Naruto said, looking at the bound masked man. These two are the demon brothers of Kiri, best known for using poisons and ambush attacks. The one you took out is Maizu, and the one we have here is Gozu. They were both ninja from Kurigakure but had defected a while back. Now they're just a couple of missing nins, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded in understanding, then looked to Gozu closely. So tell me, for what reason would a couple of missing nins like yourselves have to attack us? Don't say it was random. The fact you disguised yourself, however poorly, shows this was premeditated. You knew we were coming, and you felt we were worth the effect to ambush. So what's the deal? We were assigned to kill the old man so he couldn't finish his bridge, Gozu said, seeing no reason to resist. Naruto frowned at him upon hearing this revelation. You say you were assigned. Who assigned you? Gozu scoffed. You're gonna run into him sooner rather than later, you little punk, and when that happens, you and your team are as good as dead. He let out an evil chuckle, but Naruto just smirked. We'll see about that, the blonde Jinchuriki calmly said before he knocked Gozu out with a hit to the head. Tell us what this mission really is about, sir, Kakashi demanded of Tazuna, giving him a firm look. The genin gave dirty looks instead. The Hokage specifically said you were unlikely to attract any kind of trouble beyond the kinds of threats that any common traveler would chance upon. But here we have claims that you're being specifically targeted by someone willing to send out assassins. So tell us everything, or next time we'll let the assassins get you. Not willing to test if the Junin was bluffing or not, Tazuna let out a sigh. I guess there's no reason to keep hiding it from you anymore. A powerful businessman and criminal boss by the name of Gato has been oppressing both my village and country. Gato runs a shipping magnate which he also uses as a front for smuggling various kinds of contraband and has taken over the shipping lanes into my country, which is our only way of getting supplies in and out of our country. He took over all of them? Naruto asked, finding this suspicious. The old bridge builder nodded. Yes, but if I can complete my bridge it will open a different way of trading with different countries, and get us free from Gato's grip on our country since he can't take that over without drawing too much suspicion from the other nations. Gato knows this and he has been trying to keep me away from the land of waves by any means necessary. That's why I ended up in your village to begin with. I had to admit I wondered how you got to our village without an escort already planned to get home. Sakura thought out loud. I could only get enough money to pay for AC ranking mission, which is why I said that bandits and thieves were the only ones that might come after me. Tazuna continued. I know I tricked you but you have to understand that my village, and my country by extension, won't survive while Gato remains in power. I'm not asking you to stay with me. You can leave and end the mission right now if you wish. I know I'd be willing in your position. Kakashi, unsure of what to say, looked at him, then at his genin team. What do you guys think we should do? All three genin gave it some thought, and Naruto was the first one to answer. I had a feeling something was amiss this whole time, but I ignored it because I thought I might have been over-anxious. Well, I wanted action, and now I've got it. It also sounds like this guy and his country are in a real bind and I can't just stand around and let innocent people suffer. I'm in, Naruto said, getting a nod from Kakashi. Sure, it'll help me prove that I am an elite. Sasuke said, getting an approving nod from Sakura. Oh brother, Naruto thought to himself, rolling his eyes in annoyance. I guess it's settled then. We will protect you until the bridge is completed, Tazuna, since that seems to be the only true way to ensure you're protected from the man after you. Kakashi said, earning a smile from Tazuna. Thank you so much, Tazuna said as he kept walking with Team 7 to the land of waves. Zabuza's hideout. The demon brothers failed you, Zabuza Momochi. I am paying you top dollar for your services and this is what I get in return. Gato said before he was cut short by Zabuza, who pointed his executioner's blade at his employer's neck. Calm yourself, Gato. I sent those two as a test of the ninja the target would acquire. Since they failed, I have a better idea of what to expect when I deal with this matter. Personally, Zabuza said, smiling underneath his bandages. Chapter 6 Demon of the Mist. Not so much. Disclaimer, still applies, especially now that the manga's over. Naruhina forever. Somewhere in the land of waves. After a lot of trekking and a ride on a simple boat, Team 7 had reached the home country of their client, and were making their way closer to Tazuna's home village, staying on their guard for anyone that might come for them the whole time. Gozu had specifically mentioned that whoever he worked for would not let this one failure stop their attempt to kill the bridge builder, so at any time a second strike could be made. Kakashi was keeping cool throughout the trip, though he stayed on his toes, figuratively, the whole time as well. Sakura was hoping that she wasn't going to have to fight anyone, considering her skills weren't up to par with either Sasuke or her sensei. She refused to acknowledge Naruto as stronger than her though he could care less about her acknowledgement. Sasuke didn't care if he might be forced to fight since he was an elite, and, as such, he would be victorious against any opponent. Naruto, meanwhile, was actually hoping that he would get to fight a strong opponent. This was part of the reason why he became stronger in Las Noches. Other than protecting those precious to him, Naruto wanted to get stronger by fighting the strongest. Hey, maybe a bit of Noitra sensei had rubbed off on me, bet Harabel sensei wouldn't like that. But still, I'm pretty frustrated by the lack of action in those chores everyone has the nerve to call missions. I've been very patient with this, but I'm dying to fight someone I can actually let loose on. All of a sudden there was a soft noise in a cluster of nearby bushes, taking Naruto out of his thoughts. With the desire for action at the front of his mind, he then leapt at the bush while unsheathing his Zanpakuto, pointing the tip at the source of the disturbance. To his surprise it turned out to be nothing more than a white rabbit, which trembled as Naruto held his Zanpakuto at it. Whoops, the young blonde sheepishly said to himself, putting his blade back into its sheath, then picking up the little rabbit, petting it to comfort it. What is it, Naruto? Kakashi asked, unable to see through the foliage. Naruto calmly emerged from the bushes with the rabbit in hand. False alarm everyone, it was just this little guy here. Getting spooked by a little rabbit, loser. Sasuke asked mockingly, but the smirk that he had vanished when he saw that Naruto was giving him an angry scowl. Not as spooked as you'll be if I dropped you in Hueco Mundo for 5 minutes. Let's see you deal with the rabbits there, Naruto declared. To be accurate, Hueco Mundo didn't really have rabbits. But there was this one time Naruto was training and allowed to use feral hollows as targets, and this one hollow appeared that was rather weird. It was the size of a person covering in black fur, and with a mask that greatly resembled a rabbit face, but it also looked like it had melted a little bit. It might have been harmless to normal people, but he killed it easily, although he never forgot that image. In time he came to jokingly refer to it as Frank. What's Hueco Mundo? Sakura asking, not recognizing the name. Naruto, don't you think there's something weird about this rabbit? Kakashi asked, cutting the boy off from answering the pinkett. With a raised eyebrow Naruto looked back down at the rabbit, and soon understood what Kakashi was talking about. This rabbit's coat is white. It's midsummer so it should be brown or gray. Someone's been keeping this rabbit indoors like a pet, and we're not near anyone's house. Before Kakashi could say another word, a huge sword appeared from out of nowhere, flying towards the group like a shuriken. Everyone ducked except for Naruto who, using his quick reflexes, managed to draw out his Zanpakuto. He spun underneath the spinning blade and thrust his own into a hole in the sword as it passed above him, causing the blade to spin around his Zanpakuto until it settled down towards the guard. Naruto pulled his Zanpakuto out of the hole of the huge blade. Upon closer inspection it was a very large sword shaped much like an oversized butcher's knife. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect someone to maneuver that fast. A husky grim voice said from the shadows. Everyone looked up in the trees, and saw a bare-chested man about Kakashi's age wearing dull blue pants, a black strap on his torso, white wrap around his mouth, white and brown cloth covers on his forearms and calves, and a hitai-8 with the metal plate on the side of his head making it hard to see the symbol. This is quite a large blade you have here. Are you compensating for something? Naruto asked. The newcomer narrowed his eyebrowless eyes at him. You better watch your mouth, kid, or I'll show you how to really wield a blade. Rather than look scared as expected, the young Konoha genin simply grinned. Now that is something I'd like to see. He then tossed the large sword back to its rightful owner, who caught it but looked like he couldn't believe he had just been given it back. Naruto, are you crazy? Kakashi all but screamed in shock. This is Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He has been called the demon of the mist due to his brutality and bloodlust. Giving him his sword back would be like, I don't even have an analogy for this. Naruto just continued to grin. Don't worry about me, sensei. This guy lost this fight the moment I became his opponent. With that he unsheathed his Zanpakuto and entered into his fighting stance. Don't push your luck with me, kid. However good you think you are with that toothpick, I'm the one who has real experience in Kenjutsu. Zabuza said as he took his stance as well. Then how about you show me instead of talking me to death? Naruto said as he jumped towards Zabuza. Gladly. Zabuza replied, jumping towards Naruto too. Naruto brought up his blade and met Zabuza's sword head-on. The two clashed in the air with sword meeting sword. Naruto then proceeded to push back the Kubikiribocho before he made a vertical swing. Zabuza parried the strike before he spun around and swung horizontally at Naruto, who simply ducked and landed a kick to Zabuza's chest, which sent him flying. Zabuza managed to rebound off a tree and recompose himself, but not before Naruto was already closing the gap between them. Zabuza was barely able to bring up his sword in time to block Naruto's attack. I have to admit, I was expecting more from one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Naruto said in a rather insulting tone, putting Zabuza down even more with the fact that he was only fighting with one hand on the blade while the other hand was still in his pocket. Don't get overconfident so quickly. Zabuza said as he kept both hands on his sword. Naruto raised an eyebrow before he saw someone running past them both heading right for Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna. It was Zabuza. If he's there, then I'm fighting a clone. Or that's the clone and this is the real one. Better see how this one takes a hit. Naruto immediately used his free hand to strike around the sword and, in one swift and fluid motion, punched Zabuza's head in with enough force to make his face become concave. Shortly after impact, Zabuza melted into a puddle of water. Water clone, so that other one was the real one. Naruto told himself. Meanwhile, the real Zabuza brought up his sword to try to slash through Kakashi, who had uncovered his Sharingan, to get to Tazuna. But as he was about to bring down his sword, Naruto grabbed Zabuza by his strap from behind. You should have made sure I was taken care of before you focused on someone else, baka. Naruto said, flinging the swordsman back to the spot where he had been fighting Zabuza's clone. Very well, I was getting sick of you anyway. Zabuza said as he began forming multiple hand signs. He's got something big up his sleeve. Luckily I got something up my sleeve for him too. Naruto thought as he placed both hands on his Zanpakuto. Water style, great waterfall technique. Zabuza yelled as a huge wall of water surged from a nearby lake to gather around him then barreled towards Naruto like a flash flood. Move, Naruto. Kakashi yelled as he got the others out of the way. Naruto just stood there however, as some powerful energy was building up in Naruto's blade, which took the form of a orange-colored wave resembling a crescent moon. Getsu ga Tensho. Naruto yelled as he swung his sword and sent the massive wave of Reiatsu flying. The attack cut right through the wall of water as if it wasn't even there. Tazuna and the rest of Team 7 just looked on in shock as the attack then pushed right through Zabuza and sent him flying. He eventually smacked right into a tree back first. Zabuza then looked up and saw Naruto walking slowly towards him. Zabuza stood up, but was immediately pinned the tree by 3 kunais, before he could do anything else. Kakashi then appeared on a tree branch above him. Nicely done, Naruto, Kakashi said, flashing his usual eye smile. Thanks, that's the same attack I used for my jutsu test back at the academy. Naruto admitted, when he did the attack at the academy it was, intentionally, much weaker than the one he just used right now, and even then he was still using only a tiny fraction of the full power of that attack. If he had used it at full power, Zabuza would be in pieces now. Impressive. Anyways, I think it's time to finish him, Kakashi said as he pulled out a kunai. Agreed, Naruto said, flexing his grip on his Zanpakuto. I am not gonna be put down by some little punk. You can key, Zabuza started, only to be cut off by 3 small needle-like projectiles hitting him in the side of the neck. What the? Naruto asked before a masked Kurigakure hunter nin appeared next to the collapsed Zabuza. Thank you. If it had not been for your intervention and strength I don't think I would have taken Zabuza down. The hunter ninja said as he looked down at Zabuza. Yes, he's dead. No prob, always happy to help someone with a problem, Naruto said, sheathing his Zanpakuto now that the fight was over. At the same time Kakashi covered his Sharingan, and thanks to having barely used it he only felt a little winded in terms of chakra loss. Like he had done a normal workout. Now then I will take him away and dispose of his remains, the hunter ninja said while picking Zabuza up off the ground, hefting a little from the limp weight. Don't you think you should take care of that now? I mean that is how you guys do things in your department, right? Naruto asked, getting a little suspicious. You're quite clever. The problem with that is that we hunter nins also dispose of the body where no one can see us doing so. Best way to ensure you don't learn anything via observation rather than examination. We'll definitely meet again, though, the hunter ninja said before taking off with Zabuza. That was an accomplice of Zabuza's. This fight isn't over yet. Why else would they say we'll meet again for sure? Naruto said, getting an agreeing nod from Kakashi. You're right, but for now let us get Tazuna to his home so that he can do his job and we can do ours, Kakashi said before he walked back to Sakura and the others with Naruto next to him. This mission just keeps getting better and better, Naruto thought to himself, smiling with sheer excitement. As they walked Sasuke and Sakura came up beside their teammate. If they weren't walking they would have stood in front of him instead. Where did you learn how to fight like that? Sasuke pressed. In Hueco Mundo, my home away from Konoha, the blonde answered. And where is this place? I don't remember ever reading about it, Sakura asked. Not all knowledge is gained from books, Sakura. Where is this place? Why were you taken there? What kind of power were you given that can make you this strong? Sasuke continued, wanting a direct answer. And why did you say in this place even the rabbits were dangerous? Sakura added. Because they are, Naruto answered, still as simply as ever. Will you just give us a straight answer? Sakura yelled. Naruto cleaned out his ear. I have been giving you straight answers. You just don't need to know all the details. And what makes you think that? Sasuke demanded, not liking how Naruto was being secretive. Because you don't. At that both the emo Avenger and short-tempered Pinkett grabbed their blonde teammate and forced him to stop. Damn it, you baka. You went on about how we're teammates and yet you refused to tell us anything about yourself. Stop keeping secrets from us and tell us what we want to know. Sakura shouted. I could put a stop to this, but I know Naruto is more than capable of doing that as well. Let's see what he does before these two push their luck with him more than they just did. Kakashi thought as he witnessed this. Naruto responded first by batting away both hands simultaneously with both arms, and looking at his teammates with a glare that promised pain if they decided to try that again. Are you too stupid or something? You say I've been keeping secrets. You just haven't bothered trying to get to know me. Ever since this team formed I've tried to get to know you too, and all you ever do is brush me aside. Every time. That hit a nerve with the other two genin, and they knew he was exactly right. For the first couple of days Naruto had tried to make small talk and asked questions so they could know about each other beyond the simple introductions they originally had. But Sasuke had kept his lips sealed as if conversing was boring and Sakura told him to buzz off, as if somehow him trying to be polite was offending her. Are you two allowed to keep things to yourself but I'm not? You're allowed to ignore me but I'm not allowed to ignore you. Naruto asked, his glare still piercing into them. I've tried to be a teammate, but you two have not. I've tried to make this unit have some common ground, but you both prefer to widen the gap. I'm not your teammate, to you I'm just someone to put up with, someone who gets assigned the same jobs. So don't go thinking I owe you any explanations. You get what I feel like sharing, and maybe if you ever prove me wrong then I might be willing to give you more. Until then, you get as much from me as I get from you. With that he walked right past them both and went on ahead of even Kakashi, not trying to get away, just keep walking. The Junin of the group looked to his other two students. Well, don't just stand there. We've got to get Tazuna home. Yeah, I don't want to be attacked a third time, Tazuna commented. The group resumed their march to their destination, with Sasuke and Sakura keeping some distance from the whiskered blonde. Sasuke-kun, Sakura asked quietly. She got no response, but she saw Sasuke was listening. We haven't done anything wrong, right? I mean, he's just overreacting, isn't he? If you really believe that, then why do you need to hear me confirm it? The Uchiha asked back. Sakura looked ahead at the back of her teammate. He's got to be overreacting. I mean, so what if we've been indifferent to him? He just waltzed in one day out of nowhere and started acting like he's better than Sasuke-kun. And he flat out attacked me in class when I was just defending Sasuke-kun. Why would we want to be friendly to him? Yet despite all this attempt at self-reassurance, a nagging thought kept creeping into her mind. What if he's not overreacting? What if he's not trying to be rude but is just reacting to our own attitude to him? Sasuke at the time was also looking at the situation through a mental filter. He's hiding something. He got power and he's trying to keep it to himself. That sword he's so fond of must be part of it. If I can figure out how he uses it, then take it for myself, and any other power he's hiding, then Itachi would be history. Sasuke barely smirked to himself, but it was there. Chapter 7 Back up from Las Noches. Disclaimer, you should know it by now. Land of Waves. Naruto and his team had finally made it safely to Tazuna's village, with their client in tow. And, to be blunt about it, the town was in dire straits, practically nothing but slums. There were children on the streets, some too impoverished to even beg, prices on all kinds of goods were sky high, and homes were being foreclosed. Spiderwebs and trash were all over the place as if the scenery needed to emphasize how impoverished it was. All that was missing was a banner saying, "Welcome to Wave Country, we're poor as hell." Naruto found his anger rising with each glance at the place. All this because of some tycoon, taking money out of poor people's hands just because he says he doesn't already have enough. This Gato guy is going to die a slow and very painful death, I'll make sure of that. Naruto, you're brooding, Kakashi told his student, who was showing more anger than he probably intended. Am I supposed to smile? Naruto asked, silencing the silver-haired Junin. Eventually the group arrived at Tazuna's home. Tsunami dear, I'm home. Tazuna called out when he opened the door. A dark-haired woman in a pink blouse and blue dress came out from another room. I'm so glad you're safe, Otu-san, she said before hugging her father. Looking over his shoulder she saw the Konoha ninja. Oh, hello, are you the ones who protected him? Thank you for that. No problem. If it's not too much trouble, will you be able to provide a room for us while he complete the mission? Kakashi asked. I believe so, though it's just one room. All four of you will have to share. Tsunami answered. That's okay, we had to sleep in close proximity on the way here. Doing it indoors will be no different. The Junin reassured her. After they had settled into their provided room, Kakashi wanted to have a discussion with his students. What's up, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked as he sat down with the rest of his squad. As you all know, Zabuza is down, but he is certainly not out. I suspect even now that he is gathering up his strength to come and attempt to kill Tazuna again, but it's likely he won't be able to do that tomorrow. While we have the chance to prepare for that, you all will need to get some training done. We'll rest for today, but tomorrow I will teach you some new techniques. I will also send word to Konoha to provide us some backup. Kakashi said, getting up to summon Pakun in private. However, Naruto spoke up. Actually, we don't have to wait for backup. I can get us some help right now if you want. Who? Kakashi asked. As team leader, he was naturally and professionally intrigued by this revelation his student had secret assistant. My fracciones, they're basically my personal followers that are nearly as powerful as I am. I can bring them here though a portal that works as a shortcut to Hueco Mundo. You have followers? Sasuke asked, disbelieving. And you don't? Naruto asked back, eyes shifting to Sakura to prove his point. Mine at least can do more than compliment me though. I can do plenty. Sakura insisted, a little offended. Naruto shrugged. You must have done it when I wasn't looking. Enough you three. Naruto, have your fracciones come here tomorrow. Kakashi said, suddenly liking their odds in their upcoming battle with Zabuza. At evening Tsunami called them all in for dinner and had 4 plates set out for the shinobi, but when they sat down they noticed something. "Tsunami-san, who's the extra plate for?" Sakura asked. "Oh, my son Inari is out by the sea. He'll be back soon," the mother answered. As they ate, Sasuke eyed Naruto's Zanpakuto, lusting for it after seeing the destruction it could do. Naruto said that sword would never listen to anyone's will but his own and that it would reject any other wielder, using very violent means to do so. How dumb does he think we are? It's a sword, a slab of sharpened metal, it has no will of its own and therefore can't care who holds it. I will have it in my hands once he's not looking. Sasuke, whatever ideas are going through your head about my sword, I recommend you stop. Naruto spoke up, surprising the Uchiha that his gaze was noticed. And why is that? Sasuke asked, a subtle tone of challenge in his question. At this point, Inari came into the room and was surprised to see 4 strangers in his house with his mother and grandfather. Who are you? He asked. Inari, these people are ninja from Konoha. They protected your grandfather as he came back home and have decided to guard him while he finishes the bridge so we can be free of Gato. Tsunami explained, smiling at her son. Unlike her initial reaction, Inari frowned. Faye, they're just more fools coming to meet their deaths. Gato is too powerful to be stopped at this point. He then went up to his room, ignoring dinner entirely. What's his problem? You'd think he'd be happy we're helping. Naruto asked. Several years ago, a man named Kaiza saved Inari from drowning. After that day he basically became the boy's father. One day not too long ago, Kaiza stood up to Gato, and ended up losing his life because of it by being publicly executed. Since then Inari has been somewhat downtrodden. Tazuna said, the sadness of the memory clearly showing on his face. A similar look was on Tsunami's too. That's really sad, Sakura said as she felt sorry for the kid. Sasuke, on the other hand, paid no mind to this. Big deal, I lost a real father. Kid's got nothing to bitch about. He'll change his mind when we're done here, Naruto said as he set down his bowl and got ready for bed. Next morning, Wave Country. Team 7 went to a secluded place within the forest outside Tazuna's house to begin their training. Before we began, Naruto, can you contact this backup of yours? Kakashi asked. No problem, the whiskered blonde said, excited to see his freshen again while Sasuke and Sakura were expected this to be all hype and no substance. Naruto walked away from the others and waved his hand against the air, looking almost like he was tapping on nothing. To everyone's surprise, a black line went across the air a meter wide, then got thicker and darker, looking like a mouth with uneven teeth opening until a giant portal was right there in front of everyone and large enough for multiple people to walk through. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were, not surprisingly, a little freaked out by the sight of a portal opening up out of nowhere. What the heck is this? Sakura asked. Tararan, Django, come on out, Naruto yelled as he looked into the blackness of the portal, ignoring his teammate's question. Naruto-sama, Tararan yelled from the portal as she lunged out and tackled Naruto. Good to see you too, Tararan, Naruto said, giving a small smile to her once he got out of the Arrancar life-squeezing embrace. She was waiting for the time when you would call for us, Django said as he walked calmly out of the portal. Glad to see you missed me, Django, Naruto said after he got up off the ground, closing the portal behind him. How? What? This is impossible, Sakura muttered, unable to comprehend this. Everyone, these are my fracciones, Tararan and Django, Naruto introduced, and both fracciones bowed politely to Team 7. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I am Kakashi Hatake, leader of Team 7. These are the other members of the squad, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, last of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said with a smug look on his face as he proclaimed his title. Is that supposed to mean something? Tararan asked innocently. It means that I represent the most powerful clan of ninja there is. You should be more respectful to your betters, Sasuke said as he tried to make himself appear as a big shot. Naturally, as both Arrancar were high level, it didn't work. I haven't seen your skills so you will receive no respect from me. If you want to impress me, make me sweat in battle, Django said in his usual calm tone. Is that a challenge? Sasuke asked as he got in Django's skull mask face. Is this what you've dealing with since you returned, Naruto-sama? I already want to kill this little insect after a minute of being close to him, Django requested. He earned a smirk from Naruto and Tararan when they noticed that Sasuke's anger visibly grew. Shut up, Sasuke yelled, then tried to punch Django in the face, but was caught just a few inches from his target. That is very unwise of you. Let me go ahead and make sure you don't use this hand again, Django said as he began to unsheath his Zanpakuto out with his free hand. Let him go, Django, Though I hate him just as much as you do, he is still on my team and I need him to be back in Konoha. Alive. And with all his limbs intact. His ego on the other hand can be torn to shreds though. Naruto said. Django took a deep breath. If you say so, Naruto-sama. He then released Sasuke and sheathed his Zanpakuto before standing beside Naruto. Why are you two calling him, Sama? You're both older than him and he's nobody. Sakura complained, a bit unnerved by the Arrancar's aggressive approach to Sasuke. Because we like him and respect him. Tararan answered. You respect this baka but not. Sakura asked, but was silenced by something that felt like the physical presence of anger pressing down on her. Yet it felt cold, like someone was stepping on her grave. We do not have to justify our allegiances to you. Just remember girl, at Naruto-sama's command we would rip out your heart. If you're smart, you won't give him reason to order it. The male Arrancar warned, scaring the Pinkett and even the Uchiha. Thanks Django, I think you made your point now. Naruto said, and he released his spiritual pressure. What was that? Killing intent? Sakura asked. Sort of, only a lot more effective. Naruto answered, deliberately vague. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are fracciones? And why are you wearing a mask made of bone, sir? Kakashi inquired. We're Naruto-sama's personal support. His subordinates and bodyguard. Tararan answered. And I could ask why you're wearing a mask too. Django added. Alright then, Kakashi replied, choosing not to draw more attention to his facial covering. He kind of liked hyping up curiosity over it. Now that the introductions have been made, listen very closely you two. Naruto said to his fracciones. I called you two here because we are dealing with a powerful foe named Zabuza Momochi. The man also has a mysterious accomplice who is aiding him and whose full abilities and identity are currently unknown. Your job is to protect the bridge builder Tazuna when we cannot. Understood? Yes, sir. Both of the Arrancars replied as they bowed to their master. They really respect him, Sakura noted with awe. Kakashi-sensei, you should train Sasuke and Sakura. I'd like to spar with my fracciones, if you don't mind. Naruto said. Makes sense, Kakashi said with a nod. Since you know them and their skills, this would be good to ensure the time away hasn't thrown you off. I'll show you what I'm about to teach these two when you're done. Follow me Sasuke and Sakura. With that the residents of Las Noches left to get some privacy and space from the others, leading them to the other side of the forest. Alright you two, time to make sure my skills don't get rusty. With no one in Konoha as good as you I've been feeling a bit declawed, Naruto said before he got into a fighting stance. Oh, we certainly can't have that. Tararan said in a teasing tone. Unless you were Grimmjow, Django added while popping his neck. Hokage office, Konoha. Hiruzen, said an old voice while two old people walked into the room. The third Hokage was sitting down with a bento at hand, and sighed. What is it Homura and Kaharu? I'm on my lunch break. We'd like to talk about Naruto Uzumaki. Kaharu started. Sarutobi frowned. If the next words out of your mouths are anything but, we have no problems with him, your homes will be filled with monkey feces and I'll pay Ninja D rank pay to not clean it up. It is not we have a problem with him. We are concerned by the lack of information about him. We understood you knew little when he first reappeared, but by now surely you know something. Please tell us. Homura replied, hoping the monkey summoner wouldn't go that far. Sarutobi was silent for a moment then looked his old teammates in the eyes. Let me get this straight, you came in here during my lunch break to tell me you believe I have information you do not, act as if it's your right and duty to have such information, and you expect me to give it to you simply because you asked me to. We are not the only ones asking. The clan heads would like to know. The civilians would too if we were not keeping them ignorant of the boy's return. Kaharu commented, referencing the fact that in 7 years' time the civilians had forgotten how to recognize the Jinchuriki and thus paid him no mind. Though Sarutobi knew it was only a matter of time until they learned, and he knew the reaction would be bad. Not for Naruto, but for them. And yet they don't come to me themselves asking for anything on the subject. Sarutobi countered, referring to the clan heads. Another thing, wouldn't it be wise to let the general public know about the boy? Homura offered. The boy is potentially dangerous with so much unknown about him. And how will them knowing make the situation less dangerous? Sarutobi tested. They would be able to prepare against him sooner if he got out of control. Sarutobi frowned and looked ready to hit something. You mean you want to go back to the village blatantly disrespecting the fort's wishes for the boy all because you're afraid of him? It was no question. We do not wish the boy to become arrogant. Look at Sasuke Uchiha, he's gotten an ego over the years but we know what he can do should he ever pose a threat. With Naruto Uzumaki, there's just a blank. We do not know his opinion of the leaf, himself, or what he can do should he decide we're expendable. Kaharu admitted. The boy was gone for years and willingly came back. That should tell you his opinion of the leaf. The fact he volunteered to be on a genin team should tell you he is not egotistical and wants to make friends. As for potentially betraying Konoha, why would wanting people to hate him in public make him love Konoha more? Sarutobi asked. The two former teammates of the Hokage took this in. What if his parentage was revealed too? So now you believe it's a good idea? Sarutobi asked, remembering their insistence that it be hidden when he was just born. What about your claims of, it will make Iwa and Kumo come after him and attack us? It's been 12 years, we've had time to rebuild our forces and defenses so we're not as vulnerable as we were after the attack. Besides, are you saying you don't intend to reveal his heritage at any time? Kaharu asked back. Damn, this time she turned the upper hand around. Sarutobi mentally groaned. If I deny their claims, I'm basically saying I'm trying to hurt Naruto. He sighed after a moment. Why don't we save this for when he returns? Shouldn't the boy hear about his heritage before complete strangers do? Or decide if he wants them to know? As it is at heart his secret to keep or tell. The elders nodded. That sounds more than fair. Well then, go back to your lunch Hiruzen. Sorry to have disrupted you. They said before leaving. Zabuza's hideout. Zabuza was lying on his bed, bandaged up from his fight with Naruto, replaying the fight over and over in his head. The attack the kid used to counter my jutsu was incredible, it practically tore through it and even managed to injure me. He thought with a bit of a mental cringe. I've never seen kenjutsu like that, but I suspect from the force of the swing he wasn't using the full power of that attack, just enough to counter my attack and then some. As impressive he may be, he still needs to be taken out since he is in my way. I'm back Zabuza-sama. Hiku called out as she entered the room, wearing her hunter nin mask. I managed to find some medicine that will help you heal more easily. She took out a container of medicine and gave him a pill. This medicine better get me on my feet quick Hiku. We need to make sure we take of the bridge builder so we can get paid. Zabuza said before he swallowed the pill and took a sip of water. We will. For now though, you need to rest and gather your strength. I'll do what I can to make the recovery go well and get information on the competition. Hiku said before she left the room to let her master rest. A rematch with the kid will be enough for me. Hiku will hopefully even the odds. Zabuza thought out loud to himself as he went back to sleep, readying himself for tomorrow. Chapter 8 The Battle on the Bridge. Disclaimer, Brown Phantom, do I really have to say it? Does anyone anymore? Rocker 1600, yes, you do. If you don't, I'll send my army of flying zombie monkeys after you. And they all suffer from constant diarrhea. Brown Phantom, damn you. Alright, I don't own Naruto or Bleach, and never will. But I do currently own this fanfic. Tezuna's House, Land of Waves. Team 7 had been at Tezuna's house for several days, getting in training and scoping out the area for ideas on what they could use to their advantage. Kakashi was completely certain that when Zabuza returned, the two places he was most likely to do so were Tezuna's house or at the bridge itself, the only two places he can guarantee the old man would be at on any given day. And the odds were the bridge would be the location selected for the surrounding water would best work to the rogue Kirinin's advantage. Unfortunately, trying to counter that with something that the Konoha nin could use to their advantage was proving difficult. They had mentioned hiding extra weapons or tools there ahead of time to surprise Zabuza with, but considering they didn't know who was working for Zabuza or by similar virtue who was willing to sell Tezuna out to Gato by this point, any prep work on the bridge was likely to lose the element of surprise. In the end, it was decided that the majority of the fighting would be handled by Kakashi, Naruto, and the two Fracciones while Sasuke and Sakura focused their attention to anyone or anything Zabuza might use to sneak past them. After a week of practice and attempts to get the genin better coordinated, which was a battle in and of itself, all they could do was hope luck was on their side. As Kakashi put it, luck won as many battles as skill did. On the morning of their 7th day in Wave, Naruto woke up and stretched. I hope this fight goes well and is more exciting than last time, it's been pretty boring for the past few days. I mean, the most interesting thing to happen so far was seeing that girl looking for herbs for her father. I don't know who she was trying to kid, but she definitely works for Zabuza. Her reishi was far too much to be an ordinary girl. And I don't care what she said, that reishi was too feminine for them to be a boy. As he propped himself up, the first thing he saw was his still sleeping Fracciones, since the three of them didn't sleep in the same room as the rest of Team 7. Django was sitting Indian style with his arms crossed and his back against the wall while he slept. Tararan meanwhile was leaning against Django's shoulder in a rather content style. Naruto smiled at his Fracciones' apparent closeness. Glad to see they're still the same. The two of them have always been very close even before they became Arrancar. They're probably the closest thing to siblings anyone in Hueco Mundo had ever seen, heck they probably are siblings for all anyone knows. Stark-sama and Lilinet would come close but, given the reason for their bond, it doesn't count. Naruto silently crept by the Arankars and tiptoed his way out of the room so as to not to wake them. They had also been left exhausted from the many training sessions with Naruto over the week, but they didn't complain. It was fun for them too. Naruto made his way downstairs and found Tsunami washing dishes in the kitchen. Tezuna's daughter heard Naruto coming down the stairs and smiled at him when he appeared at the entrance. "Well, there's the sleeping warrior. I was wondering when you were gonna wake up," Tsunami said as she set down the dish before she grabbed another dirty one to rinse. "Good morning, Tsunami-san. Where's my team and sensei?" Naruto asked as Tsunami set a plate of breakfast out on the table for him. "They left with my father to guard him while he works on the bridge. Your sensei thought it best for you and your friends to rest up," Tsunami said as Naruto ate his breakfast. Around the time Naruto was finishing was when Inari walked in, his eyes still full of anguish and anger. He had held that look all week but he never lashed out. He came close one time, but being around Django and Tararan scared him so he kept his mouth shut. He glanced at Naruto and was about to walk away with his mouth still shut when Naruto spoke to him. "Don't you ever get tired of being angry, boy?" Inari didn't respond, but he turned around, giving an expression that seemed halfway between bothered and caught off guard. "For as long as we've been here your aura has been flooded with anger, restrained but not repressed. So much anger in you, and some of it at yourself too. Thanks to your grandfather sharing some details I can understand why, but if you think doing this will help you in some way then trust me it won't. Anger and resentment just mask a hollow feeling that will eventually be literal." Inari was naturally confused by this since Naruto was referencing the creation of hollows. Most hollows came from the resentful souls of the dead who simply could not get over an injustice of some sort they experienced in their life, and it didn't matter at all if the resentment was justified or not. Being able to justify your bitterness never saved a soul from turning into a hollow. Inari glared. "You're saying I'm not supposed to be angry at Gato for what he did to us? I'm saying you shouldn't be intentionally keeping yourself in a bad mood. Your father was a good man who was willing to die in order to stand up for what he believed in. You should be following in his footsteps and making his sacrifice mean something instead of sulking about how much you miss him." "Sacrifice? What sacrifice? My father was killed by a man who made him helpless and he wasn't able to do anything about it. No one in this lousy town was or even tried. You want me to follow in his footsteps? Look where they led him to. I will not make a stupid mistake like that." Hearing this, Naruto simply shook his head. He realized that the boy was going to need a rude wake-up call, so to speak, if his message to him was to reach him. "You're afraid of dying. I get that, that's a completely natural feeling and you shouldn't feel bad for wanting to stay alive as long as you can. But let me ask you something, Inari. Do you think that Gato will just go away if you just give up like this? Do you think that feeling sorry for yourself and crying like a little baby will make him and his thugs leave?" The younger boy gave no answer, but he still looked upset. Tsunami meanwhile paid close attention to this conversation while still washing the dishes, doing a good job of looking like she was just minding her own business. "Then if you want things to improve, do something about it. Gato's not going to leave until there's nothing left to take, and even then when he does leave he's going to put someone on his payroll here in his place to take anything new that comes up in his absence. Your father may not have succeeded, but he had the right idea of what needs to be done," Naruto said with a very intense look in his eye and a calm and serious tone in his voice. Inari looked at him, looking more like he wanted to cry than argue. "What do you know? You never lost your father." "That's where you're wrong. I lost my father before I could even know him," Naruto said. "In fact, both of my parents died the day I was born. I never knew them, while you at least can remember your father and still have your mother. And yet you're acting like you've lost everything. You've given up before you've even started." Inari was wide-eyed at this. Tsunami kept up her act, but she was just as surprised to hear this. "Understand this, Inari. Gato is indeed a dangerous man, but only because people like you let him walk all over you. He'll only go away when you and the others are willing to stand up to him and refuse to let him push you around. Just as your father did, and just as your grandfather is trying to do, you need to stand up for yourself. If Gato pushes you down, you have to get up and push back. You may be knocked down again, you may even be killed, but one thing is clear. You have to try, otherwise your dad will have died for nothing. Think about that before you go skulking around," Naruto added. The blonde genin then got up and went back upstairs after finishing his little lecture, leaving Inari to reflect on what he just said. When Naruto got to the guest room he opened the door quietly so as to not startle his fracciones. However, he made a mistake when he shut the door too quickly, causing the two Arankars to wake up from their slumber. Django woke first, with Tararan doing the same a second later, and they looked right at each other before both jumped back in embarrassment, much to Naruto's amusement. Tararan blushed heavily while Django stood up straight and coughed a few times. "Good morning, Naruto-sama," Django said while he tried to regain his composure. "Good morning to you both," Naruto said, having decided to not embarrass his fracciones any more than he had. "What is the mission today, Naruto-sama?" Tararan asked as she smiled promptly at her master. "I guess we have to go to the bridge now and protect the bridge builder." "Until he-ha," Naruto said before he was interrupted by the sound of a crash of some sort coming from downstairs. Naruto held up his hand to keep his fracciones still before whispering to them to wait for his order. Naruto then tiptoed downstairs to see what was happening. He found Tsunami being held hostage by two bandits while Inari was standing across from them. "Why are you here?" Inari asked as one of the thugs, one of his eyes covered by an eye patch, held his mother hostage while the other thug, who had white hair, stood in Inari's way. "Our boss wants us to kidnap you and your mommy so we have a bargaining chip in case that Zabuza guy fails to take out the bridge builder," the eye patch thug said, then flashed a psychotic grin. Inari was terrified. He knew he had no chance of winning and, in any other situation, would have considered surrendering. But something happened. Maybe it was Naruto's words which were still fresh in his mind, maybe it the fact that surrendering would have meant that he basically gave up his mother to Gato made him too angry for his fear to take hold, or maybe it was just a rash decision that was made on instinct in the sudden heat of the moment. But, whatever was the case, Inari did something he never imagined himself doing. He held his ground. "No, I won't let you take her," Inari said as he charged at the man, only to be swatted away by the other thug. "Play the hero and expect to get killed, kid," the white-haired thug said as he brought up his sword, ready to kill Inari. Inari closed his eyes and waited for the coming blow to end him before he suddenly heard the sound of a painful grunt and the collapse of a body to the floor. Inari opened his eyes and saw Naruto standing in front of him, his sword unsheathed, and the white-haired thug on the floor dead, a stab wound located right where the thug's heart used to be. "So you finally decided to stand up and fight, huh?" Naruto asked as he flashed a reassuring smile at Inari who, not surprisingly, was shocked at seeing the scene before him. "You little gaki," the eyepatch thug yelled before he tossed Tsunami to the floor and charged at Naruto. Before he could even 3 steps towards Naruto, however, he stopped dead in his tracks with a pained expression on his face. Before anyone other than Naruto could react, a black-colored blade suddenly pierced through the lowlife's chest. Once the sword was retracted from the thug's chest, he collapsed to the ground, dead with a diagonal slash across his back to go with the stab wound. Django and Tararan, who were obviously the ones who took him down, stood behind the thug's corpse as they sheathed their zanpakutos. "No other threat is in the vicinity of the house," Django said in his calm and calculating manner. Naruto went to check on Tsunami, only responding to Django's statement once he confirmed that she was unharmed. "Very well then, Django, you and Tararan are to stay here and keep it that way just in case you're mistaken." "But Naruto-sama, the plan was for us to be at the bridge." Tararan objected. "We didn't consider the possibility that Gato would send people for both locations at the same time. That changes things. I'll go ahead to the bridge as a scout since my arrival won't alert the enemy too much too soon. I'll send a signal to you if you're needed and, if that happens, Django will your Sonito and rush to the bridge right away while Tararan stays here to guard the house. Do I make myself clear?" Naruto said, to which both Arrancar nodded in response. "Please be careful out there, Naruto," Inari said as he stood next to his mother. "You don't need to worry, Inari. You'll see me again," Naruto said before giving him a thumbs up. The shinobi then proceeded to the bridge's construction site. As Naruto flash stepped towards the bridge, he felt something he hadn't felt since he left Las Noches: excitement. Naruto felt the adrenaline pumping through him, and he loved it. "I can't wait to get in on this fight. I finally have a chance to display some of my skills in a true fight. Even my Zanpakuto is itching for a fight. Time to put my training to use," he told himself while shunpoing towards the battle. Construction site for the bridge, Land of Waves. Things were not boding well for the rest of Team 7. Kakashi was battling Zabuza head-on in zero visibility as he had been caught in the swordsman's hidden mist jutsu. Sasuke was trying to fight Haku but was caught in her crystal ice mirror jutsu. All the while Sakura was stuck giving what protection she could to Tazuna while the others fought though, but to be perfectly blunt, Tazuna would die if either Kakashi or Sasuke fell in battle unless Naruto arrives soon, since Sakura was nowhere near as capable in battle as her 3 teammates. Zabuza swung down at Kakashi only to be blocked by a kunai in his hand. "Where's the blonde kid, Kakashi? He's the one I really wanna fight right now," Zabuza said as he added pressure to his sword in an attempt to overpower Kakashi. "He'll be here soon enough, Zabuza. Until then, however, you'll just have to settle for me. Sorry to disappoint, Kakashi said as he broke out of the power struggle and went on the attack. Sasuke, meanwhile, now looked like a human pincushion with all the ice needles that now stuck out of him courtesy of Haku. Even now the Uchiha struggled to his feet in his current state, though his arrogance was still as strong as it had been for the past 5 years. Why don't you just stay down? You will only get knocked down again, and if you keep struggling I'll have no choice but to kill you, Haku said, as she was getting frustrated by her opponent's persistence. Shut up, I'll never lose to the likes of you, Sasuke said, to which Haku sighed. If that's how you feel, then I guess reasoning with you would be pointless, Haku said as she created even more needles. Haku threw a handful of these needles at the Uchiha, which would have put the prodigy into a death trance had something not blocked the needles before they could hit Sasuke. Haku gasped at the sight of Naruto standing in the way of the needles, which were now on the ground in front of him. He had apparently blocked them with his own body without getting a scratch on him. The Uzumaki sighed, as if he had been reluctant to save his teammate. As much as I didn't want to save him, people back home would have my head if I let their precious Uchiha die. But at least I finally get to see what you're made of, Naruto said as a smile crossed his face. You hurt Zabuza-sama. You will pay for that, Haku said before she threw another barrage of needles right at Naruto. The needles collided with Naruto only to drop on the ground. Each needle simply made a ding sound when it hit Naruto's body. Not only were the Senbons unable to break his skin, the weapons weren't even capable of tearing his outfit, which still looked spotless. Haku stopped her attack and looked at him with shock, though her mask hid her face. How are you doing that? Haku asked as she had, not surprisingly, never see someone so durable in battle. Naruto, before he replied, found himself going into a flashback of his training at Las Noches. Flashback. Unspecified training room, Las Noches, Hueco Mundo. A 7-year-old Naruto stood 10 yards from Noitra, who had his usual grin sprouting on his face. Each drew their weapons and got prepared for battle with such precision that it appeared as if they were performing a choreographed dance. You ready, kid? Noitra asked as he placed his side blade on his shoulders. Yes, Naruto said with a serious tone. Then you can have the first shot, Noitra said before he made a hand motion for Naruto to come at him. Naruto charged at Gilga and was soon above his head. He then proceeded to bring his blade down with extreme force. It cut across Noitra, but only created sparks as it came down, not being able to cut through the espada. Naruto landed on his feet and jumped back away from Noitra. Noitra checked for a scar but found nothing. He then brought up his scythe and swung down at Naruto. Naruto took the hit and sparks flew, until Noitra's attack reached the boy's abdomen in a small cut. Naruto gasped and clutched his side as Noitra rested his scythe on his shoulder once again and shook his head. You have to get much stronger than that if you going to have a tough hero like mine, Noitra said as he stood over a kneeling Naruto. Yes, Noitra-sama, Naruto said as he bowed his head before the espada. End flashback. My teachers made sure I would be able to withstand any attack thrown my way. Now that I've answered your question, let us talk in the open. I'm getting a headache just staring at all these mirrors, Naruto said before he seemingly vanished into thin air. Haku tried to locate him but was soon preoccupied when she saw that her mirrors suddenly shattered. Haku attempted to fix the broken mirrors, but it took too long for her to realize what was going on and, more importantly, that she was too slow to stop Naruto, who refused to let up his shunpo, from destroying mirror after mirror. Haku barely managed to escape the last mirror before it was destroyed as well, landing on her feet prepared for a fight, but, to her horror, she was caught by her throat by Naruto. He lifted her off her feet and stared her in the eyes. Damn it, Naruto, you should have just left her to me, Sasuke said as he got to his feet. Not now, Sasuke, Naruto said while he was still clutching Haku by the throat. I'm ordering you to let me fin, Sasuke said before Naruto sent the Uchiha flying with a backhand strike. Such an annoyance, Naruto said before he turned his attention back on Haku. What are you going to do to me? Haku asked as she was, understandably, terrified of what a powerful opponent like Naruto would do to her. What he actually did surprised her, however. Nothing, Naruto replied before he released his grip on Haku. The Konoha shinobi turned his attention to the fight between Zabuza and Kakashi. Why? You had me right for the kill, so why did spare me? Haku asked. She was, naturally, curious as to why he would just let her live despite what she had done to his teammate. Because when you attacked me, I followed the spots you aimed for, and I took a moment before that to see where you had struck my teammate. You didn't aim for anything vital in the human body. You weren't trying to kill me or Sasuke, Naruto said as he saw Haku look away in apparent shame. Killing isn't really my style, Haku said as if she was a little disappointed with her weakness. The way I see it, you didn't try to kill me, so I have no reason to kill you. Now if you don't mind, it would appear that my sensei is in need of my help," Naruto said as he disappeared yet again, leaving Haku to her thoughts. Zabuza and Kakashi, meanwhile, were still locked in an intense battle. Zabuza brought up his sword to attack Kakashi yet again, only to be blocked by Naruto's Zanpakuto. Naruto smirked at the swordsman who, not to anyone's surprise at this point, was smirking underneath his bandages. "You ready to finish what we started, kid?" Zabuza asked as he crossed swords with Naruto. "What do you think? Let's finish this," Naruto said as he allowed his adrenaline to take over for this showdown. Chapter 9: The Mist Settles. Disclaimer, still applies. Bridge construction site, Land of Waves. Current time. The clanging of metal was heard throughout the bridge as Naruto and Zabuza clashed their weapons. Zabuza, much to Naruto's delight, was doing much better this time around as Naruto had to block a lot more than in his last encounter with the swordsman. While Zabuza on the other hand was taking everything that Naruto unleashed upon him. Though this was a bittersweet joy for Zabuza as Naruto was still able to fight him while using just a single hand to grip his sword. Strange, the kid is giving me a challenge yet he's still holding back a lot of his strength. Zabuza thought, annoyed. From looking at him and his sword, I get the feeling this isn't out of arrogance. More like he's under orders to hold back until whatever he can do has to be used as a last resort. What could a genin have that is so dangerous? His thoughts were interrupted by a vertical swing from Naruto. Zabuza managed to block the blade in the nick of time before he jumped back several yards to give himself some room to catch his breath. "Not bad. You've definitely gotten better since last time," Naruto said, resting his blade on his shoulder. "I've had time to rethink my strategy a bit, though I can still tell that you're still holding back quite a lot," Zabuza said with a heavy breath as he had his blade rest on the ground. "If I didn't, this fight would have been over too quickly with probably more causalities than there should be. No offense to your skills, mind you," Naruto said. Considering the opponent he was facing, the blonde tried to not undersell Zabuza's kenjutsu abilities. "None taken. I'm equally impressed that you dismantled Haku's ice mirrors. I've never seen anyone do that before," Zabuza said. Having trained his associate himself, he knew that she was actually more dangerous than he was, with her mirrors being one of her deadliest abilities since they were supposedly unbreakable. The only reason she was weaker than him was the fact she was hesitant to kill anyone. "You should be proud of Haku. She is an impressive shinobi herself with that kind of power. To be honest, I don't want to have to take away her father figure from her," Naruto said, only to hear a scoff from Zabuza. "What is he doing? Conversing with the enemy?" Sakura whispered, bothered by how unusual this situation was. "Hey, maybe he's keeping the enemy busy so a better tactic can be used," Tazuna suggested. "Father figure? Where'd you get such an absurd idea, boy? I've only seen her as a tool the whole time. That's how Haku sees herself too," Zabuza said, to which Naruto shook his head. "I've only talked with Haku once, but she has a lot of respect for you. She sees you as a father, and if you really wanna fight to the bitter end it will only cause her great pain," Naruto said as he looked to Haku, who was watching the battle with fear clearly in her eyes. "I'm a shinobi, it only makes sense that I fight to the end. This is something she'll understand when she's older. So you ready to end this or not?" Zabuza asked as he lifted his sword off the ground. Naruto sighed as he twirled his sword one time in a circle. "Like you'd really call it quits if I said no." The two began their clashed swords yet again, with the pace picking up with each swing. Zabuza made one vertical swing with just about everything he had, which missed Naruto, creating a huge crack on the pavement instead. Naruto used Zabuza's prone position to his advantage by stabbing Zabuza's left arm, breaking the bone and rendering the limb useless but still connected to the body. Zabuza grunted as he recuperated himself. "Not bad, boy, but I'm not going down that easily." Haku was horrified by this and started to run to Zabuza's aid, only to be stopped by Kakashi. Haku could only look on helplessly as her mentor and adoptive father tried to continue fighting with only one arm. Zabuza was swinging wildly now as his broken arm meant that he couldn't control his sword properly. Naruto sidestepped everything Zabuza threw at him and struck the missing nin the moment he began slowing down. Just as with his previous attack, Naruto struck the other arm and rendered it useless. Zabuza's sword hit the mortar with a huge clang, which in the otherwise silent construction site sounded like an explosion. Zabuza staggered as his breathing became even heavier as he stood staggering, both his arms now completely limp at his sides. Naruto just looked at the former swordsman of the mist with an emotionless face, as if waiting for his opponent to decide his own fate. Zabuza didn't say a word to Naruto, he only nodded before closed his eyes in anticipation of his own death. Naruto obliged his opponent by bringing the tip of his Zanpakuto to Zabuza's heart and piercing it. Zabuza gasped and coughed up blood before he stumbled over. Naruto caught him and laid him on his back before he nodded to Kakashi, who let Haku go to the dying Zabuza. Haku rushed to Zabuza's side and began to cry. "Zabuza-sama, please don't go," Haku said with tears streaming down her face as the blood poured out of Zabuza. "Don't grieve, Haku. Our time together might be over, but you've still got plenty of time left. Take care of yourself, stay strong, and I know you'll go on to do great things," Zabuza said, while smiling underneath his bandages at his adoptive daughter, who continued to cry. "Hopefully the afterlife will be kind to you, Zabuza," Naruto said, to which Zabuza gave a small chuckle. "I wouldn't hold my breath, kid. I haven't exactly been the nicest person in the world. I guess anything's possible in the end, though," Zabuza said as his eyes closed. "You'd be surprised what's possible in the end, Zabuza," Naruto thought. A few seconds later his breathing stopped, marking Zabuza's end. Haku was now crying even harder and, as if she was subconsciously reaching out, started to cry into Naruto's chest. "I did not see this coming," Naruto said to himself, a little shocked and honestly expecting Haku to want to kill him. But nonetheless he put his hands on her back and patted her in an attempt to comfort the grieving Haku. "Are you okay, Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked, checking on her downed teammate now that the main threat was cleared. Sasuke opened his eyes with some struggle. "What did I miss?" he asked, the last thing he remembered being Naruto's backhand attack. "Naruto killed Zabuza," Sakura told him, briefly glancing at the mysterious blonde. "I don't think I can or should call him weak anymore." The Uchiha followed her gaze, and he saw Naruto holding Haku while Zabuza's body was lying dead on the stone of the bridge. Kakashi had his head down as an act of respect for the fallen swordsman. "They're mourning the enemy," Sasuke asked himself, completely baffled by the very concept. Because of his Avenger mentality, he had a rather black and white view when it came to killing and mourning. Then, from out of nowhere, everyone heard slow clapping coming from the other end of the bridge. Everyone had a scowl etched on their face when they saw Gato standing there with a small army for hired thugs. "Looks like Zabuza and his little bitch couldn't get the job done." "So you're Gato?" Naruto said rather than ask, the young genin being quick to deduce the man's identity. "Yes my boy, I am. Normally I'd be mad at you for trumping my secret weapon, but I'll let that pass. Missing nin are expensive and thanks to you now I don't have to pay for his services," Gato said, starting to cruelly laugh at the death of Zabuza while his henchmen did the same. "Bastard," Haku said, about to charge at Gato before Naruto seized her arm. "I'll handle this piece of trash, Haku-chan," Naruto said, noting that the ice wielder blushed at the suffix added to her name. "You say you're not a killer, don't change that just because you're angry." "Hang on, kid, I want to make an offer," the short tycoon spoke up. "You're young but you managed to single-handedly kill a man the entirety of Kiri couldn't all this time. How about you leave your teammates and come work for me? I can pay you handsomely." Naruto arched an eyebrow. "You want me to work for you? I know a good investment when I see it," Gato stated. "Naruto, you can't possibly be considering this," Kakashi said, almost frantically. The whiskered blonde ignored the cyclopic Junin, and Haku stepped away, suddenly afraid of him. Naruto twirled his sword in his hands, slowly stepping forward. "So do you accept, boy?" Gato asked. All of a sudden he and his thugs were suddenly being suffocated by an invisible force. "Money can buy a lot of things, Gato, but you can't buy loyalty. At best, you can rent it. Even so, you must think I'm an idiot to work for a backstabbing, worthless cockroach like you. The fact that you thought I would even consider your offer. You disgust me," Naruto said as he refused to let up on the pressure of his Reiatsu. "What is he?" Haku asked as she looked on with Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke. Even they could feel the Reiatsu, but since it wasn't aimed at them they weren't as affected by it. "He's human like everyone else, he just has a power much greater than anything else in the ninja world. And apparently he's a better trickster than we thought," Kakashi said, getting a nod from Haku, who was still watching of the power shown by Naruto in awe. But mostly she was relieved he wasn't really being suckered into working for Gato. "A power that should be mine," Sasuke selfishly, and unrealistically, thought to himself. The Uchiha's anger grew as Naruto continued to keep Gato and his thugs pinned to the ground without even using a jutsu. Please. Ha, have mercy," Gato said from a crushed kneeling position, as Naruto now stood above him, Zanpakuto in hand. Some of the thugs tried to get to him, but it was like the air was replaced with molasses. "I'm sure there are thousands of people out there who deserve mercy. Unfortunately for you, your name's not on that list," Naruto said before he drove his blade right through Gato's skull, killing him instantly. Naruto then released the pressure he was applying and let the hired thugs get to their feet. They were all full of fear after witnessing their boss's death. They looked at Naruto, fearing he would end them next. Naruto simply gave them a straight face. Boo, Naruto said jokingly. In an instant the group yelled in terror and ran off of the bridge, some even jumping into the water preferring to take their chances with sharks. Naruto smirked and sheathed his Zanpakuto, then walked back to his group, who were still just staring at him. I'd say this mission is just about wrapped up. All that's left is Tazuna finishing construction. Naruto said, to which Kakashi nodded at him. Yes, but what should we do with her? Kakashi asked as he looked over at Haku, who was back near Zabuza's side. She'll come with us when this is over. Unless you have an objection to that. Naruto asked, his tone friendly but his eyes having a hint of challenge to them. Before Kakashi could answer, however, Sakura decided to make herself heard. Hell no. That bitch tried to kill us and nearly killed Sasuke-kun. I am not having her with us, and that's final. To emphasize her point, she tried to get in his face, as if she had forgotten all he had done and could do to her if provoked. I'm sorry, Haruno, I don't recall asking you for your opinion on this matter. However, if you're feeling brave and also feel like putting down a girl who just lost someone dear to her, then by all means continue. But let me remind you that you just admitted she's strong enough to kill your precious Uchiha, and Gato said I just killed a man that an entire village couldn't. You want to risk making her or me angry at you? Naruto said with a shit-eating grin on his face. Sakura could only shrink down in his presence. The kunoichi also felt a little guilty about what she said and decided to remain quiet for the rest of the day. It's okay, Naruto. She has no reason to trust me. Haku said as Naruto nodded at her. Haku still gave Sakura an angry glance, however, which made the pinkett even more ashamed of herself. Well, in any case, like Naruto said, the bridge is still unfinished, so we still have to stick around. Though I think the threat level has definitely gone down by a lot. Kakashi said while giving an eye smile as he and his team of genin all went back to their post to protect Tazuna. Land of Waves. Later that day. Night came and everyone was asleep. Haku slept in the room where Naruto and his fratron did, feeling more comfortable there. With Naruto's help they had given Zabuza a grave on a hilltop and used his Kubikiribocho as the marker. A case had been made to bring in Zabuza's head for the bounty, but Naruto had adamantly refused. Haku had cried herself to sleep, feeling grateful that she wouldn't be looked down for it. She had been a bit uncomfortable being around her former enemies in such a vulnerable state, especially since Sasuke and Sakura kept sending her looks of distrust. Though she was more nervous about meeting Django and Tararan, the latter of which was overjoyed to meet a new girl. A shared warm bath between the girls that night really helped soothe Haku's nerves. Everyone else slept peacefully, but there was someone who wasn't asleep. Using all his own stealth skills, he silently crept into the blonde's room, ignoring everyone in there except the blonde. This guy, he has power. Power that would make Itachi quiver in his shoes. I bet it all comes from that sword. It will be mine, then this loser will learn his place. Sasuke may have been considered a genius, but that didn't change the fact he was young, naive, and inexperienced in the reality of ninjahood. As a result, he was still under the impression that power was something a person could equip to themselves. Like getting strength and skills in real life was no different than how one would do the same in a video game, a belief not helped at all by the Uchiha's massive amount of pride in his combination of a superiority complex and inferiority complex. After all, there is a difference between being a genius and having common sense. Sasuke was careful, making sure to not risk awakening the Arankars. As strong as they seemed, he wanted Naruto's sword first and foremost. With luck and care, he got to his destination, and he smirked to see Naruto sleep with his sword next to him rather than strapped to his body. Likely for comfort. It's almost like he's just giving it to me. As he should have, Sasuke said to himself when he reached for the Zanpakuto. Before he could touch it, some strange power he couldn't see burst out of the sword and hit him like a hammer, sending him against the wall with a loud thud. What was that? Sasuke asked himself, trying to ignore the pain, mostly in his hand. That felt like lightning, but it was cold. His hand burned from the cold, like he had tried to touch death itself, and death didn't want to be touched. Right away he felt two swords at him, one against his neck held by Django, and the other pressing into his left side held by Tararan. He was reasonably nervous, and their death stares didn't make him feel better. I'm curious, Sasuke, Naruto started, sitting up. What did you think was going to happen after stealing my sword? Did you believe I would let you keep it? That Kakashi-sensei would let you keep it? The council will make you give it to me. Sasuke hissed. The council you speak of is not here. We are. Django warned him, moving the sword to emphasize his point. Sasuke's skin remained uncut, but the message was loud and clear. Naruto stood up, glancing at the still sleeping Haku. Sasuke, do you really think I give a shit about what the council will try and make me do? You have a lot to learn, and I'm not talking in terms of abilities. I'm going to let you go back to your room unharmed, and you are going to forget about taking my sword. The Uchiha frowned. And if I don't? You're in no position to bargain, boy. Django told him. Let's just say if you try to take my sword, I'll show you how I killed Zabuza. And then make you join him. Now, get out of my room. Naruto said, and before Sasuke could object, the two Frashën literally threw him in the hall. Land of Waves. 7 days later. As assigned, Team 7 continued to protect Tazuna while he worked on the bridge in case someone else wanted the bridge to remain incomplete. So far that did not seem to be the case, and Gato's former goons made no reappearance, likely gone in search of safety or new employment. When the ninja weren't protecting the bridge builder, they were at his house hanging around. Naruto also got to hang around with Inari for a while and pretty much became an older brother to the boy. Progress had picked up on the bridge with Gato gone, and many former workers came back to the project, apologizing for ditching Tazuna cowardly. When the bridge was finally finished, the shinobi gathered up their things and made their way to the bridge. When they arrived, everyone in the village was waiting for them. Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari were at the front of the group. Our village and nation is indebted to you for all that you have done. You are welcome back anytime, Tazuna said, with Tsunami smiling at the group. Will we ever see you again, Naruto? Inari asked. The whiskered blonde put a hand on the young boy's head. You can count on it, he said while smiling. Though hopefully you won't need to pay for our return anytime soon. Kakashi joked, earning a laugh from Tazuna. All right students, let's go home. Dad, we haven't named the bridge yet, Tsunami said just before the group had left their sight. Oh, you're right. Well, how about in honor of that kid, we call it, the Great Naruto Bridge. Tazuna said, who got an approving yell from the village. Looks like you made that village a better place, Naruto-sama. Tararan said as she walked with Naruto on his right and Django on his left, hearing the approving yell but not the cause. Yes, but everyone here helped in some way. The rest is up to them now, Naruto said while he put his hands in his pockets. What will happen to me? Haku, who was on the far side of the group, asked. We have to report to the Hokage about the mission and your circumstances. He will decide what will happen, Kakashi said, which served to only make Haku a little anxious. Don't worry Haku-chan, the Hokage is not as bad as the Mizukage was, Naruto said before giving her a comforting smile. Enjoy that smile, loser. Once I get the council to make you hand over your power, you will be nothing, and I will once again be on top. Sasuke thought to himself as he mentally smiled at the plans he had for Naruto. He was completely oblivious to reality at that moment, though that would not be the case for long. Chapter 10 The Chunin Exams. Disclaimer, checking. Nope, still don't own either franchise. Rocker 1600, well, obviously not. You wouldn't be on this site if you were. Unless you were giving DMCA takedown notices. Phantom, do you really think I would do something that horrible? Rocker 1600, do you even need to ask? Phantom, damn you. Rocker 1600, sarcastic, I love you too, honey. XD. Phantom, cringe. Land of Fire, Konoha. Team 7, accompanied by Naruto's Fracciones and Haku, had just returned to the village after about a week of travel. Since they knew where they were going and could move through the trees as a group now, that factored into quicker travel time. That and they weren't being attacked along the way. Once they got past the main gates and Anbu arrived. Kakashi-san, you and your team are required to report to a meeting with the Hokage and the two councils. Kakashi nodded. No problem. The Anbu left and Naruto gave his sensei a dirty look. You didn't look or sound the least bit surprised. Like you were expecting this. I did. Even though you took care of backup, I still had to inform Hokage-sama of the changes in terms of the mission. The Junin admitted. Naruto frowned more, and as a result Django and Tararan also gave Kakashi dirty looks. So basically you've treated this mission as spying on me. Don't bother pretending you weren't telling him what I've been doing this whole time. In glowing terms, Kakashi justified. Doesn't matter. You were looking for something to judge in me, something to be wary of. Naruto chewed out. Sakura and even Sasuke looked to their sensei, with the former wondering why and the latter wondering what else Kakashi was spying for. Haku and the Fracciones looked too, the ice wielder not thinking much of Kakashi at this point and the Arrancar wondering if they would be asked to kill this man later. Well, a good ninja has to look underneath to understand things, Kakashi claimed. Naruto continued to frown. That shouldn't apply to comrades. Comrades are supposed to trust each other, not look for threats. Who are you to talk? You don't trust us, Sakura criticized. And who here has given me a reason to trust them? Naruto replied. Don't bother saying I should trust you simply because we're on the same team. If you believed that you would trust me. Sakura jerked at that, unable to refute his claim. Well, it's just none of us really know anything about you. Can you blame us for wanting to find out? Naruto rolled his eyes. Maybe you should consider trying to actually talk to me as a person rather than treat me like an information gathering mission. Ever think of that, geniuses? Rather than wait for an answer, Naruto turned and headed off, with Django, Tararan, and Haku going after him. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke remained there for a moment, with only the first two wondering if the blonde was indeed right about their approaches to him. Maybe he's right. Maybe the reason this team isn't working is because we're all treating this as an assignment more than anything. Kakashi thought, looking at his retreating genin and remaining genin with some regret. Ever since he had passed this team, Kakashi had been hoping to make it be like a more successful version of his own genin team. Successful in the sense that no one on it had to die. And while Kakashi could see these genin were not identical to his own team, he had hoped to help foster bonds between them. Well, we might as well get to the meeting, Kakashi told his students, leading them to the Hokage Tower and making sure Naruto's entourage didn't go anywhere else. Maybe the reason they aren't developing bonds is because they have no reason to. They cooperate because they have to, not because they enjoy it. Well, except in Sakura's case, but she's after the wrong kind of bond. How do I resolve this before it's too late? The cycloptic Junin would have to wait for such an answer. Team 7 and company were immediately escorted by the attending Anbu to the council meeting room. With everyone who attended these meetings professionally already seated and waiting. There was the Hokage in the dominant seat, to his immediate left and right were his old teammates, the elder advisors. To his overall left was the Shinobi Council, consisting of the clan heads, and a few other high-ranking shinobi, with the exception of the man filling in for the vacant Uchiha clan, an old man named Danzo Shimura. Why there was no one filling in for the Uzumaki clan was an issue Naruto intended to address at some point, but not here. To the Hokage's overall right was the Civilian Council, consisting of business owners who helped ensure the non-ninja inhabitants and concerns were not neglected. These people were ones Naruto did not like, and it was no secret that the dislike was mutual. For a while the civilians had forgotten about Naruto in his absence, but it was clear from the heated glares that Sarutobi had chosen to remind them. Why, Naruto could only guess at. Bet they made all sorts of demands, as if they actually have authority to do so. Naruto thought, outwardly showing his haters how little their hate bothered him. Doesn't matter, since I'm a shinobi I'm beyond their influence. Though I hope this doesn't give those with actual authority over shinobi funny ideas. Team 7 reporting back from a successful mission, Kakashi said, which earned him the attention of everyone in the room. So we've heard. Before we go any further, however, who exactly are the three people behind you, Naruto? Sarutobi asked after he noticed the people who weren't part of the team. Well, the two behind me are Django and Tararan. Back in Hueco Mundo, which is where I got my training, these two became my fracciones. You can think of them as personal assistants, kind of like your elder advisors. They fight, defend, and assist me in any way they can. The girl to my left is Hakuyuki, the adopted daughter of Zabuza Momochi, who we ran into on our mission. But now that he is dead and she has nowhere to go, she has decided to become a resident of Konoha. Naruto explained. This caused both councils to talk amongst themselves in their respective groups, with the shinobi side considering the implications of this and the civilian side trying to weigh the gains and risks. We of the Civilian Council want your two escorts to be transferred to the Uchiha and the girl be placed the CRA Act. A civilian woman said. That impudent runt is not strong enough for us to follow him. We follow Naruto-sama's orders and Naruto-sama's orders alone. Django shot back almost instantly while Tararan nodded in agreement. And I'm not going to be under the CRA to be married off to some man I don't even know let alone like. Haku said, well aware of what the CRA was thanks to Zabuza's instructions. Naturally the three of them received glares from the Civilian Council as a result of their refusals. You will do as we say or we will kill you to ensure you can never be a threat to us. A rather obese civilian councilman threatened. And who's going to do the killing? You, Naruto taunted. We will order shinobi to kill you for us. The obese civilian answered. Before that conversation could continue, however, one of the members of the Shinobi Council, Shikaku Nara, entered the conversation. Hold on a minute, since when have the Civilian Council been allowed to give shinobi orders? What do you think your so-called missions are? There is assigning you work. Missions have to be approved of by the Hokage before becoming official. And it's illegal to assign assassination missions to a resident of Konoha. Shibi Aburame pointed out. That boy departed for years. Why should he be granted resident status? Yeah, give us one good reason we should accept him as a citizen. Another civilian said, crossing their arms with a smug look telling you they had already made up their mind on the matter. You want a reason? Naruto asked. I got a damn good one. I think it's time to reveal my heritage, old man. You sure about that, Naruto? Sarutobi asked. Just remember, once it's out it can't be covered up again, and this might merely be trading one set of problems for another. So this isn't something you should reveal on impulse. I think it's a good idea. Think of it as a way to find out what this council really thinks of this village and its leaders. The whiskered blonde said. If you insist, Naruto. Sarutobi said with a nod, which confused most the members of both councils as well as Sakura, Sasuke, and Haku. Hokage-sama, what does he mean by his heritage? Sume Inuzuka asked as the Hokage took another puff of his pipe. As you all know, Minato Namikaze was married to a woman named Kushina Uzumaki, and she was due to have a child around the time of the Kyuubi's attack. Officially, the report stated that their child died during the Kyuubi's rampages. Did they? That, however, was a lie. Their child, a son, did survive. Sarutobi explained. The eyes from members of both councils widened at the realization of what this meant. No. Then that means that Naruto's. A civilian councilman said, only to have Naruto himself happily finish. A Namikaze and an Uzumaki. In other words, the progeny of a Hokage and the last of a powerful clan. The old man already showed me the Namikaze estate, and if you're such a fan of the CRA, let me remind you that I fall under that too, being the last Uzumaki. Naruto said, flashing a smirk upon seeing the civilian council members sweating a little. Sasuke and Sakura looked to Kakashi, wondering if this was true. He looked to them and nodded, preventing any denials from starting. The son of the last Hokage. Is that why he's so strong? Sakura asked herself. But then, why does the civilian side hate him so much? Son of a Hokage and part of a clan, that must be why he gets so much and thinks he's better than me. He must learn his place. Sasuke told himself. Even if you are the last of an allied clan, you are just one person, and one person does not make a clan or get clan benefits. So you will still obey our orders and you will surrender your servants to the Uchiha now. A civilian council member demanded. For his efforts, the civilian received a kick from the whiskered blonde that made him crash into the wall behind himself. Then the blonde jumped backwards, spinning in the air once, to return to his original position. I will not relieve my fracciones to the Uchiha or anyone else. Naruto stated. How dare you attack a member of this council, you brat? Another member yelled, only to be silenced by the murderous glare Naruto gave him. You want to end up like that guy? Then by all means continue. Naruto challenged. The result. Absolute silence. Good. Let that be a reminder to you all that shinobi are not your servants. The boy countered fearlessly. As I was saying, my fraction are mine to command, not yours or even the Hokage's. In Haku's case, I have already offered her the protection of the Namikaze and the Uzumaki clan, and she accepted prior to this meeting. The ice user nodded. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to move into my parents' estate. With that, Naruto left, accompanied by Haku and his fracciones. Sasuke was fuming at Naruto and would have attacked him if he wasn't stopped by Kakashi. Don't, Sasuke, if you provoke him he will hurt you, in ways you can't merely brush off. Are you calling me weak? The last Uchiha asked. Compared to Naruto, yes. And before you say otherwise, name one time you actually beat him. Kakashi said, effectively silencing the boy. Hokage-sama, you must restrain that boy. He's letting his power go to his head and attacking innocent people. A civilian councilwoman said, only for Sarutobi to scowl at her. Like you and the rest of the civilian council did in treating the boy so harshly. But you just saw him assault one of us, and shinobi are not allowed to assault civilians. And you've never assaulted the boy in the past? Shikaku asked. Sarutobi nodded. Naruto has never abused his power, and rest assured he's had several opportunities already to do so if he wanted to, so I trust him. I would actually place my trust in him sooner than I would in you. Though if you want to change that, you better reflect on what mistakes you've made in the past and recently. Now, unless you have any more issues to discuss, this meeting is adjourned. Sarutobi said. Every member of the civilian council was angry at having been defied by a kid, the Kyuubi brat no less, and having to let him get away with it. The shinobi council members, on the hand, smirked at seeing the reactions of their civilian colleagues. Good job, Naruto. For years the civilian council has been acting like they cannot be punished by a shinobi even if they provoke us. Like they're the main house of Konoha and we are the branch house. Though considering my mistakes, it seems fitting. Hiyashi thought as he left the room. Gotta admit it was nice to see someone strong enough to keep those imbeciles in check. Sume commented to him in the process. Makes me wonder why we've never tried that approach ourselves before. Maybe we should. The civilians seem to be under the impression we are incapable of harming them even if they deserve it. Perhaps we should follow the boy's lead. Hiyashi replied. Namikaze Estate. When Naruto, Haku, Django, and Tararan reached the estate that had originally belonged to the fourth Hokage, the latter three were in awe of the immense size of the place. Nice craftsmanship, Django calmly noted, walking around the exterior. Not the same as Las Noches, but aesthetically pleasing. Forget the building, look at the yard. It's so nice to be in a place that has plants. Tararan stated, just running around like an excited kid. I'm glad you like, Naruto said, coming outside after putting his belongings in what used to be the master bedroom. Haku had earlier found a room close to his and was still unpacking, as well as taking a shower. It's a shame you guys can't be around all the time, though. I know, we missed you too, Naruto-sama, Tararan said. But for now, let's relax and have something to eat, Naruto said with a smile. That evening, dinner had been simple, with only Naruto and Haku eating mainly because as Arankars Django and Tararan didn't eat food to begin with, or at least they didn't have to. Conversation had been simple, with stories exchanged. Mostly Naruto telling Haku about his time in Hueco Mundo and her telling him about her travels with Zabuza. With dinner over, Django and Tararan had turned in for the night, leaving Naruto and Haku alone. That was really good, Naruto, Haku said as she put her dishes in the sink to be washed. Thanks, Haku. It's been a while since I've cooked a real meal. I'm glad I haven't lost my touch, Naruto said as he washed the plates. I should be the one thanking you. For what? Naruto asked, stopping his efforts to clean for a moment. For letting me come to this village and have a home. When Zabuza-sama died, I thought I was going to have to wander around alone for the rest of my life, just waiting to die myself. But you allowed me to come with you, and you were willing to stick up for me in front of your own village leaders. I just feel really indebted to you, the brunette girl admitted with a small blush. It's just me being me. I couldn't just leave you out there alone, not without at least knowing what you were going to do next, Naruto told her. He might have said more, but he cut himself off when she gently hugged him. Still, thank you for everything, Haku said before letting go of him. Good night. She then left the kitchen, heading to her new room. Good night, Naruto said, smiling as things were now looking up for him. The streets of Konoha. A week later. Hiya team. You're late, Sakura yelled. And you were expecting otherwise? Kakashi asked. Anyway, I've been thinking. This team hasn't been doing so well in terms of teamwork. But I think there might be a way to change that. You going to finally teach us something we can use? Naruto asked. Sort of. You see, I'm going to give you three a chance to really challenge yourselves and learn what you need to learn the most. I'm going to offer you a chance to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, Kakashi explained. The Chunin exams, Sakura repeated, then smiled. With Sasuke-kun on our team we can't possibly lose, she exclaimed, pumping her fist. Sakura, these tests are done on a team basis, meaning you pass or fail together. It doesn't matter how strong Sasuke or Naruto or if you aren't strong enough to keep up, Kakashi told his student, putting a damper on her spirits. But it had to be done, lest she spend the exams thinking they were nothing but a talent show for Sasuke to star in. If you know she's too weak to help us pass, then why are you doing this? Sasuke asked. That's part of the lesson. Like I said, it's a team effort. Meaning you have to help your teammates too, Sasuke, Kakashi clarified. I'm not allowed to tell you more about the tests, just know this is a test no one, and I mean no one, can pass on their own. He gave a brief glance to Naruto too, telling the whiskered blonde this applied to him as well. Naruto took the hint and wasn't at all worried. Not for himself at least. He had been training with his fracciones to keep his skills sharp since before he left Wave. But when it came to his teammates he had doubts. Sasuke's bound to go through this like he's trying to prove a point, which means any help he gives us is because he has to, not because he wants to. And Sakura's lack of training in her off time is going to slow her down and thus us. I think I get why Kakashi-sensei is putting us in these exams. He doesn't expect us to pass, he expects us to fail and realize what our weaknesses are. As for me, I can only guess at what he's trying to get me to learn. You don't have to decide right now, take a day to think about it. We'll meet again tomorrow morning to verify your decisions, Kakashi said, then disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Not even offering to give us some extra training whether we accept or not. Yeah, he definitely doesn't expect us to pass. But apparently he does expect us to live. So this is going to take some thought, Naruto noted to himself. Later, he said, walking off. Where are you going? Sakura asked, not accusing, just curious. I'm going to do what our sensei should be doing, getting in some training. You're welcome to join as long as you're willing to actually cooperate with me and do more than just cheer for Sasuke. What kind of training? Sakura asked, nervous, while Sasuke curiously listened. You'll have to see it for yourself, Naruto said before walking away. He lightly grinned when he heard their following footsteps. Both of the blonde's teammates realized soon that he was leading them to the Namikaze estate, making them all the more curious what kind of training he had in mind. However, before they got there Naruto had to stop. What's wrong? Sakura asked, then got the answer on her own. She could hear a kid, and from the sound of it there was a boy in a scuffle. Naruto turned around a corner before she could tell him it was probably nothing. There Naruto saw the distressed boy, one he recognized as Konohamaru Sarutobi, someone he had encountered not too long after his return to Konoha. Konohamaru was being held by the collar by a guy wearing a black outfit with a cat hood, purple face paint, and a bandaged item strapped on his back. Next to him was a blonde girl with 4 tufts of hair on the back of her head, wearing a simple lavender-tinted white outfit with a red sash and fishnet underneath. On her back was a folded fan that was as tall as, if not taller than, the girl herself. The one thing both of them sported were Suna Hitai Atesh. "Let me go, you makeup-wearing freak," Konohamaru shouted, only for the guy holding him to get even angrier. "I'll teach you some manners, kid," the guy said as he clutched Konohamaru even harder, ready to hit him over the head. "Cut it out, Kankuro. We need to meet up with Gaara," the blonde girl said as she tried to stop him. "Quiet, Tamari, this kid needs to learn to respect his betters," Kankuro said as he pulled his hand back to punch Konohamaru. But as he threw his punch, he was shocked by it being caught by Naruto, who then locked eyes with him. "If you really are better than him, then you wouldn't pick a fight with a kid just to prove it," Naruto said, tightening his grip on Kankuro's hand. The makeup-wearing boy was in so much pain that he was forced to release Konohamaru. When he did, Naruto tossed him back with ease. Enraged, Kankuro pulled his baggage off of his back. "You can't use that here, Kankuro. What if Gaara finds out?" Tamari asked. "Whoever this Gaara character is, she's clearly afraid of him. Yet judging from the lack of suffix, he's not her superior officer." Naruto thought to himself, suspecting this could be important later. "He won't know about this. Besides, I can't really back down from this guy now," Kankuro said before he saw Naruto smirk. "Bring out your little puppet then. I could use it for firewood when I'm done beating you," Naruto replied, taking out his Zanpakuto and enjoying Kankuro's terrified expression at the sight of the sword. "How the hell does know I have a puppet?" Kankuro asked himself as he considered his options. He had been counting on the element of surprise to help him, and if this Konoha nin could pick up on his secret, then he had lost his main advantage. "Kankuro, what do you think you're doing?" a new figure said, making Kankuro stop dead in his tracks. Naruto turned, as did Kankuro, Tamari, and his own teammates, to see a boy hanging upside down from a nearby tree. The boy had red hair, ring around his angry eyes, a brown outfit, and a gourd that was on his back. On his forehead he had the word, love, written in kanji. "Gaara, I was just," Kankuro stuttered. "Shut up before I kill you," Gaara said quickly, silencing the other Suna nin. He then turned his attention to Naruto but said nothing, as if challenging the whiskered blonde to risk angering him by not shutting up. "Since you guys are from the Hidden Sand Village, I take it you're here for the Chunin exams," Naruto noted. Gaara just nodded. "You seem fearless. What is your name?" "I am Naruto Uzumaki. Yours?" "I am Gaara of the desert. This is my brother Kankuro and my sister Tamari. I look forward to fighting you in the exams. I will relish seeing you afraid." "We'll see," Naruto said before Gaara and his siblings left. Konohamaru went up to Naruto once the 3 Suna shinobi left. "Thanks for the save, boss," he said with a grateful grin. "No problem," Naruto said as he smiled back. "You two know each other?" Sakura asked. "Yeah, I met him weeks ago. This little guy tried to attack the Hokage to prove he was strong enough to become Hokage. But of course he failed, then he tried the same to me and failed again. After that, I gave him some advice and it seemed to be just what he needed to hear," Naruto explained, and Konohamaru nodded. "I gotta meet Ebisu-sensei for some training now, so I'll see ya later, boss," Konohamaru said as his ran off. Naruto waved the boy off and headed back to his new home, with his teammates still following. The next day. Needless to say, the genin of Team 7 did choose to be in the Chunin exams. That morning after telling Kakashi, the trio were walking through the corridors of the academy to head to where the first part of the Chunin exams. They were not alone, many people were also in the academy looking for the same room. In fact, there was a large group of young ninja standing outside a door, unable to get in because 2 other ninja were denying them access. These guys think they can pass this exam, yet they don't even bother fighting 2 guys when they clearly have the numbers anyways. Naruto whispered to Sakura, who could only nod in agreement. "It's pointless anyway. There's clearly a genjutsu misleading them here. This isn't the right floor," Sasuke added. "Should we tell them?" Sakura asked. "No. Doing that will just give us more competition, and if they can fall for this setup then they don't stand a chance in these exams anyway," Naruto said, and the Pinkett couldn't help but agree. Sasuke mildly grimaced, thinking it would have been good to rub in the fools' faces how dumb they were to fall for this, but Naruto's point was too good to ignore simply for an ego trip. Team 7 therefore left the group to deal with this on their own, unknowingly followed by another trio. That team consisted of a boy with very thick eyebrows wearing a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers, a girl with a pink outfit who had her hair held up in 2 buns, and a boy with long brown hair and the featureless white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Hold it right there. How did you know it was an illusion? The Hyuga of the group called out to them, away from the still-tricked genin. It was obvious. By the way, isn't it kind of rude to ask questions without knowing someone's name first? Naruto said as the group looked at him. I am Neji Hyuga and there are my teammates, Rock Lee and Tenten. We are competing in this year's Chunin exams as well. Neji said, looking solely at Naruto. I see. Then I'll see you 3 in the exams. Naruto said before he and his team turned to walk away, leaving Neji to look on at Naruto with a great deal of interest. Yes, we will, Uzumaki. I want to see just what it is the main house finds so fascinating about a peon like you. Neji thought to himself, reflecting on primarily the interest Hinata and Hiyashi had in the whiskered blonde. Naruto and his team easily made their way to a waiting area full of ninja who were also partaking in the Chunin exams, yet had been smart enough to avoid the genjutsu. Wow, the competition looks tough for this thing, Sakura said as she noted the large number of shinobi present. What were you expecting? Teddy bears? Sasuke asked rhetorically. Well, now the whole group's here. Kiba commented when Team 8, which consisted of Kiba himself, Hinata and Shino, saw their comrades. Hi there Sasuke-kun, Ino said happily, having run up to Sasuke and hugged him just to annoy Sakura, prompting an argument between the kunoichi. Hey Hinata-chan, how have you been? Naruto asked, coming up to the kunoichi of Team 8. I'm fine Naruto-kun. How has your team been doing? Hinata said, blushing but trying to not fidget with her fingers. We've been fine. Though I wish I could have someone I could actually get along with each day. Someone like you, Hinata-chan. He said, trying not to laugh when Hinata blushed further as a result of Naruto's comment. Laughing would only give her the wrong idea. Thank you Naruto-kun, the Hyuga heiress said happily, now unable to stop fidgeting with her fingers. Hey Hinata-chan, I hope this isn't too forward, but I was wondering if you'd like to go out with me when this thing is over. Naruto asked, which caused the girl's eyes to widen in shock. Go. On a date. With you Naruto-kun, Hinata thought out loud just before she fainted. Luckily Naruto caught her before she hit the floor. This is such a drag. Shikamaru said, just wanting this to be over already, while Choji, who stood alongside his longtime friend, looked on at Naruto and Hinata. You guys might wanna stop drawing attention to yourselves. Some of these guys can get a bit unhinged by such outbursts. A new figure offered, appearing before the 9 genin. The figure was a boy a little older than they were, like a good 5 years at the least. He had white hair in a ponytail, thin-rimmed glasses, a purple shirt, and a Konoha Hida 8. And who might you be? Shino asked. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, and you'd be wise to take my advice here. I take it you're speaking from experience. Naruto asked. Yeah, this is actually my 7th time taking the exam. Kabuto admitted, rubbing the back of his head. This shocked everyone except Naruto and Sasuke. Wow, you must really suck at this to have failed that many times. Sasuke claimed. More like he's failing on purpose. I admit I don't know the full details of these exams, but I cannot believe that someone would keep taking these tests that many times without getting strong enough to pass. Naruto thought but did not say since he had nothing but conjecture to support this. Yeah, but in all that time I've managed to scrounge up a lot of data on the exams, and even some people who take them. Kabuto said, then he pulled out a deck of cards. Alright, that explains why he always takes the exams repeatedly, but not what he wants information for. Naruto added. What are those? Shikamaru asked as he eyed the cards in Kabuto's hand. These are info cards, a personal tool I makeshifted myself. They record data I find worth keeping but only tell the data when I put my chakra into them. That way my secrets cannot be taken from me. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a free demonstration. Got anybody in mind that any of you would like to know about? Kabuto asked as he shuffled his deck like a poker player. I do, Neji said as he got to the front of the group from behind. I want to know about Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto noticed that Hinata had locked eyes with Neji for a moment. He was surprised by the sudden change in Hinata's mood, it almost appeared as though there was some bad blood between her and the other Hyuga. Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto repeated as he looked through the blank cards, somehow able to determine which card was which when they were blank to everyone else. After a bit he pulled one out. Here we go. Genin, left for 7 years to train with an unidentified mentor, came back extremely powerful. Has only been on D and C rank missions, but on a C rank mission he encountered Zabuza Momochi and actually killed the swordsman. At that everyone who was not on Team 7 was wide-eyed at this news. Naruto took on an A-ranked criminal who was a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, the infamous demon of the Hidden Mist no less, and won. Their shock was directed elsewhere, however, when a huge plume of smoke emerged at the front of the classroom. Out of the smoke appeared a tall man wearing all black with a bandana and a scarred face. "Alright maggots, listen up. My name is Ibiki Morino, and I am your proctor for the first part of the Chunin exams," Ibiki said as everyone now prepared themselves for the exams. Chapter 11 Forest of Death. Disclaimer: little by little I'm owning my own sets of the commercially available materials, but not the rights to the actual franchises themselves. Academy, Konoha. Everyone, here's how the first test works, Ibiki said at the front of the classroom. You'll each be given a written test very much like the ones you all got back in your respective academies. Only here you start out with a perfect score, and get deducted points for each answer you get wrong. Get too many wrong, and you will be forced out. And this is a team effort, meaning when one person fails the whole team fails. Sasuke frowned at Naruto as if to say, you better not screw this up for me, but Sakura did not do the same. She had no real reason to believe Naruto would fail, even despite his lack of attending the academy. He had already shown he was smarter than she had originally presumed. Here is only one real rule for the test, Ibiki continued. Don't get caught cheating. We had some Chunin here monitoring you all, and each time you're caught cheating you will be deducted 2 points. If anyone is caught cheating 5 times, that gives you a score of 0 and thus you automatically fail. Naruto hid his grin. Funny how he said don't get caught cheating instead of don't cheat period. A subtle way to say feel free to cheat if you can avoid getting caught. Once you start, you will notice there are 9 questions on the test. You will have 50 minutes to complete them, then we will offer the 10th question. And as a warning, the 10th question is worth half the passing grade. Good luck maggots, you're all going to need it. Begin. An hour later. So you all choose to remain and risk everything? Ibiki asked the remaining genin. Over the last hour, he had his associates had chipped away at the genin's resolves and courage. At least half the room was gone by now, but it was still more full than he had originally expected. The reason for that had been Naruto and his outburst. When it came time for the 10th question, Ibiki had warned them that getting it wrong would mean they would never be able to become Chunin, not even with battlefield promotions. The title Eternal Genin was infamous in every village with there always being at least one example, thus making the threat more real to them. But they were given the chance to save themselves and try again later if they left the room. Then the whiskered blonde opened his mouth and refused. His exact words being, I've faced people and threats far scarier than you Scarface. And even if I hadn't, I don't need your sticking promotion to know how good I am as a ninja. A stupid thing like rank doesn't prove one ninja is any better than another, no more than a mere bloodline or clan name does. It's what you do with your skills and why you're doing it that truly matters. So go ahead and make me an eternal genin. That won't stop me or anyone else from getting stronger. These words had inspired the remaining genin, reminding them that a stagnant rank didn't mean stagnant skill. With their resolve strengthened, they were willing to take their chances. In that case I have no choice. You all pass, Ibiki said, surprising many, including Naruto. What about the 10th question? Kiba asked. The 10th question was basically me asking if you were willing to take the risks and answer it or not. Ibiki answered. As you all have already figured out, this was no mere test of your intelligence. It's true a Chunin needs to be smart, but we're looking for practical intelligence over academic. For example, being able to gather information without getting caught. That's a skill every good Chunin needs, and your ability to get this far shows you're adequate at that if nothing else. Gathering the information isn't all of it, it's also ensuring it gets to the right source. Or in this case, getting it to your teammates to help them pass. Naruto thought, noting how Sasuke and Sakura didn't help him here but he did not fault them. To their credit they had no skills that would allow them to do so, and to be fair neither did he. Being a Chunin is about more than just getting more exciting and well-paying missions. Ibiki continued, taking off his bandana and revealing numerous scars where his hair should have been. You will be forced to take risks and make hard choices, and sometimes you will make the wrong ones and have to suffer the consequences. Such as being tortured for the information you have. Sounds like he's speaking from experience. Several genin thought. Information is vital to a ninja as much as chakra is. Without it, you cannot do your job right or give your village what it needs to stay ahead of the competition. Like here, in order to cheat you needed something to cheat from. Someone who already had the answers. That's why we had a trio of Chunin here posing as genin to have the correct answers for you to learn from, and others in turn could cheat off you too unless you had counter-cheating methods. I didn't need that. Sakura thought, referring to how she got the answers all on her own. Part of her took pride in that, yet part of her feared that wasn't a good thing since that wasn't the point of this test. In a way she failed in principle if not in score. Sasuke-kun probably passed using his Sharingan to copy pencil movements, but how did Naruto get the answers without getting caught? The answer was he had been reading a lot of scrolls in the Namikaze estate, so he did the same basic thing she had done but wasn't too concerned about being accurate. She'd have to wait to ask him though, for just then one of the windows broke and a figure jumped in with a banner appearing on the wall. It was a woman with purple hair that looked like a pineapple and brown pupil-less eyes, wearing a tan trench coat with a fishnet shirt that went down to her thighs along with an orange short skirt. "Alright you runts, my name is Anko Mitarashi and I'm the proctor for the second part of the Chunin exams," Anko said as she stuck a pose in front of the group of genin, both to look tough and to look sexy. "Just when I thought that the people in this village couldn't get any weirder," Naruto said quietly to himself while the whole room kept quiet. "You're early again Anko," Ibiki said, causing a sweat drop to emerge on Anko's face. "Shut up Ibiki. Besides, with these many passing a test you ran you must be losing your touch. Anyways, everyone follow me to the second part of the exam," Anko said as she led the group out of the building, noting the unusually large number of remaining genin. Forest of Death, Konoha. The genin followed Anko until they got to a large forest with a fence going around the entire area. To most of the genin, the forest appeared very intimidating. Naruto, however, simply smirked at the sight of the immense forest. He knew nothing inside this place would be a challenge, not after being in the harsh terrain of Hueco Mundo. "Alright kids, this is Training Ground 44, most commonly known as the Forest of Death. In this you and your team will take the second test. And again you either pass or fail as a team. The objective is simple, but that doesn't mean it's easy." She then held up two scrolls that were virtually identical, except for differing stamped seals holding them closed. One had a kanji for earth and the other for heaven. Each team will be given one of these. Half of you will be given an earth scroll and the other half will be given a heaven scroll. You all will need to find a team who has the scroll your team doesn't have and take it from them. How you do so is up to you. If you succeed in getting both, you must make your way to the center of the forest. That's where a tower is located. That is where you have to go. Until you get there, you absolutely cannot open the scrolls. If you try, you will automatically fail the exams, and suffer greatly for it. Anko said as most genin looked at the forest that had an ominous feeling emanating about it. "Sounds like fun," Naruto said, which got him some looks from the most of the other participants. "You think so boy?" Anko asked, having heard him. "It's not as easy as it seems. You'll be going against your fellow ninja and there are also nasty creatures in the forest. And of course killing is permitted. Pretty much anything and everything is allowed except opening the scrolls and leaving the forest." "Like I said, sounds like fun," Naruto repeated, leaving most of the competitors with the impression that he was insane. Anko's smirk then disappeared from sight, only to reappear behind Naruto, kunai pressed against his neck. To the surprise of the other genin, Naruto wasn't fazed in the least by this threatening move. "Guys like you are usually the first to die. I don't care if you were the one to take down Zabuza Momochi, if you get cocky and here you'll meet your end," Anko said with a shit-eating grin. Naruto simply smiled at her as if she was empty-handed. "I don't die so easily and this place is a picnic compared to the area I called home for 7 years. So bring on your so-called Forest of Death." Anko chuckled and put her kunai away. "I like you, kid. You're not afraid to stand your ground in front of an authority figure and you've also got a strong feel about you. Hope you make it through this part. Be ashamed to see you not have the muscle to go with those guts. I'll see you on the other side, then," the blonde said as the Junin Kunoichi went back to front of the group. "Okay, come forward to get a scroll for your team and sign a waiver saying you know the risks of taking this test and if you happen to die or get taken prisoner here Konoha is not legally responsible for it. After that report to your assigned gate and wait for the starting signal," Anko said as the mass of genin got in line for a scroll. Team 7 got an earth scroll, which meant that they needed a heaven scroll to pass this part of the with his team. Then they went to one of the main gates in the fence, Sakura the one currently holding the scroll. "Ready?" Naruto asked, and received 2 nods. "Alright then." When a horn signaled and the gate opened, Team 7 ran into the forest to gain some early ground. They didn't stop running for several long minutes, having no plans other than get in deep enough to get off the radar of the other teams. When they got in far enough, they decided to stop in a tree and formulate a plan. "Okay, we all know what we need to do. We need to locate a team with a heaven scroll. The sooner we do that, the sooner we can get to the tower," Naruto said. "The hard part is the actual execution of it." "No, you can't do it." Sasuke insulted, still sore over what happened regarding him trying to get the blonde sword. He never even got a chance to say it to the council and had to approach Sarutobi himself in his office. The Hokage in summary told Sasuke if he wanted a sword so bad he should go buy one. Naruto frowned and looked to the pinkett. Sakura, care to explain why this is easier said than done, if you're indeed as clever as you say you are? Sakura wasn't sure how to take that, so she decided to just go with it. The first problem is we have no way of knowing which team even has a heaven scroll. They're not going to just tell us. We could just attack team after team until we get lucky, but it would be more advantageous to conserve our strength so we can fight when someone tries to get our scrolls from us. Not to mention I don't know if we even have any skills to find out what scroll they have so we know who not to waste our effort on. Unless you got something Naruto. Sadly no. I can alert as to when we would be ambushed, but I can't tell you what the threat is carrying on them. We could set up traps but that would be best saved for when we're sleeping. I think our best options are process of elimination like you said or trying to get them while they're sleeping. Sakura nodded, seeing the reasoning there. Sasuke however did not look thrilled. What kind of stupid plan is that? Attacking them in their sleep. A real ninja isn't afraid of fighting their enemy head on in combat. Sasuke, this isn't a test of how many people we can defeat. It's a test of. I don't give a rat's ass what you think this is about. You're just a lousy coward who thinks he can push me around all because you've tricked the idiots running this village into thinking you're a Hokage's son. You don't give me orders, I give you orders. So leave the fighting to me and we'll actually be done here in no time, loser. Sasuke said with a complete lack of patience, getting a lot of what he wanted to say off his chest. Naruto rubbed his temples at this comment, trying to prevent a headache. He had put up with a lot from Sasuke, who seemed to have only gotten worse since the battle on the bridge weeks ago, and it looked like Sasuke was determined for Naruto to accept the Uchiha's idea of a proper pecking order one way or another. Even if it meant they ruined their own chances of passing this test. That's it. I have had just about enough of your crap, Sasuke. The two of us need to have a talk. You stay here, Sakura, and try to keep yourself hidden. Naruto said, then before the kunoichi could object he seized Sasuke by the shirt and flash stepped away. Naruto brought Sasuke to an empty and quiet part of the forest and threw him to the ground unceremoniously. He didn't want any interruptions during this hopefully effective lesson. What was that for, loser? Sasuke asked, not appreciating the way he was being treated even though he was glad to finally get the chance to put this non-Uchiha in his place. Naruto simply looked at him with an unemotional expression, the kind his mentor Ulquiorra would be. Well, not proud of, so let's say approving of. Sasuke, I know you're seeking revenge against your brother and I do believe he should face justice, but I want to ask you one simple question. And what might that be? Sasuke asked with a glare, wanting to just fight. Just remember nothing, absolutely nothing, you could possibly say will make me question my goal. Come hell or high water, if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I will kill Itachi. What exactly do you plan to do with your life after you kill Itachi? Naruto asked, ignoring the outburst. Sasuke opened his mouth to retort, but quickly made a quizzical face. Apparently there was something Naruto could say to make the young Uchiha question his goal. He hadn't thought about that at all, not in the slightest. Not once since he vowed to kill his brother for the massacre of his clan did he consider what he would do after he killed Itachi. That was his motivation in life, his reason to get stronger, hell the reason he got out of bed anymore. And yet now that this had been brought up, Sasuke saw his plan had a huge hole in it. And if he had overlooked that big missing detail, were there others he had overlooked? I don't even have my Sharingan yet, the most prized jutsu of my clan. Yet this nobody is supposed to be beneath me and doesn't even have a real goal. Somehow he's the strongest ninja I've seen since Itachi. Why? It doesn't make sense. While Naruto may not be the strongest ninja in Konoha, in Sasuke's mind anyways, he was in fact currently the strongest Sasuke had ever directly observed. Iruka and Mizuki never taught him jutsu, and he had never actually seen Kakashi, another Junin, or even the Hokage use any jutsu. Naruto was the only one he had actually seen any vivid signs of strength in, and that was why he was so fixated on proving his own strength against Naruto, and of course taking strength from the blonde too if he could. You see my real problem with you, Sasuke. All you care about is the short-term solution. You're so focused on revenge you don't stop to think about where you'll be when it's over. Or for that matter, what the best way to kill your brother actually is. I'm not telling you to stop your search, but don't make it the only thing you intend to do with your life either. Otherwise once you do succeed, all you'll have left is an empty desire to find some new contrived enemy to kill because revenge will have consumed you. Naruto said. What do you mean by, consumed? Sasuke asked. Naruto sighed. Perhaps this will help you understand. I'll let you in on a little secret. Do you want to know where I've been for the past 7 years? Sasuke chose to nod. It's a place called Hueco Mundo, but you might call it the land of the dead, limbo, purgatory, Makai, or whatever. That's ridiculous. Perhaps, but it's also the truth. Anyways, this place, being part of the afterlife, is inhabited by ghosts, more specifically a type of ghost called a hollow. My two fracciones, in fact, are a part of branch of hollows called arancars. Naruto continued. Ghosts. You're saying those two were ghosts? Sasuke asked, still not convinced but deciding to let him go with this. Naruto nodded. Yes, normally a ghost starts as you'd imagine it, but often a ghost has nothing better to do except linger somewhere and feel sorry for itself until a Shinigami takes it to the next part of the reincarnation cycle. What do you think happens to a ghost when a Shinigami takes too long? How the heck should I know? And what does this have to do with me? I'm getting to it, Naruto said. Shinigamis don't appear automatically despite what legends may say. If they take too long, the ghost basically spends who knows how long letting its self-pity and resentment build up, and literally eat it out from the inside. When that happens, it transforms into a hollow. You following me? Sasuke nodded. Now, the reason I bring this up is because, in essence, revenge is a lot like a hollow. You see Sasuke, a hollow gains power by consuming other beings and, in their quest for more power, they attack anyone they deem a threat. Even if those threats were people who were closest to them in life. They've stopped caring, having devolved into mindless beasts who just want to kill and consume with only a few of them ever finding a way to escape that existence, such as fracciones. For most hollows, however, their existence simply regresses to a desire, an instinct even, to keep killing and consuming more and more until there is no one left or, as is always the case, someone stronger ends up killing them. Naruto explained. How is that anything like revenge? Revenge is justice, not mindless murder. No Sasuke, revenge is nothing more than one person deciding to take the law into his own hands. And it's just a short-term solution. You think that once you kill your target then you'll be happy, but you won't. Why? Because as you just proved you have no plans for once he's dead. You will have no target left and no goal to pursue. You end up feeling dead inside, like you have nothing left to live for, until you find someone new to want revenge against, even if you have to make up a reason to want it or not care whether or not it's a good reason in the first place. Thus creating your own cycle of kill and consume, just like a hollow. And just like a hollow, you'll either end up alone in the world or, more likely, you'll end up getting killed by someone stronger than you, possibly someone who'll want revenge for your own actions. That is what revenge is, Sasuke, a vicious cycle with only death or emptiness at the end of it all. That is your future if keep going down your current path, so maybe you should stop obsessing over revenge and think long and hard about what you're doing and whether you should. Especially given the fact that you know so little about what really happened. Having finished his explanation, Naruto then grabbed Sasuke's shoulder before Sasuke could try to refute this, then Flash stepped back to where he had left Sakura. When the two genin got there, they found Sakura lying on the ground, completely motionless with her eyes wide and full of terror. Naruto and Sasuke carefully made their way to her. What's wrong with her? Sasuke asked, waving his hand in front of her face, but it was ineffective. She didn't blink once. She's in a state of total shock. And I bet she had something to do with it. Naruto said, turning to a suppressed but sensible reishi source in the trees. In the canopy was a woman wearing a green outfit with black pants and a kusugakure Hitai 8. Reishi is different than chakra, so maybe by suppressing one ninja subconsciously suppress the other. Still, why would she do this but not finish off Sakura? The poor child was overpowered by my killing intent. But now that you two have arrived things might be a little bit more interesting for me. The woman said, licking her lips. Keep an eye on Sakura and look out for this woman's teammates. I'll take care of her myself. Naruto ordered, wondering why he couldn't sense the reishi of any other enemies, but they had to be cautious. Why do you get to fight? Sasuke protested. Naruto's answer was releasing his Reiatsu. It felt like killing intent, only colder. Fine, I'll do it. The Uchiha then picked up Sakura and took her away, keeping his guard up. Naruto turned to face his opponent as soon as his teammates were a safe distance away. You sure are confident, aren't you? The woman said while smiling. You're no ordinary shinobi. I can tell you're trying to make your chakra pass off as a normal genin, but you're clearly not one. And since you're not a genin, you're not here for the chunin exams, you sneaked in for something else. So why don't you drop the charade and reveal yourself? Naruto said, concluding from the reishi that this opponent was stronger than a real genin, thus not here for the true purpose of the exams. You're a clever boy. Not many can see through my disguises that can trick even censors. The woman said, then she started to pull at the skin of her face like it was a mask, tearing it in a way that would be painful to watch. Under the skin was not skull and muscle, but a second face, a pale one with thin yellow eyes. My name is Orochimaru. the assailant said in a sickly male voice. Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha and the one known as a traitor. I never imagined I'd get a true test of my skills under these circumstances. But beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. It's gonna be a real honor to kill you. Naruto said, grinning while he unsheathed his Zanpakuto. Kukuku. So sure of ourselves, are we? Very well then, but know that I am far more skilled than anyone you have faced before, Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru said before he pulled Kusanagi out of his throat like a sword-swallowing act in reverse. I sure hope so, since finding a good opponent to fight against has been impossible since I came back to Konoha. Thanks to where I learned how to fight I have high standards. Naruto replied. The blonde rushed at the snake Sannin, swords clashing against each other as they tried to overpower each other. Just as quickly as they clashed, they pulled apart and jumped to the large tree branches, with multiple sword strikes being made every following second. Naruto and Orochimaru's arms were a blur of swift movements and sparks, and Orochimaru had to admit he was impressed this kid was lasting this long. After a few minutes Naruto suddenly managed to outmaneuver Orochimaru and impale him in the stomach, only for to see the Sannin turned into mud. A mud clone. He had to have switched out with it at some point. Naruto narrowed his eyes, sensing a presence from behind, and instinctively threw a head kick to the approaching Sannin. Orochimaru barely ducked under the kick, proceeding to impale the genin's head. The blonde moved his head out of the way of the blade and grabbed Orochimaru's arm, which he then used to fling him through some trees. Naruto then flash-stepped toward his foe only for Orochimaru to meet him with his fingertips glowing with purple flames. 5-element seal. Orochimaru said triumphantly, ramming his fingers into Naruto's gut. There, now you won't be getting any more help from the Kyuubi. Oh yes, I know your little secret child. Naruto remained still on the tree branch as Orochimaru kept his fingers on Naruto's gut. Then, to Orochimaru's confusion, he heard slight chuckling coming from Naruto, which then turned into a full-blown laugh. What the hell is so funny? Orochimaru asked, irritated that this little kid was laughing at him. Sorry to disappoint you, Snake, but Kyuubi isn't exactly where you think he is anymore. You're close, but aiming for the wrong target, Naruto said, taking a moment to enjoy the look of utter disbelief and terror that appeared on the snake Sannin's face. That look only got greater when he saw the seal dissipate before his very eyes, as it had no other seal to anchor itself to like intended. The whole point of a 5-element seal was to disrupt and render any even number seal temporarily ineffective, so without one it was just steam on a mirror. What? Orochimaru said. But that's impossible. You can't possibly be standing up to me without using Kyuubi's power. You're rather presumptive of my abilities, aren't you? Then again, who said I wasn't using that power? I'm just not using it the way you thought I was. But since you're so interested in him, I only have one thing to say. The young boy said, holding his sword horizontally in front of himself. Say hi, Kyuubi. Naruto's sword turned a red-orange color and he swung it like he was trying to cut the air, which didn't come close to hitting Orochimaru directly, but it didn't have to. Instead, a red energy shockwave was created like a jutsu, which did hit the Sannin and sent him flying. Then, using a flash step, Naruto got in close to knee Orochimaru in the gut and kick him to the ground. Orochimaru recomposed himself in time to block Naruto's attacks but not the force behind them. So he still was pushed through the air. You think you've won? Your sword is nothing compared to mine. Orochimaru challenged, waiting for Naruto to come to him so he could stab him. Naruto did come to him, but in a surprise move he actually grabbed Kusanagi with his bare hands and pulled it out of Orochimaru's hand. Naruto proceeded to impale him in the chest, but once he did Orochimaru was replaced with a log. This kid is more than I had expected. But he got cut by Kusanagi, the venom will get to him soon enough. For now, I better do what I really came here for and deal with the Jinchuriki later. Time to make the Uchiha come to me. Orochimaru said to himself, then left with caution so as to not be discovered. Elsewhere in the forest, Sasuke was staying under a tree in a small underroot cave, watching over his pink-haired teammate who had gone unconscious after she was snapped out of the shock. But even with that he couldn't get what Naruto had said to him out of his mind. The loser is strong, there is no argument there, but it's like no strength I've ever heard of before. His strength has no connection to anger or hate or even a bloodline. It's like he's another Itachi, always in control of himself. If he wanted to, Naruto right now could kill Itachi before I could. Does that mean he might actually be right about me? Is my need for revenge the reason I'm not as strong as I want to be? Sasuke had to stop questioning his life path when a strong pain in his head came out of nowhere. He put his right hand on his forehead as the pain grew with every second until he was enveloped in a dark void. After a few minutes he opened his eyes, finding him back at the scene that had haunted him for 5 years, the massacre of his clan at the hands of Itachi. This time, however, Sasuke felt that something was different. As he saw his brother finish his speech, he noticed that the younger version of himself got up and, to his complete shock, possessed a Sharingan. The younger Sasuke then lunged at Itachi. I know this isn't what happened that night. So why am I seeing it now? And why does this feel familiar? Like it's supposed to be how it happened. A confused Sasuke thought out loud to himself as his younger self was defeated by Itachi. The true Sasuke then watched in disbelief as his brother began crying while he was picking up his hinata, which the younger Sasuke had knocked off. Itachi then incapacitated little Sasuke, but not before he used the Tsukuyomi on him, making him see each and every death up close and personal over and over again. The true Sasuke fell unconscious soon after. After a few seconds, Sasuke woke up to find himself back in the forest of death with a still unconscious Sakura in front of him. Is that what happened? Did I actually already have the Sharingan but forget how to use it? Why would Itachi want me to forget that? Something is definitely wrong. If he really is testing whether or not I can someday kill him, why would he make me forget something? Sasuke asked himself, really confused. Wait, if this is true, then maybe my memories aren't what I think they are. Then that means, maybe Itachi didn't really tell me what I think he did. Maybe I've just been remembering what I assume happened. Does this mean that Naruto's right about me? The sound of slithering made him stop, as a large snake peeked its head in the cave. The last Uchiha stood and pulled out a kunai, ready to use a fire jutsu if he had to. The snake opened its mouth, and out come Orochimaru's top half. Sasuke Uchiha, last of the Sharingan holders in Konoha and by far the weakest one in the world at the moment. Orochimaru greeted, trying to get under the boy's skin with an accurate but insulting description. I may not have awakened my Sharingan, but no Uchiha goes down without a fight. Sasuke declared, even though he was unsure of the first part of that statement. I don't know what to think anymore, so I have to get out of here and get some things straightened out. Then I can decide what I'm going to do with my life. Pity about your eyes, but allow me to give you a gift all the same. Orochimaru said ecstatically before his neck stretched out and he lunged at Sasuke. Before he could even get to Sasuke however, the snake Orochimaru was in was suddenly pulled away from the tree by an outside force, ruining Orochimaru's trajectory and causing his head and neck to be batted against the sides of the cave and tree. The opening clear, Sasuke looked outside and saw Naruto had somehow removed the snake, which then disappeared in smoke, and Orochimaru was stunned on the ground with his neck retracting. You! Orochimaru hissed, opening his strained eyes to see Naruto standing over him. The blonde was focusing his Reiatsu on the snake summoner, making it hard for him to move since he felt cold. But Orochimaru was not going to let that stop him. He got up and took Kusanagi out of his obi, but to his surprise an oversized red energy claw came out of Naruto's blade and grabbed him, holding him tightly. What is this? What is that weapon you possess? Orochimaru asked, trying to get free. That's what I've been trying to figure out. Sasuke mentally commented, watching with much interest. Without saying a word, Naruto commanded the claw to bring his captive to him. Once he was close enough, Naruto swung the blade of his Zanpakuto and severed Orochimaru's head from his shoulders. The claw relaxed its grip, dropping the Sannin's body to the ground next to the head, but Naruto kept his guard up in case another substitution was at play. But nothing happened, signifying the true and rather quick end of the infamous pale-skinned shinobi. You alright? Naruto asked his teammate, sheathing his Zanpakuto. Yeah, and I think Sakura's coming too. Sasuke said, hearing noises from the cave suggesting Sakura was up now. Moments later the Pinkett crawled outside. What happened? Where's that woman from before? She asked, looking around. She gasped when she saw the decapitated body. That woman was actually Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha. I had read a while ago that he turned traitor, though I doubt he's going to do anything to harm the village anytime soon. Naruto said, searching Orochimaru's body. What? A Sannin was here posing as a genin. Why? What was he after? Sakura asked. Why would such a powerful shinobi waste time with a Chunin exam attacking genin? And what killed him in the first place? He was apparently after me. He seemed very interested in my Sharingan even though I haven't awakened it yet. Sasuke suggested, glancing at Naruto. You are a mystery Naruto Uzumaki, but you have proven yourself to be stronger than me. Maybe in more than one way. Naruto meanwhile found 4 storage scrolls that he placed on the ground but continued his search. His teammates took a look at those scrolls and realized that none of them were the kind that they needed to pass the exam. Damn, he doesn't have the scroll on him. I'm not too surprised. If he wasn't here for the exam, why would he waste time with the scroll? So we're not done in this test yet, Naruto said, and he probably didn't care about the scroll his fake team was given, so he didn't even consider keeping it. We'll still have plenty of time to find a team with the right scroll. Sakura said, earning a nod from the Uzumaki. You're right, Sakura, but how about the three of you hiding in the bushes over there? Come out and save us the trouble. Naruto asked. Sasuke and Sakura turned to see three Oto shinobi jump out of the bushes behind them. One was completely covered in bandages and looked like a mummy. He wore a maned overcoat, spotted jeans, black sandals, and a weird gauntlet on both hands. The next guy had spiky hair, a scarf around his neck, yellow shirt, and same pants as his teammate as well as a face filled with rage. The third member of the group was the female of the team, and she had long black hair, a scarf around her neck, green vest and same pants as her teammates. You killed our master. You won't get out of here alive, punk. Zaku, the boy with spiked hair started, beyond angry over his master's death. You're more than welcome to join him if you want, but if your scroll is the one we need we are leaving here with it. Naruto said as Sakura and Sasuke got prepared to back him up. Zaku, any guy who can kill Orochimaru-sama and not even break a sweat is way too powerful for us. Let's just cut our losses and hand over our scroll. Dosu, the mummy boy, said before taking the team's scroll out of his pocket and laying it on the ground. Perfect, that's the one we need. Sakura said, looking at the label. So we're not fighting? Sasuke asked, subconsciously accepting that if anyone on this team called the shots it was the blonde. He didn't like it, but if might made right then Naruto had him outclassed by far. Assuming that's the real scroll and not some kind of explosive decoy, then no we don't have to. Naruto said, but others will come after us as we head to the tower, so we will have more chances to fight. Explosive decoy, that actually would have been a good idea. Kin, the Oto Kunoichi, couldn't resist commenting. Nevertheless, she kicked the scroll towards the Konoha genin so it was within Sasuke's reach. Thank you for your kind donation. Before you go, however, make sure you three go and tell the rest of Orochimaru's followers to pack up and get out of here if they value their lives. Naruto warned before the Oto trio left in a hurry, giving no response. Sasuke pocketed the heaven scroll. I think we should be making our way to the tower before any other team gets wise to us. But if we do encounter a team, I get to fight in it. No problem Sasuke. You and Sakura need to test your skills too. Naruto claimed. But before we go, he pointed towards Orochimaru's lifeless body and the storage scrolls next to the body. We need to find out what's inside those scrolls. The fact that he was carrying them means that there's something of great importance sealed within them. And we'll want to seal up the remains for transport. The Hokage will want those as well and we can split the bounty 3 ways. Really? Sakura asked. But we did nothing. Pass or fail as a team, remember. Chapter 12 Settling Scores. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto and or Bleach. At this point Rocker 1600 had originally taken over for JMAC 615. Forest of Death, Konohagakure. It was the second day of the second test of the Chunin exams, and Team 7 was nearing the central tower in the Forest of Death, with both needed scrolls in possession. 2 of them were just trying to get through this part of the exams, one of them had something else on their mind. I can finally get those damned fools off my back. Naruto thought to himself. The civilian council thinks they can make any order they want and I have to obey today. I hope they choke on their pride when they learn I finished off Orochimaru. Let's see them try to take Haku, Django, and Tararan from me. Sure, it means I'll never really have their respect, but at least they'll be kept in line. That's probably as good an opportunity as I'll ever get from them. 2 hours before noon the tower was finally in sight. We're here, finally, Sakura said, picking up the pace now that the goal was visible. But to her surprise, Naruto simply stopped. What gives Naruto? I'm getting a bad feeling. I think something is here that shouldn't be. Like what? Are you saying Orochimaru isn't dead? She asked, getting nervous. No, he's dead, but that doesn't mean he's gone. The blonde said, confusing her. What do you mean he's not gone? Sasuke, why don't you explain it to her? Naruto asked. I'm going to go make sure this isn't what I think it is. You two be careful to not lose our scrolls. Sasuke nodded, understanding the boy completely after the explanation on hollows. You be sure not to lose to a dead man. Naruto smirked like he was grateful to hear it, then headed off on his own. So what do we do? Sakura asked. Well, if you actually have any skills other than book smarts it's time to put them to use. Sasuke told her, moving through the trees to pretend them from being a sitting duck. I have skills, Sakura insisted, following him. Then why are they the one thing about yourself you've never bothered to show me? Sasuke chided, referring to the fact Sakura had often tried to make herself an open book to him in hopes he'd see something he liked. It hadn't worked. Sakura looked a bit ashamed of herself, knowing that her skills were subpar. You don't understand, for Kunoichi we have a different standard. We have to be strong and be beautiful while doing it. If I trained like you or Naruto, I'd never succeed as a kunoichi. Sakura, out of all the kunoichi you've seen, how many have you seen that are ugly? Sasuke asked. None, she answered. Where's he going with this? Do you honestly believe none of them ever had to fight for themselves in a serious battle? Or train as hard as a man? Sasuke added. Probably not. The pink kid answered. Wait, that tree had a mark. Someone's been here, she thought, glancing at an arrow carved into the wood pointing in the direction she and her teammate had come from. So why do you act like training as seriously as me will make you ugly? He asked finally. Besides, do you know what kind of missions a kunoichi whose only skill is her looks has to do? Sakura just looked at him curiously, having never once considered that. She had always wanted to be a kunoichi without sacrificing any ladylikeness, but she had never once considered what that would result in other than possibly getting Sasuke's love. Since she didn't answer, he did for her. They do sexual missions, like sleep with someone so they can get information and kill people. Or are given to other villages as peace offerings. Sakura looked horrified. That can't be true. If a kunoichi can't fight, what else can she do for her village? Sasuke asked plainly. For that matter, why are you in training to be a combat ninja if you don't want to be in combat? Sasuke-kun, not to be rude, but we've been passing this one marking on a tree at least 3 times now. She spoke up. And now that I think about it, the trees themselves have been identical. We're in a genjutsu, making us go in circles. Sasuke realized, coming to a stop along with Sakura. Someone's nearby, likely waiting for us to tire out running. Sakura panted a bit, feeling a bit sticky from sweat. If so, then it's working. From out of the ground and even the trees emerged dozens of clones, all dressed in sleek black bodysuits and breathing masks, bearing the symbol of a megaker. They surrounded the 2 Konoha genin on their branch. You're trapped like rats, one of the clones said to demoralize them. Not likely. This many clones can't be made by 1 or even 3 genin. This are clearly just illusions meant to make us think we're outnumbered. Sasuke said confidently. A different clone than the one that had spoken through a kunai at the Uchiha, who dodged just enough so it would graze him, leaving a small cut on his sleeve. Alright, so they aren't illusions. One good hit should be enough to take them out. Sasuke jumped at the one that threw the kunai, managing to hit it in the midsection with his fist. The clone was clearly injured, it sort of burst at the side like a water clone, but it didn't collapse. Instead, the wound reformed the top half of another clone with a kunai and tried to throw it. Sasuke responded by throwing some shuriken at the arm, hitting it and making the arm turn into a muddy puddle. The other half of the clone threw another kunai, this time at Sakura. She ducked and it hit the tree behind her. She pulled it out after she got back up. This is a real kunai, not a cloned one like Naruto's clones use. But why would a clone have a real weapon? She said to Sasuke. This is a strange but effective tactic. Sasuke noted. Real weapons, clones that don't die with hits, and despite the number advantage they seem more interested in keeping us boxed in rather than swarming us. If I knew how to use my Sharingan I could hopefully figure this out. Sakura's analytical mind had quickly figured out the same details Sasuke had. Maybe this is an illusion. She decided to test it by throwing the real kunai back at a different clone. It ended up passing through and making the clone ripple a bit like a reflection on water. Sasuke-kun, I got it. This is another genjutsu to wear us out, with the real enemy using the clones to occasionally attack us for real to throw us off. Clever, until they attack we can't know which one is the real enemy, and once we counter they may use the genjutsu to cover themselves and switch with a clone. Sasuke concluded. What we need is a broad spectrum attack, so the real target gets hit no matter what. Remembering one of his clan tactics, Sasuke got an idea. Taking out some shuriken and kunai and holding them in both hands, he threw the weapons in several directions simultaneously. It hit some clones but passed through them all, but this attack wasn't intended to destroy them that easily. Sasuke then created a minor fire jutsu and exhaled on the wires that he had attached to the shuriken and kunai. These wires were an Uchiha special brand, specifically made to be fire conductive and spread flames. With this arrangement he had created a web of fire. Way to go Sasuke-kun. Sakura cheered, genuinely impressed rather than merely fangirling him out of habit. Hey, look at the clones. There, fading, Sasuke asked, seeing the clones sort of vaporize in the air, the ones closest to the flames going first. They must not have been normal illusions. Maybe they were clones made of water vapor and the heat's destroying them. The pink kid offered. Think you're so smart, do you? The true enemies asked, appearing before the duo. They were aimed in like the clones, only they wore beige jumpsuits instead of black. Doesn't matter if you overcame our trap, you're still exhausted. We don't need to be at our top. Sakura countered. You resorted to these tactics and still haven't once attacked us. You're not strong enough to beat us. You think you can beat us with a man short and you're both worn out? One of the AIM nin asked. Sasuke smirked. We don't have to beat you. We just have to keep you busy long enough for our teammate to get back. Elsewhere. When Naruto had left his team, he had been sure to stretch his words to keep them from interfering. After all, his exact words were, I think something is here that shouldn't be, but it was Sakura that concluded he was referring to Orochimaru. Sure, he had feel some Reiatsu that was on a scale closer to Orochimaru than a normal genin's, but Sasuke and Sakura didn't need to know more than that. As for it being Orochimaru himself, that was just some deceptive wordplay. All he had done was mention the chance that the criminal ninja could return as a hollow. And while it wasn't impossible for the snake Sannin to become a hollow, it was way too soon for that to happen now. So whatever he was sensing, this was something new. The Reiatsu was like a beacon to him, but not a soothing one. It had a lot of murderous intent, backed up with satisfaction. Not joy or pleasure, just satisfaction. This bothered Naruto more, because whoever this was obviously more level-headed than Orochimaru had been. And therefore potentially more dangerous. After a few tense moments the whiskered blonde found his target. It was Gaara and his siblings, standing in an obvious battleground given the fact there were large splatters of blood decorating the ground but no visible bodies. Senbon also littered the area, but nothing else. 3 other ninja were hiding in the bushes, trying their hardest to remain unnoticed and get away unseen. Despite the multiple presences, Gaara stood out as the epicenter for the Reiatsu, and that immediately got Naruto concerned. We already have our scrolls, so who are we looking for? Kankuro asked nervously as if he was trying not to provoke his younger brother. Gaara, however, either didn't hear his brother's question or he didn't care. He just pulled back his sand into his ground. I was afraid it was him. Naruto rude. Neither Sasuke nor Sakura understood why some like Kankuro was so afraid of Gaara, but Naruto already knew why. Ever since his first encounter with the Suna Nin, both he and his Biju turned Zanpakuto could sense Shukaku within him. They could also sense the killing emanating from both of them, which at the time had been suppressed but now was practically on overdrive, albeit dying down now that his victim was dead. I can only guess at what his village has put him through to make him have this kind of desire to kill. It doesn't feel professional at all. He doesn't kill because it's part of the job, but because he likes it. Naruto thought, clenching his fists. The only way I'll be able to get through to him is to fight him myself, make him afraid to die for once. Then he might actually be willing to listen. As the 3 siblings unwittingly walked past Naruto, Temari whispered to Kankuro. Did you notice that some of our allies from Odogakure simply ran out of the forest? The puppet user nodded. They looked like they just wanted to get out of here ASAP. Something must have happened, something not part of the plan. Unless this was their plan all along, to desert us before we acted. Temari mentioned. To what end? Kankuro asked, not seeing the purpose. Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondanini. Look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own throat. Bakudo number 9. Horan, Naruto said, catching Temari and Kankuro off guard and confusing them with his gibberish. What the he? Kankuro started, only to be suddenly ensnared by 2 orange-hued energy tendrils, one for both Suna shinobi with spiraling yellow patterns. The 3 Suna genin then looked on, 2 in shock and 1 with mild interest, as Naruto gently descended from his hiding position, the index and middle fingers of both his hands controlling the bindings. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked, being one of the 3 ninja hiding in the bushes, praying that Gaara didn't notice and kill them just like the AIM nin he had moments ago slaughtered. Is he trying to get himself killed? Kiba asked. Shino simply observed. Naruto, while keeping those fingers in their current position, brought both his hands together moving the tendrils binding Temari and Kankuro together. Naruto then pointed his right index finger at Gaara before he could react. Carriage of thunder, bridge of a spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61, Raikujokuro. Naruto's finger began to generate a spark of yellow energy, which then summoned 6 beams of light that were both white and thin and shaped like a hibiscus flower. He then slammed these beams into Gaara's midsection, holding him in place. The Suna shinobi tried to break free from their bindings, but to no avail as the bindings were unyielding. Gaara couldn't even move his hands, negating his ability to consciously attack with his sand. What the hell did you do to us? Temari roared. Naruto smirked. I restrained you and your teammates with something called Kido. Since it would be stupid for me to explain my methods to my opponents, that's all you'll know. How did you learn this? Kankuro asked. Naruto refused to answer, but he did remember that experience. It was the only time that Aizen himself got directly involved in Naruto's training. Flashback. Unspecified location, Haweko Mundo. 2 years before Naruto's return. Naruto was facing roughly 100 low-level hollows that had sensed his Reiatsu and came out from their dwelling places underground. As Naruto prepared to engage this very unlucky horde, Aizen was standing several yards away, observing his weapon, as the ninja prepared to use his newly refined Hado spells. As the Espada were unable to learn Kido, and with neither Jin nor Tosen having full mastery of this form of Shinigami combat, Aizen had to take it upon himself to train the blonde Jinchuriki in this field. Having already mastered the more passive Bakudo spells, Naruto was now going to fight the hollows before him using only Hado spells. He began his attack once the beasts got within 150 feet of him. He had the left hand closed into a fist save for his index finger. Hado number 1, show, he said, his left index finger generated a small force that knocked the nearest hollow to the ground. Naruto then used this Hado repeatedly to temporarily disable several of the more quick and agile hollows before he continued his assault. Hado number 31, Shakuho. An orb of crimson-red energy formed in the open palm of his right hand. He discharged the orb which hit, and killed, its target. Like a choreographed dance, Naruto unleashed a combination of Sho and Shakuho in perfect synchronization as the hollows dropped like flies. After the final hollow was felled, Aizen appeared in front of Naruto. You do need to add more variety into your attacks. Other than that though, you have full mastery of Kido. Aizen said. Thank you, Aizen-sama. Naruto said as he bowed. Keep in mind I'm referring to mastery of what you already have. Aizen added. This doesn't mean you'll never struggle with new ones you'll acquire. An old instructor of mine when I was your age once said you can master a katana until your fingers hurt, but you can still be clumsy with an odashi. I understand, Naruto said with a nod. End flashback. Forest of Death, Konohagakure. Let's just say I had very good teachers who taught me many different forms of combat. To be honest, though, I haven't been able to use my skills to their full effect, as I have yet to find an opponent strong enough for me to do so. Just be grateful that I didn't use my full power in those bindings. Naruto casually explained to his captives. This was said mostly for the intimidation factor. In truth he had used the full incantation for both Bakudo spells, but he had applied very little of his Raryoku for those spells in this particular case. But the point was clear, if he wanted to kill them they would be dead. All of them, including Gaara. What are you going to do to us? Kankuro asked. Though they wouldn't admit it, Temari and Kankuro had found the one person that scared them even more than Gaara. Naruto's face soon had a serious look on it. I just want to talk, and considering what I'm going to talk about, you would probably attack me if I hadn't restrained you three. I'll start by asking you this, how long has your village been plotting with Orochimaru to attack Konoha? After a few seconds of silence, Kankuro's and Temari's eyes widened in shock after Naruto's question finally registered in their minds. Gaara remained unfazed at this however, as he didn't care as much about the planned attack. If the plan was off, he was still going to kill anyone and everyone he could, whether Suna liked it or not. Good Kami, how do you? Temari asked before Naruto opened one of his personal scrolls and revealed its contents. Her shock, along with Kankuro's, turned to pure horror once they saw the snake Sanin's head. The same could be said for Team 8. Your ally was very careless. He had all the information about the attack on his person. Naruto explained, again for the intimidation factor. Questioning these three myself might not get me any more information than I already have. Best to make them do something for me now that they're shaken up. He decided as he put his trophy back in the scroll. This is what is going to happen. Once my team and I finish our business here, and my friend's team here gets somewhere far away from you. Naruto started. Hinata gasped. He knows we're here too. He's trying to save us. Thank you Naruto-kun. I'm going to release these bonds. When I do this you three are going to go to your commander and explain to him what I have shown you here. And you are going to deliver this message exactly as I told you, word for word. He said, momentarily pausing to make sure that they understood what he was saying. By the time you've received this message the higher-ups in Konoha will have already been informed of your village's actions and will have made full preparations before you are even prepared to mount your invasion, so you might as well call it off. Rest assured, however, if any harm were to come to Konoha by your actions I, Naruto Uzumaki, will personally make sure that Sunagakure will pay the price. And I can assure you that I never go back on my word. You have been warned. This was said with a cold emotionless tone to drive the point home. And it worked as three Suna Genin didn't make any objections to his demands. I believe our business is done. Your move now. And on a final note, I still look forward to fighting you in the finals, Gaara. Naruto said as he left the clearing, heading back to his team. You heard him, let's vacate the area. Shino said quietly. His teammates nodded and departed with him. With Sasuke and Sakura. Sensing the reiatsu of his teammates, Naruto had no trouble finding his way back to them. And of course he could tell they were not alone. Let's see if they really are that good without me, he mused. Positioning himself so neither team could see him, the whiskered blonde watched the battle. Sasuke and Sakura were still using Sasuke's web of fire to give them a defense, and the aim nin were trying to hit them with kunai and senbon. Sasuke looked tired and Sakura looked fresher, but neither had anything to use that would end this quickly. At the same time it looked like the aim nin didn't either. Knowing what to do, Naruto snuck around, and put his right index and middle finger together before pointing them at the aim nin from behind. Bakudo number 1, Sai. He whispered. All 3 foreign shinobi found their arms pulled back by an unseen force and restrained as if tied. What the hell? The leader asked. With them caught by surprise and unable to defend themselves, Naruto jumped out and pummeled them into unconsciousness. Thanks Naruto, Sakura said. Wait, how do we know you're the real Naruto? The first time we saw Kakashi-sensei he was 2 hours late and the only thing he told us was his name. Good enough for me. Did you find what you wanted? Sasuke inquired. Naruto nodded. Yep, now let's get this test over with. Kikyo Castle, Konohagakure. 2 hours later. Team 7 had passed the second phase of the Chunin exams an hour and a half earlier, having obtained and opened the scrolls in a new record according to their messenger Iruka. Team 8 wasn't that far behind them, and all 3 approached Naruto to thank him for saving their hides. But any celebrations would have to wait, as the issue with Orochimaru and Tsunagakure had to be dealt with first. With more than 3 days until part 2 of the exams ended, Naruto had requested Kakashi come to the tower so his teammates could explain to him what had happened. Naruto himself however was going to do something more important. He was going to see the Sandaime directly. Naruto, Sarutobi asked once the whiskered blonde burst into his office. You can't be here. By leaving the forest you forfeited the exams. I think you'll be willing to overlook that. And frankly you'd be more disappointed in me if I hadn't done what I'm doing now. Why's that? Naruto tossed a scroll to the veteran shinobi. Open this and you'll know exactly what I mean. I'll explain in more detail, but I recommend a council meeting for that. The old Hokage could tell from Naruto's demeanor that something serious was going on, and gingerly opened the scroll, unsealing the contents. Once he saw it, everything clicked. I will have the meeting within the hour. And if this doesn't warrant an exception to disqualification, nothing will. Within the hour. Naruto now stood before the Sandaime in both councils. Both sides had been told this meeting was requested by Naruto regarding a very grave matter. The members of the Shinobi Council were interested in listening to what Naruto wanted to address that would compel him to request such a meeting. The Civilian Council, on the other hand, were extremely irritated by Naruto's arrogance to believe he had the right to call a meeting. Needless to say they were still fuming from their last meeting with the young ninja. You better have a good reason to have called a meeting like this, you little snot. One of the civilians warned. In fact it was the same person that Naruto had kicked more than a week ago. Naruto's expression remained dead serious despite similar displays of hostility by the Civilian Council members. I am trying to save the village from destruction and this is my thanks. He asked in an almost mocking tone. The members of both councils were very confused at this. They were even more confused when Naruto opened a small sack he had strapped to his belt and reached inside. What do you mean by trying to save the sweet Kami? Another civilian yelled in terror as he, the other civilians, and the shinobi from the other council bore witness to Orochimaru's decapitated head, returned to Naruto but not resealed for convenience. I found this traitor in the Forest of Death when my team and I were partaking in the second phase of the Chunin exams. And before you ask, he was apparently after your precious Uchiha and his undeveloped Sharingan. He explicitly expressed interest in those very things. And you claim to have killed the greatest traitor to our village. A civilian asked skeptically, how do we know it wasn't really the Uchiha who did it and you're just trying to steal his glory? Naruto gave a cold harsh look to the Nisayer. Simple, if Sasuke is that strong and I'm that weak, how could I have stopped him from getting here and telling you this? Yeah, what's your answer for that if that's what you believe? Sume asked in a challenging tone. The civilians wisely chose to not rise to the challenge. That's not all. Naruto continued, handing the head back to Sarutobi. Orochimaru was also plotting with Suna to attack Konoha. Boy, I can accept you killing Orochimaru by some great chance of luck. But your other claim is one with greater repercussions. Do you have any proof that Suna, one of our staunchest allies, would actually plot alongside someone as vile Orochimaru to do something like that? Homura asked. Of course, Naruto responded, taking out the 4 scrolls he had taken off of the snake Sanin's body. When Naruto first found the scrolls he noticed that Orochimaru had placed very complex and very powerful seals on them. That was to be expected, and frankly the snake Sannin would have had to have been overrated had he not taken such measures. But Naruto's mind was as sharp as his Zanpakuto, so it didn't take him more than a few minutes to counter both the seals and the insidious surprises that the Sannin had added as secondary measures. I found these scrolls among the remains of Orochimaru's body. They contain all the information regarding his plans, and it clearly states that Suna is his collaborator in this. Naruto explained as he tossed them one by one to Sarutobi. I'm sorry I had to do this to him, old man, I'm sure you kept telling yourself he was your responsibility. But he was there, I was there, you weren't. I couldn't refuse to kill him just because someone else had dibs. You have no reason to apologize, Naruto. You performed a great service for the village and I'm most grateful for that. Sarutobi said to Naruto, who nodded. Anyways, that's what I came here to discuss, so I'm done here. I'm sure you guys know what to do with the information I provided. Naruto said as he flash-stepped his way out of the fortress. After Naruto's departure, the councils began to discuss preparations for the attack in case it would still occur. The councils also opted not to inform the villagers of the threat just yet, as the possibility of the invasion occurring was uncertain now that the mastermind had been disposed of. The members of the Shinobi Council also decided, with Sarutobi's full approval, to acknowledge Naruto's efforts in defeating Orochimaru in regards to his possible promotion, despite the desire of the Civilian Council to have Sasuke receive, unbeknownst to him and undeservedly, all the credit. That went away once they were reminded of their fear of Naruto. As Naruto had planned, from that time on the Civilian Council would if nothing else refuse to confront him as they did not want to incur the wrath of a guy who could kill a Sannin with no effort on that person's part. Like a wise man once said, if you can't win them over with kindness, keep them in check with fear. Chapter 13 Preliminaries. Disclaimer, I'm going to test something. Everyone, I do own Naruto and Bleach. Guys in black suits barge into house and handcuff Rider. Hey, I wasn't serious. Where are you? Takes Rider away. Rocker, sighs in exasperation, great. Now I have to go and save his ass. To anyone reading this, that was a poorly thought out joke. Neither Phantom nor I own Naruto or Bleach whistles for his army and goes after Phantom. Konoha Hot Springs, Konohagakure. With 3 days left in the second test and nothing left to do, Naruto had naturally been training for the next part, certain that this would be where individual skills would be examined. So far the test had been focusing on team efforts, but the entire test couldn't be that. While teamwork was indeed important, too much emphasis on that would result in ninja that couldn't work outside of a team. But fortunately he had a great advantage now. You see, normally Team 7 would be forced to remain inside the Tower of the Forest of Death until the official ending of the second test, unless there happened to be a preliminary round. However, Sarutobi had actually pulled them out and told them to stay away from the forest itself, all while guaranteeing they weren't disqualified. Your team killed Orochimaru, that is bound to get noticed quickly by the people who were working for him. By having you three in a single place with no means to escape, you're essentially trapping yourselves for them. I want you to be anywhere except Training Ground 44 until further notice. Use this time to train and overall stay unnoticed, while I get the Anbu to flush out the rest of the snakes in the village. Sarutobi told the genin. As a result, the 3 members of Team 7 were trying to keep a low profile. Naruto had done so by remaining at his home and training with his fracciones and Haku, who was particularly amazed to hear of his defeat of the Orochimaru. At the moment though, on the 3rd day of the test, he relaxed in the men's section of Konoha's hot spring bathhouse. He was alone right now, and frankly he preferred it that way when bathing. In Hueco Mundo bathing was the greatest of luxuries, and Harabel was extremely territorial of them when it was time. Great help in training, but a true shark in the water. He thought to himself in regards to the female Arrancar. Speaking of which, I'm surprised that Sasuke actually asked me to help him with his training. I was hopeful that what I told him the other day had reached him, but I didn't anticipate him showing me any kind of humility this soon. When they had left the Forest of Death, Naruto had assumed they would go their separate directions as they usually did. However, Sasuke actually asked to speak to him in private rather than demand or order the whiskered blonde to comply. When Naruto did so, the last Uchiha told him about what he had seen in his recollection of his clan's massacre back in the forest, as well as what he now suspected about his Sharingan. I do believe Sasuke should awaken his Sharingan. Debatable bloodline or not, it's a part of his body and heritage and he has the right to see if he can make the right choices with it. Naruto thought to himself, I'm glad he's finally starting to realize I'm no pushover. He actually admitting in as many words that I'm stronger than him. And after that spar he really owes me more than some humility now. Last night after their discussion the 2 boys had a spar that lasted a good 3 hours. And because it was meant to make Sasuke feel like he was in danger, Naruto surprised him by having Haku, Django, and Tararan jump in unexpected. Django was all too happy to give the Uchiha a few smacks upside the head, all for the good of the spar of course. About 2 hours into the spar it didn't seem to be working, then Naruto upped the ante by using a henge to resemble Itachi, image taken from a bingo book. That triggered something in Sasuke, and at the same time it finally awoke his famed Dujutsu. After that, it was decided that he should seek assistance from Kakashi, as none of the inhabitants of the Namikaze compound knew how to use a Sharingan. He agreed and left, but not before he had one final question. This may sound stupid but... Do you know what happened that day? The day he killed everyone. You knew about the massacre before you returned to Konoha even though you weren't here when it happened. And you speak like you know something I don't. What is that? All Naruto was willing to admit was that he did know something. Aizen had kept an eye on Konoha for him during his tutelage, mainly looking for significant things that Naruto could use to his favor, such as information, people, and events. Aizen had forbade Naruto from having full access to what he learned, telling the young boy that he would learn when it was time to use the knowledge. But he did let the whiskered blonde know a few things, including the Uchiha massacre. Naturally Sasuke tried to press Naruto for the truth of that day, but Naruto simply said that he would tell him when the time was right. And naturally this angered Sasuke, but before he could keep pressing, Naruto's spiritual pressure silenced him. Frustrated, Sasuke had no choice but to wait, taking some relief in the knowledge that he might be able to find his path soon. That was a long day. Naruto noted, finished replaying the recent events in his mind. Relaxed enough, he got out of the bath, ready to get back to his own training. I wonder if Sakura's going to ask for help too, or if she's already gotten her own help. After Naruto left the building and headed towards his house, he noticed a man in the bushes standing on top of a large toad, about to peek into the women's area of the spring, to which Naruto smirked. Even though he hadn't met the man Naruto, thanks to the records in both the Namikaze estate and Las Noches, he already knew who it was. The toad was a dead giveaway if nothing else. The blonde ninja used his flash step to appear by the man's side. You know if the women inside spot you're a dead man, right? Jiraiya-san. Naruto asked as Jiraiya, caught completely off guard by the genin, fell off the toad and landed on his face. After a few seconds, the self-proclaimed, super pervert, finally got up, acting as though nothing had happened. Well, if that's the case, I'll just have to avoid getting caught. Now go away child so I can continue my research. The toad Sannin said, answering the young ninja's unasked question. Naruto did a facepalm in response to the old man's comment. I was afraid that this would happen. My own godfather is truly the pervert everyone says he is, Naruto chided, having learned of his relation to the toad sage thanks to some of the documents he found at his estate. Jiraiya's expression suddenly shifted to that of surprise. Wait, you're Naruto? He asked, to which Naruto nodded in confirmation. Upon learning this, the Sannin also realized that A. Naruto knows that he's Naruto's godfather, and B. He would have to say more than a few things in regard to his past with the boy. Namely justifying the lack thereof. Before a now uneasy Jiraiya could react, however, Naruto spoke up. I know what you're thinking, Jiraiya-san, and you don't have to be down on yourself for that. He said before the old man could. I know you've been tracking down Orochimaru and the Akatsuki all this time. I don't hold the fact that you weren't there for me against you, so don't have to feel guilty about it. Though honestly I do question when you intended to tell me about any of this. With relief, Jiraiya smirked. Well at least you managed to care of Orochimaru, you and I won't have to worry about him anymore. We both still have something else to keep an eye out for. Wait, how do you know about the Akatsuki? Let's just say that the people who have been caring for me and educating me in your absence didn't believe that my enemies would stay away as long as I was ignorant of them. The whiskered blonde answered, I'm pretty sure that while the Akatsuki haven't done much since I was born, they will soon make their move. Rest assured, those missing nins will only be greeted with death when they do come for me. Under normal circumstances I'd be convinced Naruto was just blowing smoke out his ass by saying that. However, he was able to kill Orochimaru, and that's not the work of someone who has to rely on luck more than skill. Jiraiya thought, concluding that Naruto was already at, and most likely above, cage level. And that both impressed and concerned him. Pushing those thoughts aside, the Sannin and his godson did a quick catching up before Naruto decided to continue their conversation at another time. Jiraiya then accepted Naruto's offer to stay with him at the estate. Naruto was about to leave before Jiraiya decided to ask one more question. I have asked, Naruto. Has the QB? Quote. He began until Naruto interrupted him. You don't have to worry about him. It took me a while to earn the QB's trust, but I did earn it. He stopped trying to break the seal at least 3 years ago. Naruto said, to which Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. With that, Naruto finally left the hot springs as he prepared for the next portion of the exams. Preliminary Arena, Konohagakure. The last day of the second test. Naruto and the rest of his team had arrived at the assigned meeting area for the completion of the second phase of the Chunin exams. They were surprised by the number of people who were apparently still taking part in the exams despite the eliminations and the withdrawal of both the Otogakure Shinobi and Kabuto's Genin team. Sasuke and Sakura were further surprised by the presence of the Suna siblings considering what happened 4 days prior. Unknown to Team 7, after a few tense days the leaders of Sunagakure were able to re-establish relations with Konoha after a team of Suna shinobi found the murdered cage, which was another piece of Orochimaru's handiwork based on the evidence at the murder scene. This allowed the 3 Suna genin to continue participating in the exam, but only those 3. Any others attending were taken out as a message to Suna about taking advantage of an alliance. As Team 7 stood alongside the other contestants, the third Hokage, with Kakashi and the squad leaders of the other participants by his side, declared that because there were still too many contestants, 18 in total, to start the Chunin exams finals. Therefore, a series of preliminary matches would be held to thin out their numbers. After everyone went up to the arena's viewing area, a screen up in the wall was turned on with the names of the contestants appearing at random. After a few seconds the names of Sasuke and Choji were on the screen, indicating that this would be the first match. Sasuke beat Choji through a combination of his Sharingan and Taijutsu. Shino fought in, and won, the next match which was against a shinobi from Omegakure. The next match saw the defeat of another AIM shinobi at the hands of Kankuro and his puppet Crow. The next match pitted Sakura against Ino. The 2 kunoichi ended up fighting to a draw, knocking each other unconscious in the process, after duking it out for more than 15 minutes. This forced Hayate Gecko, the exam proctor for the preliminaries, to disqualify both Sakura and Ino. Sakura woke shortly after the fight up and was greeted by Ino. They became friends again despite their continued rivalry over Sasuke. Sakura then heard someone slowly clapping. She looked up and was surprised to see that it was Naruto. And so the flower finally begins to blossom. Took you long enough. Naruto said, to which Sakura simply smirked. I'm tired of needing you and Sasuke-kun to save me all time. After what happened in the Forest of Death I vowed to become stronger so that maybe one day maybe I'll be the one doing the saving. She replied. Naruto simply encouraged her to keep improving before he turned his attention back to the fights. The next fight was between Temari and Tenten. It was a one-sided battle as Temari's wind attacks easily repelled all of Tenten's weapons. After defeating Tenten, Temari tried to throw the now unconscious kunoichi at her own weapons, though Tenten's teammate Rock Lee managed to catch her before she fell. Lee and Temari almost got into a fight of their own until Might Guy intervened and convinced his star pupil that he could always avenge his teammate in the finals. What you did to that girl was completely uncalled for, Naruto stated coldly when Temari walked past him. How? We were in a fight and I broke no rules. She justified. You might not have broken any rules, but you were trying to break her. Break her in a way she couldn't have recovered from. You wanted her to suffer for a long time after this, maybe even the rest of her life. And you did it after you had already won the fight. Naruto replied, refusing to look at her. Temari fumed. We're supposed to treat this like a serious fight. Would you be any less serious if you were in a genuine fight? Naruto now looked at her, his eyes cold and judging, making her flinch a bit. I know someone like you, fights well but only because he enjoys hurting his opponent. While I respect him as a warrior, I think he's a jerk. And right now I think that of you too. What you did wasn't in the name of a serious fight, you think this is a sick game for your own pleasure. But know this, you try that again under any other circumstances, and you'll wish you were fighting Konoha after I'm done with you. While she didn't understand why the boy thought this way, Temari realized that arguing with a kid a year her junior that can kill a Sannin without breaking a sweat was probably not a good idea and left, putting her brother between her and the blonde genin as a very flimsy human barrier. After Shikamaru won the next match against the last of the 3 AIM shinobi, the selection screen began its selection for the next. To the surprise of everyone in the arena, the next match would be between Naruto and Kiba. It was hard to say just how many people knew about Naruto's victory over Orochimaru, but it was clear that everyone in that arena was aware thanks to one source or another. Therefore, everyone expected Kiba to immediately forfeit this one. How can you expect to beat the guy that can kill an S-rank missing nin, and one so powerful that several countries wanted dead yet they couldn't kill, understandingly? Apparently, the Inuzuka genin either thought he stood a chance, had a death wish, was simply stupid, or was had combination of these mindsets, for he looked at Naruto as if he was excited to face the blonde Sannin slayer. Kiba and Akamaru, Kiba's canine companion, rushed down to the fight area and were surprised to see that Naruto was already waiting for them. I suggest that you forfeit right now, Kiba. I really don't want hurt an old friend. Naruto stated bluntly, only to get a smirk from his assigned opponent. No way, I'm just going walk away from this fight. If I can beat you I might even get promoted to Hokage before the day's over. Kiba declared, somewhat expecting a little encouragement from the audience. Instead all he got was deafening silence with even a few crickets chirping, making him wonder why there were crickets indoors in the first place. Naruto simply sighed. While I respect your resolve, you're not going to get that title just handed to you that easily, Kiba. Besides, by your logic I should have already been made Hokage yesterday, so if you really want to see how strong you are compared to me, don't say I didn't warn you. He then stuck his Zanpakuto in the ground, then his hands into his pockets. What is he thinking? Does he think he can win without using his hands? Kakashi thought at seeing this, and he wasn't the only one. I know I should be cheering for Kiba, but even for a teammate I wouldn't dare want Naruto-kun to lose. Hinata thought, quite possibly the only one in the room other than Sasuke and Sakura not wanting to see Naruto fight just to see how good he was. She already knew he was good, she just wanted to support the boy she liked. Kiba simply made his smirk even wider. I hope you're ready to lose, Naruto. Akamaru barked and the two got prepared for battle. Ready, begin, Hayate said as everyone else in the arena watched the battle with great interest. Though the spectators figured that Kiba had lost this fight the moment Naruto became his opponent, they all wanted to see what the blonde Uzumaki was capable of if he was able to defeat a Sannin without getting a scratch. Gaara, Neji, and Lee, particularly, were among those who were going to be studying Naruto's every move. Kiba right away gave Akamaru a pill while he ingested one of his own, which Naruto recognized, based on the sudden and profound increase in chakra from both Kiba and his companion, as a military rations pill. The fact that the Ninken's fur went from white to red was an odd touch though. Kiba then used a technique he called the man-beast clone to transform Akamaru into an exact copy of himself. Yahoo! Let's do this! The real Kiba yelled since his transformed partner couldn't speak a human language. Several onlookers looked to Naruto, who didn't appear to react in any visible manner. Naruto had not even removed his hands from his pockets. The lack of a reaction only irritated both Kiba and his lookalike in attacking Naruto. Fang over Fang. Kiba roared as they charged towards Naruto while spinning their bodies at an incredible speed, turning them both into living drills. This act of spinning, however, meant that neither of the two Kibas noticed that Naruto had suspiciously not even moved a muscle. The Kibas quickly fell upon Naruto before anyone could say anything and delivered a barrage of powerful beast-like strikes. After a few moments the two tag team members emerged from their winning blow as Naruto fell to the ground with multiple injuries. Everyone looked at this in shock, except Kiba, who looked disappointed while his double was confused. I can't believe that Orochimaru guy lost to a guy like you when you can't even beat me. Kiba taunted, feeling a bit invincible at the moment as he stood over his fallen foe. If it makes you feel better, though, I'll let you be one of my guards when I'm Hokage. You might do good keeping away other threats. That was uncalled for, Kiba. Kakashi thought when he heard that. A lot of people seem to think that being a shield for everyone else is all Naruto's good for. No sooner had Kakashi finished that thought, however, did Kiba get a very rude and sorely needed awakening. You're even cockier and dumber than I thought, Kiba. Someone said from behind the Inuzuka. Kiba's heart stopped, and he looked behind himself, horrified to see Naruto standing right behind him. Completely unscathed, Kiba looked back at the injured Naruto, and became even more terrified. He saw that the Naruto he hit had vanished into thin air. That's impossible. I know I hit him and he didn't use a clone jutsu. Kiba thought to himself. I didn't use a clone jutsu. What you attacked was an afterimage that I can create when I'm moving really fast. While he didn't use his full speed, Naruto didn't need to, as the speed needed for such an afterimage was at least 20% of his top speed, not that he would tell anyone this. But how did you make it look like you were hurt if that was just an afterimage? Kiba asked. Sorry, I don't give out that many of my secrets like that. And now that this conversation is over, let me end this fight as well. Naruto replied, terrifying his opponents even further as he held his right hand in front of Kiba and Akamaru, index and middle fingers pointing outwards. Bakudo number 1, Sai, Naruto said as he moved his outstretched hand in an outward sweeping motion. Both Kiba and Akamaru, who was still in his beast clone form, suddenly felt their arms lock behind their back while their legs had also been locked in place, the latter of which caused both them to fall to the ground. Despite using every ounce of strength that they had, Kiba nor Akamaru were able to move a muscle in any of their limbs. It's useless to struggle against that technique. I've paralyzed all of your limbs and I'm the only one who can undo your bindings. The next time you choose to fight me, it would be wise to take me seriously. Naruto said. With both Kiba and Akamaru unable to fight any further, Hayate declared Naruto the victor, ending the fight. After Naruto released both Kiba and Akamaru, the dog reverted back to his canine form while Kiba declared that Naruto was now his rival. Naruto simply encouraged him to get stronger if he wished to face him again, then sheathed his Zanpakuto again. When both shinobi went back to the viewing area, almost everyone looked at him as if he were a ghost. Except one. "Good job, Naruto-kun," Hinata whispered happily as he went past her. To her surprise, he stopped to lean against the rail next to her instead of rejoin his team. "Thanks, Hinata-chan. I'm sure you'll do great in your own fight," he told her with a comforting grin. She blushed but kept her smile. As if hearing her, the screen telling the fights now said it was Hinata's turn, and her opponent was her cousin Neji. His eyes held anger but he grinned, as if he was looking forward to fighting her. Hinata was a bit nervous and gulped, but another look at Naruto gave her silent encouragement and she took a deep breath. "I can do this. If Naruto-kun can stand up to a monster like Orochimaru, I can stand up to Neji. You should just give up and stop wasting my time, Hinata-sama," Neji said bluntly once she made her way to the arena. "You are now and always have been a mere failure, a waste of Hyuga DNA. Why do you stand before me as if you even have a chance in beating me, let alone the capability to do so?" He had expected her to cower at his psychological preemptive attack. Yet she refused to back down. She was nervous and uneasy, but she wasn't afraid. And Neji had a pretty good idea as to why. "Do you think just because that boy is here watching you, you can actually beat me for the first time in your life?" Neji asked, trying to find an angle he could exploit. Hinata openly frowned at her cousin for quite possibly the first time in her life. When Naruto had vanished 7 years earlier, Hinata did some digging around and thus became one of the few people to find out that he had went off to train somewhere and that he would return someday. The third Hokage, the only one who knew she had been looking for the young boy, convinced her to not tell anyone else about this revelation, and of course asked why she had wanted to know. Hinata admitted to having gained feelings for Naruto before he left and was inspired by the lengths he would go to better himself. After talking to the Hokage, Hinata vowed to do the same, so by the time Naruto had returned to Konoha, she had a greater willingness to take decisive action. This combined with the effort she put into improving her abilities as a kunoichi was what convinced Hiyashi to keep her as the heiress to the clan despite the objections of the elders of the clan, as well as being the reason that Hiyashi was actually one of Naruto's supporters. "Maybe I can't beat you, Neji, but if I never try I'll never know what I can do," she declared, taking her stance. Hayate started the fight, and the two Hyuga went in attacking with Juken against each other, Neji on a full-on offense while Hinata shifted between offense and defense. Despite Hinata's growth, Neji still proved to be the stronger of the two, easily winning the match that followed. He was able to shut down her tenketsu before she could do more damage to him and then shoved her especially hard to the floor in a symbolic dismissive of her. "Like I said, you cannot beat me. It is fated that I will always beat you," Neji stated, sounding proud of such a claim. Hinata refused to give up, however, and slowly rose back up. "You are no prophet, Neji. You cannot guarantee the future." The older Hyuga boy fumed like most people would when their most cherished belief is challenged by a non-believer. "You cannot change your destiny. No one can. If you honestly believe that, then why are you fighting me?" Hinata asked. "What do you mean?" he asked, wondering if she meant beyond the fate that they were in the prelims. "You were born into the branch house, so if you're a slave to destiny then the thought of defeating someone of the main house should be impossible to you since you've been taught that from day one." Neji frowned. "You're the weakest member of the main house." "But I am of the main house," Hinata pointed out. "Are you saying that the house titles only mean anything when it proves you right? And when it doesn't then it doesn't matter? If so, then your other claims of fate are all skewed. Your so-called fate is just proof of how little you actually know." Neji was angry. No, he was enraged. Utterly enraged by Hinata's challenge and insult. Acting on this he charged at his cousin, intending to kill her. He was stopped however when Naruto, who had intervened, stood in Neji's path, the tip of his Zanpakuto millimeters from the Hyuga's throat. "You really want to risk it?" Naruto threatened. Hayate was forced to declare Neji the winner due to Naruto's interference, making this a victory the branch Hyuga couldn't enjoy. After Hinata was carried away by a couple of medics, Naruto sheathed his Zanpakuto while keeping his eyes on Neji. "Before these exams are over, I'm going to shove your belief in destiny down your own throat, Hyuga," Naruto coldly whispered into Neji's before walking away, leaving Neji somewhere between shocked and scared for his own life. The ninth and last match of the preliminary rounds pitted Lee against Gaara. The chakraless genin was indeed pushed to his limit while Gaara hadn't even had to move any parts of his body. "I'm guessing that you've noticed what Shukaku is doing to that guy," the QB said, in a way that only his container could hear, and of course Naruto nodded in reply. Do you think there's any chance that I can help Gaara, Kurama? Naruto asked, and if it could happen a giant vein would poke out of Kurama's forehead. You're the one who knows about those sort of things better, Naruto, so you have to be the one who makes that call. As for my name, didn't we agree that you wouldn't call by it unless you release my power in battle? Kurama asked with a great deal of irritation in his voice. During his training at Las Noches, Naruto had learned Kurama's name, though it was only out of necessity, as Naruto needed to know the Biju turned Zanpakuto's true name in order to use its power. Even so, he eventually managed to befriend the cynical Kitsune, which allowed Naruto to use his name in normal conversation. I only agreed to not call by your name in front of other people, and only until I've revealed one of my releases. Naruto said back. Fine, just remember I don't want others to know it. Kurama commented. Naruto returned, so to speak, from his conversation with Kurama just as Lee unleashed the fifth chakra gate. Despite the power the technique unleashed, Gaara's ability to manipulate sand allowed him to lessen the damage he sustained, while Lee's body took a great deal from using the chakra gates. Even though Gaara was declared the winner, he tried to take advantage of Lee's weakened state by trying to crush Lee's limbs with his sand. At this point, however, Naruto once again intervened, though this time he had to release his Reiatsu in order to pin down Gaara and his sand. The moment Lee was carried to a safe location by medics, Naruto released his grip on Gaara. Needless to say, the Suna Jinchuriki was seething because of this interruption, though he was now too weak to use his sand for anything but defense. Why are you just walking away like that? Gaara hissed as he stood back up. Naruto only sighed at this. When I fight you in the finals, I'll let my actions answer that question for you. Naruto replied as he went to the viewing area, leaving Gaara speechless. Now that the preliminary rounds have ended, the third Hokage called for the advancing genin to assemble before him. After congratulating the remaining participants on their victories, Sarutobi announced that they would have a month to prepare before the finals began. After explaining the reasons behind the break, Sarutobi revealed that whether they become Chunin or not, regardless of the outcomes of their future matches, depends on their performance, which would be evaluated by a council of judges, which included daimyos, high-ranking shinobi from the participants' home villages, and by Sarutobi himself. The finalists then received a number from a piece of paper they each grabbed from a bag. The Hokage revealed that the final part of the exam was an 8-man tournament to be held before an audience of spectators that included the judges. After each genin declared what number they received, the proctor for the finals, a man named Genma Shiranui, showed them a bracket that showed the genin their opponent for their next fight. 1 Naruto Uzumaki. 2 Neji Hyuga. 3 Gaara. 4 Shikamaru Nara. 5 Temari. 6 Sasuke Uchiha. 7 Kankuro. 8 Shino Aburame. After seeing their matchups, the genin were dismissed by Sarutobi so that they could have their month of preparations. Naruto soon began training in preparation for his fight with the Hyuga prodigy. Chapter 14 Round 1, Naruto vs. Neji. Disclaimer: I'm back everyone, and let's just say bad things happen if you claim you own franchises you don't. I've seen things I can't unsee now. Rocker 1600 serves you right, Phantom. Hell, you're lucky I was there to save your ass. Speaking of which, you owe me big time. Phantom, you're going to make me regret what I said, aren't you? Rocker 1600, you mean for annoying me and forcing me to destroy the city Sendai so I could save your ass? Let me think about it. Yes. Phantom gulps. Anyways, to avoid making things worse than they might probably become, I don't own Naruto or Bleach. Espada Meeting Hall, Las Noches. The day after the preliminaries. It looks like our blonde superstar is doing exceedingly well in his village. Jin said, looking as satisfied as he sounded. Perhaps, but is he doing too well? Kanami remarked. By the standards of the chakra realm, let alone his own domain, he may be too strong for their liking. You fear someone in Konoha is going to try something against him while they think they still have a chance? Aizen asked. It is human nature to fear who you cannot overpower. And in that fear, two responses are inevitable. People either come to respect the more powerful, or desire nothing more than to stop the powerful before they can do anything the first person doesn't want them to do. And you think Naruto will be hurt by them? Aizen asked. Naruto is still only human and may trust the wrong people to not fear him. While I do not believe the odds of him falling to Konoha are high, I also do not believe them to be non-existent, either, even if his fraction are with him. The blind swordsman answered. Of course, but what better way for him to learn? Aizen asked. Learn what, Aizen-sama? Kanami asked. The expert hypnotist grinned deviously. Why, who he's really fighting for, of course. Namikaze House, Konohagakure. 3 days after the preliminaries. From within the house, Haku heard the telltale sound of a doorbell, telling her someone was at the gate of the property line. As expected, the former home of the Yondaime Hokage was well guarded with fuinjutsu to prevent any intruders, so the only way in was by invitation. "I'll get it," the ice wielder called out in case anyone else inside the estate was going to the door too. She went out and saw a good number of Naruto's former classmates behind the iron bars of the gate to the estate grounds. "Hi, what brings you all here?" "We just thought it would be a good idea to visit Naruto," Sakura said on behalf of the group. "None of you are fighting him in the finals, are you?" Haku asked, knowing this could easily be a ploy to try and get an edge over the blonde genin. "Depends on how the finals go. But his first opponent isn't here," Shikamaru answered. The only ones from the group of genin that weren't present were Neji, Tenten, and Shino. "Well, I'll ask Naruto about it," Haku said, going back into the house. "Why is a girl living with him?" Kiba asked. "Long story short, he saved her life," Sakura answered. A few minutes later Naruto came out. "Ah, nice to see my comrades are willing to visit me now. What's the occasion?" "No occasion, we just have the time to do so now with no missions getting in the way," Sakura answered. "And training. We're still doing that, but even our senseis agree spending time with you is worth whatever training we might miss. Especially if you can help us make up for it," Ino said, trying her charms to get the new celebrity in town to warm up to her. It wouldn't hurt to have such a popular boy be nice to her. Naruto grinned. "Alright, but remember, if we're training, it's on my terms. That means it will hurt. And you will cry. And I will laugh. And, did I mention it will hurt?" "You're joking, right?" Sakura asked nervously. And she wasn't the only one who wondered that. "You'll have to see for yourselves," Naruto said, opening the gate. "Come on in." Chunin Exam Stadium, Konoha. Day of the finals. The start of the Chunin Exam finals was 15 minutes away, and the stadium the matches were to be held in was packed with spectators, including but not limited to Konoha residents as well as dignitaries from other nations. Sakura and Ino, who had found an empty section of seats in one of the middle rows, were talking about some of the finalists when someone interrupted their conversation. "Mind if we take those 2 seats next to you, Sakura?" Both genin turned their heads to the sound of the voice and saw Tararan and Django standing in the steps next to their seats. "Not at all, Tararan-san. I'm rather surprised that you and Django-san would wait until now to arrive though, since Naruto's fight is the first one to take place," Sakura pointed out. During the past month Sakura and a good portion of the genin from their class had visited Naruto more than just that one time, and got to know Naruto and by extension his fracciones too a bit better. This was good, and while Naruto hadn't told them everything about himself, he did open up to his comrades. A weird thing to come of this was Sakura and Tararan getting along almost like friends, despite the fact that the Arrancar found Sakura's infatuation with Sasuke to be annoying. But as long as that didn't come up, they had no reason to dislike each other. "Tararan didn't want to get out of bed today. I had to remind her of what was going on to wake her up," Django explained as he and Tararan sat down. "So I like to rest in peace, who doesn't?" Tararan asked. Down in the arena where the participants of the finals were waiting, Kakashi stood there with both Sasuke and Naruto. For once the chronically late Junin made an effort to be somewhere early. Naruto had made his thoughts on his tardiness clear, and after hearing from several sources what Naruto had done in the Forest of Death, Kakashi wasn't about to encourage the whiskered blonde to be upset at him. "I'm sure Naruto wouldn't kill me for being late, but I don't want to take the chance that he knows interrogation methods too," Kakashi told himself, looking at his student. The only other people in the arena were the Sandaime Hokage and the Proctor Genma. "Welcome everyone to the final rounds of the Chunin exams," Sarutobi announced for the audience, prompting the more active members to get attentive. "To our finalists, congratulations on your success in getting this far. Remember, in these fights to come you are fighting for the honor of your villages and to show how strong they are. Do your homes and families proud here." Some applause was given and the old Hokage went to his seat in the cage viewing box. Thanks to Orochimaru being uncovered and killed, he was alone in here save for a few guards per protocol. If any of the contestants wish to forfeit right now would be the best time to do so, Genma added. Shikamaru immediately rose his hand. "I forfeit. The only way I can defeat my opponent here is by sheer luck, and I've never been one to win that way." "Come on Shikamaru, what about the honor of your village and family?" Naruto asked in a jesting way, knowing full well that Shikamaru's choice was the wise one. He only wanted to make sure the pineapple-haired boy wasn't being lazy and would have forfeited regardless of who his opponent was. Shikamaru shook his head. "If the honor of my village and family can't accept even one person surrendering, then the problem is with them more than me." With that, he walked away. "Alright, Gaara of Suna wins his first fight by forfeit and will in the second round be paired against the winner of the first fight here. Genma corrected. This meant Gaara would have to face either Naruto or Neji, depending on who won that fight. Anyone else? Genma asked. This time no one accepted the offer. Alright, everyone except Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga should go to the viewing area. Everyone did so and the two remaining genin were told to stand apart facing each other with some distance between them. As this happened the sounds of excitement from the stands was deafening. Is that blonde-haired one the kid who killed Orochimaru? One spectator asked. This is going to be an interesting fight. Another one said. A Hyuga prodigy and a Sannin killer, I can't wait to see what happens. Yet another spectator said. While most of the spectators were getting restless, Izumo and Katetsu, who had taken a day off from their guarding duties, were watching the two genin very closely. So who do you think might have this fight? Izumo asked his best friend. Neji is a Hyuga prodigy who has yet to be beaten in battle, but given what is known of Hyuga training he's likely never been forced to fight outside his comfort zone. At the same time Naruto defeated a member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist and a Sannin without getting a scratch on him in either battle. Since neither of those were taijutsu users, that doesn't tell us how he can handle that kind of fighter. If I had to put my money on it, I would have to bet on Naruto. Heck, even if he loses he might become a chunin simply because of the reputation he's getting. Katetsu replied. He better not. Izumo muttered. Getting promoted purely because of reputation is basically treating these exams like a popularity contest. It'd be no different than promoting the Uchiha simply because he has a Sharingan. It'd be an insult to the rest of us. Before the match had been started, Naruto unsheathed his Zanpakuto and put it in the ground. Those like Sasuke knew this meant he was insulting his opponent. Neji had never bothered to learn about the whiskered blonde, so he just concluded that his opponent was being stupid. Do you actually believe you can win, Uzumaki? Neji asked, going with his favored first approach to battle, undermining his opponent mentally to make them lose faith in themselves so he would take less damage. He had always believed he would never lose, but that didn't mean he'd get out unscathed. Undermining the enemy first simply decreased the odds of him getting hurt. Do you actually believe you can't lose, Hyuga? Naruto asked back, tauntingly. I don't believe, I know. It is my destiny to win. You got lucky against other enemies but I will not repeat their mistakes. Neji stated. Naruto laughed. Oh really? When you win it's inevitable, but when I win it's just luck and stupidity. I'm surprised your ego isn't blocking out the sun right now with how big it is. Neji frowned, not used to something other than Lee brushing aside his beliefs so carelessly. More carelessly even, since while Lee and Tenten didn't share his views they at least respected Neji's right to have them. You will fall, Uzumaki. You are making the same mistake all your other opponents made, assuming I am not a threat to you while I will fight with full focus and intent. Your fall is as fated as the burden I bear. Oh yeah, that seal that's supposed to protect your eyes from thieves but frankly is just a stick for the main house to beat you with. Too bad your pity party about having it has blinded you to the fact Hinata's never actually used it on you and never intends to. Naruto commented. Now Neji's frown deepened. How dare you make light of this? You have no idea what it's like to be branded with a symbol you can't get rid of and makes people think of you as less than human. Oh boy, now he's in for it. Sarutobi and Kakashi both thought. Naruto lost his mirth. You would know, wouldn't you, Neji? After all, you spend so much time trying to connect to other people and actually talking with them. You try so hard to connect to people that clearly you actually know a thing or two that isn't just opinion or judgment. Amazing how someone who puts themselves on a pedestal can still connect with those on the ground. If there was such a thing as a sarcasm meter it would have lost its warranty right there with that jibe. What are you getting at? Neji asked, confused. Simple. Naruto answered, looking at him with his usual calm expression. Your belief in destiny is nothing but a load of bull. And I intend to make you realize that. Naruto replied. And just how do you plan to do that? You won't even use your sword? Neji asked. Naruto did nothing to change his expression. Your reason for believing you are superior to others is because of the abilities of your clan you excel in. You assume being talented means you're more important than others and therefore should be above misfortune. You treat your cousin as if she's the one who should have suffered instead when she's done nothing to deserve it. I cannot think of a better way to correct you than by showing you that talent can be surpassed. That you have stagnated while others like myself can and are getting stronger than you. Especially when I've trained intensely for 7 years in forms you don't even know exist. Oh boy, Neji's sure in for it, Sakura said to herself, remembering the kind of training Naruto made her do. Tararan and Django paled when they saw Naruto extend his right arm. Uh-oh, Django said, scaring Sakura and Ino. Why are you saying uh-oh? Ino asked him. What exactly did this Hyuga guy do to provoke Naruto-sama? Tararan asked in response. He didn't tell you? Sakura asked. No, he said he couldn't because if we knew we might go after Neji early and risk Naruto-sama's right to compete here. He said we'd understand today. The Pinkett paused for a moment, not sure if saying anything was a good idea. Long story short, that other guy tried to kill his cousin who Naruto is close to. After a few moments of awkward silence, both of the Fracciones breathed a sigh of relief at this. Makes sense. Naruto-sama would want to save this fight for himself, and wouldn't like us wanting to hurt the boy beforehand. Tararan noted. If he had just said not to do anything, wouldn't you have obeyed anyway? Sakura asked. Yes, but that's not to say we wouldn't be tempted. Django said as Genma told the two finalists to begin their match. Byakugan, Neji yelled as the veins around his temples began to bulge and he got into his fighting stance. Confident that he would neutralize Naruto's chakra before the whiskered blonde could do anything with it, he looked at Naruto to locate his chakra points. What Neji saw, however, made his heart stop cold and made his eyes widen in terror. I can't sense any chakra flowing through his system. What is going on? Neji thought to himself as Naruto smirked, knowing what was the cause of the change in Neji's expression. What's the matter, Hyuga? Feeling a little short-sighted with those eyes of yours? Naruto asked mockingly. This is impossible. What kind of trickery is this? Neji asked, having anticipated anything except this. Even Lee wasn't completely devoid of chakra, yet to his eyes Naruto was. It couldn't be a genjutsu. Even if a genjutsu was capable of fooling him, he'd see some kind of chakra coming from Naruto because of it. No trickery at all. Do you want to know why you can't sense any chakra within me? Naruto asked, enjoying the genius being confronted with something that so completely didn't fit into his paradigm. The reason is real simple. I don't have any chakra. Don't give me that. You used it in the prelims against the Inuzuka. Neji claimed. Obviously you didn't watch closely. I have no chakra, none at all. I'm like a rock when it comes to chakra. But don't think that means I never had any, because I used to. It was all converted into another type energy known as Raryoku. Whenever you feel my Raryoku emanating from me, it means that I've released some of it, at which point it is known as Reiatsu. This energy is much lighter and more potent than chakra, and it is channeled through a different circulatory system. That is why you can't see anything, because your eyes aren't meant to see Raryoku. And in case I have to spell it out for you, this also means that your precious Juken is useless against me. Naruto explained, causing Neji's eyes to widen even further. Everyone in the stands, including Hiruzen and Team Guy but minus Naruto's Fracciones, were equally surprised by this. He's lying, he has to be. One cannot be without chakra and alive. It's not possible. Neji told himself, shocked and of course in denial. Trying to hold on to his confidence, he charged at Naruto and jabbed with his right hand, which Naruto easily sidestepped. Naruto immediately threw a reverse roundhouse kick at Neji, who could do nothing but place his arm up to block the attack. Though Naruto only applied 1% of his physical strength in that kick, it was enough to send Neji flying across half the length of the stadium. As the Hyuga tried to recover his footing, he saw that Naruto had picked up his sword now, only he had no stance with it. If anything, he looked like he was wondering where to put it now. And now, Neji, would you like to see me use this sword? He asked in a taunting manner. I have my Kaden, that can repel swords. Neji thought, trying to ignore his fear. I have no reason to fear your sword. If it was any good, you would have used it by now. Says the guy who tries to make his opponent afraid of him before actually fighting them. The whiskered blonde noted, but since you asked, let me show you something. The part of my power that is manifested within this blade. I will only use a part of it against you, but don't worry, this will end before you even know what is happening, Naruto said coldly. Everyone watching shuddered at those words, including Hiruzen. I hope your godson was telling the truth about having tamed the Kyuubi, Jiraiya. He said to his former student, who was standing next to him. Don't worry about it, I'm pretty sure it won't be too bad. Jiraiya responded. Naruto explained the nature of the changes in the seal that kept Kyuubi within him and how it let him wield the Biju in the form of a blade. I could tell sensei, but this is not the place. As everyone, including Neji, looked at Naruto, the blonde ninja took a deep breath and gave one commende. Devastate, Kurama, Zenso Katacha. A.N. roughly translates to prelude form. The sword in Naruto's hand suddenly disintegrated except for the red wrappings around the hilt, which turned into some sort of red energy that soon enveloped the young ninja. Once engulfed, his whisker marks thickened and his blue irises turned blood red while his pupils becoming slit-shaped. His canine teeth grew longer while his nails did the same, turning them into claws. Despite the more feral appearance, however, Naruto's demeanor did not change as well, thereby proving that Naruto could indeed use Kurama's chakra-turned Reiatsu without any risk to himself. The nature of Naruto's Zanpakuto meant that Naruto had two different types of releases. The The first type allows him to summon Kurama himself to fight alongside him, with the biju's size and strength determined by how many of his tails Naruto chooses to release. The second type allows him to use Kurama's Reiatsu to varying levels. These levels ranged from the Zenso, which was the weakest level, to using the full power of Kurama, in which case he would meld his Raryoku with that of the biju, which would envelop him a shroud that looked like a modified form of the fox. Regardless of what release he used, however, the increase in abilities was undeniable, as this display showed. What is this power? Is this Naruto's full po? Sakura asked before Django answered. No, it's not, Sakura-san. As powerful as you may think this form is, Naruto is still not using even 10% of its power. Just how much power does he have? Sakura asked. I don't know how to describe it to you. What I can tell you is his speed alone in this state would only be a fraction of what he's capable of if he used the full power of that form. Django said, which shocked the young Kunoichi. All this time, from day one he could have done virtually anything to us. She asked herself, remembering the few times she had antagonized him merely on whims and acted like he couldn't do anything about it. He could have killed me at any time, no one would have been able to stop him, and yet he hasn't let this power go to his head. He's stronger than anyone I know and still humble. All he ever asked of me was to get along with him. Still think we're wrong for being loyal to him? Django asked. The Pinkett paused for a moment. Not at all, was all she could bring herself to say. I can only hope that Naruto will never be forced to use his full power. Anything that can push him that far would probably be terrible. Like an end of the world scenario. But at least with Naruto on my side I know I will be safe, as long as I can stay on his side. The full extent of Naruto's power was right now the least of Neji's problems, as the branch house Hyuga was practically rendered immobile by the massive amount of energy emanating from his opponent. Even breathing was now a laborious endeavor for the Hyuga. Let's begin, Naruto said nonchalantly but with a growl. Before Neji could register Naruto's words, the blonde genin had closed the distance between the two combatants and punched Neji in the abdomen, sending the Hyuga flying. It had all happened at speeds too fast for even Kakashi and Sasuke, who were both using their Sharingans, to follow. As the jaws of everyone in the stands dropped to the floor, Naruto, having gotten enhancements for both his normal speed and his flash step due to the release, moved into Neji's flight path, grabbed his shirt collar before he landed or collided with anything, and tossed him towards a nearby copse of trees. And again, before Neji could reach those trees, Naruto appeared to the Hyuga's right and proceeded to hit him with a palm strike to his side. He's beating around Neji over and over again, all before Neji can even hit the ground. He's treating last year's Rookie of the Year like a mere pinball. Kakashi thought, finding himself mildly impressed. Naruto continued this pattern of striking and intercepting Neji at such speeds that it looked like the afterimages he left in his wake were also landing their own attacks on the helpless Hyuga. Let's see, that's half his ribs, half his bones, and maybe 3 non-vital organs. Yeah, he's had enough. Naruto concluded, appearing in front of his opponent one more time and grabbing his shirt collar, adding in one final toss, this time directly up into the air. Neji went up 20 feet before Naruto flash stepped above him and elbowed him in the abdomen, possibly bursting his appendix. No, now he's had enough. Then, to the surprise of the spectators, Naruto grabbed Neji before he could fall to the ground and gently floated down before placing his opponent on the ground. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Genma announced. 3 minutes, I'll have to look it up, but that might be a record for these exams. The crowd was utterly silent. After a few more moments of silence, Tararan's voice could be heard by everyone in the stadium. Way to kick ass, Naruto-sama. The ice broken, the rest of the audience gave the victor a big round of applause. Naruto himself simply smirked and raised his right fist in victory for a moment. Then he resealed and sheathed his Zanpakuto, which returned to its sword form, which caused him to revert to his normal appearance. After picking up his forehead protector, the cloth of which was white instead of blue after Naruto had swapped the cloth weeks earlier, Naruto went to where he had placed Neji and knelt down. Naruto, if you continue to hurt him, Genma warned. I'm not, I'm going to heal the worst of his injuries so he doesn't croak before the medics get here. The blonde said, using what little healing Kido he had been taught in Las Noches to treat the most threatening of Neji's wounds, internal and external. But in place of Reiatsu he used Neji's own chakra to ensure the healing worked. Since Neji had barely used any of his own chakra, he had enough to spare here. Neji was in agony but still conscious. How can you be stronger than me? Simple, you don't know what real strength is. Naruto said, you think strength comes from anger, from self-pity, and taking those out on others. Anyone can throw a tantrum, Neji, that's not strength, that's just being immature. Like you can talk, you were taking your anger out on me. Neji accused. There are 3 types of fighters, Neji. Those that need something to fight for, those that need something to fight against, and those that just want to see others suffer. I'm the first. I was fighting for Hinata-chan and for my own beliefs that you tried to trample. You've acted like the third. I think deep down you know it's not her fault your father died, but you take your anger on her just because you want to take it out on someone weaker than you. You prefer to fight someone who won't fight back as hard as you, and that is why you are weaker than me, Neji. I don't understand, Neji said, briefly surprised that Naruto knew about what had happened to Hisashi. Hinata must have told him at some point. Someday you will. After all, you're supposed to be a genius, right? Once he finished healing and lecturing, the Hyuga 2 medics came and carried him on a stretcher to take him away for treatment of his remaining injuries. While talking to Sasuke and Shino about their upcoming fights, Kakashi, who was watching from his seat, couldn't help but smile at the boy's growth, even if no one saw him. He's long surpassed both of us, Minato-sensei. Kakashi thought to himself, happy to see that faith Minato placed in his son was rewarded. Not far from Naruto, another person was glad to see at least how powerful Naruto could really be. Though their reason was one of a much darker, more sinister nature. Naruto Uzumaki, killing you will be my greatest achievement. The person, a certain red-haired Jinchuriki, thought as he found himself filled with feelings excitement at the idea of fighting the whiskered blonde soon, something that didn't escape Naruto's notice. Chapter 15 The Two Vessels, Naruto vs. Gaara. Disclaimer, still applies. Chunin Exam Stadium, Konohagakure. Compared to Naruto's performance, the next two fights were not viewed with as much enthusiasm on the part of the spectators. This was of course due to the fact that the other finalists did not have as much to offer as the blonde ninja, as skill is concerned, as well as the fact that everyone wanted to see the fight that Gaara would be in. Even more so now that Naruto would be his opponent. The next fight was between Sasuke and Temari, and both fought to the best of their abilities, something they did whenever they had the chance. You think just because you have fire that means you'd beat me easily? Temari taunted as she used her fan to shield herself from Sasuke's Kaden Jutsu. Her weapon wasn't even singed. No, I know I can beat you because I trained to be stronger. Sasuke taunted, certain that would get a crack in her confidence. Kakashi of course had trained Sasuke during the past month, but there was nothing he could do to stop his student from seeking assistance from Naruto. Honestly, Kakashi didn't try to stop this, it wasn't like he was territorial over Sasuke or anything. But mostly this was what he had wanted from the beginning, his genin to interact for reasons beyond obligation and, to be honest, he was simply annoyed that it had taken so long for that to happen. I doubt even that can help you. Sure, my wind can strengthen your fire, but wind can overpower fire too. Why do you think we can blow out candles? Temari replied, swinging her fan and sending a great breakthrough jutsu at Sasuke, who dodged the worst of it by staying close to the ground for a moment and letting it go over him. Once the wind died, he sprang up and ran at her. She uses her fan as a medium for her jutsu to take the place of her hand signs. So she can't use continuous attacks, giving me just a few seconds to get in close where she can't make any wind. Temari saw him coming at her and guessed at what he was intending. My fan's for more than just blowing wind, pal. She positioned it to work at a shield for her, forcing him to go around and give her an opening for a direct attack. She wasn't much for taijutsu, but even a novice's punch can hurt if it hits just the right spot. However, Sasuke didn't go around. He aimed a phoenix flower jutsu right at where her hands were holding the fan up, burning her and making the fan too hot to hold even if she hadn't been harmed. Naturally, Temari was forced to drop her primary tool and hold her hands, leaving her open for Sasuke, who came up behind her and held a kunai to her throat. In a real fight, I just won, he told her. Knowing he was right, Temari had no choice but to surrender. The cheers for the last Uchiha's victory were tremendous. The next fight was between Shino and Kankuro, but Kankuro quickly gave up. He didn't really give a reason, simply declining to be in the match. People weren't pleased, but the puppeteer refused to budge, and so Shino was declared the winner by default. Everyone, we will take a 30-minute interim before proceeding to the next round. Genma announced when the cheers for the last fight died down and both contestants had left the arena. The next matches will be Naruto vs Gaara and Sasuke vs Shino. Since I have time, I might as well go see how she's doing. Naruto thought, leaving the contestant waiting area to go walk around the stadium. He soon found his way to where Hinata currently was, and she was accompanied by Shino at the time. Hi Hinata-chan. The Hyuga heiress blushed a bit but smiled and came up to him. Congratulations on your win, Naruto-kun. I hope this means Neji's going to stop picking on you just because he wants someone to feel as bad as he does. Naruto replied, you still up for what I offered you when these exams started? Hinata nodded, having not forgotten his offer for a date in the least. It sadly had to be postponed because during the last month he couldn't be alone with her without it looking to others like he was fishing for secrets about Neji, thus potentially ruining his chances at promotion. Now that that was no longer an issue, there was no reason the two couldn't spend some time together. Naruto, do you know where Sasuke is now? Shino asked. Naruto shrugged. Not really. But wherever he is, I'm sure Sakura is already there gushing over his own win. I say let them have that moment for now. Are you not concerned? Shino asked. It's Sakura, do you expect her to attack him for something? That's not what I meant. I asked because Gaara hasn't been seen in some time, either. The Aburame pointed out. Are you suggesting what I think you are? Naruto asked. I think it would be best for you to confirm your teammate's current state of well-being. Especially since Sasuke did hurt his sister. Somehow, I doubt he would really care. Regardless of that, however, you got a point. Hinata-chan, can you help? The white-eyed girl nodded and activated her Byakugan. I can see a large chakra source, I think it's Gaara-san. He's with two people I don't. Oh dear Kami-sama. She blanched and faltered in her stand, looking like her legs briefly lost strength then reclaimed it. What's wrong? He just killed those two people. Right there in the hallway. And now he's walking away like it's nothing to him. She explained. Who were the two victims? Shino inquired. I didn't get a good look at their features, he killed them too quickly. Hinata answered. Since the Byakugan was intended to see chakra and of course each Hyuga was primarily trained to notice it in combat. As a result, Hyuga were taught to focus on the chakra first and ignore other details such as physical features of the person who had the chakra as if that was part of their peripheral vision. I need to make sure those two victims weren't anyone we know. Naruto said, getting nods from both trackers. Don't engage Gaara though. Leave him to me. The two nodded, but both knew there was no way either was going to go looking for the blood-happy Sunanin without Naruto around. Naruto understood this as well, and led them to the hall. Hinata-chan, can you see everyone you can recognize? Naruto asked. Just a moment, she said, trying to pay attention to the details her Dujutsu naturally overlooked. There are too many people in the stadium for me to easily find only a few. I've got some of my beetles out aiding in the search. Shino added, taking some of the pressure off his teammate. Wait, Sasuke-san's coming this way. Hinata suddenly said, turning towards behind her. The two boys turned too, and indeed saw the Uchiha coming their way with a water bottle in his hands. Good you're alive, Naruto said. Who told you I wasn't? Sasuke asked. Never mind, have you seen Sakura? No, but knowing her it's only a matter of time. Keep an eye out for her. If something happens, launch a fireball into the sky. Naruto told him. Something's got him on guard, that's not good. Sasuke noted, then nodded. What's the threat? Gaara. He's decided he doesn't want to wait until he fights me to kill someone. Make sure everyone we know doesn't go near him for the time being. I'm on it, Sasuke said, walking away to look for others. Later. Alright, the interim period is over. Will Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara please come down to the arena? Genma called out, prompting those not already in their seats to get back to them. Gaara quickly got to the arena in a sand whirlwind. This helped some of the genin feel better, especially since Sakura was still unseen and Gaara had killed two still unidentified people. Tararan and Django were currently guarding the teens to help them all feel better. Though Naruto flash-stepping to the arena too made them all feel much better by comparison. Gaara looked at his opponent with a maniacal grin that seethed of killer intent and sheer bloodlust right at Naruto, looking at him eye to eye as the blonde ninja unsheathed his Zanpakuto yet again, but this time he didn't stick it in the ground. Genma almost couldn't start the match amidst the roar of the crowd. Ready, begin, Genma managed to finally say. The sand that Gaara carried acted so swiftly you'd swear he hadn't even waited for Genma to finish the word, begin. All of it went at Naruto like a desert predator, and the blonde simply flash-stepped several yards away missing the initial wave. Naruto then saw that his opponent place his hands on his head while cringing in pain. Don't get so mad, mother, Gaara said, seemingly to himself, unnerving his siblings who were watching the fight. Tamari was out of the medic wing, simply having her hands bandaged and given burn cream to soothe the pain. Damn it, the conversation has already started, Kankuro said to Tamari who nodded in reply. We shouldn't be surprised that Gaara would find him that much an opponent. For once I'm convinced Gaara's the one that's actually in danger in this battle. Tamari reasoned, no matter what she or Kankuro tried they could never forget their encounter with Naruto in the Forest of Death over a month back. While his siblings considered the possibility of him losing control, Gaara was still in the middle of his conversation. I know that I fed you some bad blood all this time. I'm sorry, don't worry, though, because this time, It will be delicious. Gaara claimed to whomever this mother of his was. Naruto, who was well aware of whom Gaara was referring to, decided to finally confront the elephant in the room, or to be more precise, the giant tanuki. You shouldn't listen to Shukaku like that, Gaara. He'll only end up destroying what keeps you separate from him, making you virtually nothing without him. Naruto warned his fellow Jinchuriki. This shocked Gaara enough to snap him out of his psychotic ramblings. So you know about Shukaku, do you? Gaara asked, and Naruto nodded. Then how could you possibly understand me and what I have been through, Uzumaki? Despite this being similar to a question that arose during his fight with Neji, Naruto was not annoyed by it. In fact, the look in eyes had a flicker of sadness in them. You know the answer to that, Gaara. You saw it in my fight with the Hyuga. Naruto replied very matter-of-factly. All the more reason to kill you. Gaara claimed, not wanting to listen. You are how I will confirm my existence. Because I must love only myself, that is what decides who is the strongest. Gaara ranted, expecting Naruto to get intimidated by his bloodlust. What Naruto did next, however, surprised Gaara. The blonde ninja gave an angry glare, not towards Gaara but towards his siblings. While the other spectators didn't understand the reason behind the direction of that glare, the two Suna shinobi did. They understood it so well they both lowered their heads in apparent shame. Naruto, without using words, was saying, you two, and your entire village for that matter, should be ashamed of yourselves for turning your own brother into what he is now. Naruto, while not looking at his opponent, did notice a large wave of sand coming at him. After easily dodging Gaara's attack, Naruto, eyeing the sand ninja, prepared to use a Hato spell when something caught his, and everyone else's, eye. It was a giant fireball that had been launched into the sky, several miles outside of Konoha. Naruto was, naturally, the only one who understood what it meant. He gripped his blade as if he was going to slash at something. Kurama, Hitatsum, Natagiri. Before anyone realized what had happened, Naruto had moved right behind Gaara and sheathed his blade. Everyone in the stands then looked on in shock as Gaara's body split in two horizontally at the abdomen. What the hell? He actually managed to kill Gaara? Kankuro asked in total disbelief. Temari simply was so surprised she was at risk of suffocating due to lack of remembering how to breathe. That was surprisingly unexpected, Ino said while watching. Sure, she was aware he had killed Orochimaru, but she hadn't expected him to see him kill someone here. The spectators were further bewildered when Gaara's two halves turned to sand and floated away into the wind. Wait, that was a sand clone? Temari asked. It's as I feared, Naruto thought to himself before he turned to Genma, who looked as though he hadn't been fazed by what was happening. The real Gaara isn't here. Then where is? Genma asked, stopping when the answer came to him. He nodded and looked to the audience. This match will be delayed due to unfortunate circumstances. Until it's resolved, the next match will be delayed too. How bad do you think this is? Kiba asked, just before everyone could see Naruto flash step to the direction from where the fireball had come from. Shortly after, the Sandaime Hokage, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Django, Tararan, and Gaara's squad leader Baki, came down to the arena to discuss the current situation. Like we better have some spare graves ready, kind of bad. His mother Sum told him. Several miles outside of Konoha. Meanwhile, Sasuke was in the worst situation in his young life, and you didn't count the night of his clan's massacre. Gaara, as Naruto suspected, had attacked Sakura, but instead of killing her he knocked her unconscious and pinned her to a tree with his sand outside the village. Why? The Jinchuriki of Suna intended to have Naruto come to where he was so that he could kill the former Jinchuriki of Konoha without any interference from other Leaf Ninja. Sasuke, however, had found Gaara first after tracking down Sakura to her, and Gaara's current location within a massive forest. But Gaara was far from happy that Sasuke had arrived there first. You're not the one mother wants. Gaara had yelled, trying to kill Sasuke quickly with some sand. Sasuke defended himself by using some fire to turn part of the sand to glass, but Gaara ground the glass back to sand. Sasuke then resorted to something Kakashi had been helping him with in order to help him get his Sharingan active. Chidori. He sprang at the Sunanin, lightning covering his left hand shaped like a blade, and he hit Gaara in the right shoulder. The attack actually pierced Gaara's sand armor and dug into his flesh, allowing the raccoon-eyed boy to experience physical pain for the first time in his life. You hurt me. You will die for my existence. Gaara vowed, letting more sand respond to his desire to kill and partially transform him into Shukaku. The gourd on Gaara's back had slowly broken down and had covered his right arm, shoulder, and the right side of his face, which was becoming distorted with a yellow eye in place of his pale blue one. Gaara even grew a crude tail, which had sprouted from the broken gourd. Though it was not Shukaku's true tail, it could still, to a smaller extent, be used in the same manner. What do I do, damn it? I'm running out of options. Sasuke thought to himself, having retreated back into a tree to get some distance. I can do maybe one more Chidori, but I don't think that's going to help me now. The only thing I can do now is stall him long enough for Naruto to arrive. Gaara, who wasn't going to put up with Sasuke dodging his attacks, decided to antagonize the Uchiha first. First, he shot part of his sand into the air, which transformed into a drill-like sand spear, and then aimed it at, to Sasuke's horror, the pinned-down Sakura. What are you going to do now, Uchiha? If you don't stop this attack, your teammate dies. And if you try to stop it, you leave yourself open to more attacks. Gaara roared ecstatically, then threw the spear to prevent giving the Sharingan wielder a chance to think over his options. The Jinchuriki was certain that Sasuke, with his desire for revenge, would instead flee for his life rather than save the girl, even though the Uchiha wouldn't be able to escape if he did. The Sand Ninja was surprised when Sasuke did something that was, to put lightly, very drastic in nature. The sand spear did draw blood. Sasuke's blood as he got in the path of the attack with only a few feet separating the spear from its intended target. The spear had lodged itself in Sasuke's lower right abdomen, meaning that the most critical organs were not destroyed, but the pain was nonetheless still excruciating, and neither the blood loss nor Gaara's psychotic rantings made it any better. Now do see how weak you have become, Uchiha. Your strength will never compare to mine. Your little sacrifice is only delaying the inevitable, the girl will die soon enough. Gaara ranted as the spear that had impaled Sasuke dissipated. Sasuke fell to his knees, clutching his wound with his left hand, and Gaara lunged at the Uchiha, fully intending to kill him right there on the spot. Move, damn it, move. Sasuke said to himself as the memories of his time with Team 7, as well as those of his family before the massacre, swirled through his mind. If I can't save Sakura's life, how will I be able to face my parents ever again? Sasuke thought to himself. Before Naruto's question to him in the Forest of Death, Sasuke had been preparing to avenge his clan so much that he had actually forgotten about the clan members themselves, only remembering that he had lost them that fateful night. Despite the fact that he still has not decided whether he should, or shouldn't, avenge his clan, he did know that, for now, he had to protect his teammate. If you let someone you know die in front of you, Sasuke, how is that any different than letting Itachi kill your family all over again? Naruto had asked him during the past month. I can't. I won't lose to you, Gaara. Sasuke roared, giving one of the loudest war cries in the history of the shinobi world, which was coupled with his use of his remaining chakra. Something happened to him. Maybe it was his newfound resolve to protect his teammate, the memories of his family, fear of losing someone close to him yet again, or a combination of any of these sentiments, but, whatever the reason was, Sasuke's Sharingan had awakened officially this time, having a black background with 3 red ellipses in the center. The moment this occurred, Gaara's right arm was, to his complete surprise, suddenly enveloped by black flames. The flames apparently could not burn through the sand that had enveloped Gaara's arm nor turn it to glass, but being on fire would shock anyone enough to try to put them out, even though that soon proved to be futile as the flames just kept burning. As Gaara kept trying to dispel the flames, Sasuke, who managed to get to his feet, was struggling to figure out what just happened when, to his relief, he heard a voice of someone that he had been waiting for this whole time. Getsuga Tensho. A crescent-shaped wave of Raryoku hurtled towards Gaara, smacking the right side of the Ikibi Jinchuriki's body. The attack sent Gaara flying fast enough for the black flames to come off, though this didn't mean his situation had improved. Sasuke's view of his current opponent was suddenly obscured when Naruto appeared in front of him facing Gaara. Bakudo number 79, Kuyo Shibari. 8 black holes with purple outlines, each of them emitting Raryoku, suddenly surrounded Gaara while a 9th black hole manifested itself in the center of Gaara's chest. Gaara was, like in his encounter with Naruto in the Forest of Death, completely immobilized by the Kido as Naruto turned to check on his teammates. Naruto was surprised that Sasuke's eyes had a new design, but thanks to what he had learned in both Las Noches and the scrolls in his dad's estate, he already knew what was happening to the redhead. I'm actually impressed, if only slightly, for once, Sasuke. To have already awoken the Mangekyo Sharingan at this point is something that, as far as I know, has never happened before. Naruto complimented. Told you I was someone to be reckoned with. Sasuke remarked, glad to for once have something Naruto had to admit was impressive. Naruto quickly got to work on freeing Sakura from the sand trap, then healing both her and Sasuke. What you just used, the Amaterasu, is very powerful. That said, however, be very careful in using it. I'm a Uchiha and it's an Uchiha jutsu. Did you think I wouldn't already know about the risks? Besides, I didn't even use it willingly this time. It was reflex, Sasuke explained. Naruto simply nodded. Take Sakura with you to Konoha so that the medics can treat you for any remaining injuries. I don't have enough time to treat them all myself. I also want you to tell the old man that I don't want any interference in this battle." To the blonde's surprise, Sasuke actually nodded. Though the Uchiha did not want to leave his teammate behind, he knew that, with his chakra low and his inexperience with the Mangekyo Sharingan, there was nothing he could do to help his teammate except stay out of the way. After Sasuke left with his incapacitated Kunoichi teammate in tow, Naruto waited until he sensed that they had reached Konoha. Once they did, he released Gaara from the Kido that he had used to immobilize him. "You've done some terrible things in your lifetime, Gaara, but I'm not judging you for that. I know all too well the pain you've been through, and are still going through. Being a Jinchuriki feels like we're being punished just for being born, always making sacrifices for people who make us question if they deserve our sacrifice. What's your point?" Gaara asked, wanting to fully unleash Shukaku on the whiskered blonde, staying his sand-covered hand only in case another binding move was used. "My point is, killing other people for self-satisfaction doesn't prove you're alive. It only proves you aren't worth the responsibility you were given. You want to matter. You want your existence to mean something. You're not going to find it in someone else's blood," Naruto said, well aware of what Gaara was intending to do, so he was stalling for time, preparing to release Kurama once Gaara did the same with Shukaku. "Are you sure you want to do this, Naruto?" Kurama's voice rang in Naruto's head. "You know you don't even need to release me in order to defeat Shukaku." The fact of the matter was that Naruto could have simply used a mid to high level Hado or one of his hollow attacks to defeat his opponent. Kurama had expected his partner to use one of those methods. Naruto preferred to not reveal his hand, so to speak, in a battle any more than he had to. Even if he did enjoy a good fight, he did not like to use excess force and would refrain from doing so unless there was a good reason to do otherwise. "If I just wanted to defeat him, then I wouldn't be using this. I'm here to help the other Jinchuriki, and if I'm to reach Gaara, I need to use my full power in order to get my message across," Naruto replied. Kurama smirked, glad to hear that Naruto did, as he had told his tailed beast back at Las Noches before his return to Konoha, truly want to help the other Jinchuriki, and decided not to press the matter any further as Naruto got into his release stance. As this was going on, Gaara, seeing Naruto wasn't attempting to bind him down, used his sand to complete the full transformation into Shukaku, who had the appearance of a sand-brown tanuki the size of the Hokage monument with black markings all across his body. Gaara's upper body emerged from the top of Shukaku's head, prompting Naruto to fly like an Arrancar until he reached eye level with his fellow Jinchuriki. "Now show me your full power so that I can grind you into dust," he yelled, unaware that Naruto had planned to do that anyways. Naruto took a deep breath to clear his mind, which he always did whenever he was going to release Kurama, before he stated his Zanpakuto's release command. Devastate, Kurama, Furu Henkin, Sui Dan An, roughly translates to full transformation, final stage. Naruto said as his blade, minus the red wrappings, disintegrated. Next time, on opposite ends, Shukaku and Kurama clash. Chapter 16, on opposite ends, Shukaku and Kurama clash. Disclaimer: if you think I own Naruto or Bleach by this point, you should probably go see a doctor instead of reading this. Somewhere along Konoha's massive wall, while Gaara and Naruto were occupied, preparations to defend Konoha, in case of a sudden attack by Shukaku, were nearly completed when a sudden surge of energy emanated from the current location of the Suna Jinchuriki. This power was not, however, from the Biju. This was all the more obvious when the reactions from Naruto's fracciones are taken into account. Did you just sense that? Django. Tararan blurted out, somewhat intimidated whenever she sensed this familiar reiatsu. We all sense it, Tararan. Just shut up. Django replied back, trying to sound collected, but like his partner, he was also unnerved by the energy they were sensing. Kakashi, who was aiding the evacuation of the remaining villagers, had also sensed the massive energy and was concerned by the reaction of the two Arrancars. Did something happen to Naruto, Django-san? That's not it at all, Kakashi-san. Naruto-sama is alright, the mostly masked Arrancar said. You don't sound too convincing. Kakashi replied. That's because, well, how do I say it without causing panic? Naruto-sama has just. Django struggled to explain, then sighed as if giving up on putting it nicely. Naruto-sama has just unleashed the full power of his Zanpakuto. Kakashi's visible eye widened in shock. You mean, all of it? Naruto had told Kakashi, like he did with Jiraiya and the Sandaime, of the nature of his blade, shortly after passing the bell test so as to prevent any misunderstandings should he actually release the Zanpakuto during a mission. And it was because of the law regarding Kyuubi that he had remained silent on it. Django gave him no response, which only made Kakashi feel worse. Is this act really that dangerous? He asked, Even though he, or anyone else in Konoha, hadn't seen the full release of Kurama, he could tell, from his talks with the blonde ninja and from what he has seen of his abilities, that Naruto really appeared to be in control of the tailed beast. If you're the enemy, then yes. If not, there's no danger to you. However, Django said, and Kakashi got the sense that just talking about this made the two fracciones' skin crawl. Let's just put it this way, Turaran and I saw Naruto-sama's full release once, and that, Kakashi-san, was one time too many. Kakashi shuddered at this, wondering how powerful this release was if even Naruto's followers were scared of it. Several miles outside of Konoha, Shinobi World. Devastate, Kurama, Furu Henkin, Sui Dan. Naruto said as his blade, minus the red wrappings, disintegrated. As the wrappings began to envelop the young ninja, they began to glow. This time, however, the wrappings changed color, becoming orange as they were enveloping Naruto. An orange light soon emanated from the ninja as his Reiatsu suddenly exploded. As the dust cleared, Naruto stood before his opponent. His appearance changed. He was now covered by an yellowish-orange Reiatsu shroud, with the Reiatsu appearing in the form of flickering flames, which was parted down the middle and opened into a large full-length coat. Underneath this coat there was a black undergarment with Magatama beads near his collar and, curiously enough, an orange Reiatsu chest plate with a design that appeared similar to Naruto's gauntlets and spalders. Throughout the shroud numerous dark circles, representing the altered seal, could be seen. The cloak also emanated 9 tail-like appendages, each one having a single line running down their centers, that flowed from the cloak's backside. Naruto's eyes had slit pupils and his whiskers became much thicker, while his hair now spiked up towards the front into 2 horn-like pieces. Unaware of what he was dealing with, the Suna shinobi prepared to unleash the Shukaku. Feigning sleep jutsu, Gaara said as he made a hand sign. After a self-inflicted jutsu, the redhead was then rendered unconscious while the irises of his Biju transformation changed from light brown to yellow, signifying that Shukaku had taken over his host. This became more obvious when the tanuki itself spoke. "I'm finally out," Shukaku said in a tone that gave Naruto the impression that he was akin to an angry drunk. "And looks like I'm in luck today. The first thing I get to kill is you, Kurama." Naruto simply looked on, completely unfazed by Shukaku's psychotic ranting. "If the human stays asleep for too long, his mental identity will be completely swallowed up by my psychopath of a brother. It will be as close to braindead as you can get without dying, leaving him a blank slate for Shukaku to play with," Kurama explained to his host. "Then we'll just have to wake Gaara up fast," the whiskered blonde replied, having guessed that the exposed upper half of his opponent was the weak point. Lucky for him Gaara was so exposed, but surely even Shukaku knew that. Whether or not he did, Shukaku was more focused on an insatiable desire to kill Naruto and the 9-tailed fox of the tailed beasts. He swung his left arm at his target, but to his complete shock Naruto was able to block his arm with only one hand, an even greater feat considering the fact that Naruto had only been pushed a few feet back. "What the hell? How can one human match me in strength like this?" Shukaku roared, pressing on but not crushing the little human. Naruto raised his eyebrow at his opponent. "Damn, I need to find some way to practice using with this release if Shukaku was able to get me to budge, even if only by a few feet." With Shukaku still in shock at having been blocked, Naruto manifested Kurama's head, or, to be more specific, a translucent version of his head that was still in Kurama's form. Naruto then had this head bite off Shukaku's left arm before he had the manifested head dissipate. Shukaku was, naturally, enraged at this. "You'll pay for that," the tanuki roared before he opened his mouth and began generating a Bijudama. After Shukaku quickly finishing the buildup of chakra, he then fired his attack, but due to his rage, the chakra orb went way off course. Heading towards Konoha. Thankfully for everyone in the village, Naruto was already 10 steps ahead of Shukaku and had already prepared a response, if the fact that he had his right index finger pointed in the path of the Bijudama was anything to go by. "Sero Ascuras," Naruto said as a beam of pitch-black Reiatsu with an orange outline shot out of his finger. The Sero intercepted Shukaku's attack, with the resulting explosion leveling a 70-mile diameter patch of the forest near they were fighting in and replacing it with a 40-mile crater. "Well, you potentially just killed who knows how many innocent animals, but your village is untouched for now," Kurama remarked to the young Uzumaki. Shukaku was, once again, taken by surprise by this display of power and, as such, had failed to notice that his opponent was right in front of him until he was standing before Gaara's exposed upper body. With the increase in Naruto's speed while in this form, which was at least 20 times greater than the speed of his Zenso release, he wouldn't have needed a distraction as Shukaku, or anyone else in the shinobi world, could read his movements at these speeds. Using the lapse in Shukaku's reaction time, Naruto threw a right cross that made contact with Gaara's face. He had intentionally thrown a very soft punch, because at this speed and with his strength increased to an unfathomable level, anything short of the softest punch would have obliterated Gaara's head. The blow that was given was still strong enough to achieve its intended purpose, to wake Gaara up, though the injuries he sustained were still severe. "No, I just got out," Shukaku screamed as his body crumbled with his consciousness and chakra going back into the seal, without Gaara's there to reinforce the giant sand construct. "I'll get you for this Kuram." At that point his jaw fell off. Sadly, shortly after Shukaku's rage was gone, Gaara's took its place. "I'll kill you for this outrage, Naruto Uzumaki," Gaara hissed, aware and attempting to keep the sand colossus up. Before he realized it, however, Gaara realized that Naruto was suddenly inches from his face. In his shock Gaara almost failed to hear Naruto's next sentence. "This fight's over, Gaara," Naruto said just as he struck Gaara's right chest with a palm strike. With Gaara's body no longer able to support the Shukaku transformation, the manifestation of the one-tailed tanuki crumbled away, leaving nothing but the biggest sand dune to ever be near the village hidden in the leaves. Gaara fell to the ground, the mound of sand softening his collision as Naruto gently descended to the ground. When he finally reached the ground, Naruto resealed his Zanpakuto, making the sword rematerialize and the red wrappings return to the hilt, with his Reiatsu shroud dissipated. He then headed to where Gaara had fallen, face first, too weakened by his fight with Naruto to even stand, though his injuries were nowhere near as severe as those that Naruto inflicted on Neji. The Suna shinobi turned his head and saw Naruto walking towards him. For the first time in years, he was filled with fear at what he thought would be done to him. "Stay away from me. I will not let you end my existence," Gaara called out. The fact was there was nothing he could do in his weakened condition to defend himself from the Konoha shinobi. Even his ability to defend himself with his sand wasn't working right now, like the sand itself was afraid of its life. When the whiskered blonde stood in front of him, Gaara braced himself for his end, certain he was going to die, and forced to recognize how despite his eagerness to cause death, in the end he was just as scared to die as anyone else. A few minutes passed, but instead of any pain or growing sensation of getting colder, he felt better. Greatly confused, Gaara opened his eyes and saw Naruto on one knee. Healing him. "Why, Uzumaki? Why would you heal an enemy?" Gaara asked, speechless. Naruto shook his head before he replied. "Didn't you hear me when I spoke to you at the stadium? I know what you've been through. The hate-filled stares, the loneliness, the fact that your fellow villages try to define your very existence and then deny it regardless. The pain from all these things and more, it still hurts no matter where it takes place. I've gone through that hell of being alone," Naruto calmly said to Gaara as he finished healing him. He didn't fully heal the sand ninja, however, in order to make sure he could not attack him, but he did get rid of Gaara's most life-threatening injuries. Done, Naruto stood up and helped Gaara do the same. The redhead was uncomfortable with the direct contact, but was in no shape to refuse it. "Like you, I wanted that to stop. I wanted to know that I had value," Naruto continued. "It wasn't enough to tell myself that, like you I just wanted someone else to say it so I could hear it. I think at some point we both got tired of waiting, but unlike you I didn't give up completely. I chose to earn their approval if that's what it took. Make them proud of my accomplishments. You can do that too, you know." "Who would be proud of what I've done?" Gaara asked. "Who says you have to keep being a constant killer, Gaara? The only thing stopping you from changing is yourself. I'm not saying you'll get the results you want right away, but if you give up on making bonds just because it's not easy you don't deserve to have any in the first place." Gaara was left speechless by this. When they finally reached the main gate of Konoha, this time it was Naruto's turn to be surprised. What looked like the entire village, not just the Sandaime, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and his fracciones, were there waiting for him. After spotting the blonde ninja, the crowd gave, to Naruto's surprise, a hero's welcome. "Whoa, I knew I would change the villagers' view someday, but I never could have imagined that it would happen this soon," Naruto thought, but nonetheless he smiled as he got to the gate, with Gaara in tow. Right away Hinata broke from the crowd and ran up to him, throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. Mostly to reassure herself he was really okay after heading off to what even Junin would consider a suicide mission. "Did I scare you, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked, putting his free arm around her. She looked at him with a frown. "Hell yes you did. I want to tell you to never do that again." Then her expression softened. "But we both know you can't promise that, so instead, let's just say you owe me something." Naruto chuckled and nodded, then turned to face the approaching Sandaime Hokage. "I guess it's fair to say that these Chunin exams are over." "Indeed, Naruto, but not before you made a clear impression on the judges," Sarutobi said. Naruto took a few moments before he understood what the third meant to say. "So I'm a Chunin now? Are you kidding? I'm going to get complaints tomorrow for sure just for not making you Junin." If I didn't make you Chunin, I'd be too busy dealing with complaints to even die. Sarutobi said with a joking smile. Naruto returned it. I'm so glad to hear I'm being promoted to give you less paperwork, old man. He of course knew this was just friendly banter between themselves. In all seriousness, I promise you that I won't let Konoha down. And I need to ask you for a couple of things. Sarutobi nodded. What's that? First, are Sasuke and Sakura alright? I don't see them here. Sasuke is taking Sakura to medic care while getting some treatment himself. Probably some stitches at worst for him. The Hokage answered. Good. Second, could you get a medic for Gaara? On it, though honestly we had medics ready for you instead. Sarutobi answered as some medic nins came up with a stretcher. They put Gaara on it instead of the blonde they suspected would need it more. As Gaara was taken away, Temari, Kankuro, and Baki came out of the crowd and went after him. Temari, Kankuro, Baki-sensei. I'm sorry. Gaara said softly, like he was tired. This caught the three shinobi completely by surprise. It's okay, Gaara. Kankuro stammered out after some silence. Temari could only look towards the direction that they came from. I don't know what you said to him or why, but thank you, Naruto Uzumaki. She said to herself as she and her brothers arrived at the hospital. She could tell that, in this one battle, something had changed in her brother. Something long overdue. Namikaze Estate, Konoha outskirts. Several days later. Naruto, now a full-fledged Chunin, had said his farewells to Gaara and his siblings as they headed back to Suna half an hour ago, and now he was waiting for his fracciones at his house. They were often exploring the area in and around Konoha, so it took the messenger he sent several minutes just to locate the Arancars. He would have preferred to have Haku there as well to explain the situation to her too, but she was on a mission in the Land of Frost and was not going to return for a few weeks. After another 10 minutes of waiting, Django arrived, followed by Turaran. What's wrong, Naruto-sama? Turaran asked as Naruto looked at both of them with a very serious expression on his face. You two remember what I told you a few days ago? Naruto asked his fracciones. It didn't take the Arancars very long to figure out what Naruto was referring to. So they are finally making their move? Django asked. Naruto sighed a bit before he nodded. I just got word from Jiraiya-san this morning. It seems the Akatsuki have begun the hunt for the Biju. They're probably getting unnerved by the news of my exploits over the past few months, and it's beginning to show in their actions. That said, however, I do not want any chances taken with these shinobi. Though they won't be much of a threat for any of us, the other Konoha shinobi are a different matter entirely. Naruto knew that he could handle the Akatsuki himself and, unless he catches wind of an attack on a fellow Jinchuriki, he was willing to wait for them to come to him, since the only thing they would find is a swift death. Naruto was much more concerned for the safety of Konoha and wanted to make sure that it wasn't caught in the crossfire. If you guys encounter them at any time, I want you to proceed with caution if you engage them. Understood, Naruto said as they replied in the affirmative before they left. Now that that's been settled, it's time I deal with the second fire for today. Naruto thought to himself as he flash-stepped to the Hokage Tower. Chapter 17 The Truth. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto or Bleach. But I do own a Hitai 8 and a replica of classic Zangetsu. Does that count? Hokage Tower, Konoha. Current time. Are you sure you want to do that, Naruto? What if it has the opposite effect of what you want? He could very well, Sarutobi said before Naruto interrupted him. If that happens, then I'll do what has to be done. The undeniable fact is he will find out the truth someday, much like how I did with the stuff you didn't tell me. The whiskered blonde said. Sad but true. It seems you can bury the truth, but you're only delaying the inevitable. Sarutobi thought to himself. With that said, if he is not told now, Itachi will tell him. Or at least part of it. If Sasuke's told now, he may be able to take it better, and actually grasp the goal his brother wanted him to have. Right now Sasuke's aware his own goal is incomplete, but he still wants his brother dead. If we tell him, he might get the answers he's looking for. Naruto said, to which Sarutobi nodded in reply. Very well then, Naruto. If you think that is the best course of action, then I'll allow it. You however will be the one to tell him, and only him, in my office and under my watch. Now go find him. Naruto nodded before he set out. Konoha Training Grounds. A few moments later. Sasuke, having obtained his Mangekyo Sharingan during his battle with Gaara, was now training with Kakashi to get a handle on the dojutsu. It was very difficult since Sasuke, like any other Mangekyo wielder, had to be careful when using it. It would have been more difficult, however, had Kakashi not revealed that he had the dojutsu and knew of its special jutsus. Sasuke was surprised by this but, despite his curiosity, had decided not to ask his sensei how he had acquired the dojutsu yet for various reasons. As Sasuke was attempting to master the Tsukuyomi, the Mangekyo Sharingan jutsu that he had the greatest difficulty using, he noticed that Kakashi had turned his attention elsewhere. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be?" Sasuke asked, irritated by his sensei's lack of focus, until he saw Naruto walk up to their team leader and whisper something into his ear. Kakashi nodded and returned his attention to Sasuke once Naruto left. "We're done for today, Sasuke. Hokage-sama needs you see him in his office ASAP," Kakashi said. While Sasuke was undoubtedly annoyed by this, he knew that if the Sandaime was requesting his presence, he must have something important that he needs to discuss with him. He deactivated his dujutsu, then headed to the office. Hokage's office. 5 minutes later. Sasuke arrived at the office of the Hokage, only mildly surprised to see that Naruto was standing outside the door. The whiskered blonde had his arms crossed and leaned his back against the wall, like he had been waiting for quite some time. "You took your sweet time getting here," Naruto said rather bluntly. "Not everyone can move at the speeds you reach, Naruto. Anyway, what is this about?" Sasuke asked, only for Naruto to shake his head. "You'll find out inside," Naruto said as he opened the door to the office and entered, motioning Sasuke to follow him. The Uchiha entered the room and saw the Sandaime seated behind his desk, while Naruto took a seat facing the desk. Sasuke waved off an offer to take an empty seat, suspecting for some reason he would be standing the entire time anyways. "I'm pretty sure you have an idea why you have been called here?" Sarutobi asked, to which Sasuke nodded. "Just remember that everything said in this room cannot be talked about outside. For any reason." Sasuke showed no reaction that implicated that he could not keep his mouth shut, so Sarutobi continued. "We'll start with a little history regarding the Kyuubi attack. Now this might not seem important at first, but the rest won't make sense without it. The thing to note is that the Kyuubi did not appear here on a whim, the fox was led here by an unknown Uchiha." Sasuke looked surprised and confused, but didn't say anything. According to what the Yondaime was able to get across before he died, this Uchiha wore a mask with only his Sharingan showing, and he was able to take control of the Kyuubi in a way not unlike Madara Uchiha did. And, as you can imagine, he had it attack Konoha. "With all due respect, Hokage-sama, what does this have to do with me? Or the death of my clan, as I'm assuming you're trying to explain?" Sasuke asked bluntly. Naruto was, not surprisingly, annoyed by Sasuke's impatience, even if he didn't show it. "I'm getting there, Sasuke, so just hear me out," Sarutobi said. "Now then, where was I? Oh yeah, the unknown Uchiha. This man actually has a lot to do with the massacre of your clan, Sasuke. It could be said it never would have happened if this masked man hadn't been there that night." Now the young Uchiha looked surprised. This guy somehow is what led Itachi to going crazy. But how? "You see, the Kyuubi actually did the attack, but it was the masked man who made it happen in the first place. In a way it was the exact same with your brother. Itachi did the actual dirty work. But the idea was not his," Naruto said for the Hokage's behalf. Shocked, it took a minute or so for Sasuke to actually respond to Naruto's statement. What are you talking about?" Naruto looked at the Uchiha dead in the eye. "People didn't take the Kyuubi attack very well," he started, disliking having to refer to Kurama by title rather than name. However, the Kitsune did not like his name being given out casually, so the blonde shinobi would respect his wishes, if only to avoid getting into an argument with the Biju. Naturally they wanted something, or someone, to blame and hold accountable for it. Kind of like with Neji and how he blamed Hinata-chan and the main branch of Hyuga clan, among other things, for his suffering. "Did someone blame the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke asked, starting to connect the dots in his head. Naruto nodded. The clan wasn't the only thing blamed for the attack, but they were indeed considered suspects. People remembered the stories of Madara and wondered if it had happened again. But the clan didn't. Sasuke instinctively started, halting when he remembered the claim about the masked man. "I mean, it was one man's fault, not the entire clan's." Again Sasuke, think back to Neji. Sometimes the desire for a scapegoat is stronger than common sense. "Did you know for my whole life people blamed me for what Kyuubi did just because I was born on the same day and have these whiskers?" Sasuke conceded his point, and while he was confused on how anyone could blame someone who was simply born on the same day as a disaster for the disaster, he wanted to keep on the current topic. "My clan wouldn't have just stayed back and done nothing about this." "That's true, in fact, they didn't," Sarutobi interjected. "Your clan did try to convince others the rumors were untrue, but it didn't convince everyone. Some people in the village already distrusted the Uchiha and weren't about to just take their word for it." "Why would they already distrust the Uchiha? Don't they know who we are?" Sasuke asked, getting a little offended. He had always been led to believe his clan was loved and respected by all. That was part of why he let his heritage go to his head in the past. Sasuke, pretend for a moment you are not an Uchiha and will never have a Sharingan. Sarutobi suggested. Your clan wasn't exactly the most interacting of clans, preferring to keep to themselves. If you saw someone who seemed to go out of their way to not interact with you, wouldn't you think they had something to hide? My clan had nothing to hide. They had nothing to do with it. Sasuke insisted. I'm not saying they did, since I know they didn't. I'm just saying to other people it probably looked like they did. Sarutobi claimed. Your clan felt about as offended as you do right now. Naruto continued. They were outraged at how distrusting the rest of Konoha was to them, finding it so easy to believe the worst about them for the least amount of reason. Personally, I can sympathize. People held me responsible for the Kyuubi simply because my presence reminded them it happened, among other reasons. And how did this lead to Itachi doing what he did? Sasuke asked. Well, here's where it's going to get difficult for you. Naruto started. At some point before your brother did what he did, your father started getting ideas. Ideas of a coup d'etat against Konoha. Sasuke felt his stomach flip to hear this, but then he got angry. My father would never do that. Take that back. Naruto looked as intimidated by the Uchiha as he had been the first time the two spoke to each other. Before I go any further, think about this, Sasuke. You were 7 years old when he died. How well did you really know him? Well enough to know he wouldn't do that. Sasuke defended. He had always held Fugaku in a high regard, the highest in fact. If Sasuke had just one motive to get stronger beyond killing Itachi, it was to make his late father finally proud of him. So the last thing he wanted was to hear someone tell him his father was not the hero he remembered him as. In that case, you're right. Which is why we're certain it wasn't entirely his idea. Wait, what? Sasuke asked, thrown off by this. I only have circumstantial evidence for this at best, but we think the masked man who manipulated Kyuubi also played on your father's anger and subtlety, convinced him that taking over the village would solve his problems with it. But, why would this masked man do that? Sasuke asked. Naruto shrugged. We don't know. That's one reason why this is such a circumstantial theory. We have no solid proof that he ever met your father and we can only speculate at his motives in all this. Anyway, it is confirmed your clan did start to get ready for an actual coup d'etat. But Hokage-sama here was informed, by Itachi no less, on what your clan was getting into. The last Uchiha turned to the Sandaime who nodded. Once I found out, I tried arranging negotiations with your father. If he did what he was intending, it would have sparked a civil war within the village, one that our enemies would probably spring on the chance to use against us, and worst-case scenario spark the Fourth Shinobi War. Don't you think you might be overreacting? Sasuke asked. I am the Hokage Sasuke, it's my duty to make sure such an outcome does not happen. Negotiations with your father went sour. He mainly said if we wanted to avoid the coup the best thing I could do was retire and appoint him the Godime. Why didn't you? Sasuke asked. It was hard to tell if he was simply asking, or accusing the Hokage or something. It's true I am old and a replacement would have been worth considering, but pretend for a moment you are the Hokage Sasuke. If someone told you that you were unfit for the job and you should just give it to them or else they will take it by force, would you be willing to hand it over? Sasuke blinked. I see your point. So what did? He paused and showed an expression of horror for a moment. You didn't. No, he didn't. Naruto said, figuring out what conclusion Sasuke was jumping to. Your father knew he had lost the element of surprise and so he had to postpone the coup for a more appropriate time, but he had not given up on the idea. Itachi had been brought in to keep the Hokage aware of the situation, spying on the clan if you will. Itachi at some point came into contact with the masked man. Sarutobi added. He couldn't learn much, but he knew he needed to get into a position where he could. He needed to get where the masked man could trust him, so Itachi could spy on him as well for us. Why didn't he just attack him? Itachi could kill my entire clan in one night, how could he not stand up to one guy in a mask? Sasuke asked. Sasuke, have you ever actually thought about that night? I mean beyond the mere fact that it happened. Naruto asked. I think about it every day. Sasuke claimed. Have you ever tried to figure out just how Itachi was able to do what he did? Naruto asked. Sasuke only showed a confused expression, so the whiskered blonde continued. Didn't you ever wonder how he could do it without anyone managing to get to an alarm and call for help? Or without Anbu patrolling the area noticing the dead bodies or even hearing the screams? Surely such a massacre was not silent or clean. What about a genjutsu? Sasuke considered, realizing that Naruto had a point. Just how did Itachi succeed in killing a whole clan without getting caught? In all the years since it happened, Sasuke had never asked himself that, only focusing on the fact it did happen. Because of this lack of thought, his young naive mind had built up Itachi to be some kind of monster more than he already was, some kind of godly overpowered ninja who could do anything because he was elite even by Uchiha standards. That in turn sparked Sasuke's obsession with becoming the same, so he'd stand a chance against Itachi. Genjutsus are a lot less effective when your enemy outnumbers you, and if nothing else Itachi was outnumbered that night. Naruto pointed out, and if you go with the idea that he cast a genjutsu over the compound to keep people away, there are Anbu trained to spot such things including silencing barriers. Anything meant to keep people away over so large an area would have definitely been noticed. But, if all this is true, then that means Konoha was in on the massacre, and let him do it. Sasuke concluded, feeling his stomach do another flip. No, not Konoha, the masked man. Sarutobi quickly said, knowing right now Sasuke was questioning a lot more than his goals. When it came clear that the Uchiha were going to revolt no matter what, Itachi had been tasked with stopping the leaders of this revolt. Cut off the head and the body will die, so to speak. So no, he wasn't ordered to, as they say, kill them all and let Kami-sama sort it all. In any case, I ordered him to not make a move until negotiations had completely broken down, as I was determined not to let this end in bloodshed if I could. You still ordered him to kill my father? Sasuke said bitterly. No, I knew we were asking a lot of Itachi, so I told him if he chose to detain the leaders instead, render them helpless but alive, that would be acceptable and, in fact, was preferable. The fact that so many died tells us one of two things happened: either the leaders attacked first and Itachi had to defend himself, or the masked man got to them first. Either way, no one outside the Uchiha knew that anything was going on. Sasuke did not know how to react to that. I knew your brother Sasuke, and I know that even if he could kill off his entire clan, children included, he wouldn't. Sarutobi told the troubled boy. Whoever did the killing and why, only Itachi himself can tell us that now. But had he done nothing, there's a good chance none of us including you would still be alive. Itachi did what he did to make sure you still had a future where you could be a hero, by condemning himself to forever be seen as a villain. It is a noble sacrifice if nothing else. The last Uchiha looked down, slightly trembling and still silent. No one wanted to press him to respond. The fact that Sasuke had managed to listen to everything when he could have simply brushed it off in favor of his own paradigm was nothing short of miraculous, a sign that Naruto had in fact been getting through to him all this time. So does this mean, my brother? Sasuke finally asked before he was interrupted by Naruto. Yes, Naruto calmly replied, his expression, which had been set in a serious tone, softened when he saw that his teammate was crying, having been shaken up by what he has just heard. He left you alive not to punish or torment you. He did it because he wanted you to actually have a full life. Make friends, find a girl to love, have kids, and make the Uchiha better than it was before and, ultimately, to continue protecting Konoha. That is what he really wanted you to do, Sasuke. He left you alive so you could live, not kill yourself for him. After he stopped crying, Sasuke faced Naruto and Sarutobi. I need some time to collect my thoughts, Sasuke said before he walked out of the office. Naruto was about to do the same until Sarutobi stopped him. Wait Naruto, I have an important mission for you that'll require you to work with Jiraiya. I need to discuss it with you before you go anywhere. Really? And what would that be, old man? Naruto asked as he raised an eyebrow. About that, have a seat, Naruto. Sarutobi said, knowing that even Naruto would get taken aback by what he was about to say. Jinchuriki Crater, 50 miles outside of Konoha. A week later. The site of Naruto's battle with Gaara, more specifically the crater created by the collision between Shukaku's Bijudama and Naruto's release-enhanced Sero Ascuras, had occurred over a layer of solid bedrock 100 yards under the forest that once stood. Because the crater was 4 miles at its deepest point, it was fair to say that, just like with the Valley of the End, this battle had left a scar on the earth itself. It was no wonder that the place already was a named landmark, of sorts, and that the place already had an almost sacred reverence to it. A lot of people visited the crater, mostly out of curiosity, including two figures who were standing on the south side of the crater. Their curiosity, however, was for much more ominous reasons. So this is the battlefield between the Ikibi and Kyubi's Jinchuriki, huh? Very scary stuff there. Imagine the devastation that would have been if this was Konoha. One of the figures said, to which the other simply glared at him, though his eyes were hidden by the round straw hats that both men were wearing. You should be more concerned about our mission, Kisame. Our objective: managed to defeat Orochimaru, the Ikibi, and your fellow swordsman. The other man warned. Yes, poor Zabuza, he never knew what he was dealing with until it was too late. Kisame chided until he noted the tone of his companion's voice. Are you sure you won't be getting too sentimental on this mission, Itachi? Absolutely, Itachi replied as they both set off for Konoha to find their target. They were unaware that a certain green-haired girl was following them from a distance. Chapter 18 Standoff, Akatsuki vs. Fracciones. Disclaimer: still applies. Unnamed rest stop, 20 miles west of Konoha. Alright, we know where the boy is going and what route he's likely to take. Assuming he's only going a little faster than average Chunin speed, we should catch up to him this night. Tomorrow at the latest, just to cover any margin of error. Itachi said while enjoying some of his favorite flavor of tea at a small rest stop people going in and out of Konoha often frequented. I'm surprised how easy it was to get this intel. Kisame commented, helping himself to some Konoha brand mochi. People in your old haunt couldn't shut up about the boy. At least they were speaking positively. Itachi noted, not that it matters, but at least this way we have a better idea of what to expect. In my experience, there's more honesty to praise than insult. In that case I'm almost excited to see how much of a fight the boy puts up. Kisame said with a grin. Itachi arched an eyebrow. Almost. Well, I can't kill him and it will be a 2-against-1 fight. How much fun can I expect? Outside the rest stop, someone was watching the two cloaked men from the trees, impatiently waiting for their backup to arrive. Are they in there? Django asked as he appeared beside Tararan via Sonido. Yep, and they should be leaving in a few minutes, Tararan replied. What took you so long? I called for you 10 minutes ago. I warned some of the ninja in Konoha in case the threat decided to head into the village. Not to mention they can maneuver to cut off the target's escape if we give them enough time. Django replied, keeping his eyes on the S-rank missing nins. Moments later the two Akatsuki members had left the small rest stop and continued their search for Naruto. Rather than attack right away, the Fracciones stealth fully followed them for a few miles in order for the inevitable conflict to happen in a more appropriate location away from Konoha. This should be enough, Tararan said before releasing some of her Reiatsu in order to get their target's attention. Well, I guess they've finally decided to roll out the welcome wagon for you, Itachi. Why don't you two come out of hid? Kisame said as he turned around to face the pursuers. He stopped speaking, however, when he saw that the pursuers were already out in the open. Itachi, having gotten some intel on what to expect of their target, realized who these two were the moment he got a good look at their opponents. That attire. So you're the two followers of Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. So you know who we are. Django said as he and Tararan both unsheathed their zanpakutos. You should know, then, with whom you're dealing with, Itachi Uchiha. It would appear that our reputations precede us. Kisame said, taking off his straw hat. Itachi chose to do the same. I guess they do, fishstick. Tararan said, not knowing that Kisame did not take kindly to such remarks. The Kiri missing nin fixed his glare right at the female Arrancar who, as a further insult to Kisame, had bracelets on both of her wrists that were made out of teeth and claws of 10 or so different predatory animals. Including a prominent shark's tooth on the left bracelet. There was a reason that she wore those bracelets, though Kisame obviously wasn't aware of this. You better watch what you say, little girl, or you might just find your head as Samahata's newest chew toy. Kisame warned as he gripped the hilt of the still-wrapped Samahata. Tararan simply looked at the missing nin with an innocent expression. Really? It looks like your sword would make a better soup than a weapon. How could it ever hurt anyone? Tararan said in a playful tone. That little insult was more than Kisami's pride could handle even with Itachi next to him. Why don't I show you, you little gaki, Kisame hissed as the bandages that were wrapped around Samahata, or at least, the bandages that were still bound to the sword, came off, revealing all the blue scales that formed the blade of the infamous weapon. The demon of the hidden mist charged towards the 28th Arrancar and, once he had closed the distance between them, made a vertical chop aimed at the Tararan's head. To the missing nin's shock, however, he found that his target had somehow vanished without him even noticing, resulting in Samahata striking the ground. Quick little devil, he muttered, placing his sword on his shoulder while attempting to locate his target. If you were trying to hit me with that attack, then you need to work on your aim. You could get yourself killed otherwise, she teased. Kisame looked behind his back, where Tararan's voice was coming from, to find the tip of her blade now pointing at the Akatsuki member's back. Strangely enough, Kisami's irritated expression was now gone, having been replaced with a face that screamed excitement. You're actually better than I thought, Gaki. I have the feeling that I'll have to go all out if I want to defeat you. He said before he managed to swing his sword and hit her free arm with it. The impact made her remove her sword from him and Kisame took the opportunity to create some distance between himself and the numero. Tararan simply smiled at this. You're willing to go all out for me. If that's the case, then I should at least be nice enough to do the same. What? There's no damage to her? Kisame asked himself, seeing no sign of damage on her arm at all. As if his shredding weapon hadn't even touched her. And if that wasn't strange enough, Samahata was giving him a slight whimper of hungry. It didn't take any chakra from her. Tararan, to Kisami's shock, then stuck her blade to the ground before she then got on her right knee and closed her left hand into a fist, save for her middle and index fingers which she placed on the ground. Kisame didn't realize that he should have stopped Tararan at that moment as the Arrancar was about to release her Zanpakuto. Hit your mark, Cazadora, A.N. Spanish for huntress, Tararan said before a large column of emerald green Reiatsu with a black outline emanated around her. Elsewhere. While Tararan and Kisame were fighting, their respective partners had already begun their battle. Itachi already had his Mangekyo ready in an attempt to end the conflict quickly, but unfortunately for him Django was able to counter every attack thrown at him. Not only that, he was combining his Pesquisa and Sonido moves to detect and dodge everything Itachi was using. You seem unusually educated in fighting off Uchiha, Itachi noted, seeing that the Arrancar kept his eyes closed. And you seem unusually weak for someone who supposedly killed hundreds of people in a few hours. Django remarked, relying on his experience in sparring with Sasuke to give him the advantage here. This man, he's not trying to defeat me. He's dodging all my attacks without delivering any of his own, and making sure my attention is focused on him. He's trying to keep me away from Naruto and wear me down before I could encounter him. Itachi concluded. Does he know my true intentions and is playing along, or is he unaware and this is just part of his strategy to eliminate me? Sero. Django said, finally attacking the missing nin. The attack got Itachi out of his current train of thought and he dodged it. This wasn't impossible because Django still had his eyes closed, thus affecting his aim. Before he had time to counter, Django had gotten behind him and slashed at him with his Zanpakuto. It took everything he had to deflect the strike with a palmed kunai, making it so only the Akatsuki robe took any damage instead of his body. Times like these I'm grateful to be a prodigy, he thought to himself, moving to put some distance between the two. You're indeed a very strong shinobi to have survived this battle for so long in spite your condition, Uchiha-san. Django said with honest praise. Like his opponent, he was not one for being arrogant in battle. Itachi, despite his exhaustion, remained unfazed. You're not that bad yourself, though I'm more surprised by the fact that you show no real concern over your friend. It appears that she's already been forced to use a great amount of her power. Django smirked. I'm not worried, she's not using that power because your associate is forcing her to. She's doing it because she wants to, simple as that. She's a free spirit in almost every way, even in battle. She never shows any restraint in using her abilities unless either myself or Naruto-sama are within her sight. Also, she's actually stronger than I am, so if anyone is in any real danger it's your partner. Itachi hid his surprise. If she's only using full power against Kisame out of habit, and if she is truly stronger than this man, can we succeed even if I wasn't planning to fail this kidnapping in the first place? Itachi at that moment decided that, with the battles going downhill for both him and Kisame and having already learned where Naruto was, they had to fall back. Fighting the two Fracciones would hurt them more than anything, and he had already conversed with Danzo to ensure the old Warhawk was keeping his word to leave Sasuke alone. The only left Itachi had left to do was botch his official mission and report back once he had done so. Unfortunately for Itachi he couldn't tell the Fraction any of this and, as a result, the Arrancar had no intention of letting him get away. Django and Itachi were so focused on each other's movements that they hadn't noticed that someone else had been closing in on their location until he made himself known. It's been a long time, Itachi. Both combatants turned their attention to the source of the voice which was familiar to them both. Naturally, the newcomer was none other than Sasuke. Sasuke. Itachi thought with a great deal of sadness even if he didn't show it. Django was rather surprised by this development and allowed himself to open his eyes to look at the younger Uchiha. Well, this arrival certainly is unexpected, and can go sour very quickly given what Naruto-sama said about the boy's relation to Itachi here. Sasuke turned his attention from his brother to the Fraction. Django, I need to confront him myself. Fall back. To Sasuke's surprise Django agreed to do it. Like Sakura, Sasuke was forced to learn to achieve some kind of positive relation with the Fracciones due to the fact all four of them were going to interact with Naruto. Sadly Sasuke was not naturally gifted in the ways of dealing with people, and he had quickly given the Arrancars no reason to like him when they first met. Sasuke had improved vastly due to him realizing that Naruto wasn't some kind of loser or pushover, but there was still tension between him and the blonde's devoted followers. The only reason that Django had agreed to Sasuke's request was because Naruto had warned both him and Tararan of the possibility that if Itachi ever came for the whiskered blonde Sasuke was highly likely to get involved. And if this should occur Naruto had told his Fracciones to honor Sasuke's request to confront his brother alone should he make such a request and to only intervene should his teammate's life be in danger. But they only had to do this the one time. Should this somehow happen a second time, they were fully allowed to deny Sasuke. After Django had disappeared and gotten far enough that he couldn't hear either him or Itachi, the young Uchiha turned to face his brother. If this encounter had occurred a few months prior, Sasuke would have undoubtedly attacked his older brother without hesitation or even most rational though. But with everything that has gone on in that time, Sasuke was simply unsure of what to do. I'm certain that Naruto had not been lying to me when he told me about the fate of his clan. But there is still a chance that Naruto might have been wrong. Like Hokage-sama said, the only one who really knows what happened is Itachi himself. And the only way I can confirm anything is to confront him right now. Itachi had, like Django, noticed the signs of his brother's internal conflict, but he was unaware of both the circumstances behind Sasuke's hesitation and his growth as a shinobi. So naturally, he fell into his role as the heartless slaughterer of his own family, pushing his brother's psyche to its breaking point so he could secretly have the Uchiha clan's name redeemed with his own death. I let you live so that you can have a chance for revenge, for a chance to surpass me, and this is how you repay me. By giving yourself away and hesitating to strike when I had my guard down. You're a disappointment, Sas. You can drop the act, Itachi. Naruto told me everything, Sasuke interrupted. Itachi's only visible reaction was raising an eyebrow, but internally he suddenly had a sinking feeling in his gut. Everything. What do you mean by that? Chapter 19, The Predator or the Prey, Turaran vs. Kisame. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Bleach, but I can make you waste your time reading these constant reminders of that fact. Unspecified location, 20 or so miles outside of Konoha. Recap. Turaran, to Kisami's shock, then stuck her blade to the ground before she then got her right knee and closed her left hand into a fist, save for her middle and index fingers which she placed on the ground. Kisame didn't realize that he should have stopped Turaran at that moment as the Arrancar was about to release her Zanpakuto. Hit your mark, Cazadora, A.N., Spanish for huntress, Turaran said before a large column of emerald green Reiatsu with a black outline emanated around her. Current time. As the column of spiritual pressure continued to envelop Turaran, her opponent stood back shocked at this display of power. Such power, yet it feels so different from chakra. Is she using some kind of alternative that Samahata can't eat? Kisame thought to himself, having noticed earlier that this girl's energy was far too light and potent to be chakra, a point that was given further credence by the fact Samahata was unable to ingest any of that energy. Kisame snapped out of his thoughts when he saw that the column of energy suddenly dissipated. The swordsman was then taken further aback when, from out of nowhere, a massive tree suddenly sprouted from the ground where the female Numero was kneeling. The tree then enveloped Turaran before it finished growing. The whole spectacle had gone on for 3 minutes by this time and, unbeknownst to Kisame, was about to end. After a few seconds a hole emerged from the side of the tree facing Kisame from which Turaran came out, her appearance having completely changed. Turaran now wore a lightweight moss green leather sleeveless vest while a short-sleeved shirt that was made out of some sort of short black fur was seen underneath. Said shirt extended to just above her knees and was covered at the hip by a small apron the same color as her vest. The headband-like fragment of her mask was now an actual headband that was now black in color while her green hair, which was originally waist-length, was currently reaching to her knees while 2 locks framed the side of her face and reached to above her breasts. The female Arrancar also had a necklace made out of what appeared to be the various claws and fangs that were seen on her bracelets, both of which were now gone, while her leggings had been replaced by short-length black fur boots. Her right boot has a sheath strapped to it that held an all-black and very large hunting knife, while a similar knife, though green in color, was sheathed and placed on a belt strapped to her waist at the apron. In addition to the knives, a green recurved bow with black horsehair attached to both ends was slung on her back. Kisame just stood there for a few moments, in complete shock at what he was seeing. It was like he was looking at a real goddess of the hunt before him. He snapped out of the awe when his opponent drew out her bow. I don't know what she's planning to do, but I have a feeling that I don't want to find out. Kisame thought to himself as he dashed towards a very large lake that was nearby. Oh yeah, smart move, fish face. Like no one's ever tried getting distance from me. Turaran remarked sarcastically, pulling back the string of her bow, forming a lime green energy arrow with a fiery tip in the process. Colmillo del Jaguar. She released the bowstring and sent the arrow flying at speeds greater than what a normal arrow should be capable of. Kisame only had 30 seconds to respond, which he did by forming a few hand seals before he held both of his hands up. When he finished the short sequence of hand signs, some of the water from the lake, which was now about 50 or so yards away from his present location, surged towards the ex-Kiri Nin. When the water reached him, it enveloped him, created a giant shark around him. Water style, Super Shark Bomb Jutsu. He thrust both of his hands forward, which sent the water shark barreling towards the arrow and away from him. Despite the impressive display of power, Kisame was well aware of the fact that his attack was a gamble. This jutsu, for all the chakra used for it, normally drew most of its power from the chakra of the enemy's techniques, meaning the stronger the jutsu that hit it the more potent the resulting explosion. This characteristic, which normally made the jutsu unstoppable, was a non-factor in this scenario as Tararan's arrow was made of Raryoku, and as such it couldn't be absorbed by Kisami's jutsu. If this doesn't work, I just hope I can redirect her attack. Kisame thought. The attacks collided 10 seconds after they had been launched. Tararan's Kolmillo skewered the shark-like entity that was Kisami's jutsu, penetrating deep. At that moment the Akatsuki member had the shark change the direction of its surge, moving it to his right, just seconds before it was forcefully dispersed by the arrow. The change in direction was small, no more than a few feet, due to how quickly the shark had been destroyed after it had its course altered. Luckily for Kisame though, the change was more than enough to cause the arrow to miss him by a few inches. That arrow kept flying through the air for at least 5 miles before it finally detonated against a tree. The explosion that occurred was, if Kisame could have seen it, a mile high and was a magnificent shade of green that slightly masked its awesome power. The power behind the explosion was so great that the shockwave it generated could actually be felt 20 miles away as it flattened the 3 miles of forest that was in the vicinity of the explosion. What Kisame didn't realize was that Tararan, in her usual haste when using the Kolmillo, had used only a tenth of the attack's true power. If the arrow had been launched at full power it would have actually been twice as powerful as Ulquiorra's Lanza del Relampago. In other words, Kisame had unknowingly dodged multiple bullets. The power generated by the Kolmillo was, ironically, also strong enough to send Kisame flying for several yards. Before he plunged into the very lake that Tararan had tried to prevent the swordsman from reaching. That was crazy. If that attack actually had hit me the damage would have struck her too. Kisame thought under the surface. Because he was underwater, the shark-like ninja couldn't see Tararan's neck glow the same color as her arrow. The necklace of fangs and claws that she wore contained many of Tararan's different abilities, the most relevant of these in this situation being a sword protective talisman that would protect her from most attacks including all of her own attacks. While there were drawbacks to the necklace's protective capabilities, none of the foes Tararan had faced so far were able to force her to the point that such a weakness could be exploited. Kisame was no exception to this pattern. Once he got back on land and on his feet, Kisame performed another sequence of hand signs. Water style, 1,000 hungry sharks jutsu. A massive wall of water formed like a brewing tidal wave, one that transformed into 1,000 sharks, surging towards Tararan. Oh no, what am I going to do? She asked herself, not sounding the least bit worried. Especially given how she simply pointed her bow at the center of this water jutsu before pulling back the bowstring. I know, I'll do this. Dozel del Bosque. Another green arrow was created, this one more of a seafoam green compared to the Kolmillo arrow. But when this arrow was at full power it was as equal to one of Ulquiorra's Luz de la Luna javelins. This difference in power is seen in the form of the arrow itself, as the fiery point that the other arrow had was noticeably absent now. Firepower was not the greatest asset of this attack, which Kisame was about to find out the hard way. The Frashin quickly sent the arrow flying. To Kisami's horror, this arrow began to split apart into more arrows of equal size. The number of arrows kept growing and growing until, after a few seconds, there were at 5,000 arrows barreling straight towards the sharks. It didn't take long before both attacks collided with. As the arrows began colliding with the water sharks it became clear that there were simply too many arrows for Kisami's jutsu to withstand. And this girl considers a pre-pub boy her superior. Kisame thought as he observed the obliteration of one of his signature methods. The wave of sharks was easily broken, leaving around 4,000 arrows to continue on their path. These arrows effectively blocked out the skies above Kisame before the barrage of projectiles fell upon the former member of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. The arrows began exploding as they impacted the surface of the lake and the nearby shore. The thousands of explosions that rocked the area lasted for several minutes as the water in the lake was literally being pushed out by the explosions. Until all the water was gone. As the explosions winded down, Tararan looked at the scene of devastation with a bit of surprise in her face, but not because of the results of her attack. You're actually very strong, fish face, if you managed to survive that attack. Tararan said as a single figure appeared in the middle of the column of smoke and steam that had arisen as a result of her attack. Kisame, sure enough, was the one standing on the edge of what used to be a lake. Although alive, the Akatsuki member was severely wounded after having been caught in the blast of at least 3 of Tararan's arrows. But who would have counted in that situation? Besides being wounded, he now looked like an anthropomorphic shark. She's really good. If I hadn't merged with Samahata and dove underwater when I did, I would be dead right now. Kisame thought to himself as he considered his options, which were clearly limited. I can't keep fighting. The Yondaime Mizukage didn't fight as dangerously as her. I could retreat, but Itachi's still fighting the other guy, so that's out of the question. Itachi's the only one who knows how to find the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I could try to tag team her with Itachi, but if this girl's partner is as good as she is, I'll be right back where I started. How do I get an edge here? Not sure what to do. Tararan asked in a semi-taunting manner. You know you could just surrender, right? I'm sure the T&I people in Naruto's village wouldn't mind having a new friend around. Or was it T&A? Note to self, remember to ask Naruto-sama what the difference between T&I and T&A are. Tararan thought to herself as she aimed her bow for Kisami's heart. One of her failing points was that she wasn't really good when it came to acronyms. Kisame scoffed at the numero's suggestion. Do you really think that I would actually agree to do something like that? You may be a powerful little girl, but you're apparently still as naive as one, Gaki. Tararan got steamed by Kisami's name calling, just as annoyed by her opponent's nickname for her as he was by the nickname that she had given him. My name is not Gaki, it's Tararan, so at least remember it, fish face. She yelled in a childish manner. Looks like her power exceeds her maturity, or she's gotten it in her head that she doesn't need to be serious in a fight. Kisame thought, looking for a personality weakness he could exploit. And my name isn't fish face. It's Kisame Hoshigaki. He paused for a sigh. Now that we've given proper introductions, why don't we continue our battle already? Tararan nodded with a smile. If you want to keep fighting, then I'm game. Just don't complain if I kill you. Believe me, I'll know if you do. Paying that warning little mind, Kisame prepared himself for a continuation of this fight. When suddenly Itachi appeared before the battered half-shark shinobi. We have to go now, Kisame. Itachi said. It was obvious, however, that the Uchiha was already going to forcibly remove himself and his partner from the battle, whether the swordsman agreed to this or not. Okay, didn't see that coming. Tararan commented with some surprise. Using the small opportunity available, Itachi threw a couple of smoke bombs with preset timers on at her. The timers had been activated a few minutes prior and, as a result, exploded the moment that the bombs rolled next to a confused Tararan. Tararan was soon enveloped by a large cloud of smoke which she was stuck in for a few moments. By the time that the Arrancar managed to get out of the cloud, Itachi and Kisame had both fled. Well, that's not cool. Before Tararan could chase after the two missing nin, Django appeared behind her. Damn, looks like I just missed your battle. I guess these two are very quick on their feet when it comes to retreating. Not so much when going on the offense. Tararan said as she resealed her Zanpakuto, returning to her normal appearance. Though she tried to hide it, Django knew that something was on Tararan's mind. You don't have to worry about Naruto-sama, Tararan. You know that their chances of actually beating him are even less than those of them defeating either of us, so he'll okay. After seeing that, Tararan's expression lightened up a little. Come on, we should return to Konoha per Naruto-sama's orders. Just in case other members of their group are heading there. Alright, Tararan said. By the way, Django, do you know what the difference between T&I and T&A are? Yes, but I'm sure this woman named Anko Mitarashi doesn't. He commented. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, a woman sneezed just before she was about to bite into some dango. Chapter 28 Truth Confirmed, Reunion of the Uchiha Brothers. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto or Bleach. And to those that said Tararan was overpowered last chapter, that standard for her was set before I adopted this story, so it really wasn't up to me. Rocker 1600, you're damned right about that. And if you value your life, you'll keep that in mind. Phantom size, what did I sign up for? Sasuke and Itachi's location. Recap. You can drop the act, Itachi. Naruto told me everything, Sasuke interrupted. Itachi's only visible reaction was raising an eyebrow, but internally he suddenly had a sinking feeling in his gut. Everything. What do you mean by that? A few minutes later. Itachi was shocked at what he had just heard, even if his expression didn't show it. Apart from the moment before he killed his parents, where his mother told him that they would always be proud of him regardless of what he did, and his father wasn't so proud, he had never been at such a loss for words. Sasuke had been told the truth of what had happened. All of it, everything that Itachi had hoped to hide from his little brother, every secret that he had hoped would die with him, was now firmly stored in Sasuke's young mind. The fact that it was Naruto of all people who had told Sasuke all of this made Itachi wonder where Minato's son had been for the past 7 years and, of equal importance, what other secrets he might be aware of. Itachi shook off these thoughts as he heard Sasuke question him. Is what Naruto said true, Itachi? Itachi didn't reply for few minutes, unsure of how he should respond to his little brother. Exposed or not, he was still determined to have his clan redeemed with his own death, so he had to choose his words carefully, since lying to his brother would have been a pointless action. While Itachi took his time considering a perfect response, Sasuke was quickly losing whatever patience he had brought with him. If that's how you're going to be, then I'll just force an answer out of you. Sasuke declared, getting into his favored fighting stance. The younger Uchiha had hoped that Itachi would give him an answer willingly, but, knowing the chances of that happening were slim, he was more than willing to fight his older brother if that was what it took. Itachi raised an eyebrow at Sasuke's warning. You're going to force me to answer. Do you honestly believe that you could defeat me at your current level? Despite appearing to be unmoved by what Sasuke just said, the missing nin realized something was changing within his brother. What the young Uchiha said next would make the nature of the change much more apparent. Realistically, my chances aren't that good. I won't know for sure, however, Sasuke said as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Until I take you on, Itachi. Sasuke finished rather defiantly, knowing he shouldn't be constantly using the Mangekyo, but fighting Itachi without it would have been a fool's fight, and he damn well knew it. Itachi barely heard the last part of his brother's sentence as he was too focused on his brother's eyes. And for good reason. The Mangekyo Sharingan. When did he activate that, and, more importantly, how? Itachi thought to himself as he felt an upsurge in the surrounding atmospheric pressure which the Uchiha, as a wielder of the upgraded Dujutsu himself, recognized. The Amaterasu. So he's already developing some skill with his eyes. He's gotten much stronger. Is this perhaps because of your influence, Naruto Uzumaki? Itachi thought to himself as he countered with his own Amaterasu. The two waves of black flames collided with each other and, being the same jutsu and of similar strength, the attacks basically smacked into each other and were unable to progress any further. After a few minutes of what was essentially a match of willpower, the black flames from both of the brothers dispersed, the non-stop use of the technique taking its toll on the two Uchihas. The eyes of both of them began to bleed a bit, one of the harsh side effects caused by overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of the two, Itachi was the more physically exhausted, thanks to also having to deal with Django earlier. Sasuke was better but less used to dealing with the repercussions of his eyes, so he was little better off by comparison. He placed his hands on his eyes, suffering a pulse of excruciating pain that lasted for a few seconds. Sasuke, not having drained as much of his chakra as his brother, prepared to use the Amaterasu one more time once the pain subsided, but stopped when he heard Itachi's voice. I guess I was wrong in not believing in you, Sasuke. Sasuke arched an eyebrow. What are you talking about, Itachi? Itachi's expression was one that his younger brother couldn't identify. Possibly resignation or the like to the current situation. I can no longer deny it. What Naruto has told you is the truth. The younger Uchiha, having finally gotten the confirmation he had been seeking, stood there and didn't say anything for several minutes. He deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan before he finally spoke. Then why, Itachi? Tell me why. Why did you lie to me? Why did you leave me alive? With all that I've gone through, you might as well have just killed me. He hadn't realized it, but Sasuke started crying, washing away the blood on his cheeks. Itachi suddenly had feelings, guilt and sadness gnawing at his heart at the sight of his brother's tears. The missing nin had always known his little brother was in great pain due to his actions on that night, but seeing that pain with his own eyes was affecting the older brother in him. The part that always felt regret when he had to disappoint a much younger Sasuke to do his job, only it was a million times more painful. There were a lot of reasons, Itachi said under his breath. Sasuke looked up at his older brother, his tears having stopped, as he continued to speak. For one thing, you were just a little boy back then with no idea of what was happening around you, so taking your life would have been a pointless death. That can't be it. Babies were killed that night. You're telling me their deaths weren't pointless? Sasuke objected. Even if Naruto knew that other people were involved in the clan and he told Sasuke, which is a strong possibility at this point, it's better that I not tell him that others were involved. If so, then my death might just be one of many at Sasuke's hands and lead to a future where he'll only live for revenge, not restoring the clan. The older Uchiha though before he continued. The most important reason was because you're my little brother. I've never thought of you in another way. If I had killed you, I had too many burdens to carry back then, and the burden that taking your life would have placed on me would have been impossible for me to carry. Itachi. Sasuke muttered to himself in shock. But before he could say more, Itachi continued his explanation. There is one more reason why I didn't kill you, one that involves a promise that I made to someone very close to me. As Naruto told you, I wanted to be judged for my crimes by another Uchiha so that our clan's name would be redeemed. Sasuke didn't register that last part of his brother's explanation for a minute or so. When he finally did comprehend those words, however, the young Sasuke clenched his fist in anger. You tried to do everything by yourself even though there were people who could have helped you, including me. Why didn't you tell me all this from the start? Why couldn't you just trust me? I thought that you said we were brothers, so why did you go it alone? Sasuke asked. Itachi waited for a few seconds before he replied. I didn't want to put other people in danger needlessly and I thought that I could handle these things on my own. He paused to release a sigh. It's only now, after seeing how much you've grown, that I realize that I've made a terrible mistake in judgment. Maybe you're right about working with others, maybe if the both of us had worked together we could have saved our clan and village without a war breaking out. But you were a child at that time and I had no way of knowing how you'd react to what you're saying if I had offered. Just the same, however, you must understand the time for that has already passed. I can never return to Konoha now. Itachi then walked towards Sasuke, who thought the former was about to do some kind of trick and thus got into a defensive stance. Despite that, Itachi simply kept walking towards Sasuke until they were around 10 feet apart, at which point he stopped. The two brothers just stood there, not a word spoken or a muscle moved, they simply locked eyes with each other as if they were trying to understand each other. After a few minutes Itachi finally ended the silence. I can understand if you've lost the desire to kill me, Sasuke. But I must ask that you still come for me when you've gotten strong enough. Itachi said as if it were a simple request. Sasuke's response, after all the things that had learned, was not surprising in the least to his older brother. You think now that I know the truth I'm still considering the idea of killing you. Do you honestly believe that I'm so single-minded that even after learning what happened and why that I still want you to die? Before he could finish, Itachi got in closer to him and placed his hands on his brother's shoulders. I'm not asking you that you avenge anything now. I'm asking that you please do this to redeem the Uchiha name. How can you recreate the Uchiha if you're not strong enough to withstand another threat as powerful as myself? Just please promise me that you will honor my request, not as a fellow Uchiha, but as my brother. Itachi's voice had never sounded more serious than it did right then and there. As Sasuke tried to make sense of what his brother was asking him, he remembered what Naruto had told him about the things that Itachi had gone through just before the massacre. When the rest of your clan was preparing to perform a coup d'état against Konoha, Itachi was forced to make an impossible choice. He could either side with his clan and as a result risk losing you, his precious brother, and his home to a war that he was sure would soon engulf Land of Fire, or he could have your life spared and Konoha spared from the flames of war at the cost of the blood of the rest of the Uchiha clan. He had to weigh you, Konoha, and the Uchiha on a set of scales and, in the end, he chose the first two. Itachi might have looked like he wanted to make himself the villain that had only killed his clan for the sake of power, but what he truly wanted was to make sure that no one else in Konoha had to suffer the horrors of war that he had experienced when he was a child. That was the last thing that Naruto had told Sasuke back then, but it was only now that the full meaning of those words became clear to Sasuke. Taking this revelation to heart, he sighed before he finally responded to his brother's request, as he knew he would truly regret what he was about to do. Alright then, Itachi. If that's what you really want, then I guess I have no choice but to do what you're asking. But you have to agree to do something for me, as a sort of repayment for years of mental angst. Sasuke stated. Itachi took his hands off the younger Uchiha's shoulders. Within reason. I know that you're only pretending to go after Naruto right now. That said, the rest of that group you're in is still after him for real. You have to promise that no matter what happens you will not harm Naruto. I'm surprised to see you requesting I not harm a friend, considering how indifferent you were for a time. Itachi thought out loud, not seeing any problem with the request since it was something he already intended to do. I wouldn't call him a friend, mostly because I've never done anything with him outside of work. This isn't about friendship, this is about respect and gratitude. I owe him enough to make an effort to not let someone else take him down. Itachi lightly smirked. Plus you want to test yourself against him as well as me. We both inspire and challenge you to do your best. You said it, not me. Sasuke pointed out. Well, I will do what I can, but I can only do so much without getting the other suspicious. If it ever looks like he's in legitimate danger, I will send word ahead of time. The missing nin stated, looking off for a bit. Now I better get back to my partner before he gets suspicious. We'll meet again, Sasuke, but pardon me if I say I hope not too soon. With that, the older Uchiha departed. Now I understand what you were trying to tell Naruto, Sasuke said to himself with a sigh before he went back to the village. Shukuba town, 40 miles west of Konoha. Meanwhile, it had been a week since the Sandaime had told Naruto and Jiraiya of their mission. The research that Jiraiya was doing meant that the two didn't set off for their mission until a few hours before Itachi and Kisame infiltrated Konoha, hence why they were still only a half-day's walk, for a shinobi at least, from Konoha. Jiraiya could tell that his godson was feeling rather uneasy and was in deep thought since they left Konoha, if the fact that the young Chunin hadn't said much of anything since that time was any indication of that. As the two shinobi went to find a place to stay for the night, Jiraiya thought it would fun to mess with Naruto's worries. What are you, the guy who defeated Orochimaru, so worried about? Jiraiya said to his godson with a smug tone. So he was a bit surprised when Naruto gave him a, "What do you think, Sherlock?" expression. Let's see. The old man decides to suddenly retire because the situations with Orochimaru and Shukaku made him think that he's no longer capable of being the Hokage. And since you refuse to take his place, he has to pick Tsunade, a gambling addict with a bad temper, a fear of the sight of blood despite being a medic nin, and who believes that those who either were Hokage, dad included, as well as those who want to become Hokage are all fools. I think that's more than enough to make me worry if she's the only option we have left. A sweat drop appeared behind Jiraiya's head. Since when are you cynical? Did someone tell you I'm a perpetual happy-go-lucky kid? I'm cynical when there's nothing to enjoy and optimistic when there's something to hope for. And right now, I don't see why I should be optimistic about this woman. Jiraiya arched an eyebrow. Tell me, kid, is this really about Tsunade's flaws, or are you just having a hard time with the Sandaime stepping down and you just don't want anyone to replace him? The whiskered blonde closed his eyes, admitting that he was having a hard time accepting the old man's decision to retire. But the way he saw it, his complaints about Tsunade were not unreasonable. The woman might be great in her own field, but what I've heard her described as tells me she's not good at dealing with things getting difficult. Why would you trust her to lead your village if she already reached her breaking point? Naruto inquired. Jiraiya crossed his arms. Tsunade's personality may be a bit different from the Hokages that came before her, but she is more than capable of taking on the position. There is a reason why Sarutobi-sensei agreed to have her become Hokage. Yeah, that reason being you said no even though you're capable of doing the job and the only person in the village who wants the job is as old as the old man himself. Not to mention he's bound to have more than a few selfish reasons for still wanting the job at his age, even if we ignore the fact that he'd plunge the world into a world war at the drop of a hat. The new Chunin replied. True, but there's more to it than that. If you doubt Sarutobi-sensei, go ask him yourself when we get back. Naruto only shook his head. Whatever. I just hope you and the old man are right about this or Konoha is officially fucked. He muttered under his breath as he and Jiraiya entered a local inn. Chapter 21 Searching for the Slug Princess. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Bleach, but since I found one of the Dragon Balls, once I find the other 6 I will own so much more. Evil laugh. Also, if anyone thinks that any characters such as Naruto or his Frachion are overpowered, that was the fault of the previous 2 owners of this, and I am trying to make sure things will stay interesting. The original author of this probably wrote it under the assumption that the 2 series were leagues apart strength-wise, and both rocker and I planned to just roll with it. The following morning, Naruto, who went to bed a couple of hours after arriving with his godfather in the small town, woke up shortly before noon. Despite the numerous thoughts running through his mind during the night, the young Chunin managed to get a good night's sleep at the inn he and Jiraiya had stayed in for the night. Naruto got out of bed and, when he looked around the room, noticed that his old pervert of a godfather was not there. Jiraiya sans either asking around for leads to Tsunade, or he's probably being the old pervert he always is. After showering, getting dressed, and downing a quick breakfast of 2 cups of instant ramen, Naruto retrieved Kurama from his place on the side of the bed and placed the Biju Zanpakuto in his usual position. Fully composed, the whiskered blonde turned to face the door. But he didn't walk towards it. If those 2 actually thought that I wouldn't be able to detect them with all that unsuppressed chakra, I'm going to be very insulted. Naruto thought just before one of those 2 knocked on the door. Naruto sighed at this. I know what you 2 are after, so quit trying to be sneaky. I could sense your chakra from miles away. One of the 2 foes Naruto sensed, the one who knocked on the door, let out a dark chuckle in response to Naruto's statement. It would seem that you deserve your reputation, Jinchuri. The door to the room suddenly flew off its hinges, cutting off the speaking man and practically hitting him point blank had he not miraculously dodged it in time. Said man moved back down the hallway and turned to look at his partner, one Itachi Uchiha, who had been watching the entire scene unfold while thinking of a plausible means to get both of them to retreat empty-handed. Despite the fact that the Uchiha was not intending to capture the Uzumaki clansmen, even before his reunion with Sasuke, he still had to make it appear as if he actually tried to do so in order to avoid arousing the suspicions of his fellow Akatsuki members, hence why he still went through with tracking down his target. I warned you that we needed to be more careful, Kisame. Itachi told the former Kiri-nin rather bluntly. Fine, so you were right. Tell me what we do next now if you're so smart, Itachi. Kisame grumbled as Naruto stepped out of the room and faced his 2 would-be captors, hand firmly grasping the hilt of his blade in case they made a move. While Itachi isn't going to seriously try and take me, he still will try some trouble. As for the human-shaped sushi platter, he's probably the type who'd consider bringing me to Akatsuki alive but in pieces to be victory enough. The whiskered blonde thought while eyeing them both. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. So the Akatsuki sent the two of you, huh? Naruto asked rhetorically while noting that Kisami's shark-like grin grew wider. So you're Uzumaki Naruto, Amazing that a runt like you actually killed both Orochimaru and Zabuza with that massive amount of power you have. I'd shake your hand, but you're going to have to come with us instead. Kisame said as if it was an order. Naruto simply raised his reiatsu slightly at the missing nin's words. If you want me. At the sound of his words and the sight of his smirk, both Itachi and Kisame took defensive stances. Neither of the two missing nins had any idea what Naruto had in store for them. You'll have to catch me and beat me first. Just then Naruto Flash stepped out of the hallway, surprising both missing nin, even though Itachi's expression didn't change. Such speed. It's like that of the Yondaime. Maybe even greater. Such is the power of Uzumaki Naruto. Itachi thought to himself. Itachi's thought process was interrupted when he noticed that he still felt Naruto's energy, which gave the impression that he was now somewhere on the outskirts of town. Unfortunately, for the Akatsuki anyways, Kisame still sensed the Uzumaki as well and immediately ran off to confront him before Itachi could try to stop him. Damn it, Kisame. If you try to fight him alone, I have a feeling that even you might not survive. Itachi thought to himself as he rushed to where Naruto was, though he had to go at a more sedate pace compared to his accomplice. Shukuba town outskirts. With Naruto. Naruto had stopped flash stepping when he got to a forest clearing not that far from the town's outer limits, just far enough to confront his pursuers without endangering the town itself. After a couple of minutes of waiting, Kisame arrived and quickly unsheathed Samahata. Why'd you stop running all of a sudden? Kisame asked. Naruto unsheathed his Zanpakuto. Isn't it obvious? I ran out of town so that I could kill you without risking the lives of the people in the town. Well, aren't we the confident one? Let's see if you can back up that little claim. Kisame stated as he backed up until he reached a river next to the clearing. Or if you're really any tougher than that green-haired chick. So you encountered Tararan, did you? Naruto asked. Kisame nodded. How you got her to think you're stronger than her, I'd like to see. Just then he did a series of hand signs. Water style. Water shark bomb jutsu. From the river a large shark-like construct of water emerged, then shot off like a missile towards the last Uzumaki upon the former Kirinin's hand thrust. Naruto simply gripped his blade with both of his hands before generating a familiar crescent-shaped wave of Ryoryoku in his blade. Getsuga Tensho. At the roar of the attack's name, Naruto swung his blade, releasing said attack. The energy attack easily sliced and destroyed the water shark and nearly hit the missing nin behind the shark. Kisame had to apply all of his speed, such as it was, to avoid getting injured. Kisame was shocked at the strength of the attack. Though it was obvious that Naruto was holding back a lot, the former Kiri-nin could tell that the attack would have killed him if it had hit its mark. Okay, how did you learn to use an attack like that? Kisame asked his opponent. This caused Naruto to have another flashback. Flashback. Shielaporo Grantz's lab, Las Noches. 3 years before Naruto's return. For any readers who question why Naruto has the Getsuga Tensho even though he first used it in Chapter 6, which means that it was JMAC 615's idea, otherwise known as the original author of the story, this flashback is for you. Let's see if this works. Please try it now, Naruto. Shielaporo, the mad scientist of the Espada, commanded after he gave the young boy his blade back. Okay, Grants-sensei. Naruto said while looking over his sword as if he expected it to look different now. So far it looked normal, but he was skeptical of what the master inventor truly had in mind. What's different about it again? You gotta pay more attention the first time, my boy. The pink-haired 8th Espada stated while making a show of adjusting his glasses, which couldn't actually move as they were part of his skull mask fragment and stuck to his face. Now, I've infused your Zanpakuto, or at least the weapon part of it, not the sentient part, with a special shard that should grant you a new attack it wouldn't otherwise have. Alright, if you say so. Naruto said. While he respected Shielaporo as a sensei, he had a hard time fully trusting the creepy scientist. Nonetheless, he decided the best course of action was to go along with what his teacher, or at least this teacher, was doing. To that end, Naruto began building up his Ryoryoku like he normally would for an attack. After he built up enough, per the Espada's instructions, Naruto grabbed his sword with both his hands and channeled the energy into the blade. He was amazed by what happened next. A massive crescent wave of his own orange Ryoryoku suddenly formed from the build-up Ryoryoku in his blade, shocking the young boy and causing a smirk to form on Shielaporo's face. Before you use that attack, please take note of its name, the Espada said. Naruto nodded and briefly looked at his sword for a moment. Something's telling me it's called the Getsuga Tensho. But it doesn't feel like a name I made up. What gives? That may be an unintended but not unpleasant side effect of the process. Like you know, Zanpakutos and their wielders share a connection on a spiritual level, giving the wielder at least some subconscious knowledge of how to use it, though it takes a conscious connection to draw out the sword's true potential. I have to theorize that the introduction of this new element in your Zanpakuto or the recent addition of it somehow results in you obtaining a conscious awareness of it sooner than normal. Sayazelaporo offered, his hand on his chin as he spoke. So you're saying that when it comes to this new attack I just automatically know how to use it? Naruto questioned. The pink-haired Espada shrugged. I suppose in layman's terms. But for now let's continue the testing. Right now young Naruto, I want you to swing the blade at the target over there. He then pointed to a part of the wall of his domain, where a bullseye symbol had been painted on beforehand. Right. Naruto took up his stance again as well as a deep breath, and readied the attack again. Getsuga Tensho. He swung the blade, a wave of energy was unleashed and cascaded forward. And destroyed the entire wall upon contact with the bull's eye. Looking at the rubble and the extensive damage to his lab, Shayelaporo stared dumbfounded for a moment, then grew a proud smirk. I declare this experiment a success, the eighth Espada pronounced, making Naruto give out a victory cheer. You can go now Naruto, but keep practicing that technique. Will do Grant-sensei, Naruto said before leaving the lab through the giant gaping hole he had created. I'm glad Naruto didn't ask where I actually got that shard. And I wonder if Aizen-sama has any more of these shards from this, Engetsu, he referred to. The Arrancar thought to himself as the young boy departed, before moving to clear up the damage so he could get started on a different experiment. Engetsu is the name of Isshin Kurisaki's Zanpakuto, since Isshin could also use the Getsuga Rocker 1600 added this bit to explain how Naruto acquired the technique. End flashback. Shukuba town outskirts. Current time. This attack was a gift given to me by one of my teachers and it's actually one of my favorite attacks. Naruto said to Kisame. But enough about me. Let's focus on you, for example, on finishing you off. The whiskered blonde then moved a few feet back from Kisame as he held up his left hand in front of him while he still gripped Kurama with his right hand. Kisame finally decided to unsheath Samahata as he prepared for Naruto's attack. The missing nin was surprised when Naruto instead sheathed his blade. And began chanting. The turbid crest begins to blur. An insolent vessel of madness. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own impotence. What the hell is this Gaki doing? Kisame thought to himself, confused as hell by the incantation. And by the time he realized he shouldn't be just standing there while this was going on, it was too late. Hado number 90 Kurohitsugi. Naruto said as a ball of black Raryoku formed in his left hand, all while the sky began to darken like the sun had set too soon. When that ball dispersed, the black energy then began to expand and take shape until Naruto had created multiple boxes of this energy, each of them topped off with spears shaped in the form of crosses. These then continued to multiply until there were hundreds of these boxes. Before Kisame could even respond to the shocking sight around him, the boxes suddenly fell upon him, merging with each other until the hundreds of boxes became one giant box with hundreds of cross-shaped spears surrounding the box. The spears then pierced the box simultaneously, with Kisame inside said box. The gurgled cries of pain coming from inside the giant box made it clear that Kisame was hit by the spears. Goodbye, was the only thing Naruto said as he calmly turned away from the box. Just as it began to dissipate. When the black box completely vanished, Kisame, or at least his body, collapsed on the ground, with an apparently alive and grieving Samahata. The body of the former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Hidden Mist looked like a piece of blue-colored Swiss cheese thanks to the black Raryoku spears piercing right through the shinobi in at least 20 different places. Naruto walked to a nearby tree on whose branches sat a familiar white-haired, perverted godfather of his. Jiraiya looked at the scene in front of him in shock for a few minutes before he finally turned his attention to Naruto. What do you think, Aro Sennin? Jiraiya blinked. Well, I suppose the first thing I should do is say, damn. Other than that, don't you think you might have gone just a tiny bit overboard with that attack, Naruto? Naruto grinned deviously. At least I wasn't fooled by a genjutsu-induced woman and lured away by her. Isn't that what happens to men in the Jorogumo myths? The self-proclaimed super pervert to look away in humiliation for a few minutes before he remembered something important. Wait a minute Naruto, what are you going to do about the dead body that's lying? Jiraiya said before his voice trailed off. He was looking at the spot where Kisami's body was and saw none other than Itachi carrying the body and sword of the deceased missing nin on his shoulders. The Toad Sage was about to confront the Uchiha before Naruto intervened. Leave him be, Jiraiya-san. He won't be coming back for a while. Besides, we still have to find Tsunade. That is our real priority, isn't it? Jiraiya resigned himself to a nod. The Uchiha is still going to come after you, Naruto, and he'll come with more reinforcements when that happens. But I suppose you can get away with not being in a hurry to end him. Soon enough both Konoha shinobi headed back towards the town where they were staying. In the process Naruto turned his head to look at the area where the Akatsuki duo had been. I guess our meeting will have to wait for another time, Itachi. Tanzaku Town, 90 miles west of Konoha. 1 week later. After several delays due to a certain someone's research, Naruto and Jiraiya arrived in Tanzaku, a popular tourist town of Land of Fire. Naruto was surprised, and rather irritated, by the big festival that was going on around him. The fact that the town Naruto was currently in had a reputation due to its more adult amenities only caused the Uzumaki clansmen to question his godfather's motives for coming here, and the only thing that kept him from grabbing Jiraiya by his red haori and dragging him out of town was the fact that the Toad Sannin was somehow not getting sidetracked by the many women all around them, which proved to Naruto, for now at least, that his godfather was focused on something other than his vices. Are you sure that she's here? Naruto asked. The people back in the previous town mentioned seeing a woman matching her description in this town. With all the casinos here, it's very possible that she's still somewhere in town. Jiraiya reasoned. Naruto sighed at this. He had suspected the female Sannin was spotted in a gambling town, thought the blinding lights of the casinos had already sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Anyways, we should start looking for Tsunade, assuming that she hasn't already left town, so she shouldn't be too hard to find. Jiraiya said, to which Naruto nodded in agreement. They soon began searching every casino in Tanzaku. Late in the evening. Hours went back and yet the two could only keep coming up empty-handed, much to their frustration. Naruto was especially annoyed with the lack of progress and secretly prayed that Tsunade would be cooperative. For her own sake. If she didn't, he couldn't promise how he'd react in his present impatient state. We should look for an inn to stay in for the night, Naruto. Jiraiya told his godson. Naruto sighed at this as he and the white-haired Sannin walked through the town's main street and into the western end of town. Both shinobi had spent most of the day searching the east side of Tanzaku where the majority of the gambling dens were located. Fine, then, let's find one quickly, though, as I'm no mood to deal with your Naruto said before he stopped dead in his tracks. Jiraiya turned to look at his godson. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto held up a hand rather than respond. This chakra, could it be? He thought to himself as he felt a strong chakra signature. In order to get a clearer idea of what he was sensing, Naruto got on one knee before placing two of his fingers to the ground, much to Jiraiya's confusion. Pesquisa, Naruto said softly before sending a massive radiating pulse through the ground. Among the many skills, whether Hollow or Shinigami, he learned at Las Noches the young Chunin showed an unusually great affinity towards the sensing ability of the Arankars. Naruto's skill with the Pesquisa was so great, in fact, that he developed his own unique variant which not only increased the range and accuracy of his sensory pulses but allowed him to detect certain things with this ability that even the Espada couldn't. Such as a person's physical condition or even a person's next move before they even did it, much like a Sharingan. There was of course a downside to him using the Pesquisa, which was that he had to stay absolutely still in order for it to work in the first place, hence why he used it so rarely since his return to Konoha. But after a long day of searching the hard way, and with the worst threat subdued for the time being, Naruto decided to just go ahead and use it now that he had the closest thing to an actual lead. After gauging the chakra signature with greater scrutiny, the young Chunin suddenly smirked at what he felt. Jiraiya, I think I finally found her. Chapter 22, the title of Hokage, Naruto vs. Tsunade. Disclaimer, put one here yourself for once, you lazy readers. Unspecified pub, Tanzaku Town. Current time. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the small bar where Naruto had detected the large chakra signature and they were immediately drawn to the faces of two of the patrons. Jiraiya was relieved to see that Naruto's senses had been right on the money. Bet it would just kill Tsunade if he's as lucky betting with real money. He chuckled to himself. Hey, Tsunade. The Toad Sage greeted happily. Naruto, on the other hand, simply narrowed his eyes for a brief moment at the sight of the future fifth Hokage. The sight was not encouraging in the least to the young Chunin. In terms of appearance, the female Sannin appeared to be in her 20s, fairly but not abnormally tall, with light skin, brown eyes, waist-length blonde hair tied back in two ponytails, a very large bust, and a violet rhombus mark on her forehead. Naruto's senses immediately picked up that said mark was a gathering point for some sort of massive chakra reserve. Her attire consisted of a gray sleeveless kimono-style blouse, a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matched her pants, and open-toed sandals with high heels as well as a necklace with a green crystal around her neck. Tsunade's appearance aside, Naruto was more concerned that she looked like she was sulking and drinking sake like there was no tomorrow. She's the one they chose to replace the old man. So far we're not off to a good start. Naruto thought to himself in dismay before he heard the slug princess acknowledge them. Jiraiya, why are you in a place like this? Tsunade asked her fellow Sannin as she quickly tried to sober up. We were actually looking for you, Tsunade. Jiraiya replied as he and Naruto took a seat across from Tsunade and another woman who sat next to the renowned medic ninja. She also had fair skin, but with black hair and eyes, while wearing a long blue-black kimono with white trimmings, a white obi, and open-toed sandals similar to Tsunade's except the heels were much lower. The woman also was holding a sleeping piglet in her arms, though Naruto decided to ignore it. I'd say Tsunade has her own apprentice or assistant, which is strange considering that Tsunade herself looks like she's happiest without company. Naruto noted, wondering if there was more to these two women than just a teacher-student bond. Not something perverted, regardless of how much Jiraiya would have loved to picture that, but more logically a familial bond between them. And why'd you come looking for me, Jiraiya? And who on earth is the kid next to you? Tsunade asked. Is he here just to talk about Orochimaru's death? Why come all this way with a kid then? Jiraiya's expression had turned serious by this time. The Toad Sage decided to first answer her second question. Jiraiya began until, to his surprise, Naruto cut him off. Just a young chunin who was asked to go along with Jiraiya-san. Jiraiya looked to the whiskered blonde, wondering what his angle was, but it quickly came to him. Naruto did not want to reveal his identity to Tsunade just yet since he did kill Orochimaru, who was one of her former teammates, even if that teammate had gone rogue. So while the Snake Sannin had likely, and accurately, been on bad terms with both of his fellow Sannin over the years, there was still no telling how Tsunade might respond if she found out that her teammate's killer was sitting across the table from her. You didn't have to be an Uzumaki to be hard to predict after all. I see, but that still doesn't explain why you two came looking for me. Tsunade pointed out. Jiraiya let out a sigh before he finally let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. To be honest, we're here because the Sandaime has retired again. Sarutobi-sensei and both of the councils have requested that you take his place and become the Godime Hokage. The eyes of both Tsunade and the other women widened in shock. The woman holding the pig was the first to respond to this news. Wait a minute, Jiraiya-sama. Why would the Sandaime retire like this all of a sudden? Let's just say that Sarutobi-sensei was shaken up by recent events, Shizune. Jiraiya vaguely explained to the now-named Shizune before he turned his attention back to Tsunade. Well, Tsunade, what's your decision? Tsunade lowered her head, looking like she was deep in thought over the prospect. No one made an attempt to get her to answer quickly, it was an important decision after all. Finally, after several minutes of silence, Tsunade looked up. Never in 1,000 years would I do it. I refuse. Jiraiya sighed at his former teammate's blunt refusal while Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. The Chunin had a very good idea about what Tsunade was about to say next. All those who became Hokage gambled with their lives and all but Sarutobi-sensei ended up giving up said lives for the sake of peace. A peace that never truly lasted, so their sacrifices were ultimately worthless. Only a fool would want to become Hokage, much less actually take the offer you just gave me. I'm not as idealistic as grandfather, great-granduncle, and especially Min. Tsunade stopped mid-sentence. Naruto, who took offense to Tsunade insulting the previous Hokages that included his own dad, unsheathed his sword and had it pointing towards the slug princess's throat. Millimeters were all that separated the blade from her flesh, but it got everyone's attention. I don't care if you're the one that the old man chose to become the new Hokage. Try to finish that sentence and it'll be the last thing you ever do. Naruto threatened, then moments later he lowered his sword and put it back, much to relief of both Shizune and Jiraiya. Let's go, Jiraiya-san, she gave her answer. Naruto said as he left the table, walking towards the exit before he stopped, not that far from the table. You know something, Tsunade. Somewhere in the afterlife I'm sure that your brother and boyfriend are watching you reduce yourself to this pitiful state you're in now. The founder of the modern-day system of medical ninja who wanted to help other people get over their pain ironically refuses to heal herself. Now you're running from your past, living as a hopeless drunken gambler. Naoki is probably feeling ashamed that he ever called you his sister. And Dan probably feels the same way for ever having any feelings for you. Jiraiya and Shizune were the first to register what Naruto had just said, and, when they did, their eyes widened in a comically horrified expression. Please tell me he didn't just say that. Jiraiya thought as he was well aware that his godson just entered forbidden territory, metaphorically speaking. Is he insane? Tsunade's gonna kill him, Shizune thought to herself, unaware of who the boy was. As for the slug Sanin herself, upon these words her face turned red bordering on purple in pure rage once it registered to her, and it was clear to everyone in the pub that they should run like any speed wasn't fast enough. Take that back, you little gaki. The female Sanin hissed once the last patrons and even the bartenders had left the establishment. Naruto simply smirked before he picked up a plate of 5 dumplings from another table. He grabbed one of the dumplings and playfully tossed one at Tsunade's forehead as he spoke each next word. Over my dead body. Before the second dumpling could reach Tsunade, however, she plucked it from the air with her right hand, which she then closed into a fist. By doing this though, the third dumpling made connection with her forehead instead. She ignored that in the fourth because, in her rage, she slammed her fist on the table, smashing it to bits, much to the terror of both Shizune and Jiraiya. Naruto, on the other hand, smirked at Tsunade's reaction. As I thought, I knew that this would happen. In truth, Naruto didn't really mean what he had said. Even his threat to her life had been a bluff, since it would have been little more than murder rather than him doing his job. But he had to be this insulting. He had a very good reason to provoke Tsunade, though it was a reason that only the young Chunin could have thought of. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a face that would have made anyone else quake in terror. You and me, Gaki. Outside. Right now. Naruto's smirk only grew wider at her challenge. Ladies first. As if to further insult her, he made an air quote with his left hand around the word, ladies. As Tsunade stormed out of the bar, Shizune's eyes once again widened in comical terror. Is that kid trying to get killed or something? She yelled as Naruto walked out behind his new opponent. Jiraiya simply sighed. Not exactly, Shizune. If anything, Tsunade is the one who made a mistake. For picking a fight with Naruto. Shizune looked at Jiraiya in shock at finally learning the name of the young Chunin. Naruto. You mean as in Naruto Uzumaki? The same Naruto who killed Orochimaru. Jiraiya nodded as he and Shizune left the damaged pub. Let's just see what happens. I'm sure he has something in mind. When the two shinobi passed the exit, they came upon a scene that practically screamed tension. Naruto and Tsunade faced each other on the main street of Tanzaku town, separated by 50 feet. The people nearby, thankfully, had enough common sense to get out of the immediate area, which meant there were less inhibitions on both combatants. Now that we're about to fight, how about you finally tell me your name, Gaki? Tsunade said before Naruto placed his Zanpakuto next to Jiraiya and asked him to keep a close eye on it. Due to his mission, Naruto couldn't risk using his sword in this fight. Not that it made much of a difference. Since you'll probably want to know my name after this fight, I guess I should give you my name before I fight you. The whiskered blonde pointed his right thumb at his headband. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Chunin of Konoha, and the guy who's going to defeat you. Like her assistant, Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of that name. So you're the kid who defeated Orochimaru? He nodded. Well, if that's the case, then I guess I can't hold back against the likes of you. Tsunade said as she got into her fighting stance. Hey, then stop your yapping and let's do this already. Naruto responded while getting into his own stance. Tsunade made the first move, charging at Naruto and throwing a punch with her right hand. Naruto, to Tsunade and Shizune's absolute shock, simply caught her fist with his bare left hand. And if that wasn't enough to catch both Kunoichi off guard, the young Uzumaki didn't appear to be so much as even fazed by the attack. That's impossible. That punch should have crushed every bone in his arm with the force alone, yet he looks like he caught an apple tossed to him. Who is he? What is he? Tsunade thought to herself. Naruto simply smirked at Tsunade's reaction. My turn. Using Tsunade's arm as leverage, Naruto lifted his body into the air where he proceeded to smack the Senju in the face with a roundhouse kick. The Sannin was sent flying by this strike, and by the time she had regained her footing she had been knocked back a good 100 feet. Such strength. I should have guessed that his skills with taijutsu would be great. Tsunade thought to herself before she questioned Naruto on his prowess. At the same time, she was glad that she had an endurance level as good as hers. Anyone else would have lost a lot of skin from skidding on the ground that distance. Where did you learn to fight like that, Gaki? Tsunade asked him. Naruto was soon having another flashback. Flashback. Unspecified location, Hueco Mundo. 4 years before Naruto's return. Naruto stood in the middle of the massive desert outside of Las Noches preparing to spar, yet again, with Grimmjow, who was probably the Espada Naruto spent most of his time with. Compared to most of his training regimens, this one, which was how Naruto trained to master his skills in Hakuda hand-to-hand combat, was on a weekly basis throughout his entire time at Las Noches. Naruto got into his fighting stance, which got him a smirk from the blue-haired Arrancar. Your move, Naruto, Grimmjow said. If say so, Grimmjow-sama. Naruto said as he charged and threw a left jab at the former Ajukas. Grimmjow simply sidestepped the attack and tried to kick the young Uzumaki in the face. Relying on his instincts, Naruto jumped over the kick and proceeded to smack Grimmjow with a kick of his own. This move caught the Espada by surprise and he proved unable to dodge it in time. Naruto's foot smacked Grimmjow in his left cheek and sent him back several feet. Grimmjow, despite getting battered and bruised, simply widened his smirk. "Looks like you finally got me that time. I was wondering when you'd finally start hitting me back. You've certainly come a long way, Naruto. Now let's try this again, see if it was a fluke or not," Grimmjow said. "Yes, Grimmjow-sama," Naruto said as he and Grimmjow continued their practice session. End flashback. "My teachers made sure that I could defeat any opponent I faced, even if I found myself unarmed, unable to use anything other than hand-to-hand combat. Now unless you have any more questions, let us continue this fight," Naruto explained. Tsunade responded by charging towards Naruto before she tried to hit the young Uzumaki with a left roundhouse kick. As Naruto proceeded to easily sidestep the kick, Jiraiya, who was watching the fight unfold alongside Shizune and the piglet, had one thought running through his head. Chapter 23 Fools. Disclaimer: I own no anime franchise at all, therefore I do not own Naruto or Bleach. Tanzaku Town, Land of Fire. The fight between Naruto and Tsunade, if one could call it a fight, had been going on for 5 minutes now, with it still being kept to taijutsu. Yet to the surprise of Shizune, Tsunade was clearly getting the worse of it. She couldn't remember the last she had seen Tsunade actually challenged in a fist fight, if ever. Jiraiya wasn't that surprised compared to the kunoichi, but even he thought Tsunade would have done better against Naruto than she was doing. The talented medic Nin wasn't a Sannin for nothing though. She was still good enough to go, but right at that moment she looked as though she needed a medic. There were several visible bruises despite her age concealing genjutsu, tears in her outfit, her hair was frizzled, and she was sweating and breathing heavily. She looked as if she had spent the whole day wrestling bears, but at least she didn't look like she was about to collapse. On the other hand, Naruto didn't appear to be fazed in the least by this fight. Tsunade had gotten in a few hits, but there was no visible damage. If anything, the whiskered blonde looked disappointed by her lack of ability to make him feel an ache, let alone pain. He even went so far as to pull out a copy of Jiraiya's first novel, Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, and proceeded to read it while fighting the slug Sannin, not unlike what Kakashi did when the leader of Team 7 first fought the then genin of Konoha. Tsunade obviously didn't take too kindly to Naruto's silent insult. "Stop reading that damn smut and focus on the fight, damn it," she hissed as she charged at Naruto. As Naruto sidestepped to the right of the oncoming left punch, the young Chunin sighed at this attempt at another futile frontal attack. "If I can beat the crap out of you without having to focus on you, then why should I focus only on you?" he asked in a rhetorical and mocking manner. "And by the way, this is Ero Sennin's one non-pornographic book. Though I understand why you thought otherwise." Before Tsunade could respond to this retort, the young Konoha nin used the opening created by his evasion of the Sannin's jab to drive a left roundhouse kick into her stomach. Sure, Naruto held back most of his strength in this kick, as he had done with most of his attacks since he returned to the shinobi world. It still sent Tsunade flying back at least 200 yards before she ended up on the ground face first with a few of her ribs cracked. "Ooh, that's going to leave a mark," Jiraiya couldn't help but say, despite the ugly look Shizune gave him for it. As the female Sannin struggled to get back on her feet, Naruto snapped the book he was reading shut, then flash-stepped to his opponent. "Are you done yet? This fight is not over yet, you little gaki," Tsunade said bluntly while rubbing her sore jaw. Her refusal to forfeit was not unexpected. She was determined to make the young shinobi regret his words back at the pub. Despite Tsunade's determination, however, the reality of the situation was that the Sannin had no real chance of winning this fight. Even if Tsunade had been in her best condition, which she was not due to her prior intoxication in her present rage, her opponent would have still been defeated her with almost no difficulty due to the massive difference in their powers and fighting styles. Tsunade was a brawler, relying on her strength to make up for her lack of form and counting on a quick win. This was exactly like countless other hollows in Hawako Mundo, an opponent Naruto had no shortage of experience fighting against. As for power, if Orochimaru was defeated in battle by Naruto without the boy receiving so much as a scratch from that fight, how would either Jiraiya or Tsunade, who were supposedly on an equal level to the fallen missing nin, be able to fare any better? Naruto was aware of this and, in fact, he could have ended this fight before Tsunade realized what had happened to her, without killing her of course, even with the restrictions placed on him by the requirements of the mission as well as those he placed on himself. He didn't for one main reason, which he was ready to reveal. "You know something, Tsunade?" Naruto asked as he sidestepped a kick she threw at him. At the point Jiraiya and Shizune had caught up to their new location 200 yards away from the previous one. "I'm getting sick of this fight, since you can barely do anything. So why don't I wrap things up right now? Before Tsunade could even respond to his retort, Naruto used a palm strike to push Tsunade away several feet, not as much as the last time he had done so. Now it's time to see how she'll respond to this. If she can't deal with it, then we'll have to find someone else to take the old man's place. Naruto brought his left thumb closer to his mouth. His movement and expression caused Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow at the Chunin until his eyes widened at the realization of what his godson was doing. Now I get it. This is a test Naruto had made for Tsunade. What he's doing is little harsh, but I'm guessing that was the idea. There's a great risk with what he's doing, but then again, there's a risk to everything when it comes to Tsunade. Minato, you really did make the right choice in placing your faith in Naruto. I just hope he doesn't get too carried away with power like so many others. Jiraiya thought to himself, having learned a lot about his godson in the time they spent together, including a bit of how his godson's mind worked. Like most ninja who did this, the whiskered blonde made sure the bite was just hard enough to draw blood but nothing else. Satisfied with the result, he placed that hand in front of him in an outstretched position, the open palm of his bleeding hand aimed at Tsunade in a position that guaranteed that the Sannin would clearly see that blood. Now then Tsunade, should I use my blood-enhanced attack right now? Or should I wait for you to attack me first? He asked in a mocking tone while making sure that the Senju would clearly hear the word, blood. Despite the rhetorical tones of that question, Naruto was of course expecting a response. The only question was, what would that response turn out to be? Shizune was certainly about to give one. That little, she was silenced from saying anything else, however unpleasant or insulting it would be, by Jiraiya putting a hand on her shoulder. Just watch, I don't think this is going to actually hurt Tsunade. But he's intentionally using her phobia against her. That's a low blow. Jiraiya shook his head. He's winning this fight without even trying. Why would he need to scare her now? Not knowing what to say, Shizune resorted to watching, but in her mind she was trying to figure out what insult to throw Naruto's way. After a few minutes of silence, Tsunade registered what she saw and heard. What happened next took both Jiraiya and Shizune by surprise. The whiskered blonde on the other hand smirked when he saw that Tsunade clenched her fist in before fixing her eyes, which were full of rage, on Naruto rather than the bloody palm. I am going to kill you, Uzumaki. Tsunade hissed very slowly before mustering all the strength she had left and began to charge at Naruto. Before she could even take 2 steps, however, she suddenly felt someone grabbing her left arm at the wrist and holding it out to her side, which stopped the slug Sannin in her tracks. Tsunade turned to face the one who was restraining and was taken aback to find that Naruto had gotten behind her without her even noticing. Tsunade turned to see the spot where he was supposed to be, just in time to see him disappear instantaneously. He's fast enough to create an afterimage. The speed he has is unreal, he might be even faster than Minato. I think that's enough of that, Tsunade. The young ninja said in a calm, almost playful manner, just before he released his grip on Suon's arm. He waited for a moment, to see if she'd continue until beaten unconscious, but fortunately all she did was look at him, looking as if she had 1,000 thoughts and didn't know which one to vocalize. Do you just realized what you did just now, Tsunade? Tsunade arched an eyebrow. What are talking about, Gaki? I know what I tried to do. I tried to clobber you before you used whatever jutsu you planned to do with that blood-stained hand. At this point her voice trailed off, eyes widening at the realization of what Naruto was talking about and what he had done. Shizune, coming up to her mentor, heard this and her mind put the pieces together at the same time. I see. Naruto-san was trying to find out if Tsunade-sama could get past her fear of blood by provoking her to the point that the only thing she could feel was rage. Those insults on her, Naoki, and Dan, his acting like the fight was a joke, this was all nothing more than a means to get her as angry as possible before he drew his own blood. He wanted to see if Tsunade could fight on even when she saw the object of her greatest fears. If she couldn't, then he'd say she was legitimately unworthy of being the Hokage. However, Shizune thought to herself as she turned her attention to her master. Tsunade-sama made her point very clear when she said that she refused to become Hokage. Nothing about this has given her any reason to change her mind. Naruto-san has to be aware of this, yet he still went to all this trouble. Why? Back in that bar where we found you and Shizune-san, half drunk might I add, you said that those who dream of becoming Hokage are fools, right? Naruto asked rhetorically. Tsunade simply nodded, still simmering from all that the Uzumaki Namikaze clansmen had said during their fight. What is a fool, Tsunade? Is it someone who simply makes bad choices? Believes in the unrealistic? Or is it someone who's willing to take risks to get things done or make their dreams come true? What's foolish? Having a dream, or putting in the effort to make it happen? What's the point of a dream if it kills you? Tsunade quietly asked, sounding less angry now but not convinced. What's the point of living without a dream? What good is a dream if you don't have to put in any effort to make it come true? What ninja has a goal that is devoid of risk? Tell me Tsunade, if a fool is unfit to be Hokage, who is? Naruto asked, stunning Tsunade, Shizune, and even Jiraiya, as he continued with his little lecture. Last time I checked, the Hokage is someone who must lead the village through both times of peace and times of conflict, and must be willing to give everything, even his or her life, to protect the village. Do you honestly think someone can only be Hokage during the peaceful times and give the job to someone else in war? Would you follow a leader like that? Do you think someone who refuses to risk their life and believes it's everyone else who should do dangerous jobs while they stay safe? Are you saying that Naoki and Dan should have been cowards? That Danzo should be allowed to become Hokage? Kami-sama knows what would happen to Konoha if he was put in charge. Tsunade cringed a little bit. The remark about her late brother and late fiancé were offensive, but sadly not without merit. Sure, she wished with all her heart they were still alive, but would they have been happy if they only stayed safely home like good boys? No, they weren't that type of person. And the part with Danzo disturbed her. Being the Sandame's student, she was not unfamiliar with the Warhawk, and was well aware that the man, while being a good strategist and ninja, was more concerned about the gold than the people who ensured it. Naruto shook his head at the thought of the leader of the now disbanded Root Division with Anbu. Maybe a fool would jump in front of a rolling boulder to try and stop it, but I'd trust that kind of person over someone who would throw me in front of it and tell me to smile about it. Those people are the ones who would surrender the village if they thought it would help them, rather than fight that enemy to the death. They are the last type of people who would do what was best for the village. Naruto had not spoken with Danzo personally, but he knew enough about him to know that the elderly Shimura, nicknamed the Darkness of Konoha, was trouble. He wasn't afraid to make his distrust of the village elder known to everyone, including Danzo himself, albeit indirectly. The young Chunin knew that the Warhawk was afraid of dying, which was the main reason why Naruto brought him up in the little lecture he was giving Tsunade so she could understand his final point. I'm not saying it's wrong to want to live as long as you can. Everyone feels that way, myself included. But it's what you do with that life that matters. It's the qualities of selflessness and a willingness to sacrifice everything for what you care about are the reasons why someone like my dad and your grandfather were chosen to become Hokage while others weren't. Why do you think your sensei turned down Orochimaru? So yes, you could say that people like me are fools for having that dream. But the way I see it, it takes a fool to be a strong Hokage. Just like how it took a fool to help you get past your fear of blood. While Jiraiya-san and I wait for you to change your mind, think about what I've said. Before you decide to badmouth the Hokages. With that, Naruto finally turned around and went to retrieve his Zanpakuto. When he pulled it out of the ground, he then left and headed back to the hotel Jiraiya had checked them into before he and Naruto had begun their search for Tsunade. As Tsunade thought about what had just happened, the Sannin finally fell her to her knees as a result of her injuries and accumulated exhaustion, causing a concerned Shizune to immediately begin to heal her master's wounds. Jiraiya walked up to his former teammate, who did not fail to notice her fellow Sannin's smug look, which she countered with a glare. Not a word, Jiraiya, unless you want to relive that time I caught you peeping on me in the bathhouses. Tsunade warned, causing a sweat drop to form on the back of Jiraiya's head. Getting no response, she sighed. He's a lot like Minato, isn't he? I guess your old student made the right choice in sealing the QB in him after all. It appears so, though I'm still at a loss as to how he has grown this much. Whoever his teachers were, they certainly knew what they were doing. Jiraiya said, still wondering who it was that had trained his godson. The only hint he had gotten about it was the word, Espada. Jiraiya almost didn't hear Tsunade's next words. I know I'm going to regret this later on. But I guess Naruto has a point. She paused to sigh. Tell me where to meet up with you tomorrow. I'll accept the council's offer to become Hokage, if only to make sure Danzo doesn't. Oh, and give this to Naruto now when you get back to your hotel. She reached for an item that caused the eyes of both Shizune and Jiraiya to widen in shock. Akatsuki hideout, unspecified location. Meanwhile, the large cavernous hideout was currently occupied by only one flesh and blood member of the fearsome criminal organization that owned it. That member was Itachi Uchiha, who, after reporting what had happened during his failed mission to capture Naruto, was now in a meeting with his fellow Akatsuki members who appeared in the form of holograms. One of these holograms, that of a man whose most unusual feature were the purple eyes with rings that spread out from the pupil, belonged to the man known as Pain, the recognized leader of the Akatsuki. As the leader of the criminal organization listened to the Uchiha's report, he could not believe what he was hearing, though his expression didn't show it from what could be seen of him in his holographic form. Are you seriously telling us that a 13-year-old boy, albeit one who's the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, was able to defeat Kisame, take his Samahata without so much as getting a scratch, and that he did all of this with only one attack? Itachi nodded. Yes, Leader Sama. I made an effort after the battle to retrieve Kisami's blade after he was left with Zetsu, but when I got there the blade was gone, along with the Jinchuriki and his allies. He paused for a moment. I know it's hard to believe the Jinchuriki was able to effortlessly defeat Kisame, but from the little that I saw of his skills we should consider that he might actually be more powerful than all of us put together. This shocked everyone to hear. The fact that Kisame lost to the young Konoha nin was shocking enough, but for Itachi of all people to make such a claim, that made everyone's hearts, all 12 hearts when one counts the 4 extra hearts that Kakuzu had, grow cold if they hadn't already lost their warmth. Unbeknownst to everyone else, Itachi was actually relieved to see that his fellow Akatsuki members were a bit unnerved by what they had just learned, since that would inevitably lead to the postponement of the group's hunt for the Jinchuriki. No one in the group had anticipated that they would have to deal with such a strong foe, which meant that most if not all plans would have to be changed and methods of capture would have to be adapted to capture Naruto, all of which will take time. Itachi got out of his thoughts when he heard Pain speak. We have lost one of our first and most loyal members. The loss of Kisame is a great blow to the Akatsuki and is something that cannot be overlooked. We will have to delay our plans for the capture of the other Biju. We'll also have to find a new member to take Kisami's place. Itachi, though he didn't look interested in what was being said, was suddenly dreading what was about to happen. There was only one person at this time that the leader of Akatsuki would want to have for Kisami's replacement, and the former Anbu Black Ops captain knew how unlikely the chances of recruiting her actually are. Just finding her would be a next to impossible task, and, even if the Akatsuki did locate her, convincing her to join a group that was potentially hostile to her village would be an even more impossible task than tracking her down. After all, even though she was a missing nin, it wasn't something she lived with by choice, and, despite being on the run for almost 13 years, she would probably rather die a shinobi of Konoha than live to become an enemy of the village. Chapter 24, The New Arc, The Lost Uchiha. Main Gate, Konohagakure. 1 week later. Naruto was waiting for the rest of Team 7 for their next mission. While he waited, he took a moment to glance at the latest addition to his wardrobe, a necklace with a green gem attached to it that was apparently once owned by the Shodaime Hokage. He was rather surprised when Jiraiya gave it to him a week ago, and even more shocked when he found out that Tsunade, who was the owner of said necklace, was giving it to him as a gift. As it was an heirloom from the Shodaime, however, Naruto was more than happy to accept the Sanin's gift. Hinata told him she liked how it looked on him. During the week, Naruto had made good on his word and taken Hinata out on that promised date. Compared to most things he had done in Konoha, it was quite uneventful, which honestly was what he wanted. He didn't want her to have to deal with large-scale fights or anything like that. He simply took her out, talked with her, shared some laughs, and even told her some of his times in Hueco Mundo without going into too many details. Hinata said she quite enjoyed this, and certainly was not against having a second date. Naruto agreed, though he felt this time it needed to be a little more lively. He didn't want to be too peaceful after all. Naruto got out of his train of thought when he saw that Sakura had arrived. Hey Naruto, where were you and Sasuke-kun yesterday? You guys weren't at the ceremony for Tsunade-sama's induction as the new Hokage. Sakura asked right out of the gate, so to speak. Since it was well known that Naruto, along with Jiraiya, had brought Tsunade back to Konoha in the first place, his absence did not go unnoticed by the pink-haired Kunoichi. Good morning to you as well, Sakura. If you must know the reason, the judges from the Chunin exams had finished rendering their decisions on who else would become Chunin about 5 days ago. Unlike most shinobi whose promotions to Chunin would take at least a month at the most, after the exams to be confirmed, Naruto's promotion had been decided immediately after his fight with Neji, and the battle with Gaara only cemented it. When one considers the fact that he defeated Orochimaru during the second phase of the exams, and Gaara who was bathing in Shukaku's power during the invasion, it was much easier for the judges to make their decisions that much quicker. Naruto's answer only confused Sakura even further if her expression was any indication, so the blonde elaborated on his answer. Sasuke apparently gained the necessary votes to become a Chunin. His promotion ceremony, which is the one you'll have to do once you become a Chunin as well, just happened to be at the same time as Tsunade's ceremony, and, since Shikaku-san requested that I help with that ceremony, I had no choice but to miss the one for Tsunade. She already knew about that and said she understood, so I didn't have to worry about any backlash from her. I'm surprised by you, Naruto. You make it sound like you believe that Sakura will become a Chunin. A familiar voice said. Naruto and Sakura, who were facing away from the voice, turned around and saw that Sasuke, Kakashi, and, to Sakura's surprise, Team Guy had just arrived. Naruto simply shrugged at Sasuke's comment. You and I both know that she has the potential. She just needed to realize it. Naruto replied, to which Sasuke surprisingly nodded in agreement. An even bigger surprise came from Sakura, who, instead of getting all excited over the acknowledgement from her crush, was more focused on the other team. Hold on, Kakashi-sensei, why is Lee-san and his team here? Kakashi lightly chuckled. That's a fair question, Sakura. You see, this mission requires at least 2 squads to complete, so Guy-san volunteered to work with us. We wanted to repay Naruto for the things he's done for us. Tenten jumped in. Guy-sensei and Lee wanted to help Naruto because of the time that Naruto saved Lee's life in the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. Neji, though he refuses to admit, she pointed her thumb at the white-eyed boy at this. Wanted to repay Naruto because he helped him overcome his smugness and for helping him clear things up with Hinata-san and his uncle. I also owe him for the gift he gave me, and the training to help me use that gift, several days ago. When we heard that this mission would be done alongside your team, we decided to give you guys a hand. Sakura arched an eyebrow. What gift? Tenten held up a scroll that had been strapped to her hip and showed them the kanji on it. It read, Samahata. Sakura's eyes widened. No way, is that the Samahata? One of the 7 swords of the Hidden Mist Village. Well, it sure isn't a cookie cutter. Naruto remarked. How did you? You know what, I'm not going to question how you got it. After everything I've seen you do, I shouldn't be surprised by this. The Pinkett replied. Now that Tenten has finished her little story, I think it's time we headed out. Kakashi said nonchalantly before he and the rest of the group walked out the gates of Konoha and towards the location of their mission, unaware of the events that were about to unfold. Aka no Uzu, Red Whirlpool Harbor, eastern coast of the Land of Fire. 2 weeks later. Kakashi and Guy's teams, with their clients in tow, had finally reached the large port that was their final destination after several delays held the group up for a couple of days. This mission, which was AC rank in its classification, was not really dangerous for the shinobi, but it was annoying. The 2 teams first arrived in a town several miles north from where the Great Naruto Bridge was located, where the clients, a large merchant caravan, were waiting for them to be picked up. After trekking through the southern Land of Fire, which had a reputation for being heavily populated with bandits, the shinobi miraculously got their clients safely to their destination without serious incident. The head of the caravan gave his thanks, paid the fee for the mission, and bid the shinobi farewell. Naruto and the rest of the younger members of the 2 teams were now waiting for their senseis. Might Guy had gone to look for the nearest bathroom while Kakashi was simply late. Again, with his squad unaware of his whereabouts. For the time being, Naruto and the rest stood at the entrance to the town that grew out of the port, staring into the ether. Except for Lee, he was keeping himself occupied by doing pull-ups on a nearby tree. Is your sensei always this late, Naruto-san? Neji asked, trying to be civil. Ever since the end of the Chunin exams, it appeared that Naruto's words and actions truly had an impact on the Hyuga prodigy beyond mere bruises. Neji now was trying to fix his relationship with Hinata and her father, which was good since it looked like Hinata could always turn to Naruto if Neji kept making things worse. At the very least, he made more of an effort to talk to others in a more casual manner as opposed to merely putting everyone else down. Oh no, Neji-san, it's never this bad. Ever since this team started, I made it clear to Kakashi-sensei that routine tardiness would not be tolerated. So if he's late anyway, it's got to be something worth being late for. Or else, Naruto answered. Before Neji could say anything else, he quickly sensed something approaching and triggered his Byakugan. And he wasn't the only one to get the impression something was wrong. Are you sensing these chakras, Naruto? Sasuke asked his teammate. Yes I am. They're 2 large chakra signatures not too far from here. Both of them are dark, and I don't know how else to describe this, but they come across as unnatural. What exactly counts as unnatural when Naruto's on the job anymore? Sakura asked herself. Naruto gripped the handle of his Zanpakuto. You guys should go find Kakashi-sensei and Guy-sensei and tell them what's going on. I'll go on ahead and investigate this myself. But, Tenten started, only for the blonde to flash step away, thus halting any further protests. Is he crazy? He could get killed. Look, as much as I hate to admit this, I think it's best if we do what he says. Sasuke said before anyone could chase after the young Uzumaki. At the level each of us are at right now. He paused to sigh in reluctance. We'd just get in his way. Sakura blinked in surprise. Wow, he's really been changing since the Chunin exams. The old Sasuke-kun would have chased Naruto just to prove he hates being left behind. Well, there's no need to go search for our senseis, they're here now. Neji told everyone. Seconds later, Kakashi and Guy arrived, having sensed the menacing chakras at the same time as their students did. Kakashi looked around quickly, noticing the absence of blonde hair in the crowd. I'm guessing that Naruto is already heading to where those two chakra signatures are coming from. Yes, all the younger ninja replied. Well, what are we waiting for? Naruto can't do everything on his own. What would we get paid for then? Kakashi replied, trying to sound jovial to mask his concern for his student. Naruto was strong, but he was much too strong at his age to be normal. Unless he got the occasional reminder to work with others, he might get a bigger head that Sasuke used to have. Both teams immediately headed towards Naruto's location, and it didn't take long to feel an increase in chakra. Naruto's non-chakra energy was still difficult for them to sense by comparison, but Team 7 had been around him enough to at least get a feel for it. With this surge, some members of the group shuddered as the memories of how he crushed Neji during the finals of the Chunin exams came crawling back into their minds. They realized that Naruto was about to do something drastic, and that was something that scared his peers more than the two foes that the young Uzumaki appeared to be fighting. After all, as powerful as those two people are, they were completely outmatched by their blonde-haired teammate. With Naruto. So you're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Naruto Uzumaki. A man said to the young Uzumaki. It appears you're going out of your way to interfere with our plans yet again. Naruto simply eyed the man who spoke to him while simultaneously keeping tabs on who the Chunin assumed was his partner. This wasn't that difficult considering the fact that the partner stood out like a sore Fuma shuriken. The one who spoke was a tall man who had green, pupilless eyes with red sclera and tanned skin while wearing a white hood, black face mask, a hinata with the symbol of Takigakur scratched out, and, of greater concern to the young shinobi, a black cloak with a red cloud pattern on it like the one Itachi and Kisame had worn. This left little doubt in Naruto's mind that he was part of the Akatsuki. The man next to him wore the same Akatsuki cloak as he did, but a lot more details about his appearance could be discerned. This man had medium-length silver hair and purple-colored eyes, with his scratched hinata had a symbol Naruto didn't recognize. But there was a symbol on this man that the blonde did recognize. Around his neck was an amulet bearing a Jushinist symbol. The man also wielded a red scythe with 3 blades, one atop each other, with the handle connected to a metal cable like some kind of deranged kusarigama. After a few moments of tense silence, Naruto finally responds to the hooded man's comment. The immortal duo of Akatsuki, I presume. So nice that you've heard of us. The Jushinist replied with a grin that promised pain to come if he got his way. My senseis got curious about those that cheat death in this world. Naruto continued. It had only been natural that Aizen, a Shinigami, even if he planned to switch sides at some point, would be drawn to those that were able to stay alive via extravagant means. And these two beat any others who had tried. If the Akatsuki is willing to send the two of you out as errand boys, I have to assume it's an important errand. So of course I'm going to interfere. Kukuzu. The last part was said in his serious tone. The eyes of the now named Kukuzu somewhat widened in shock at hearing this. He knows more than I was led to believe. Does he know what we're capable of as well? No wonder Leader Sama told me and Hidan not to engage this Jinchuriki just yet. Kukuzu thought to himself as he eyed the very thing that got him and his partner into this mess, a small scroll that Naruto had placed in his right pocket that was partially sticking out of it. Who the translated profanity, or calling errand boys you son of a translated profanity. In the name of Jashinal, translated profanity, kill you. Hidan roared just before he charged at the young Uzumaki, choosing to forget at that moment that the Akatsuki needed the Jinchuriki alive. Hidan, you idiot, Kukuzu chided, though he stood back. They had been warned by Itachi to not confront this Jinchuriki without caution, and Pain approved of this warning. But apparently this was a lesson Hidan would have to learn the hard way. Naruto simply unsheathed his blade as Hidan charged at him and, to Kukuzu's confusion, gave himself a small cut on the palm of his right hand before aiming that palm at the crazed cultist. No, Hidan, you won't, he said rather calmly before he began to generate a large amount of orange Raryoku in his bloody hand, shocking the Jushinist. What the translated profanity is that jutsu for translated profanity, Jashin Sake? Hidan said to himself. Naruto simply smirked at the religious fanatic before he unleashed his attack. Gran Rei Sero. At this command a beam of orange-colored Raryoku fired forward, quickly taking the appearance of a flying razor blade as the sheer speed and power of the attack caused it to compress and decompress wildly. Hidan was taken aback by this attack and at first was not afraid to face it, but in the end that little self-preservation instinct for once kicked in for he. However, it kicked in much too late. The Jushinist was caught in the beam which began to glow shortly after overtaking him. A few seconds after that the Sero exploded, leveling a large number of trees and other natural features in the area. Holy crap, Kukuzu said to himself, crouched to the ground anchoring himself with earth chakra to withstand the force of the explosion as best he could. I think I came close to having a heart attack. The explosion subsided, and Naruto looked like he had just seen a firework go off. Hidan on the other hand looked like he had swallowed a whole cluster of dynamite. It was going to take a lot of stitching to put him back together. The whiskered blonde turned to face Kakuzu. I see you're smart enough not to charge at the enemy head-on. Since I'm in a merciful mood today, I'm going to suggest that you fall back if you want to live for now. And before you make your next move, I'm aware of your earth grudge fear as well as the secrets behind it. And unlike the Jushinist, you can still die regardless of that technique's power. He looked at the pieces of Hidan. Actually, he might be dead too. I don't know if his brain's still intact or what Jashin's policy on brain damage is. He spoke nonchalantly, but the threat was clear as crystal. Kukazu's eyes narrowed at what was obviously an insult on Naruto's part. You have the victory this time, Uzumaki. But rest assured it is only fleeting. Your power is unlike anything I've ever seen, but you are your own worst enemy. You will falter when you least expect it, and then the Akatsuki will capture you. And when we do, I will take my time instilling terror in you. The aged former Taki Nin then departed, working to collect his partner's pieces. As soon as he was gone, Naruto simply smirked at the man's warning. Go ahead and tell yourself that, you're more afraid of me than I am of you. Naruto shook out of his train of thought when he made sure the scroll that had been the cause of this entire incident was still in his pocket. He took the scroll in hand and opened it up, or at least tried. There were a few seals on it, which was understandable. After a few more minutes of trying to break through the safeguards, Naruto succeeded and finally got to see why the contents of the scroll would compel the Akatsuki, the Sen there, a mortal duo, to retrieve it. What Naruto found in that scroll took even him by surprise, though he obviously didn't show it. So they're trying to get her to join their ranks. Even though their chances of recruiting her are remote at best, they must have a lead to where she is if they're going to go after her. I need to get this information to Tsunade and fast. Naruto, what the heck happened here? Who were they? Kakashi asked as he and Team Guy finally showed up. The explosion was a bit of a dead giveaway. Naruto grinned. Oh, nothing, just someone being stupid. And you had to blow up half the forest? Tenten asked. Oh, don't tell me you wouldn't do the same if you could. Unspecified location in the shinobi world. At the mouth of a massive cave deep within an unknown mountain range, a young woman stood outside as the sun began to set for the night. She appeared to be in her early 20s, and at least 5.5 feet in height, with a slender figure and a fair skin tone. She had black hair that was long enough to reach her knees, though she held it in a ponytail that started below her midback, while the bangs that framed the sides of her face and were long enough to go well below her collarbones. Her large black eyes had a piercing gaze that would give most people the impression that she was trying to read their mind. She wore a simple attire consisting of a form-fitting gray shirt with long sleeves, black stretch pants, and a blue sash tied around her waist that appeared to have some sort of metal plate stitched onto it. The plate could barely be seen, however, as it was covered by another blue cloth that is wrapped around the metal piece. In addition, the woman also had what appeared to be a naginata as long as her slung onto her back. At the moment the woman was sitting on the ground watching the sunset, feeling a light wind blow into her face. But she looked like she was feeling something a lot more significant. It appears something big is about to happen. It feels so different from the times before, however, so maybe I should stay put this time. Though she normally fled from wherever she was, at this sudden sensation she decided not to do so this time. This time she simply went back into the cave, as if to wait something out. Unbeknownst to her, this decision to stay would lead to encounters she could never have imagined. Chapter 25. The new mission begins. Mission Assignment Room, Konoha. Several days after his encounter with the zombie duo, Naruto returned to Konoha along with the rest of his team and Team Guy. They actually came back a few days ahead of schedule, despite the delays caused during their time escorting the caravan, and like professionals they immediately made a beeline for Tsunade's office. As they got there, Sarutobi, now the former Hokage, again was just exiting the office. Oh hi my boy, have you been working hard? He asked, eyes going directly for Naruto. Have you been smoking hard? Naruto jested, but on a serious note, you might want to go back in there. Why? Sarutobi asked, raising an eyebrow. You want to hear this? The whiskered blonde answered simply. Considering what Naruto had wanted him to hear in the past, the old Sandame was inclined to agree, and reopened the door to his former office before letting Team 7 and Team Guy go in before him. Ah, good to see you all, and ahead of time. How went the mission? I imagine something important if Hiruzen-sensei is here to hear it. Tsunade greeted. Naruto stepped towards Tsunade's desk before he placed the scroll that he took from the Akatsuki on said desk. I encountered 2 members of the Akatsuki. As you can clearly see, they did not succeed in their goal, so don't worry about that. They were able to escape, but I managed to take this from the contact they were meeting with. I've already seen what's inside and I'm sure that you'll see why I asked him here when you read it. Tsunade looked at the blonde boy, then she looked to the scroll and back again, almost like she was playing poker and had a bad hand, and not doing a good job of hiding it. Fortunately, the slug Sanin was so far proving to be a better leader than a gambler, making him glad she had been chosen for the job. I guess being in a position of leadership really can cause people to change. I just didn't think she would adjust this quickly. Naruto thought to himself, watching Tsunade take and open the scroll with her sensei looking over her shoulders to see what was written on it. When the two read what was in said scroll, Tsunade nearly dropped the item in shock. Are you sure that this information is accurate? Naruto nodded. I can't prove it, but the Akatsuki did send two of their most powerful members to retrieve that scroll. Unless they're stretched thin doing who knows what, I doubt they would do this if they didn't have reason to take this intel seriously. At this point the rest of the group, minus Kakashi and Guy, were now even more confused than they were before they were forced to come back to Konoha. Confusion seemed to be becoming the default emotion to feel around Naruto lately. What information? What's going on? Sasuke asked, not liking being left out of the loop. Naruto, knowing that this was going to come up eventually, turned to the young ninja in the room. The scroll contained the location of a former Konoha nin that the Akatsuki are trying to recruit into their ranks. I'd say the odds of that person joining are most likely non-existent. However, Akatsuki won't like being told no. And considering who this person is, it's very important that we find her before the Akatsuki does. The rest of the Konoha 12, as the younger members of Team 7, 8, 10, and Guy were now known, had been informed about the Akatsuki's efforts to capture Naruto and, more importantly, why they were doing so. This meant telling all of them about what the Yondaime had done, how the Sandaime had tried to keep it under wraps, and how the village as a whole revealed they didn't trust either leader. Then he told them about how he got to Las Noches, who taught him, and that his sword was in fact Kurama given a new socially acceptable form. At first none of the other rookies knew how to react to this. None of them argued against him or expressed disbelief. Then Hinata stood up and came over to him, and with a deep breath hugged him and gave him a brief kiss. This got Sakura and Ino talking, and it broke the ice for everyone to say what was on their mind. Sakura and Sasuke apologized for their initial dismissal of his presence on their team. Shino said he respected Naruto for having to endure such scorn for having something within his body. Neji admitted that if the Chunin exams weren't enough, this more than convinced him he didn't know everything and shouldn't act like he did, so this truly humbled him and made him respect the Uzumaki too. Tenten said she was still intrigued by his sword but wasn't going to dare ask to use it, something Sasuke told her was a good idea. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji assured him he could always count on them to have his back. Akatsuki is already looking to replace their dead member. Sakura asked. That's to be expected. The hard part will be finding someone not only strong enough, but willing and capable of contributing to the team. Kakashi thought out loud. Who is this potential replacement? Why would the Akatsuki want to have her join their ranks? Neji had asked. Naruto sighed. Her name is Kazuko Uchiha. He paused for a moment to see Sasuke's reaction. His eyes widened and he jolted like he had been struck, but said nothing. She's a former Konoha kunoichi who has been considered Mia for almost 13 years. Right now Sasuke looked like even he didn't know what exactly was preventing him from collapsing to his knees. Uchiha. But how? That's impossible. There can't be more out there. Naruto sighed. It is a surprise. Like I said before, she has been gone for almost 13 years. So there's no way she could have been there the night of the massacre. I wouldn't be surprised if the ones guilty of the murder didn't want to go looking for her when they were done. Why was she gone? Sasuke asked. Why has she not come back? Sakura nodded. Yeah, I mean, when Sasuke-kun was the last one here in Konoha, couldn't the Hokage have recalled her here to help him deal with the trauma? Sarutobi felt a little uncomfortable at the looks everyone briefly gave him for that question. Knowing he had to cover this part, he cleared his throat. Just before the night of Kyuubi's attack, Kazuko Uchiha was considered the top suspect in a rather heinous crime I'd rather not go into details on right now. She was just 10 years old, and before she could be interrogated she vanished. But the story doesn't end there. After the Uchiha clan massacre, when Anbu went over the crime scene, they found several documents that proved her innocence. Documents that the Uchiha police did not want revealed. Why not? Why would they intentionally hide proof of innocence? Sakura asked, then answered her own question. You mean they wanted her to be found guilty? The clan framed one of their own. A child no less, Sasuke asked, angered. Considering what he had learned both about and from Itachi, this was no longer a major shock for him. As humbling as it was to accept, the Uchiha clan was not without its own skeletons in the closet. It just made him wonder how much he had ignored it before whenever he found another one. That appeared to be the case, and Itachi's work had spared us the trouble of dealing with the true guilty parties. Normally this would have allowed her to return to Konoha without any consequences. But we could not get a hold of her at that point. Sarutobi explained. But if this Kazuko was forced to flee when she was only 10 years old, how was she able to survive all this time? Sakura asked. That's a fair question, Sakura, but to answer it in its entirety would be to disclose some very sensitive information which I cannot do for now. I can tell you, however, that at the time Kazuko was the strongest child kunoichi produced by the Uchiha clan. At the age of 10 she was an even stronger shinobi than Itachi was at the same age. Something that I think made Fugaku not sad to see her go. From what I remember of Kazuko, she was also rational and did well on tests. In all honesty, I would have been surprised if she hadn't survived for all this time, Sarutobi explained with a great deal of sadness in his voice. Naruto realized how uncomfortable this topic was for the Sandaime and had to raise his spiritual pressure slightly just to prevent several of his peers from pressing the issue even further before he turned to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, I've heard most of the Junin and Chunin are currently busy getting intel on Akatsuki or securing our borders, routes, and supply stations. So, is it safe to assume that we'll have to be the ones to go and find her? Tsunade closed her eyes as if she was deep in thought, and after a few moments of tense silence the Slanin opened said eyes and looked directly at Naruto. Not exactly. Kakashi and Guy are now needed elsewhere, and since there's a risk of potential conflict with Akatsuki, I'm going to have to put you in charge of this situation, including the formation of a team for this mission. In addition, you'll have to call back your fracciones and have them stationed here in Konoha in order to deter any further infiltration into the village. The Uzumaki sighed at this. If that's the case, then I have to have the final say on who is to be on said team. Is that acceptable? After getting an affirmative response from Tsunade, Naruto exited the room with the rest of Team 7 and Team Guy following his lead. The young Uzumaki then left the group to prepare for the new mission. Akatsuki hideout. Meanwhile, Pain, upon receiving word of Hidan and Kakuzu's return from their mission, called for all of the Akatsuki to convene at the hideout that they were in now. As opposed to their normal meetings, the entire organization was currently present in the flesh rather than using hologram-like apparitions. Unfortunately for the immortal duo, this meant that they were in the presence of their leader, who was less than pleased when they gave their report of what happened. Let me see if I got this correct. You're telling me that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi somehow managed to stumble into your meeting with the first contact, killed the man, and took the intel on Kazuko Uchiha's location, then proceeded to defeat Hidan with a single attack before he let you both walk away with your lives? Pain asked incredulously. The figurehead leader of the Akatsuki was getting tired of this Jinchuriki, a 13-year-old child no less, getting the better of the S-rank missing nin that have the misfortune of crossing paths with the Konoha nin. The only reason he wasn't considering confronting the boy himself was because he was not yet convinced that doing so wouldn't be a waste of his efforts. That and he had orders from Madara Uchiha, the true leader of this organization, to stay his hand from personal interaction for the foreseeable future. It sucked to be hailed as a god but still forced to be a follower. Unfortunately, sir, that is the truth. Kakuzu answered nonchalantly. Hidan refused to take heed to the warnings that Itachi gave to us before we headed out, and when the boy managed to provoke my idiot of a partner, he tried to attack the Jinchuriki head-on. This led to the rag doll that you see before you now. Who that translated profanity, or you that translated profanity, call me a translated profanity, rag doll, Kakuzu. Hidan yelled in an irritated tone, a vein popping on his forehead. After getting hit by Naruto's Gran Rei Sero, Hidan had about as whole as an Espada's mask. It actually took Kakuzu over an hour just to find the limbs alone, once he had time and peace enough to start looking. Once Kakuzu finally found all the parts of Hidan, though he wouldn't promise he had gotten every part after a blast like that, he created new limbs to replace the ones that were disintegrated by the young Uzumaki's attack, hence why Hidan's limbs were now connected to his body with stitches. His Akatsuki coat, having been heavily torn by the Sero, exposed the stitches on his arms for all to behold. Before Hidan and Kakuzu could continue their argument, Pain managed to get their focus to return to him. Since it's obvious we have no intel on Kazuko's location, we have no other choice but to find a way to continue our plan with the manpower we have now. Before anyone could question the AIM Nin's decision, the Akatsuki's meeting was suddenly interrupted when two shadowy figures suddenly appeared from out of nowhere in the center of the hideout, taking the group by surprise. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Pain-san. One of the figures warned. Aka no Uzu Harbor. Several days later. While the Akatsuki were busy trying to figure out what their next move would be, Naruto had already formed his team and was at the first major stop along the way to the location where Kazuko was supposedly to be found. For this mission, Naruto had chosen Sasuke, Neji, who agreed without hesitation, and Shikamaru, who needed a little persuasion. After gathering whatever provisions they needed, the group arrived at the main gate where Naruto gave the group a brief overview of their mission. After that, the group headed east towards the port where this entire situation started. Not surprisingly, Neji and Sasuke were surprised by this move on Naruto's part. "Why are we here again, Naruto?" Sasuke asked. Naruto sighed as the group entered the port town. "As I've already told you, the scroll clearly states that Kazuko is somewhere in the former land of whirlpools. Since this is the closest port to that land, this is the place where we're supposed to meet up with the boat that will take us there tomorrow. In any case, I think we should find a place to stay for the night. When we get on that boat tomorrow, I'll give you guys the full rundown on what you can expect." Taking his advice, the team found a small inn next to the harbor and checked out some rooms, all wondering how this would go. None more so than Sasuke. Chapter 26 Contact, the Worst Uchiha Reunion. Somewhere off the coast of Land of Whirlpools, Naruto and his team were on a small motorized skiff heading to their destination. Since they still had time before they'd get to their destination, Naruto decided to use that time to give the rundown of what his teammates should expect to deal with. "Alright you guys, now that we're far enough from both coasts, it's time I told you what we will be dealing with." Making sure he had their attention, he pulled out a small scroll and opened it, revealing a map of the Land of Whirlpools, which was comprised of one large island. This is the Land of Whirlpools as it stands now. I'm not going to bore you guys with a long lecture of the history of this place, except to say that this country has had no real government since the collapse of Uzushiogakure around 20 years ago. For all intents and purposes, it has become a lawless land and a haven for those who need a place to disappear. Which is the most likely reason why Kazuko chose this place as her hideout. Based on the intel we acquired from the scroll, she's located somewhere on the southern half of the island. The southern half? Sasuke asked to clarify what he had heard. Yes, Naruto said with a nod. The intel states that she's clearly residing in the mountains in the southern half of the island. The northern half of the island is comprised of steep low-lying hills as well as the ruins of Uzushio, while the southern half of the island is one giant mountain range, known as the Uzu no Seabone Whirlpool Spine, with a few small villages scattered throughout the valleys. Because Uzu no Seabone is filled caves and large underground passages, most of them deserted mines, it makes the area a perfect place to hide. Unfortunately, that also means that we have a lot of ground to cover quickly, both above and under. Naruto, you've told us about the place we're heading to. What are the most likely dangers that we might encounter while looking for Kazuko? Neji questioned. Well, for starters, there are several large, well-equipped, and very violent groups of bandits and missing nin inhabiting the island. When I say there are villages there, don't think I'm referring to the simple farming or fishing towns you might have seen in past missions. These are makeshift shanty towns, the kind you'd expect to see around before Konoha existed. Filled with people evading the law. Basically, Land of Whirlpools is now in the hands of criminals and pirates instead of Uzumaki. The others could see the whiskered blonde's ire at what he was saying, and none of them could fault him. His ancestral homeland was now overrun by people who were effectively disgracing it. It would be like if the former Uchiha district was repurposed for Konoha's red light district, or the Hyuga compound was turned into Konoha's garbage dump. Most of them aren't that strong individually, with some inevitable exceptions, but bandits and pirates are known for fighting in groups. As a group, they can be at the level of an elite Junin and have the numbers advantage at the same time. Naruto continued. Not to mention they are going to be more familiar with the environment than we are and likely to set up traps ahead of time. Our advantage in all this is stealth, your dujutsu, and myself. Are you looking for a fighter to avoid one? Shikamaru asked. Preferably avoid, but in enemy territory no plan lasts long. Now, we're heading for the Uzushio ruins, which is the only real port on the island, and the surrounding hills. The wildlife on the island will give us plenty to eat as we move south into the Seabone. The mountains are much steeper than the hills around Uzushio and the terrain is very rugged. Landslides and mudslides are a constant risk in the Seabone, and they can get big enough to compete with the Hokage monument collapsing on Konoha. Because of this, the caves and other underground areas are prone to collapse, as well as potential gas explosions and underground floods. The most dangerous aspect of the environment is the weather, since the heat of the day can get scorching and the ocean winds can make the nights freezing. So we may have to go underground more often than we'd like. Why exactly did the Uzumaki live here again? Shikamaru asked, sounding like the whiskered blonde was trying to convince him to venture into hell itself. Naruto shrugged but grinned. Guess they were just tougher than the Nara clan. Or were they? The shadow-wielding slacker knew better than to take the bait. Oh, almost forgot. Since this intel was originally meant for the Akatsuki, we have to consider they are still trying to acquire Kazuko's location. Which means that we may have to fight them at some point. If so, just get somewhere safe and leave that to me. Now, due to his training in Hueco Mundo, Naruto could obviously handle these dangers with no real difficulty. But that didn't mean his now gaping teammates felt the same assurance he did. "Are you serious, Naruto?" Sasuke asked. Naruto simply nodded in response while Shikamaru sighed in exasperation at this and Neji looked on like he was expected the Uzumaki heir to suddenly reveal he had been joking. "So all this is what we have to deal with. This mission's going to be such a drag." Shikamaru groaned, convinced this was going to be a very long mission. Uzushio Ruins, the former land of whirlpools. Later in the day. "We haven't even been here for a few hours and yet we've already had to fight 5 small groups of these bandits. I thought you said they lived in the southern side of the island." Neji said irritably as he and the rest of the group of Konoha nin took a moment to catch their breath after beating back another group of rogue troublemakers inhabiting the island. "They're bandits and pirates, do you expect them to be sitting around all day? They get just as bored as we do, especially when the only people to steal from are other bandits." Naruto replied. "Besides, we're already at the edge of the ruins so there's nothing more to complain about." He pointed up ahead towards the steep hills before them. Between them and the impressive mountain range creating the horizon was Uzushiogakure. Shikamaru groaned. "Great. Now we get to the hard part. This is such. If you so much as finish that sentence Shikamaru, you'll wish that last bandit attack did you in." Naruto warned with a smile on his face and a tick above his eye. Shikamaru paled in fear though whether or not it was because of Naruto's warning or his smile was anyone's guess. "Anyway, we better get moving. It won't be long before every thug in these ruins decide to retaliate after our little display," Sasuke pointed out. They made it to the ruins, and right away they were ambushed by another 10 bandits, which they managed to overpower. The group ventured in, getting deep enough that they could find somewhere safe to bunker for a bit and rest up. Shikamaru wondered if Naruto had perhaps overestimated the strength of those inhabiting the island given how effectively they had powered through all the threats. Unfortunately for him and the others, other problems to come wouldn't be so exaggerated. 2 weeks later. To say that Naruto's teammates had a hard time surviving on this island was an understatement. It had been hell on earth for the 3 young shinobi. What really surprised them, however, was how Naruto shrugged off the dangers of this island like it was nothing to him. It was enough to make the 3 Konoha nin wonder whether or not Naruto really had been in hell for 7 years. "Neji, Sasuke, have you guys picked up anything yet?" Naruto asked as the group walked through a plateau within the Uzu no Seabone. They had earlier detected what appeared to be residual chakra, and they were following it in hopes it had been left by Kazuko. Neji merely shook his head while Sasuke sighed. "Nothing yet except that weird trail of residual chakra that we've been tracking for the past few days." Sasuke began with a great deal of frustration in his voice. Before Sasuke could say anything else, however, he looked over the edge of the plateau and, along with Neji and Naruto, was surprised to see that the trail led to a large cave and, unlike the other underground areas the trail led to, it didn't come out. This brought a smirk to the Uchiha's face. Though it appears that's about to change real soon. After another 30 minutes of trekking the team of young ninja finally reached the mouth of the cave and, as they had expected, the source of the residual chakra was clearly within the cave. It was also a very large source as the amount of chakra coming from the mystery person was massive, easily the level of a cage. Unfortunately, while this made it more likely that it was Kazuko that dwelled within the cave, it also meant that the person inside, whether it was Kazuko or not, could easily crush Sasuke, Neji, and Shikamaru should they choose to fight. Naruto could fight back, but the terrain meant that if a member of his team got seriously hurt it would be next to impossible to get them help with any meaningful haste. So Naruto knew that he had to proceed with extreme caution as he got his teammates together. "Alright guys, listen up. There's someone inside if that cave who might be our objective. Unfortunately the person is not only very strong but, based on what I saw with my pesquisa, this person has detected our presence and is ready to ambush us once we come within their line of sight. So we'll be entering according to our plan. Do you guys understand?" Naruto asked, to which his teammates responded with a simple, yes or a nod. Naruto's plan, which he had explained to his team during their trek towards the cave, was rather simple. As Naruto was the strongest of the group, he would enter the cave first and would counter the person's ambush. If the hider in question was Kazuko, he would try to reason with her. Sasuke and Shikamaru would be 20 yards behind Naruto in order to avoid having the two get caught in the initial scuffle, after which they would provide the Uzumaki with support if the fight got drawn out. If the person was indeed their objective, Sasuke would also go to Naruto's side after the initial scuffle with Kazuko in order to help convince her to return to Konoha peacefully if she was unwilling to do so. Finally, Neji, due to the sensory capabilities of his Byakugan, would stay back at the mouth of the cave in order to detect any approaching dangers, and if something came that appeared to be above his level, Neji was to enter the cave and warn the rest of the team. Now that his teammates were ready, Naruto slowly entered the cave after using his pesquisa to detect any potential traps that the person might have set. Thankfully, there were none. The mouth of the cave led to a long pitch-black corridor that reduced visibility to near zero for the young Uzumaki, forcing him to proceed with extreme caution. The smell of smoke came to him, and after a few minutes of walking through the dark passageway, Naruto saw the faint light of a fire right where the person was located several yards ahead of him. After going back to Shikamaru and Sasuke to make sure that they waited for the right moment, he silently walked into said chamber while keeping himself on high alert. Even with only a few small campfires that were spread about to light it up, it was still clear that this chamber was massive. Naruto guessed that the cavern, which had a massive dome-like ceiling, was at least half of the size of the Dome of Las Noches. Despite the chamber's size, however, Naruto didn't have to go too far inside, as he was less than 10 yards inside of the chamber before he detected some movement with his normal pesquisa, which he could use on the move, unlike with his special variant. As he had expected, the person was hiding above the entryway to the chamber and was now about to attack him from behind. Naruto, who was too close to the person to block their attack in time with his sword, quickly turned around and held both of his arms up just in time to block what appeared to be the blade of a naginata with the gauntlets that came with his outfit. After a few seconds of silence, the mystery person, whose form was hidden by the darkness of the cavern, Naruto's own body shadowed theirs from the light of the campfire, wielding the naginata, finally spoke. "You're not bad, kid. That's the first time anyone's managed to block my first strike," they said in what was clearly the voice of a young adult female. Naruto simply smirked as he pushed the attack back. "There's a reason why I was tasked to lead a team to find and bring you back to Konoha. Kazuko Uchiha." He stepped slightly to his right, allowing the light from the campfire to reveal Kazuko with her weapon poised for battle and her Sharingan activated. "Normally I would question the fact that Konoha would charge a young boy to come after me. In this case, however, I can see why they would send someone like you. The question I have is why Konoha has sent you?" Kazuko asked curiously, circling the young Chunin in a counterclockwise direction. Naruto countered by circling to his right, creating a sort of spinning standoff between them. When the passageway out was to his back, he pulled out what appeared to be a letter from the right pocket of his pants. "This is a letter from Tsunade, the Godime Hokage. As far as I know, what the letter says is in your interest to read." Kazuko blinked in surprise at this but did not lose her pace. "Godime, what happened to Minato-sama? I guess you wouldn't know about what has been happening all this time, would you?" Where to begin? Naruto gave the Uchiha a brief overview of the events that had occurred since Kazuko had left Konoha. This included both Kurama's attack on the village as well as the Uchiha clan massacre. Naruto was especially careful in how he explained the massacre to her. Even though the clan was responsible for her exile, they were still her family. As luck would have it, Kazuko wasn't too fond of her family. So it finally happened. I had always known that our clan's hatred would catch up to it sooner or later. Anyway, let me see that letter. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. He introduced as he handed her the letter. Uzumaki. So you're Minato-sama's and Kushina-sama's son. That explains a lot, Kazuko said before she read at the letter, moving closer to the campfire to read better. How could you figure that out when 12 years weren't enough for others to figure it out? Naruto couldn't help but ask. I was aware Kushina-sama was pregnant and who the father was. It's not hard to figure out. The Uchiha woman replied without taking her eyes off the letter. So either a lot of people didn't know, or those that did know didn't care. The whiskered blonde thought, displeased with the memories of his past mistreatment. Some fearful ignorance was pardonable, but there was no way Kazuko was the only one who could have put two and two together before Aizen came for him. How many people knew, or even suspected, the truth of Naruto's origins and kept their mouths shut? Kazuko sighed after she finished reading, forcing him to halt that train of thought for now. Before I give you my answer to this letter, may I ask you something else? The young Uzumaki nodded. Were there any survivors? The sound of footsteps started echoing from the passageway, and after a few seconds Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Neji appeared at the entrance to the corridor. Kazuko quickly eyed the younger Uchiha in particular. I guess that answers that question. Naruto. The Akatsuki are heading this way, Sasuke warned cryptically. Naruto sighed. Already? They work fast. He focused on Kazuko. I think it would be for the best to leave this cavern now. You can give us your answer on whether or not you'll accept the pardon after we've dealt with the clowns outside. Lead the way, boy, Kazuko said as she motioned towards the dark corridor. Naruto, with both his team and Kazuko following close behind him, ran through the passageway to the exit. It took less than a minute of running through the corridor before the group finally reached the exit. The sight that greeted them was about what the young Uzumaki had expected. There were 4 people standing in front of the group. Two of them wore Akatsuki cloaks while the other two wore simple black hooded cloaks. Naruto only briefly took note of the ones with the Akatsuki. One was a man who hid himself behind some sort of hunchback puppet with a tail-like appendage, and the other was a man with a somewhat effeminate appearance who wore his blonde hair in a way that, on Naruto's mind, made him look way too similar to Ino. As for the other two figures, in addition to their cloaks, both figures wore masks. One wore a yellow-orange mask with unusual black markings while the other wore an orange spiral mask. The most unusual aspect of the masks, however, was the fact that they both only had one eyehole. As Naruto narrowed his eyes at the two masked figures, particularly the one with the marked mask, he also took note at Sasuke glaring at the two figures with his Sharingan active and a great deal of anger in his eyes. This battle may be more challenging than the previous 2 weeks of the mission put together. Chapter 27: The Masked Men. Uzu no Seabone. For several moments that spanned anywhere from seconds to minutes, Naruto's group and the Akatsuki merely stood before the entrance to the cave that Kazuko had been hiding out in. Neither side said anything or did anything, yet at any indication, both could spring into action. The dead silence was only broken when the man with the marked mask spoke up, eyes gazing at the blonde Uzumaki. "So you're Naruto Uzumaki, you've been quite the thorn in our side, haven't you?" he asked rhetorically. "It's only fair, considering what you did to me and my parents. Did you expect me to give you a fruit basket or something?" Naruto retorted as he gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto in case this guy tried to make a move on him or his team. Before the masked man could respond in return, the blonde-haired Akatsuki member entered the conversation. "So you're the Gaki who killed Orochimaru. Not cool, kid. I wanted to be the one who defeated that snake, and you just had to take that from me, him." Naruto shrugged. "You snooze you lose, man. I didn't see any, reserved for Iwa Blondie, sign on him when I cut his head off." Did Naruto of all people just make a blonde joke? Neji asked himself. The young Uzumaki's taunt appeared to work as Deidara began to clench his teeth in anger. "Why you little," he began as he reached into his robe. Seeing this, Sasuke and the rest of Naruto's team tensed up, unsure what to expect, while the man with the spiral mask appeared to panic. Strangely, in an almost childish manner, Obito ran up to Deidara from behind and grabbed both his arms, restraining the former Iwa nin. "Please don't do it, Deidara-senpai. We're supposed to bring back Kazuko alive, remember? And besides, Madara-sama is right next to us, do you really want to make him mad?" The spiral masked man pleaded with a childish voice that would have made this scene a bit comical if it was happening anywhere else. Deidara, now focusing his anger on Obito, tried to break free from his grip until the person with the marked mask, who was presumably the Madara that his compatriot was referring to, calmly walked up to them and separated the two. "That's enough from the both of you. In case the two of you hadn't noticed, our guests are waiting." Madara began, then turns to the puppeteering member of Akatsuki. "Sasori, be prepared to." Before Madara could finish his sentence, Naruto flash-stepped in front of him and Tobi. Once close enough, he swiftly drew his Zanpakuto in an attempt to bifurcate the two masked men. Only to completely pass right through their bodies as if they were only apparitions. Sasuke and the rest of Naruto's peers were surprised by this, yet both Kazuko and Naruto were more unfazed than surprised. "Thought so, though I was hoping to be wrong." Naruto mused, flash-stepping back to where his group was. "Looks like defeating you will take a little more effort than it took to beat all of your lackeys so far." "That was way too close, wasn't it, Madara-sama? Another split second and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would have cut the two of us in half." Tobi noted in a tone that had a twinge of fear emanating from it. "Indeed, Tobi." Madara nodded, turning towards the whiskered blonde. "Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. Only a few minutes after we've met and you've already lived up to your growing reputation so far. Feel flattered, it's not often someone impresses me so quickly. Now why don't we see how strong you truly are?" Naruto, while more than willing to fight Madara as far away from his teammates as possible, had to be sure he could leave his teammates to deal with the other Akatsuki members. "Kazuko," he started. "Yes. I know we've only just met right now, but could you please help my teammates fight those other two Akatsuki members?" Naruto asked while directing the Uchiha's attention to Deidara and the Akatsuki member hidden inside the hunchbacked puppet. Kazuko turned her gaze towards the Akatsuki, and then to Naruto's teammates, before she let out a deep sigh. "Less than 5 minutes after you show up and I'm already in the middle of a fight, huh? I suppose it can't be helped, there's no way that I'll ever join any organization that threatens Konoha. Especially one with him in it." She narrowed her eyes towards Madara. "Count me in." "Thank you, Kazuko-san," Naruto replied, turning his attention back towards Madara and Tobi. "You want to see how strong I am? Alright, but let's take it elsewhere. After all, you want me to go all out with no reason to hold back, don't you?" He said it as if it were a challenge and a taunt at the same time, like he was insinuating the most infamous Uchiha of all was afraid of him and needed some kind of advantage here. After you, Uzumaki, Madara said in a mocking tone, covering up the fact he caught the insinuation and was looking forward to proving it wrong. Naruto, without saying another word, sent a glare towards Sasuke to remind him not to get involved, then flash-stepped to an unknown location on the island. Right away Madara and Tobi seemed to sink into the ground and simply vanish like a drowned victim. I hope Naruto-san knows what he's doing, Neji muttered after a few moments of tense silence. I'm not worried about Naruto, there's no way he would ever lose to someone like that, Sasuke said rather calmly. He was somehow able to keep his rising anger towards Madara in check despite knowing what the man had been responsible for. Not to mention Naruto's intimidating glares and warnings certainly made it much easier for the Uchiha to suppress his own rage and let someone else fight for once. Before anyone else in Naruto's group could say anything else, however, they were forced to dodge an thrusting attack from the now named Sasori, forcing them to focus on fighting their own battle. With Naruto. After a few minutes of flash-stepping, Naruto finally reached his destination, the summit of a very large plateau several miles to the east of where Kazuko and the rest of his team would be fighting Deidara and Sasori. Madara and Tobi reached the plateau several minutes later, with both shinobi emerging from the ground. My, you're a real fast one, Naruto-san, Tobi praised. The attempt at flattery only earned him a harsh glare from the young Uzumaki, causing an intimidated Tobi to run back to Madara and hide behind his master in fear. Madara sighed at his protege's antics before he whispered something into Tobi's ears. Tobi nodded in response to whatever Madara said before vanishing into the ground. Madara Uchiha then turned his attention back to Naruto. It seems you're full of surprises, Naruto Uzumaki, I haven't seen someone as skilled as you are in a very long time. Naruto smirked at this comment. I'm guessing that you're referring to either Hashirama, my dad, or maybe even your sensei. Madara showed no visible reaction to the first part of Naruto's comment, but the ending part of said comment was a different manner entirely. Even hidden behind his mask, Naruto could see that Madara's right eye, which had already changed to his Sharingan, had widened in shock. The Uchiha then closed his left hand into a fist. What did you just say? Naruto scoffed. You heard me the first time, but I guess I didn't make myself clear enough. He paused to clear his throat. I know who you really are, and you're definitely not the true Uchiha Madara, you're just his student, one who's simply borrowing his name. I haven't told anyone your identity just yet, and I won't do it until the time is right. I also won't explain how I know your identity because there's no point in doing so. Oh, and why is that? The fake Madara asked, barely able to contain his growing rage. Naruto unsheathed his Zanpakuto, having sheathed his blade after his first attempt to strike down Madara and Tobi. Isn't it obvious? It's because you're going to die here and now. By my blade. Before Madara could respond to Naruto's threat, the young Chunin flash-stepped right behind the masked man, who was barely able to turn himself transparent in time to avoid getting bisected. The fake Madara immediately jumped hundreds of yards away from his opponent before he formed a hand seal in midair. Fire style, bomb blast dance jutsu. Madara yelled as a massive stream of flames in the form of a spiraling vortex shot out of his mouth, despite the fact that he still wore his mask. Naruto sighed at this display. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Right in front of him, a transparent rectangular wall materialized in front of him. Madara, having landed back on the plateau now, watched in shock as his attack was stopped dead in its tracks by this barrier, with the boy behind it looking unfazed by his jutsu. Is that your best? Madara really did a crappy job training you if it is. Naruto taunted. The fake Madara's visible right eye narrowed at Naruto as the young Chunin pointed the tip of his blade at him. Anyways, you had your shot, now it's my turn. Hyoga Sirin. From his Zanpakuto, a massive wave of ice was fired at his opponent. It looked like a tidal wave and avalanche at the same time. What kind of attack is that? Madara thought to himself as the wall of ice closed in on him. As with Naruto's previous attacks, Madara was barely able to evade the attack, but instead of turning transparent as he had before, he made the much more simple choice of simply moving out of the way. Before the fake Madara could shift his focus away from the wave of ice, Naruto flash-stepped to the masked man and, with one quick swing of his blade, cut off the man's left arm before the fake Madara could see him with his Sharingan. The resulting scream echoed over the landscape. Despite the pain caused from losing one of his limbs, Madara was able to turn the rest of his body transparent before Naruto could do further damage to him. The masked man then used some sort of space-time ninjutsu to create some needed distance between himself and the young Uzumaki, while a white ooze emerged from the stump of his arm, causing the profuse bleeding from the wound to stop. What's wrong? I haven't even gone all out yet. Naruto taunted as he prepared for another attack. Before the Chunin could make his move, however, Toby appeared right beside Madara. Sorry I took so long, Shisho. Deidara and Sasori were really taking a beating from Kazuko and the others, more than I thought them capable of. We were barely able to get away from them and reach our hideout. Toby said in a cheerful tone that caused alarm bells to ring in Naruto's mind. That is of little consequence right now, Toby. We'll deal with Kazuko and the others soon enough anyways. Did you bring the item I asked for? Madara asked. Toby nodded before reaching into his cloak and pulling out a scroll. Naruto recognized what it was right from his first glance at the object. As did Kurama. That masked bastard must be desperate if he's willing to use that. What do you plan to do now, Naruto? I haven't used that trick in a while, Kurama. I think this is as good time as any to use it. Naruto could almost feel Kurama grin in excitement despite the lack of any physical mouth at the present. He refocused his attention to Madara, and his lackey as the former grabbed the mystery scroll. You've managed to surpass my expectations, Gaki, I've give you that much. But as much as I'd like to find out your limits, I don't have time to play games with the likes of you. Let's see how you deal with this. Madara declared as he opened the scroll, revealing that it was a summoning contract for some unknown creature, and placed it on the floor. After making a few hand seals, the fake Madara then slammed the palm of his right arm on the seal of the summoning jutsu, which already had a few drops of blood placed on it. Summoning jutsu. Madara yelled out before he and Toby were both enveloped by a massive cloud of smoke. Toby was the first to exit the smoke, looking like he wanted to make some cheesy introduction for the creature that just appeared. Ta-da! Introducing my Shishuo's main summon and one of the most terrifying beings known to man, other than the Biju. It's the one, the only. Gedo Mazo. The smoke cleared, and standing behind the fake Madara was something that looked like some sort of massive, humanoid, statue-like monster that had been decaying for quite some time but still wasn't done yet. It stood several stories tall, was a pale shaded purple color, and had multiple spike-like protrusions sticking out of its back like a plant-based porcupine. It appeared to wearing some sort of robe and was shackled, with broken chains attached to the bindings, on its arms and ankles. For some reason the creature was wearing a blindfold and had a large metal rod sticking out of its midsection. The massive creature, whether by Madara's design or not, let out a massive roar that appeared to cause the very ground on which it stood to shake violently. And what was Naruto's response to the monstrosity standing before him? That's it. Your grand plan to defeat me is to bring a toy into battle? Naruto asked with a bored expression now etched onto his face. It's Naruto, did you expect him to be intimidated by this thing? A toy, you say? Do you really think you can defeat my summons so easily? Madara challenged as if he had already won the battle and the whiskered blonde just didn't know it yet. I know I can beat that plaything, even if you and that idiot you call a lackey join the fray. That being said, Naruto began, pointing his Zanpakuto at the two masked men. Then he redirected the tip of his blade to the ground as if he was about to release his Zanpakuto. Unlike with his previous releases however, Naruto held his outstretched right arm, sword in hand, in front of him instead of to his side. I think it'll be more interesting to have him fight that chew toy instead. Oh, and don't even bother trying to control him with your Sharingan because it's not going to work this time. Madara, and Toba's eyes widened in shock upon realizing what Naruto was about to do. He can't be serious, Shisho. Toby stated. Madara, in turn had nothing to reply with. Devastate, Kurama, Kubikuchios. Naruto yelled out. As soon as the release command was given the blade began to emit a massive blood-red aura while the red wrappings around the hilt disintegrated even as Naruto held onto his Zanpakuto. The red aura began to expand beyond the blade until it had enveloped Naruto and most of the plateau on which he stood. Watching this, Toby and his master, the latter to a lesser extent, both felt their hearts drop when they heard an all too familiar roar. Ah, run for your lives. It's the Kyuubi. He'll eat us alive. Toby yelled as he ran away, tripping over himself in his panic a couple of times in the process. Madara, having already planned for Toby to withdraw once he had summoned the Gedo Mazo, paid no heed to his assistant's childish retreat. So Naruto had somehow gained the ability to summon the fox from within himself. He thought, taking this new reality in. While the sight of the massive kitsune alone was enough to shock the fake Madara, it wasn't the only shocker. The Kyuubi's back to full size. Did it somehow regain the half of its chakra that Minato-sensei sealed away? Naruto could be seen hovering, or more like standing on the air, beside the tailed beast that normally dwelt within him. He held his Zanpakuto, which he still wielded even after summoning Kurama, and directed it at his masked opponent. I can tell that you take great pride in that empty shell of a summon. Kurama and I will tear that pride apart. Piece by painful piece. Chapter 28 The Bloodline Thief, Kazuko Uchiha. Uzu no Seabone. Naruto's teammates kept their focus on the tail-like appendage that Sasori had nearly used to skewer them. At the same time Kazuko, who had already activated her Sharingan, kept a close eye on Deidara after he created a giant bird out of white clay that he kept in two pouches latched onto. His bird was incredibly generic in shape, bearing no resemblance to any specific species, though if one had to call it something the most likely answer would be either a pigeon or a dove. Deidara got on the bird's back and had it fly around 50 yards away, despite there being no natural way for such a construct to be aerodynamic. At least it was kept at a low altitude, but still enough to stay out of everyone's reach and give it time to avoid many jutsu. He looked very confident in his high ground, his hands were in his pouches like he would ready more clay before they could start any attack on him. "Don't do it, Deidara," Sasori warned. "You'll just play right into her hands." His eyes gestured towards Kazuko. Deidara did not heed the words of the former Sunanin, though whether it's because he didn't hear his partner's warnings or he simply refused to heed them was anyone's guess. His focus was on both Kazuko and Sasuke. "Two Sharingans, huh? This is a perfect opportunity to finally prove the superiority of my art, Deidara withdrew his hands from the pouches. Sasuke and the others were surprised when they saw two mouths, one on the palms of both hands, spit out a glob of white clay. In doing so they could see human teeth and a tongue. Those portions of clay now have chakra kneaded into them. What is that man up to? Neji thought to himself as he observed Deidara's jutsu with his Byakugan. Deidara was now grinning at Sasuke and the others as he closed both hands for a few seconds, keeping them separate. When the former Iwa Nin opened his hands he revealed that he had somehow molded the clay into 10 small clay birds, 5 in each hand. It would have been a very impressive display of artistic dexterity if it weren't done by someone whose hands needed a dental plan. "Let's start off with some C1, Deidara said excitedly. The former terrorist for hire threw the 10 clay birds, the wings of which spread open once in midair. Like some sort of homing missiles, the birds charged right past Kazuko and towards Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Neji. The three boys were surprised and tried to dodge the projectiles, but this proved to be in vain because said projectiles simply followed them around. Neji acted the fastest and begun a rotation, protecting himself but not the others, who were stuck relied on dodging. Sasuke took out a kunai but Shikamaru grabbed his wrist. We don't know what will happen if you counter it directly." "What could clay?" Sasuke protested, pausing to duck under a projectile. "Possibly do. This is the beauty of my art," Deidara exclaimed, excited. He got his left hand ready for a hand seal, unaware that below him Kazuko was making a few hand signs of her own. "And art is an explosion." Triggered by their maker, the clay birds suddenly swelled up before they all exploded. 6 of the ceramic bombs blew up next to Shikamaru and Neji, 3 for each genin, while Sasuke had 4 of the bombs detonate in front of him. Dust clouds obscured them from view, making it impossible to tell from the outside if any were still alive. "Okay, apparently it can do that," Sasuke noted grimly. Deidara on the other hand began laughing, reveling in apparent victory. "Ha ha ha ha, so much for Itachi's kid brother and those 2 other brats, They couldn't even withstand." While Deidara congratulated himself, the dust clouds started to dissipate. The blonde bomber's eyes widened in shock when he got a good look at the sight of the explosions. Instead of seeing the mutilated and torn corpses of the young Leaf Nin, Deidara saw 3 alive and unharmed kids. "How?" he started, only then did he take notice that Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Neji were surrounded by 4 mirrors. Mirrors made of solid ice. Sasuke was also surprised by this turn of events and didn't notice that the ice mirrors had dissipated in that shock. "Isn't this the same jutsu that was used against me back in Wave?" Sasuke asked, seeing the mirrors crack and shatter now in a sort of delayed reaction to the explosion. "How is this possible?" "Interesting," Kazuko thought out loud. "So you've managed to combine the explosive style with an earth-style jutsu and that strange forbidden jutsu from Iwagakure. The one that allows a shinobi to turn inanimate matter into animate matter for a temporary time. All things considered, that is a very impressive combination, even if it's a bit too flashy in its execution." Deidara looked down at her, taken aback by what she said. How the hell did she figure that out so quickly? There's no way. Kazuko quickly planted her naginata in the ground at an angle, then in a display of great agility and leg strength, she jumped into the air, swiftly closing the distance between herself and the blonde artist. She managed to grasp onto the underbelly of Deidara's large white bird even though the clay construct was still 4 stories above the ground. Deidara couldn't see what she was doing from his side, but he was concerned. One wrong move and they could both blow up, and Deidara wasn't yet ready to be that much at one with his art. Kazuko held her grip but reared back her left fist. Explosive style, landmine fist jutsu. The Konoha nin looked on in shock as Kazuko threw a left jab at the clay bird's stomach. The punch caused a massive explosion directed right at both the bird and the blonde missing nin. And as to be expected, this caused the clay bird to detonate as well, blowing up right under Deidara's feet and propelling him upwards. Kazuko was naturally propelled downwards. She spun in the air and at the right moment reached for her naginata, swinging on it to divert some momentum and slightly cushion her landing. It was still a rough landing, but one she could walk away from. And any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. I don't think I've ever seen any Uchiha do something like that before. Sasuke thought, not sure how to feel about what he had just witnessed. If I didn't have a Byakugan, I wouldn't have believed what I just saw. Neji contemplated, tempted to rub his eyes in disbelief. This woman is a complete wild card. Truly unpredictable, just like Naruto. I don't know if I can handle two of them. Shikamaru worried. The female Uchiha retrieved her weapon from the ground and rejoined the members of Naruto's team. Unless the three of you wish to meet your ends here, I suggest that you try to be more careful next time. That mad bomber isn't dead yet and I can't shield you three all the time. Shield us. So you were the one who created those ice mirrors? Neji asked. Who else would have done it? Him. Kazuko asked back, her gaze on Sasori who was sitting back observing the situation, likely now trying to plan around her current display of talents. But that's not possible. I've seen that exact jutsu before and it's a Kekkei Genkai. There's no way you could know it. Sasuke argued. Kazuko sighed at her fellow clansman's skepticism. Under normal circumstances that would be correct, Sasuke-san. But these aren't normal circumstances. You'll have to wait for explanations later, the fight is not over. The three preteens turned to see what Kazuko was looking at and were surprised to see Deidara standing next to Sasori. While the bomber was still standing, he did not escape the explosions unscathed. His Akatsuki cloak was gone, presumably torn apart in the blasts, and the man himself was sporting several burns along with a dislocated left shoulder with his left forearm visibly incinerated. Naturally Deidara was less than pleased, to say the very least. Damn you. How the fucking hell did you copy my Kekkei Genkai, hem? To the blonde's surprise Sasori was the one to answer that question. She didn't copy you, you fool. She had already copied it from another Iwa nin before she left Konoha. Maybe now you'll listen to me when I try to warn you. He then turned towards Kazuko. It would appear that you still live up to your reputation Kazuko Uchiha, the bloodline thief. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Neji turned towards the older Uchiha, herself keeping an eye on the Akatsuki members. It's an old nickname people gave me before I was forced to leave Konoha. I got the name because I'm the only Uchiha whose Sharingan is able to copy Kekkei Genkai Jutsu despite not having the Kekkei Genkai itself. I was able to master all 5 of the basic chakra natures in about a year, so I combined that with my Sharingan's enhanced copy ability, hence my unique ability. I can't copy things like physical effects, for example other dujutsu, so there are limits. She can copy the jutsu of Kekkei Genkai without needing the bloodline itself. Sasuke asked himself. If that's true, then no wonder the Akatsuki want her in their ranks. That ability would be very advantageous to have since she could be capable of nearly anything. But then why would Konoha let her go? Just as Kazuko finished her explanation she spun her naginata, blocking a surprise attack from Sasori. I think those guys have had enough of letting us talk, Shikamaru suggested, prompting the three of them to take their respective fighting stances. Yes, we have. Sasori hissed, lifting his arm and having some kunai fire out of a hidden compartment built within. Kazuko spun her naginata to stop the weapons, then jumped at the puppeteer. The three preteens chose to gang up on Deidara since he was visibly the weakest. I beat you once 14 years ago Sasori, I can do it again. The Uchiha clanswoman claimed, swinging her weapon at him, though he blocked it with his scorpion tail. Much can change in 14 years woman. Sasori warned, bringing out 2 puppets to defend himself. One looked like a man literally made of blades of various sizes and the other looked like a string of featureless glass orbs connected to each other, though each orb was filled with a visible liquid. Kazuko was certain she did not want that stuff to get out of its container. Magma style, lava shot jutsu. Kazuko spat out several globs of magma at the glass containers, hoping that the chemicals inside would not have a reaction to the heat. The lava made contact and shattered the glass, with a sizzling sound and some steam resulting but nothing else. Though the rest of the puppet remained. Sasori winced but didn't show it. Last time he fought Kazuko, she had used that same jutsu to give the Hiriko puppet some serious damage that took him quite a while to repair. Puppets weren't exactly lava-proof, especially ones that used to be made out of people. He sent both puppets at her, intending for one to cut her and the other to restrain or distract her. Kazuko went on the defensive, her naginata not as effective against the bladed puppet, and she was going to evade the glass one trying to wrap itself around it as much as possible without breaking it in her vicinity. As this was going on, Deidara fought back against Naruto's teammates, but in his current state his common sense was being hampered by his anger, and his fighting capacity was diminished by his injuries. So it wasn't that hard for a Juken user, a talented if somewhat overhyped Uchiha, and a strategic shadow user to collectively back the injured former Iwa Nin into a corner. In doing so they could hear a rather audible snap and Deidara have a harder time standing. If the battle had continued on as it was, Deidara would have met his untimely demise. Keyword being, if. Before either of the battles could continue, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was Tobi, the man with the spiral mask who had gone off to confront Naruto alongside the other masked man. This appearance surprised everyone and forced a brief pause to the fights, giving Tobi the opportunity to involve Deidara and Sasori in some sort of unknown teleportation technique. It looked like a rippling of the air and bending of light, resulting in the disappearance of the masked man and the duo of self-proclaimed artists, leaving Kazuko and the preteen ninja to their own devices. Is this good for us, or bad? Sasuke asked. A little of both, leaning towards the latter. Shikamaru groaned. If you got the energy to complain, then you got the energy to help out your other comrade. You shouldn't leave him hanging. Kazuko informed them. The three boys looked at each other, all wondering if Naruto really needed their help after all. For all they knew, he was already done with his fight. Still, might as well see just so no one could accuse them of abandoning him later. The group had to go over the top of a ridge that went parallel to the valley they had just came from, and when they got there they got a good view of the battle occurring 10 or so miles from their current location. From that distance they could see a statue-like creature with the man with the marked mask atop of, and opposing it was the nine-tailed fox itself, with Naruto floating beside the Biju. That's not a genjutsu, that's definitely the Kyuubi. Neji asked, gulping for a second. Did Naruto actually summon it? Sasuke sighed at this, remembering how Naruto had explained to Team 7 the nature of his summoning ability. This fight's over. Even that thing can't last long against the Kyuubi. Not to burst anyone's bubble, but what are we going to do now? Shikamaru asked. Everyone suddenly realized what he meant. They were standing in an exposed area, with a real-life kaiju battle about to begin only 10 miles away from them. As the fake Madara looked on in obvious shock, even with his mask hiding the look on his face, Naruto turned to his tailed beast Zanpakuto. Do what you like with the doll, Kurama, but take it somewhere else. The masked bastard is mine. Kurama simply grinned at this. Fine by me. He should be thankful that you're the one who's going to kill him and not me. Kurama charged at the Geto Mazo, accidentally flattening a few small mountains with his tails as he closed in on his prey. The fake Madara was able to snap himself out of his shock in time to respond to Kurama's initial assault, ordering the Geto Mazo to retaliate against the gigantic vulpine. As Madara did this, however, he almost failed to notice Naruto flash stepping right behind him and was barely able to turn transparent before the young Uzumaki Namikaze clansman could run his sword through the masked man's heart. You do realize that without any of the Biju sealed inside it, that little toy of yours doesn't stand a chance against an actual Biju, right? Naruto asked as he completely phased through Madara, flash stepping back 10 yards away from his opponent. Do you really think you can stop me so easily, Uzumaki? The fake Madara asked. As if to respond to Madara's question, the Geto Mazo was sent flying back at least 40 miles away by Kurama, who smacked the summon with a swipe of his claws. Both ninja took a moment to pause and looked at the battle of giants, with one feeling secure in his confidence and the other's own wavering a little. Kurama, in an impressive display of speed, closed the distance between himself and the Geto Mazo before using his left paw to grab the strange summon and push it deeper into the ground. Kurama then began running on its 3 other legs while he kept his grip on the fake Madara's summon, dragging the summon for another 50 miles, leveling terrain and another mountain as he did so. Then the Biju mustered all of his strength and threw the creature high up into air. Keeping up with his attack, Kurama then jumped above the Geto Mazo while the latter was still in midair, getting on top of the statue-like creature and driving it into the ground. The resulting impact leveled several other nearby mountains in the process and created a gust of wind that nearly knocked everyone off their feet. Kurama, who was now using his massive size to keep the Geto Mazo pinned to the ground, then cocked his head upwards and opened his mouth before he began creating a massive black orb of Reiatsu. When he finished creating the massive attack, Kurama compressed the orb into a dense sphere before he ate said sphere. A few seconds after ingesting the orb, Kurama's mouth began bloating while steam seeped out of the fox's mouth through the gaps between his bared teeth. He got into position where he could face the struggling Geto Mazo. It's over. Kurama yelled out as he released the attack he had devoured in the form of a massive beam, hitting the Geto Mazo at point-blank range, causing a massive explosion that engulfed both summons. Chapter 29: The Battle of Uzu no Seabone, Endgame. Uzu no Seabone. As the explosion caused by Kurama's attack rocked the surrounding area, Madara looked on at the battle of giants in complete shock. The Geto Mazo currently had none of the Biju inside it yet due to Akatsuki decided to start with Kyuubi the strongest and work their way down. But even with that disadvantage the fake Madara did not expect the statue to be defeated so easily. Then again, he also never imagined that Naruto would manifest the Kyuubi from within himself like some sort of summon and have it fight for itself. Such power. Damn it Minato-sensei, why did you have to seal the Kyuubi inside of that gaki? Madara thought to himself as the blast finally began to subside. The sight that emerged from the thinning debris and smoke was not encouraging for the masked man. Kurama stood victorious, completely undamaged from the power of his own attack, one of his clawed hand-like paws grasping the defeated Geto Mazo by the head. The humanoid entity now sporting a massive hole in its torso, one more fitting to be found on a Manos Grande than a living creature, if the Gezo Mato could in fact be considered a living creature. The giant fox, using a great deal of strength and now both hands, threw the heavily damaged statue like summon to the side like he was trying to get it out of his way. The Geto Mazo collapsed to the ground with all the finesse of a sack filled with rocks and hammers. To the surprise of Kurama, once on the ground the damaged Geto Mazo suddenly poofed and, after the cloud of smoke had dissipated, had vanished into thin air. Sorry Kyuubi, but I can't allow you to destroy the Geto Mazo. For you and the other Biju are still destined to become one again with it, and the fake Madara began taunting now that he felt he could turn this around. But he was interrupted when in a blink Naruto appeared before him, slashing at him with his Zanpakuto. Madara had no time to act on anything other than sheer reflex which allowed him to turn transparent in order to survive that attack. So much for your trump card. I guess that means that you've got nothing left. Naruto taunted before he flash stepped back to on top Kurama. Was that it? Kurama asked, to which Naruto nodded. Unfortunately. Sorry I couldn't summon you for a more interesting opponent. Anyways I think it's time I ended this battle. Naruto pointed out. Indeed it is. I'm going back to my nap. Good luck. Kurama said before he was suddenly enveloped by the same blood-red aura that had been emitted when Naruto had summoned him. After a few seconds Kurama suddenly transformed back into the red wrappings that then wrapped themselves around the hilt of Naruto's sword. Naruto sighed at the fox's comment, but before he could get back to the real opponent, the young Uzumaki Namikaze clansman was forced to dodge Madara, who had tried to sneak around and grab the Konoha nin from behind. Naruto jumped away to create some distance between himself and Madara, requiring the latter to consider his options. I don't know how he got this way, but he's clearly too strong for me to handle like I expected to handle the other Jinchuriki. I have to defeat me now before I become even more of a threat. Is that what you're thinking? Naruto asked, seemingly finishing Madara's thoughts. The masked man was clearly shocked by this, his one visible eye widening in surprise. Don't worry, I'm not literally reading your mind if that's what you're thinking. I'm just good at reading people. Like my father was. Naruto smirked. Now's my chance to see if Jinei-sensei was right about who this guy is. Naturally, after taking him in, Aizen and the others had been curious to find out more about Naruto and what led to the circumstances that prompted them to take him along. All details led back to the night that Kurama attacked Konoha, and while most reports of that night were vague and nondescript, the classified ones claimed that throughout the night a masked man with a Sharingan had been responsible for the event in question. Jinei, who had been doing the checking, had found no list of suspects to this and immediately knew that was suspicious. A lack of suspects meant either Konoha wasn't taking this threat seriously or they were afraid such a list would be incriminating for some reason. Worst case scenario, the Hokage knew exactly who the masked Uchiha was but kept it secret for some reason. Jinei ignored that and checked the registry of Uchiha to see which were the strongest on record, but that gave him nothing to do off of. Later he wondered if perhaps the attack had a more personal reason, so he went back to check and see if Minato Namikaze had a connection with any Uchiha. One name stood out the most, Obito Uchiha. And while on record he was considered Kia, no actual body had been brought back to the village. Besides, as a Shinigami, Jinei knew that death didn't stop someone from wanting something. But out of all the people capable of influencing Kurama, Obito so far was the one who had most reason to take action. Why and whether he was alive or not were still unknown, but the Shinigami had informed Naruto of this and told him to do with the info whatever he willed to do with it. Now then, the whiskered blonde pointed his Zanpakuto at his opponent. It's time to finish this. With Kazuko and Naruto's team. During the very short and one-sided battle between Kurama and the Geto Mazo, Naruto's companions along with Kazuko managed to find a small cave to hunker down in. It wasn't roomy, but it at least provided them some measure of protection from the devastation occurring all around them. The cave helped more when Kazuko reinforced the walls with some earth jutsus. Several minutes passed, though it felt much longer to the members of Naruto's team, before the ground finally stopped shaking. After the tremors passed, the group waited a bit, then decided to leave the safety of the reinforced cave. Though they would do so slowly, spending several minutes just staring in awe at the carnage caused by the giant monster battle. Once the awe passed, they took a moment to try and sense Naruto's unique not chakra energy presence, something they were familiar with thanks to the Chunin exams and him giving a few details on their way here. After they found it, or rather the direction it was coming from, the shinobi rushed that way in case they needed to come to his aid. Though that was extremely unlikely. "Hey, Sasuke, mind if I ask you something?" Neji spoke up. "Go ahead," the young Uchiha replied. "Naruto said that he was gone for 7 years because he was training somewhere all that time, correct?" "Yes, and your point is? Has Naruto ever told you anything about the person that trained him?" Neji asked. Sasuke thought about it for several seconds before shaking his head. "No, he's told me and the rest of our team a few things about where he trained, a place he calls Las Noches, but he's refused to tell us anything about his teachers." The rest of group was actually about to accept the Uchiha's response before Shikamaru suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute, teachers. As in more than one?" Sasuke nodded. "Yes, the only thing he has said about his teachers was that he had 13 of them. Of those 13, 3 of them were apparently the ones in charge of this Las Noches place, and they left most of Naruto's training to the other 10. That's all know, unfortunately." "Was it all at the same time, or one by one?" Neji asked. Sasuke paused. "Honestly, I'm not completely sure, but with how he described it I always assumed it was at the same time, with each having their own specialties." The fact that Naruto trained under 10, or 13 depending on how you interpreted what Sasuke said, took Neji and Shikamaru by surprise. They couldn't name any Junin, present or historical, that had trained under that many teachers simultaneously, not even the Sannin or the Hokages. Naruto was practically overtrained at this point. And that was ignoring the fact that Naruto said Las Noches was a realm of ghosts. Sasuke knew that including that little detail here would only raise more questions than he could answer. "Damn, and I thought I was overpowered," Kazuko noted, having listened to this with great interest. "But he's still human, he has to have a weakness. Let's hope whoever he's fighting won't find it," Shikamaru stated, encouraging them to pick up the pace. With Naruto, the fake Madara found himself in dire straits. After several minutes of fighting Naruto, the masked man had been forced to be on the defensive, having to keep his transparency ability activate to avoid certain death. To make matters worse for Madara, the young leaf Chunin that was his opponent somehow knew the secrets behind how his jutsu worked, including the fact that it had a time limit of at least 10 minutes, and used that knowledge to his advantage by refusing to let up his assault. "What's the matter? You've already run out of options and have to resort to hiding yourself in that dimension of yours." Naruto taunted as he appeared on Madara's right and attempted to slash at him. Even though he managed to avoid getting cut in two yet again, the fake Madara finally admitted to himself that he had run out of tactics and therefore lost this battle. The only options left were withdraw or die. It was in that moment that the powers that be, having already made Madara's life a living nightmare at this point, had apparently decided to screw him over again at the worst possible time. Because the 10-minute time limit for Madara's only available means of survival had run out. "Looks like you're done," Naruto said, seeing the man look worried, bewildered, and exhausted. "As a reward for having survived the longest out of all of my opponents so far, allow me to finish you off with an attack that I haven't even shown to anyone back in Konoha." "You can't." Naruto stepped away and then pointed the tip of his blade, held only by his right hand, at the Akatsuki mastermind before he channeled a large amount of Raryoku into his blade, which began emitting an aura of orange light. "What is this? What the hell are?" Madara began to ask. That was as far as he got. "Sero Metroletta," Naruto yelled out. Faster than the blink of an eye, the whiskered blonde charged up several orange seros in certain points around the tip of his blade all at once before firing a barrage of the orange beams like a machine gun. The fake Madara, having exceeded the time limit of his space-time jutsu and thus unable to use it for several minutes, was now a sitting duck and was easily overwhelmed by the seemingly endless barrage. After about 2 minutes of non-stop seros, Naruto finally cancelled the attack. Keeping his Zanpakuto in hand in the unlikely event that his opponent could still fight, Naruto slowly approached Madara, who was lying on his back on the ground. Naruto's attack had certainly done its job, as the fake Madara was, to put it lightly, a dismembered mess. The masked man had been cut in half horizontally, the upper part of his body separate from the lower half at the belly. His right arm from the elbow down had disintegrated, as had his left shin and his entire right leg. How the man was still alive was a testament to his willpower. Despite his injuries however, Madara managed to miraculously maintain consciousness as he glared at Naruto with his one visible eye. The mask, though heavily damaged, did not break, almost like Naruto had intentionally missed that one part. Damn it, what kind of attack was that? The fake Madara asked in a weak hissing way. He sounded like speaking was genuine labor for him right now. His opponent's question made Naruto think back to his time in Las Noches. Flashback. Somewhere in Hueco Mundo. 2 years before Naruto's return. Naruto was currently underneath the perpetual night sky of Las Noches. This time around he was training with Coyote Stark, the incredibly lazy yet incredibly powerful first Espada, who had just merged with Lilinet Gingerbuck, and Arrancar also happened to be Stark's Zanpakuto. Though Stark would have preferred to train inside of Las Noches or, even better to him, not train at all, someone had to teach the young Uzumaki how to use a Sero. Unfortunately for Stark, Seros were his forte among the Espada, so no one was more qualified than him. In addition, Aizen made it perfectly clear that he had to train the kid while in his resurrección, something that was forbidden for him to do, as well as for Baragon, Haribel, and Ulquiorra. After a few minutes of silence, Stark finally spoke. "Alright, Naruto, Lilinet, let's hurry up and finish this damn training session. I want to go back to bed already," Stark complained as he pointed one of the two pistols that formed part of his resurrección at Naruto, who did the same thing with his blade. "Stark, stop your whining already," an annoyed Lilinet, who had turned into the very pistols was currently wielding, remarked. "Ready when you are, Stark-sama," Naruto yelled out, regaining the duo's attention. As soon as Naruto did so, his blade emitted an orange aura while Stark began emitting a blue aura all around himself, especially around his pistols. "Sero Metroletta," Naruto and Stark yelled out simultaneously before they both unleashed massive barrages of Seros. Blue and orange Seros began colliding with each other as explosions began to cause the ground around the training area to shake violently. It was perfectly obvious that Naruto and Stark's Seros were evenly matched, much to Stark's dismay, since that meant that this session was probably going to be another long one. Stark didn't have any problem with Naruto personally, and in fact had began a close friend of the young ninja, but the Arrancar's trademark laziness meant he wasn't looking forward to this session either way. "And I have to start training this kid to use the Sero Oscuras today as well. This day is really going to be such a pain in the ass," Stark thought to himself as he and Naruto cancelled out their respective Metrolettas so they can ready themselves for another attack. End flashback. Uzu no Seabone. That was the signature attack of one of my teachers, though his version was stronger and has several advantages over mine. That's enough about that, though, Naruto explained before he held his blade at Madara's throat. "Any last words, Obito Uchiha?" Madara blinked. How did you know?" Naruto smirked. "Actually, I didn't. I had a clue, but no way to prove it. Except now you just did, so now you have no surprises left." Obito glared despite his weakened condition. "You think you've won? Do you really think it's that simple to beat me, Gaki? This is not over. Not by a long shot." Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, but before he could question Obito on this, said Uchiha was suddenly enveloped by a puff of smoke. That smoke quickly dissipated to reveal that Obito had been a wood clone fighting Naruto all this time. "Hey, I should have seen that coming. That traitor doesn't have the balls to confront me head on, so he sent a clone to gauge my abilities first. Won't do him any good in the end, though," Naruto said to himself as he sheathed his blade. "Anyways, I should probably regroup with Sasuke and the others. We still have a long distance to cover in order to get back home. And I'd rather confront that person following me back in Konoha," Naruto thought to himself as he went to rejoin Kazuko and his teammates, fully aware of the mysterious figure that had been tailing him since before he arrived in the land of whirlpools. 100 yards away from Naruto, and several yards above the young Uzumaki, a person was floating in the air. The person's physical appearance was hidden by a black cloak that covered all except for their golden-colored eyes. As the person continued watching Naruto very carefully, they pulled out what appeared to be a cell phone and dialed a number. Soon enough someone answered them. "Hello. Yeah, it's me. The kid is headed back to his village. Yeah, it looks like those rumors are definitely true. He wields the power of both Shinigami and Hollows. But he's also the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Not sure how Aizen was able to convince Sarutobi to let him train under his wing, but it looks as though he did a hell of a job with him. No, there's no indication that he's aware of Aizen's plans. It must mean Aizen is trying to keep him in check until the time comes. What? Are you sure that's a good idea? This kid already knows that I'm following him and he might not be in a talking mood if I do that. I see, I guess you have a good point. Anyways, I guess I should hang up. If anything happens, just send me a message right away and keep me in the loop. Later, Kazuki, the cloaked person said before hanging up. The unidentified person then noticed Naruto beginning to walk away from the site of his battle and proceeded to tail him, taking care not to be spotted by anyone. Except Naruto, as he was already aware of the person's presence.